Chapter 661, Dog Emperor. You are plotting against me again. A few minutes later. Suppose we have a beam of light that is fast enough to illuminate the universe. And the brightness of this light is enough to blind all eyes. Then, when dealing with all races with eyes in the universe, this beam of light is an invincible weapon. Dr. Emil Nerid has a distinctive and easily recognizable face. The iconic walrus beard and the tuft of mustache on his chin reveal the arrogance of the old aristocracy from top to bottom. Although he is humble and polite, he never takes anyone seriously in his heart. This is a good metaphor. In the laboratory of the Hyperion, Egon Stedman is communicating with the bridge through the communication terminal, and behind him is the triangular prism artifact shining with copper blue light. The nova impact of the Zelnada artifact is the beam of light that is enough to illuminate the universe. But except for the Zerg, none of us can see it. In short, we are lucky because we are all blind. While Stedman was watching this side, many Imperial experimenters in white coats were coming and going in the Hyperion laboratory. Unfortunately, the Nova strike cannot cover the entire universe. Otherwise it would be great to clear all the Zerg with just a click of a finger. As long as there is enough energy supply, the Nova strike of the artifact can kill all the Zerg in the Tiberius system. Although his hair and beard are all white, Nerid is still energetic and sharp-eyed, and does not look like an old man at all. Matt Horner nodded slightly after hearing this. But before he could say anything else, he heard a wailing sound behind Stedman. I won't dare to do it again. Xiao Ma. Save me. Save me. Save me. At some point, the royal brainworm that was still alive and kicking in the bridge had been carried into the laboratory and stuffed into a huge glass cryogenic tube like the 3 brainworms that powered the Zelnaga artifact. Several engineers holding laser welding guns were using alloy steel to weld the glass cover firmly to the base. The terrified green brainworm was constantly hitting the heavy glass cryogenic tube with its head, making a loud bang. The other brainworms were in a dormant state because they were injected with a large amount of mental drugs, soaking in the cold green nutrient solution. It was no joke to power the Zelnada artifact. Once this thing was running, it could drain a person's energy. The last time it was so ecstatic that it almost collapsed. It didn't want to go back to the state of being drained and powerless. For a Zerg, this is the safest place right now. A cunning look flashed in Nerid's eyes. I am sure that the Nova impact will never affect the power supply facilities. You are simply not a human. Although Alpha's body surface has become quite tough after the original Zerg transformation, it still cannot break the specially modified glass cryogenic tube, and finally can only collapse to the ground helplessly. Nerid, one day I will put you in too. It's not that I want to lock you up. Nerid finally understood why Emperor Augustus liked to persecute this, or that brainworm so much. He was really the toughest person in his body. Little Pony Alpha still didn't give up, but pretended to be pitiful. You must help me. For some reason, Matt immediately thought of his fiancée Mirahan when he heard this familiar tone. He was horrified and his face changed. Emperor Augustus has ordered, since the royal brainworm Alpha has eaten so much rice in the palace, now is the time for you to shine for the Empire. When did I eat his rice? Ah! The dog Emperor plotted against me again. I will never forgive you. The brainworm sobbed, his face ashen. This is too vengeful. Already. On the other side, Dr. Stedman was checking with satisfaction whether the cryogenic tubes that housed Alpha were welded. Alpha, I can only ask you to stay here for a while. Don't worry. The pain is only a matter of a moment. Oh! Because I will faint in a moment. Alpha said coldly. So you just want to fatten the pigs and then slaughter them? Dog Emperor. Is this also your calculation? Don't worry. The Zelnada artifact only extracts part of your spiritual power, and will not endanger your life. Stedman made a metaphor. This is just equivalent to a blood draw. It's not a wise choice to drain the pond to catch fish. Alpha said, you know how to raise pigs. Well, how do you feel in there now? Egon Stedman knocked on the glass cryogenic tube and said, feeling good? Alpha said, before being served. The pig thought so too. Is it always so dramatic? Matt Horner, who is always known for his seriousness and meticulousness, suddenly said this. It looks like this. Nerid shrugged his shoulders. General, a large number of warp signals have been detected. It's the Zerg. At this time, Matt's adjutant Porter suddenly reported. The flashing light spots on the star map suddenly jumped like snowflakes, and a large number of Zerg Leviathans and Behemoths appeared on the radar scan map of the Hyperion. This starry sky is located in a desolate area between two star systems. It is cold and dark. Large numbers of Zerg behemoths and ferocious Zerg are rushing towards the Terran Empire's steel fleet lined up in a row. The Tiamat Zerg is one of the oldest hives. Its fleet contains both new strains of corrupted flying insects, flying snakes and hive lords, as well as Zerg guardians and devourers from the old Overlord period. At the same time, the numerous behemoths are also the key to sending billions of Tiamat Zerg hive warriors to the surface. It's the Tiamat Swarm, the Overmind's Guard, the absolute main force. Matt immediately saw which hive troops came. After all, the Tiamat Swarm's iconic bright red carapace is too easy to identify. It just can't wait to annihilate us here as soon as it detects our warp signal. Adjutant Porter said, "Is the Overmind worried that we will reunite with other Protoss fleets? That must be the last thing the Overmind wants to see." Matt nodded. Once the Coalition fleet encircles most of the Zerg fleet in the Tiberius system, the Zerg will inevitably suffer heavy losses. Even if the hatchery can be used to mass-produce Zerg warriors, each Zerg is not created out of thin air. If the main force is lost in Tiberius, the severely damaged Zerg may not be able to launch a large-scale offensive for another year or two. All warships listen to my instructions and prepare to meet the enemy. Matt immediately ordered in the fleet channel. Matt's fleet has more than 100 battlecruisers, all of which are new Minotaur and Gorgon-class warships. The only problem is that most of the crew members on them are recruits, lacking the experience and necessary psychological qualities to participate in large-scale wars. At the Imperial Naval Academy, the reserve naval officers all used holographic simulation equipment to conduct battlefield simulations and tactical rehearsals. But even if they had practiced countless times in the rear, it was completely different when they were on the real battlefield. With Matt's order, the Terran Empire fleet took the lead in launching an attack. The missile bays loaded on the battlecruiser launched the first round of attack, and dense missile clusters were ejected from under the battleship. Immediately afterwards, the various artillery groups of the Imperial fleet also opened fire at full power and fired at the Zerg fleet at high speed wave after wave. In the face of the destructive, storm-like firepower of the Imperial fleet, the Zerg at the front suffered a heavy blow, and blood and flesh flew everywhere. But for the huge Zerg fleet, this casualty was insignificant. Just like the overwhelming swarm of bats flying out of the cave at dusk, countless dragons and brood lords flew out of the vesicles on the surface of Leviathan and Behemoth. The most terrifying thing is that as the mothership of the Zerg, Leviathan itself can also hatch a large number of Zerg creatures, which means that they are the main nest of the Zerg in motion. An especially large Queen-class Leviathan was at the forefront of the Zerg fleet, and thus bore the main firepower of several Imperial battlecruisers. After the dazzling flash of more than a dozen Yamato main guns firing, multiple red flames immediately appeared on the surface of the Leviathan, bringing with them countless broken shells and blood. But it only made this incomparable behemoth utter a wail. It was really too huge, and it was really imposing when it sailed towards its own fleet, as if no one could stop it. Under Matt's command, about 1/3 of the Empire's main battleships gathered to form the middle to meet the aggressive Zerg fleet, while the other Empire warships occupied the advantageous firepower points on both wings and poured firepower on the attacking Zerg. This was a head-on battle between the two strong forces, and the first contact between the two sides was bloody and tragic. Warships bombarded each other, fighters roared, and this nameless land that was not even marked on the navigation map immediately turned into a cruel purgatory. Just a dozen minutes after the start of the war, an Imperial warship was torn apart by the chasing dragons and corrupted flying insects. But the next moment, the Imperial fleet led by 4 Gorgon battlecruisers severely damaged a Leviathan, hitting it with blood and flesh flying. Matt Horner's flagship Hyperion was also surrounded by the Zerg. Outside the raised shield field, there were flying dragons. The roaring gun fire rotated and locked onto the densely packed targets. This terrifying scene made people's scalps numb. Even in this situation, although this was a newly formed Imperial fleet, its internal radio channel was still in order, and the entire fleet was filled with the belief that they must win. At this time, in the Hyperion laboratory, Stedman's assistant Isabella Euling took out a control panel. The Zelnada artifact is ready and can start the Nova Strike at any time. Don't worry. It's not the time to activate the Nova Strike yet. Matt waved his hand, signaling Isabella to stay calm. He was already an Imperial Admiral with a heavy responsibility on his shoulders. 2 years ago, he would have urged the commander to release the artifact's Nova Strike every few minutes. Activating the artifact now will only alert the enemy, Nerad thought that for every additional brain worm purified by the Nova strike, he could absorb more energy to revive Amon. How could he allow a small researcher to disrupt the plan, to release the Nova strike? It must be in the center of the densely populated Tiberius galaxy. Nerad's calculations were very clear. Everything he did on the surface seemed to be serving the Empire. But in fact, it was all for Amon's plan to return to the universe. It was ridiculous that Emperor Augustus was still kept in the dark and had no idea. Well, where are Stukov and the Purifier Protoss? They should be here now. Matt nodded, looked down at his watch, and then looked at his adjutant. They are always on time. A minute later, Vice Admiral Alexei Stukov's flagship, the Fearless Highland, appeared a few astronomical units away from the Hyperion. It was a battle-hardened Minotaur-class battlecruiser, with an iron-gray paint job and a huge Golden Eagle logo that showed its unparalleled power. At the moment when the flagship completed the jump, more Imperial battlecruisers appeared in the star field. Stukov's fleet had less than 80 Behemoth-class and Minotaur-class battlecruisers, and no newer Gorgons. But it was a large fleet that ranked quite high in the Empire. This was an elite division honed in a place of death like Char. Only the bravest Imperial warriors dared to join the Char fleet, because they had to be vigilant against the terrible Zerg on Char at all times. What is most puzzling is that Emperor Augustus actually handed over such an important fleet to a former UD expeditionary general. But he has always trusted people, and never doubted them. Once arrived, the Stukov fleet launched a fierce attack from the flank of the Tiamat swarm fleet, and a large number of Valkyrie frigates and rocket clusters severely suppressed the swarms of Metalis. After more than 10 minutes, the Purifier mothership Cybros also appeared on the other side of the Tiamat swarm. In a blink of an eye, the Tiamat Zerg fleet that was attacking Matt Horner's fleet was surrounded by 3 fleets. Storm warships. Matt noticed that the new warships of the Dallin Protoss appeared in the Purifier fleet, and it was clear that they were built by the Purifiers themselves, although there were only a few dozen of them. When these Purifier storm warships opened fire, the high-energy charged particles, with extreme explosive power, were so powerful that they took the lead and made a terrifying sound. This also shows that the Purifier's ability to develop and build warships is quite amazing. It seems that in order to gain the support of the Purifiers, Archbishop Tassadar of Darum paid a heavy price. Matt said. He actually handed over the construction technology of the storm warship directly to the Purifiers. This is because he is confident that the Purifiers will not easily go to war with him again. Tassadar is simply saying that I treat you as my brother instead of an enemy. Chapter 662, Beating the Little Overlord. Once Alexei Stukov's Imperial Char fleet and Purifier Executive Kolonilian's fleet arrived, Admiral Matt Horner was convinced that both the balance of power and the enemy's position were in his favor. So he ordered his fleets to retreat in turn to lure the Tiamat Zerg fleet in front to go deeper. At the same time, Stukov's Char fleet was approaching at high speed from the left side of the Tiamat Zerg, with naval guns opening the way and artillery fire roaring. In the other direction, countless Purifier fighters were roaring out from the warship Cybros. The pincers were about to close, without any advanced tactical drills and battle plans. The arrival of the Purifier fleet at this time was not even expected by the Empire. But the commanders of both sides accurately judged the situation in a very short time and decisively ordered the fleet to start the attack immediately. One-sidedly speaking, the Terran Empire and the Purifier fleet, who had rushed here in a hurry, were not only quite exhausted, but also might not be ready for the battle. The Tiamat swarm waiting here could be said to be waiting for the opportunity, but this did not allow them to take much advantage. The battlefield situation was reversed in an instant. Even the cunning and experienced Zerg Lord Dagos, who was commanding the Tiamat Zerg fleet in the rear, was still confused when he saw the Purifier fleet appear. With the Zerg's innate keen perception of psychic creatures, Dagos did not sense any trace of essence and biomass from this Protoss fleet. It was as if the people driving these warships were just a group of dead people. Which lost world forgotten by the Protoss Empire did these Protoss come from? Then, the Purifier fleet of Corellan brought a little mechanical Protoss shot to the Tiamat Zerg. New warp signals continued to emerge from the vicinity of the Cybros, and one after another huge streamlined Purifier aircraft carrier sailed out of the hyperspace channel, and the terrifying shadows of the ships occupied the vast starry sky. Although there was still a lack of support from the mothership, the number of aircraft carriers in the Purifier fleet reached an astonishing 400. For this level of capital ships, this number can smash the enemy to death. Like thunder. A large number of unmanned carrier-based aircraft, Attack aircraft and reconnaissance aircraft piloted by the personalities of the Legion warriors attacked the right wing of the Tiamat Zerg fleet like huge waves in the ocean. This terrifying number was even more terrifying than the Zerg that was used to winning by numbers. This made the Imperial Navy officers present suspect that the Purifier Protoss was actually another form of Zerg. The huge forge and repair workshop Purifier Repair Bay on the Purifier mothership Cybros was originally prepared for launching a large-scale interstellar war. That is, fighting was their specialty. For a moment, a large number of Purifier fighters and Tiamat swarms were fighting each other. On the scale of interstellar space battlefields, it was like two people holding pistols shooting at each other at a distance of less than 50 yards. The most terrifying thing about the Zerg is that they will never care about the sacrifice of individuals for the victory of the group. All Zerg individuals are just extensions of the will of the main nest. But the Purifier Protoss are also not afraid of any sacrifice. Even if the carrier carrying the Purifier's heroic personality is destroyed, they can immediately be reborn again by uploading to another carrier. The moment the two sides started fighting, it was a life and death fight without fear of cost. In less than a few minutes, the mechanical wreckage of the Purifier fighters and the huge bloody skeletons of the Zerg were flying everywhere. The battlefield covered such a large area that it had to be measured in astronomical units on the scale of interstellar war. Burning, overturned warships, and bloody Zerg flying creatures occupied the entire battlefield. At the same time, the two fleets of the Terran Empire also blocked the retreat of the Tiamat Zerg, forcing them to face the wrath of the Purifier Protoss. Although both sides suffered considerable losses, the Zerg suffered much more losses. The brainworm Daggett found that it was losing the war. But the current situation did not allow the Tiamat Zerg to evacuate the star field, because if the reinforcement fleets of the Terran Empire and the Purifiers continued to advance, the main force of the Zerg in the Tiberius system would be surrounded. At this time, the arrows represented by the multiple fleets of the Terran Empire and the Darium Protoss in various directions were already pointing directly at the Tiberius system. Not only did the main force of the Tyranid Empire fleet go out, but in order to teach the Zerg a bloody lesson, most of the Darium Gold fleet of Shakuras was also dispatched. And even the Ark ship Spear of Adon was on the way. So, even though the situation was obviously becoming unfavorable, the Tiamat Zerg was still increasing its troops. And fleets belonging to Tiamat and other Zergs kept jumping in, as if they were determined to fight to the death. Even in an extremely unfavorable situation, the strength of the Tiamat Zerg itself cannot be ignored. Especially when the brainworm Dagos concentrated its forces at one point. It was not easy to defeat this Zerg, especially when other Zergs were also reinforcing the Tiamat Zerg. The situation became unpredictable again, and the balance of victory that had already tilted towards the Empire began to waver again. For the Terran Empire, the situation became tricky again, because their task was to rush to the designated location as soon as possible to complete the encirclement, so as to relieve the siege of the Warfield fleet in the Tiberius system. Rather than fighting to the death with the Tiamat Zerg here, the situation changed rapidly, and any delay might miss the opportunity to fight, causing the Warfield fleet to be completely annihilated. Admiral Matt Horner, we must defeat the Tiamat swarm here, and the sooner the better. On the main screen of Matt's flagship Hyperion, the thin face of Vice Admiral Alexei Stukov appeared, surrounded by several senior staff officers in military uniforms. The uniforms and insignia of the Char fleet are different from those of other Imperial forces, and are more brown, which is closer to the color of the Ash world, as war eagles under the throne. These elite Char fleet soldiers are naturally extraordinary. Compared to 2 years ago, Lieutenant General Stukov was thinner than what Matt remembered. Fortunately, time and the Emperor's respect had erased many of the effects of the defeat, and Stukov was still the Earthling who sat on a pile of Zerg bones, cursing and drinking vodka. The most admirable thing about Stukov was that he was a rare talent among the generals of the Empire. He was resourceful, far-sighted, and always had a plan when using troops. And he never made mistakes. He is a wise general who can see the key to the battle at a glance. We can't delay here for too long, Matt said to Stukov, but our army's strength is not enough to defeat the Tiamat swarm in a short time. Matt didn't need to say this. If he wanted to win a quick battle, he had to see who the enemy was. But he just wanted to know what Stukov thought about it. In front of Stukov, Matt was just a young man who had just started out. As early as when Matt was still ignorant, Stukov had already begun to eliminate the rebellious Earth colony rebels. Although Matt would not think that he was inferior to Stukov, he could definitely listen to his advice. From a strategic point of view, It was of course necessary to resolve the Tiamat swarm as soon as possible to complete the encirclement. Even taking a step back, they could also send out a squadron to contain the Tiamat swarm, while sending the main force to continue advancing to the Tiberius system to further put pressure on the main force of the swarm inside. But there is no doubt that the Tiamat Zerg is definitely a tough nut to crack. Yes, the Tiamat Zerg is much more difficult to deal with than Carlos and Gerald's Zerg, Stukov said, but if we have a killer weapon in our hands, it will be completely different. In an instant, Matt thought of the Psychic Crusher that the Stukov Char fleet used to use on the Char battlefield. It is said that they even installed psychic jammers and crushers on their warships. The only problem is that the energy consumption required by the Psychic Crusher is too amazing even for a battlecruiser, and it cannot be activated at the same time as the shield. Another is that the coverage is quite limited. The area of a city alone is of no use on the scale of the universe, and it can only be activated in close combat. This determines the simple and rough combat style of the Char fleet. They often use a fleet-riding combat method, which is very different from other Imperial fleets. However, after absorbing a large number of original Zerg genes, the Zerg's mind link has also evolved a certain immunity to the Psychic Crusher. Now it is not an easy task to make them suffer a big loss. Then, Stukov was talking about the Zelnaga artifact in Matt's hand. Before the fleet set out, Emperor Augustus summoned the fleet commanders to inform them of his intentions and assign them tasks. Stukov knew that Matt had the Zelnaga artifact, but Stukov should also know that now is not the time to use the Zelnaga artifact. The coverage of the Nova strike is limited after all, and it cannot be used on a mere Zerg swarm. On the other hand, it is absolutely impossible to expose the fact that the Zelnaga artifact is here. Otherwise, given the personality of the second-generation overlord, it can be said that he will definitely flee in panic. As a master, it has already maxed out its skills of running away and living in hiding. With the previous master's sudden death of Al, the current master will not hesitate at all when the situation is not good. I just thought that we can change the plan temporarily. Stukov looked at Matt and said. Stukov disliked fighting by following the rules the most, but instead won by reverse thinking. His success often came from a flash of inspiration during the battle. During the battle, Stukov had also changed his route temporarily to outflank the enemy and cut off their supply. So he was called a sinister villain by the narrow-minded Edmund Duke. Of course, I don't want you to activate the Zelnaga artifact now, Stukov said. Your mission is just to send the super bomb on the flagship into the Tiberius system and detonate it. The Zerg may wonder why a flagship suddenly disappeared on the battlefield, but they can't guess what the truth is. Well, with the speed of the Hyperion, even if the Overmind guessed it and responded quickly, we could still use the Zelnaga artifact to severely damage the Zerg that failed to withdraw in time. He continued, in my opinion, even if the Overmind has been alert, it does not think that it will fail. The situation is not favorable to the Overmind. It naturally made a mistake that we all make. It just wants to fight to the death and turn the tables, which will reveal its flaws. In that case, once the main force in the rear is defeated and a large number of brain worms temporarily die, even the Zerg will inevitably lose their morale. At this moment, looking out from the bridge of the Hyperion, the situation on the battlefield was in chaos. The warships of humans, Zerg and Purifier Protoss were bombarding each other, and countless fighters were fighting Zerg in between. The main gun of the aircraft carrier, the Colonial Ion, was riding open fire at this moment, and a terrifying golden solar beam instantly penetrated the entire battlefield, and tens of thousands of Zerg were instantly wiped out. However, the three-dimensional imaging of the parallel sensors showed that the number of Zerg was still increasing, and the number of Zerg killed was not even as much as the ones that had just entered the battlefield. I understand. Matt thought for a moment and said, pass the order. All warships are under the command of Vice Admiral Alexei Stukov. Navigator, enter the jump coordinates of the Tiberius system immediately. Matt Horder's fleet actually has another mission, which is to seize the opportunity when the encircling fleets are forcing as many Zerg fleets as possible to the Tiberius system to jump into the center and blow up all the Zerg in one go. In other words, it is necessary to wait until the net is closed before blowing up the fish. But it does not mean that we must wait until the enemy enters the network as expected before activating the artifact. In general, the enemy can never follow the plan completely. Emperor Augustus, who is far away in Korhal, knows the secrets of war. He believes in the talents of his generals and delegates power appropriately. He only issues orders to the fleets in terms of grand strategy. and gives the commanders of each fleet great autonomy and trust. After all, the time from the frontline information to the Augustgrad Palace, and then the palace's orders to the front line is enough to fight several large-scale interstellar wars. This means that Matt can make a decision based on the actual situation. Dr. Stedman, make sure the Zelnada artifact is ready to be activated at any time. Matt called the Hyperion laboratory again. At this moment, Stedman was teasing the brainworm Alpha in the cryogenic tube with a cookie, and the latter was trying its best to lick through the specially treated reinforced glass with its tongue. This guy is an optimist. If no one pays attention to him, he will find a place to play by himself after a while. If he is tired, he will dig a hole and lie down. Great. This is called a central flowering, Stedman said excitedly. Please imagine the joyful scene of throwing a grenade into a manure pit. Yes, that's it. Hearing him say this, Matt couldn't help but imagine it, and black lines appeared on his forehead. There are few incompetent colleagues in the Empire, but there are still many idiots and fun people. Chapter 663. Watch out. This is how TDZ fights. The space of the Tiberius system is full of flashes of human and Protoss warships firing, deadly laser flames, and terrifying particle beams sweeping across the entire space. And the remains of humans, Protoss and Zerg scattered in every corner. Such a tragic scene is really horrifying. Few people noticed an Imperial battlecruiser that jumped out of the distorted space-time fluctuations at the edge of the galaxy, and her majestic ship Shadow was crossing the battle line, heading towards the battlefield alone at full speed, like a lone hero going to a meeting alone. Once the warp was made to the Tiberius system, countless radio signals were sent to the Hyperion communication tower like snowflakes. All of them were full-channel communication signals from the Tiberius Empire fleet, as if thousands of people were talking, shouting and screaming at the same time. A Phoenix fighter was falling rapidly past the bridge of the Hyperion, with several alien dragons clinging to it. The Phoenix fighter's maneuvering speed was much faster than the alien dragon's flying speed, but it was obviously seriously injured before it was caught. On the bridge of the Hyperion, Admiral Matt Horner's serious face and deep eyes were occasionally illuminated by the bright fire outside the porthole. Dr. Emil Nerid was standing on the other side, with a calm demeanor. He wore the loose white uniform like a ball gown, and he enjoyed the war on the sand table like an old-fashioned aristocrat. Occasionally, when Nerid saw the hideous dragon flashing past the porthole, he would show a small expression of fear at the right time, elegant and unpretentious. It seemed that if there were no other people standing next to him, he would not be able to suppress his trembling. As the Hyperion accelerated towards the center of the Tiberius system, they were getting closer and closer to the core of the battlefield, and the number and strains of Zerg were gradually increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this moment, the flashing lights on the Imperial and Protoss warships were already vaguely visible, and the red and blue bridge lights were looming in the dark curtain of the universe. The density of Zerg was many times greater than the outer space of the Tiberius system. The Hyperion seemed to be cutting through the waves in the Zerg ocean, unable to move forward. The remains of a Zerg Leviathan were gradually growing larger under the bridge of the Hyperion, and it seemed to be only a small part of its huge body. It was hard to imagine what kind of terrible weapon tore this small half of the body off the Zerg moon covered with solid heavy armor. The cross-section that seemed to be cut by a sharp blade was like a cliff of flesh and blood with a very high drop. The bright red blood stagnated in space like a waterfall, and the wriggling meridians and blood vessels seemed to be trying in vain to repair the severely damaged broken body. Around the Leviathan, there were still huge metal wreckages emitting brilliant golden light scattered in bits and pieces. It was conceivable that they were also part of a Protoss warship. Not far away, a dimly lit Imperial Minotaur-class battlecruiser was parked alone next to the corpse of the Leviathan, and its magnificent hull was already scarred. The sensor showed that there was no sign of life on this great Imperial warship. Matt only hoped that the crew on this warship were transferred to another ship in time, but he knew that this was just wishful thinking. Even in the best-case scenario, a ship that sank in the heat of battle would take most of her crew with her. After a while, multiple messages would be sent to the Imperial Navy headquarters in Augustgrad. Then, parents would receive news that their children were declared dead or missing. Every ship is more than just a number or a spiritual symbol. As the Hyperion passed by the ship at high speed, the tragic scene on it was immediately revealed to everyone on the bridge. It can be seen that multiple fatal wounds have even pierced through several decks, and the ship's cabins are full of scorch marks from the flames. The stern of the ship seemed to be run over by a pair of invisible giant hands, and even the ribs on the side were exposed from under the fallen armor plates. the huge pipes extended out like thorns, with charred flesh stuck on them. Miserable, sad, and desperate, the experiences of those Imperial soldiers before their death were 1,000 times more miserable than what was described on paper. May the spirits of these heroes rest in peace. Dr. Nerid made a prayer gesture, with a deep look of sorrow on his face. As a Xel'Naga, Nerid could show human empathy at the right time, but he would never feel the same way. They are all great. Matt withdrew his gaze from the wreckage of the battleship and said nothing. More wreckages of Imperial battleships appeared. These steel behemoths that once guarded various Imperial worlds to maintain peace were now just iron coffins that were either burning or waiting to be cooled. Not only human, but also Protoss warship wreckages are scattered in this cold starship graveyard. Even though they have been destroyed, they are still as beautiful as fragments of gold and blue glass. The Battle of Tiberius has lasted for many days, and the losses are not just a few warships. In contrast, there are many more Zerg corpses. So many that they can be counted in millions. But what does it matter? Just like this, the Overmind does not care about this level of casualties. Not only the bodies of mutalisks, corrupted flies and swarm devourers, but also the remains of Leviathan and Behemoth are common. Obviously, the Zerg that has been unable to take over the Tiberius system has also paid a heavy price. The only thing that made Matt feel a little relieved was that the number of Scourge in the second-generation Overlord swarm was not too large. Otherwise the battle would be much more difficult. Emperor Augustus's order to Alexei Stukov to lead the elite fleet to guard Char was a foresight move. After losing the largest number of Scourge nests in the Char Bone Trench, the number of Scourge in the second-generation Zerg has now been broken, and the newly born Scourge is far less than the consumption, resulting in a dilemma of no soldiers available. Soon, the remaining Imperial warships in the Tiberius system discovered and responded to the Hyperion. The good news is that although Horace Warfield's fleet was severely damaged, there are still more than 80 warships that can still fight. Some Imperial warships have been completely destroyed, and the wreckage is scattered in the dark and cold space. Others have simply lost the ability to move or fire, and the Imperial Navy soldiers on them are fighting desperately for the control of the ship, and even every inch of space for the Zerg that have entered the warship. On those shaky battlecruisers, damage control personnel are still racing against time to reinforce damaged bulkheads, connect damaged fire hoses and hydraulic mains, and lay emergency circuits. They are trying their best to get their warships running again and even back into battle. But for God's sake, this is not something that can be repaired by 1 or 2 SCVs. For now, the remaining Imperial warships are forming a dense defensive formation with the Protoss fleet, barely resisting the Zerg's torrent-like impact. The bad news is that as the three-way coalition forces approach the outer reaches of the Tiberius system, the Overmind tripled its troops in anger, intending to quickly eliminate the Tiberius fleets of Warfield and Artanis. But this may not be bad news for Matt, who was about to rush into the formation to activate the Xel'Naga artifact. The more Zerg in the Tiberius system, the better. Looking at the star map, Matt realized that the Overmind was completely justified in his anxiety. Edmund Duke's Alpha Squadron had arrived at the neighboring system of Tiberius. Only a few light years away from here, Mira Han's Imperial Raider fleet will arrive in less than half a day to support them. But now a Zerg fleet is holding them back. Thinking of Mira, Matt shook his head unconsciously. Just seeing this name makes Matt feel overwhelmed. She is one of the few women he can't handle at all. In another direction, the fleet of Karonis, the Terran Protoss Executor, is also approaching the Tilborn system, and is fighting hard with the main force of the Grunzerg. The fleet under Karonis' command has been formed since the days of the Protoss Empire. In peacetime, they have carried out expeditions across the galaxy to capture the Dark Templar and search for Xel'Naga ruins. But not only did they fail to find the Dark Templar, Karonis and his men also regretted not being able to return home in time when Ire fell. Because of this, these Templars, who live in pain and self-blame, are naturally the first to take the lead in atonement for their crimes. These noble Protoss were eager to die with the Zerg before Ire fell, and their fighting power was evident in their fearless spirit. Behind Karonis, the 7th fleet of the Protoss Empire was also on its way. This was another fleet from the Protoss Empire period. And even if it was just a microcosm of the former Invincible fleet, this fleet was already quite large. This perfectly illustrates what it means to have a solid foundation. And a lean camel is bigger than a horse. The Protoss always prefer to directly warp existing warships and buildings instead of building new ones. You never know what horror things the Protoss can dig out from their ancestral graves that they themselves have almost forgotten. It is possible that a huge Protoss fleet is sleeping on the planet under the feet of humans. And once they wake up, they will clamor to regain their ancient ancestral land. Admiral Horner. The sensor shows that a large number of Zerg are leaving the main battlefield and heading towards us. Matt's adjutant Porter reminded at this time. It's the winged nest of the Surtur Zerg, with 4 Leviathans. Before he finished speaking, the iconic blue carapace and blood-red eyes of the Surtur Zerg seem to be close at hand. The Surtur Zerg are known for their terrifying aggressiveness, and can be regarded as the berserker branch of the Zerg. In the shadows below the Hyperion, like a swarm of angry bees, a large number of dragons and corrupted flying insects pounced on the majestic flagship of the Empire. And the raised green shield immediately showed the flames produced by the collision and erosion of the acid and the shield force field. The Hyperion's cannon roared again. The powerful and violent firepower of this legendary warship with outstanding achievements immediately ruthlessly tore apart every Zerg that tried to approach. At the same time, more Zerg life signals appeared on the Hyperion's main screen. The red light spots on each display panel jumped wildly. The number of Zerg in this area exceeded 10 billion in a few minutes. Why are they suddenly coming towards us? Nereid's gray eyebrows frowned uneasily. Maybe the Zerg have already noticed the existence of the artifact. They are quite sensitive to the creations of Xel'Naga. Perhaps the Overmind has already had some suspicions. Matt nodded, then let it be frightened for a while. Porter, contact all our Imperial and Protoss warships, and put what I am going to say on the public channel. Yes, General. The adjutant did it immediately. All our captains who heard the communication. This is the Hyperion. We are heading towards the center of the Zerg fleet. Matt knew that the commander of the Protoss fleet could also hear what he was saying. We have the Xel'Naga artifact in our hands. Repeat. We have the Xel'Naga artifact in our hands, and are heading towards the center of the Zerg fleet. Request fire support. General Horner. The Ale shield has been received. A moment later, the voice of Artanis, the senior executive of Durham, came. Attention. All fleets. We have to help the Hyperion open a path to the center of the Zerg fleet. Follow my flagship. We will break through from the front. Did you hear that? On the other side, Warfield's tired but still firm voice came slowly. No matter what the cost, no matter how many sacrifices are made, we must ensure that the Hyperion can reach the center of the formation. All Imperial fleets, move forward. Artanis and Warfield knew what Matt was about to do, but ordinary captains didn't know. That's it. All Imperial and Protoss warships that received the order turned their heads to attract the Zerg's firepower for the Hyperion. The Thunder, an Imperial Gorgon-class battlecruiser, was in the path of the Hyperion. In the previous battle, the shield of this warship, which had been besieged by the Zerg swarm, had long been consumed, and its surface was in ruins. Without any hesitation, Thor's hammer went straight to meet a Leviathan that rushed towards Hyperion. In the dark void, 2 huge shadows collided head-on. Then, the captain of Thor's hammer ordered the detonation of the 4 Titan fusion reactors on the battleship. And the terrifying flames immediately engulfed the battleship and everything around it. Despite the absolute disadvantage in size, the Minotaur battlecruiser Jupiter still met the Leviathan in front of Hyperion, and the already damaged hull burned again. The radio channel of another battleship was completely silent, and it was chillingly silent. Hyperion moved forward on the battlefield of iron and fire, and countless battleships sank along the way, and countless Zerg corpses lay. The flames engulfed the entire Tiberus galaxy. Chapter 664, Retreat Without a Fight. With the belief of facing death, and the aggressive fighting spirit, the majestic and beautiful Hyperion bravely crossed the battlefield with countless casualties. The portholes were filled with the spectacular orange-red flashes of explosions, warship fragments and huge and bloody corpses of alien insects. The towering ship was shrouded in a magnificent halo. In the deep and dark space, the flashes and impacts released by the artillery fire and warship explosions in an instant were like a new star that lit up in the middle of the night, as if the stars were shining. Matt Horner stood on the staggering Hyperion and thought of the first time he set foot in space. He sat on the rear deck of the Tyrador ocean-going fishing boat and looked at the clear night sky. The deep black sky was endless above his head, and countless dazzling stars twinkled on it, which were larger and brighter than he had ever seen before. It was really a sky full of stars, and the sky was bright. Maybe this universe is not as beautiful as humans imagine. Humans have only been sailing in the interstellar for a few centuries, and they are still as ignorant as apes who have been looking at the stars for thousands of years. But even so, even the Protoss admire the ignorant but fearless courage of humans. This young race may have as many excellent qualities as their shortcomings. He suddenly thought of people saying that everyone will become a star in the sky after death. We are becoming stars. The deeper we go into the center of the vast sea of insects, the more and more king insects, dragons, and corrupted flying insects are flying in the artillery fire. These terrifying monsters cling to the creaking alloy-forged armor of the Hyperion with sharp claws, stare fiercely into the porthole glass with malicious dim eyes, screaming and roaring, eager to get in and tear the humans in the battleship apart. When Matt looked back, there were only 4 Imperial warships left following Hyperion, including Warfield's flagship Iron Justice. The huge warship was almost completely obscured by the shadow of the vast sea of insects, and the flashing lights on the bow were being swallowed up by the darkness bit by bit. In front was the flagship of Artanes, the high-ranking executor of Durham, the Ale Shield. The energy dome supported by this majestic Protoss mothership resisted most of the firepower for the Hyperion, and the brilliant light released when the matrix on it was overloaded was extremely spectacular and beautiful. Several Protoss aircraft carriers shuttled between the 2 wings of the Hyperion, escorting their human allies. In a blink of an eye, the speed of another Protoss aircraft carrier slowed down significantly, and with a faint spark suddenly rising from the catering crystal core matrix and energy output conduit, blue flames immediately rose from the side of the warship. This aircraft carrier was quite close to the bridge of the Hyperion, and it was in this way that it could clearly and intuitively feel how magnificent her side filled with golden and blue light was. The service time of this aircraft carrier can be traced back to the golden age of the Protoss Empire, and its history is even longer than the history of the Copperly humans. Finally, after a time that was enough to erase the vague memory of steel, this great and glorious legendary warship ushered in the last battle, and all the crew members on it were witnesses of all this. Matt's ear seemed to be lingering with the roar of the Protoss warship crew's endless anger, and the Templar who returned to Kala must be praised by countless Protoss hymns. The Protoss are a noble and poetic race, but they are also stubborn and conservative. If they are your enemies, they will fight to the death. If they are your friends, they will follow you through life and death. We are approaching the center of the enemy camp. Adjutant Porter lowered his head to check the radar scan map several times faster. His expression was still calm, but his face was pale. It was hard to imagine that a majestic steel ship like the Hyperion was tossing like a small boat in this vast sea of insects, as if it could be overturned by a huge wave at any time. At this moment, the Hyperion's energy shield had long been exhausted, and the corrupted flies and swarm devourers had corroded the heavy armor with terrible strong acid. Hundreds of Zerg were swarming into the cabins of various decks. Hundreds of cabins, hatches, elevators, and passages leading to various decks were all experiencing desperate and brutal battles. The Imperial Marines were guarding the various important roads, and the engine technicians, ordnance sergeants, and damage control behind them were doing their best to maintain the normal operation of the warship under the command of the ship's service officer. They could be destroyed at any time by the hull rupture accident and the bloody mouth of the Zerg. A corner of the Hyperion's bridge window had been torn by the Zerg. The pressure difference between the inside and outside of the warship created a hurricane and a terrifying suction force. The Imperial officers and soldiers on the bridge would be sucked in if they were not careful. The strong wind blew the collar of Matt's tight khaki uniform and the downward brim of his hat. Several Imperial Marines holding Gauss rifles were running and shooting at the alien dragons struggling to squeeze in through the gap in the porthole. At such a critical moment, Matt was also unmoved, as steady as a mountain. After so many years, he has seen too many storms and waves, and he is ready to sacrifice himself for the cause of the Empire. It's time to start the Nova strike. Matt listened to the shouts on the ship's channel and the sounds of collisions and explosions in his ears, and gave the order without changing his expression. Behind the bridge corridor of the Hyperion, the huge portrait of Emperor Augustus Mengsk standing with a sword seemed to be watching the Hyperion and the Imperial soldiers on it. The survival of the Empire depends on this move. The Hyperion is now located in the center of the most concentrated main force of the Zerg, which is enough to clear all the Zerg in Tiberius and the surrounding galaxies at once. The scene on the main screen of the bridge turned to the laboratory. The brainworm Alpha, who was trapped in the cryogenic tube, had long given up licking the donut tied to the fishing rod, and instead chased his tail in circles, muttering the wind is whistling and the Ishui River is cold. It seems that only heartless insects can always be happy like this, and human joys and sorrows are not connected to them. Even when trapped in it, Alpha can still interfere with the control of the Swarm Master through the main nest mind, so that they turn to attack their own people. Otherwise the Hyperion may be shot down by a large number of alien insects halfway. It is really a hidden merit and fame. To be fair, Alpha could have taken this opportunity to escape and return to the Zerg. But for some reason, it no longer wanted to do that. Not to mention how the second-generation Overlord would deal with the Zerg traitors. Wouldn't it be nice to stay in the Augustgrad Palace, eat the Emperor's food and wait for death? On the other hand, Alpha is not without his own Overlord. Compared with the second-generation Overlord, who is a traitor, it prefers to stay with Princess Louise Mengsk. Don't worry, General Horner. You can trust Egon Stedman. In the laboratory, Stedman, who was watching the brain worm entertaining itself, stood up from the ground with his head held high. To be honest, there was a time when the alien worms that rushed into the Hyperion almost broke into the laboratory. Stedman could even hear the sound of these little beasts smashing the airtight valves and instrument panels. He couldn't help but feel weak in the knees, and almost screamed out to embarrass the adults. Hurry up. Matt's brows furrowed. Stedman was indeed a first-rate genius, with amazing talent, even among humans. But he always failed when he was most confident. Stedman had long been ready to launch the Nova Strike, and was eager to show his skills. It was not difficult to activate the Zelnada artifact. Even several Marines could easily activate it with the operating manual. Just like dealing with a toaster. Stedman's research found that the Zelnada artifact did not originally have the function of Nova Impact. And it was completely the result of Dr. Nereid's messy transformation. And this transformation is not very clever even for a stupid person like Stedman. It won't take long for him to develop some interesting new functions. In other words, the Zelnada artifact itself is a mysterious key with infinite possibilities, which can open the door to all mysterious knowledge. But in Stedman's opinion, the Zelnada left the artifact not to destroy his unworthy descendants, but for some other purpose. Maybe it's just for fun. Of course, if Stedman could understand what these ancient gods of the Protoss were thinking, he felt that he could go see a psychiatrist. There was no need for Stedman to do it himself. His assistants had already activated the preset program of the Zelnada. A ripple of mysterious power lingered from the Hyperion, and the warning lights on the 5 cryogenic tubes that powered the artifact through the energy conduit immediately flickered. Unexpectedly, the ripples emitted by the Zelnada artifact before its pre-activation immediately terrified the Zerg around the Hyperion. And even the Leviathans that were approaching stopped in doubt. Obviously, that was the most intuitive reaction of the Overlord and the Zerg Masters, who were controlling the entire Zerg behind the scenes. It was like a thorn suddenly stuck in the neck when eating fish. In an instant, the dense Zerg swarms made way for the Hyperion. The next moment, everyone heard the Lord scream of infinite anger. It must have been confused as to why the Zelnada artifact that had just been used on the planet Tasha suddenly appeared in Tibris, more than 1,000 light-years away. If the fleet had been ordered to take the artifact from Tasha to Tibris as soon as it was launched, it would have been able to make it in time. But the Lord had not yet launched the Tibris campaign. Emperor of the Terran Empire. Is this also in your calculation? What puzzled the Lord the most was that each time the Zelnada artifact was used, it had to spend at least 3 months to recharge the artifact. So it decisively launched the war at this opportunity. But it didn't expect that it was also Emperor Augustus's plan. Now he has 5 spiritual energy sources to charge the Zelnada artifact with the addition of the Brainworm Alpha, which greatly shortens the time interval between each use of the Nova Impact. If it is not enough, he can also put Nereid in. Without much hesitation, the swarm will flee as soon as they sense the energy fluctuations of the Zelnada artifact. A part of the swarm acted as pawns and launched a desperate attack, while the swarm behemoth and Leviathan carried by the main force began to open the wormhole space to prepare for evacuation. But it was still a step too late. What are you doing? The Brainworm Alpha was keenly aware of something wrong and knew that Stedman was about to activate the artifact. In fact, Alpha was not so afraid of being drained by the Zelnada artifact. It was indeed painful at the beginning, but it was actually a bit cool after getting used to it. Of course, it was impossible for it to admit this. Lily Alpha made a mocking expression to laugh at Stedman. Are you ready? Stedman clamped the control terminal in his armpits and adjusted the goggles on his nose. Alpha's eyes narrowed. Ah! Before Alpha could say anything else, a dazzling white light overflowed from Alpha's many wide-open eyes and mouth, as if his soul had left his body. Stedman couldn't help but raise his hands high, and his dancing appearance made him look like a shaman offering sacrifices to living people. Or maybe he had taken a little bit of Gyazine for inspiration recently. Of course, This was a small intake in accordance with the doctor's advice. A beam of light that humans could not see rose on the Hyperion. And a moment later it was brighter than the sun on Tiberius. Matt saw that in an instant. The Zerg that had been climbing on the porthole of the Hyperion bridge turned into pieces of meat and flesh. Just like vampires in the sun. Turning into ashes with screams. Except for the huge Leviathan, Behemoth, and a small number of giant king worms. All the Zerg in the Tiberius system disappeared. The number of tens of billions of Zerg has been wiped out in this short period of time. The Imperial soldiers who have experienced this tragic battle breathed a sigh of relief and felt an unreal confusion. Since the first activation of the Xel'Naga artifact, the Zerg are still helpless against this terrible weapon. This is a weapon that directly acts on the Zerg gene level, as if it is a divine punishment from the creators. Perhaps this is the last mercy of the Xel'Naga. They once created the Zerg with their own hands. And of course, they also have countermeasures. Another possibility is that the Xel'Naga who created the Zerg is not the same as the one who left the artifact. The battle is not over yet. Keep chasing. Warfield's voice came again. And the awakened Imperial warships turned to attack the Leviathans and Behemoths that had been severely damaged by the Xel'Naga artifact, but were still alive. But on the port side of the Hyperion, the Gorgon-class battlecruiser Master of the Universe did not respond. The Master of the Universe had been protecting the Hyperion's left wing, and had taken a lot of firepower for friendly ships. But at this moment, it had become a sad empty shell. Like a snail shell sucked dry by leeches. Even for these warriors with hearts as strong as steel. This was an extremely difficult test. Most of those who came here were full of fighting spirit, knowing that they were going to die, which made it even more unforgettable for those who will miss them. Those who survived will feel lucky to be alive, but also feel guilty that they were not with their friends. For those who lost all their friends at once in this war, the rest of their lives will be much more difficult. Now, it's all over. Chapter 665, Forging the Sword of the Empire with Blood. Imperial Territory. Bikaluo Autonomous Territory. In the early morning, the velvet blue blanket covering the sky gradually became golden. In this town called Freeport by the original pioneers of Bikaluo, thousands of red-tiled gabled buildings scattered on high ground were shrouded in the golden red skylight. And a white road running straight east along the street disappeared far away at the end of the horizon. Octavia Bren drove the newly purchased combined harvester and her family along the road between the fields to the town, leaving the fading stars behind. When she occasionally looked back at the huge fields that were neatly divided into pieces, and the silver lighting protection towers and treatment towers standing in between, she always felt as if she was in another world. Summer has arrived, and the trees beside the fields are full of white apple flowers. The fragrance of flowers is refreshing, as if you are in a sea of flowers. Unexpectedly, Bekaluo, where the environment is harsh and the land is barren, and there is no extra land to grow cash crops, will have a day when flowers bloom. In the past, Octavia thought that the world surrounded by green trees and flowers only existed in old data books and disks. And she never imagined that this planet that had brought so many hardships to her ancestors would become like this. Just think about the past when they were hungry. And today they seem to be living in heaven. Unlike rich and prosperous planets like Agria, Helsin and Haven, Bekaluo was originally an ordinary rotten stone in the universe. And perhaps even beautiful flowers can bloom on the poorest land, even if this beauty is always fleeting. For years have passed since the first Terran fleet arrived on Bikaro and raised the red flag on the moody stone planet, declaring that Emperor Augustus Mengsk I ruled over a world long forgotten by the old Federation. For years have passed, and a lot has changed. When the Empire drove out the Zerg invaders and established a government that gave its people a high degree of autonomy, some pessimistic natives could not help but think that the free and unfettered anarchy of the past would soon be replaced by a cruel and repressive policy. Perhaps these people's views will be verified in a few decades or hundreds of years. But now it seems that the Empire has brought far more to the people of Bikaluo than what they have lost. In order to improve the soil quality of Bikaluo and accelerate the earthing process, August Grad specially sent a team of experts with a high reputation to build a scientific research station and a climate monitoring station. In order to deal with the complex earthquakes and thunderstorms on the planet, the Empire demolished the past-free ports and built shock-absorbing buildings, earthquake monitoring stations, and lightning towers on a solid and stable foundation. Gradually, the planet became habitable, and more fertile land was reclaimed on Bikaluo. Even settlements such as towns and villages gradually increased with the continuous influx of targeted immigrants. Freeport, the only town on the planet, has become a small city with a population of 50,000. Facilities such as parks and cinemas that were unthinkable in the past have also sprung up. Octavia couldn't understand why Beccalúo, which used to have only 2,000 or 3,000 people, suddenly had so many people pouring in. Freeport is not even the largest city on the planet. The largest one is near a large high-energy gas mining area hundreds of miles away. The current population of Beccalúo is conservatively estimated to be 500,000, which is of course nothing in the vast Terran Empire. But considering the population base in the past, it has increased hundreds of times in 4 years. When the sun just rose, Octavia drove the harvester into the road that runs through the Freeport from east to west. Before dawn, the sidewalks beside the road were full of people. People who make a living on the barren land must work harder than people in other places to survive, because only the food grown by the sweat of the land can barely feed their families. If they can't grab a bite of food from others, they may not see the sun tomorrow. This may be why the Masera people are often more sturdy than others, while those who grew up in fertile lands do not have that kind of aggressive aggression. Regional differences make people in different territories of the Terran Empire have different customs and styles of doing things. After all, this is a vast interstellar empire with a vast territory. Octavia knows that this difference may be found in the biology teacher's course. On the remote islands of AI far away from the main continental plate, the readily available food and the lack of predators have spawned many flightless chickens. The life of worry-free food and clothing gradually makes them grow fat and round, and several can be knocked out with a stick. The lack of competition also makes the evolution of these island species go in completely different directions. In contrast, a port of the dead, who grew up in an environment where he would starve to death if he was weak, is always a hungry wolf rather than an ignorant little rabbit. There are many honest and hard-working farmers in the new colony of Haven, but they will not hesitate to knock your skull if you steal the crops they depend on for survival. The Beccalúo people may be lucky. They finally did not evolve into the free-range chicken of AI. As soon as they entered the free port, Octavia found that the golden and red flags of the Terran Empire were hung on both sides of the road. The atmosphere of the people was obviously much more enthusiastic than a few days ago, as if they were commemorating the Emperor's accession to the throne. The buildings in the free port were all built after the first year of the Empire. They are solid and beautiful. There are rotating wind-powered street lamps on the roadside, and the shops selling all kinds of imported goods are full of dazzling goods. At the entrance of the free port stands a huge bronze statue of Emperor Augustus with 2 giant wolves sitting on his side. Not only here, almost every imperial city built after the disaster will erect such a statue to express respect for the emperor. Those anti-imperialists who incite rebellion and riots will spread rumors that there are surveillance cameras installed under the eyes of each statue of the emperor to monitor the entire city. And anyone who plots against the statue will be arrested and interrogated by OGB plainclothes. But Octavia didn't care. How could a statue monitor a city? Who would plot against the emperor's statue? Although 4 years ago, the people of Beccalúo had never heard of Augustus Minsk and his imperial government. They all loved him. 2 years ago, a sudden fungal infection caused by smut swept across Beccalúo. Not only did this emerging colony suffer a terrible famine, but a large number of people died from the infection. Beccalúo realized how lucky she was to have a responsible government. Following the order of Emperor Augustus, the imperial governors of Ashrigo, Zeph III and Cridon sent rescue teams, including a large number of medical personnel and relief food. If it weren't for the help of other imperial worlds, Beccalúo's population would have been reduced by at least half, and Octavia's parents almost died in the disaster. At this time, the figures of the imperial soldiers can be seen everywhere in the free port. Young people in blue, black, and brown khaki uniforms walk in groups of 3 or 4 on the blue brick streets, chatting as they walk. The imperial military police with shoulder patches guard the bars, shops, and all places where alcohol and other contraband may be sold to sailors in the free port. Many military reconnaissance drones shaped like giant dragonflies with 2 wings dominate the sky above the town, keeping a close eye on the soldiers scattered throughout the free port. The quality of the Imperial Navy soldiers is quite good, and the military discipline is quite strict. The Navy unilaterally claims that only those who cannot become Navy soldiers will be sent to the Marine Corps. But if these young men who may not have seen the opposite sex for half a year are not carefully monitored, it is no joke if they cause some scandals. The locals have long been accustomed to the fact that soldiers often appear here. There is a super-large military port in the orbit of Beccalúo as the anchorage for the warships of the Imperial Sixth Fleet. Every once in a while, When the fleet returns to the port for supplies, these soldiers will be allowed to come down and relax. The Imperial government vigorously built Bika Rock not only because of its unique geographical location in the Copperless sector, but also because of its rich high-quality high-energy gas resources, which are also extremely important energy sources. The frequent and violent earthquake activities in Bika Rock also caused a large number of high-energy gas springs to be moved closer to the surface, making them easier to mine. 95% of Bika Rock's crystal or minerals are used to cast warships to support the huge fleet in the naval port. In this era of massive Zerg invasions and devastation, Bika Rock is extremely lucky to have a large fleet stationed there. You know, those developed core worlds that think they occupy a considerable position in the Empire do not have such treatment. In the past 2 days, the number of Navy soldiers coming to the free port to take a breath has obviously increased. Octavia has received some news that a large number of Imperial warships withdrawn from the front line are now resting in the Bika Luo military port, and a large number of nervous Imperial Navy soldiers have nowhere to go. Amid a commotion and exclamations, an Imperial Navy soldier with his buttons torn ran across the street on one side, but was knocked to the ground by the military police and free port law enforcement officers who had been waiting for a long time. "Why don't you let me drink? When my brothers and I were fighting in the Tiberius system, you guys were enjoying yourself." But even when he was about to be taken away, the soldier cried and kicked the law enforcement officer who was firmly controlling him. "We went to Tiberius, and you just stayed here. Why? Why didn't you die?" He didn't drink the wine, but he still looked drunk. He might have violated the rules and injected himself with a large amount of enhancers, which would be severely punished according to military regulations. Octavia immediately understood that the soldier might have just come down from the Tiberius front. The soldier's anger and despair made him cry, because all his friends who knew him well were left there forever, and only he came back alive, like a lonely ghost left alone in the world by the god of death. She couldn't imagine what kind of expression she would have when facing the bodies of her friends and relatives if they died in the war. Even ordinary civilians in the Empire knew something about the battle that just ended in the Tiberius system, although their understanding was quite limited. A month ago, the Zerg invaded the Tiberius system again and destroyed the colonies under construction, and several Imperial worlds were exposed to the giant mouth of the Zerg. A large number of Imperial fleets then fought a decisive battle with the Zerg in Tiberius. It is said that even the Protoss participated in this melee. This may be the largest interstellar war since Emperor Augustus ascended the throne. Just from the UNN's evasive reports, it can be seen that this battle was unprecedentedly tragic, with fleets destroyed and the galaxy turned upside down. The list of casualties alone is shocking. Just looking at such reports, people can't believe what would happen if such a war did not happen in the distant unknown Tiberius, but on the planet where they live. Octavia can still clearly remember the days when her parents stayed by the phone all night waiting for notification. Fortunately, her brother Lars Bren, who was serving on the Gorgon-class battlecruiser Liberation Day, did not appear on the list of dead and missing. But Octavia knew that this was only temporary. There were too many casualties, and the list has not yet been fully counted. Liberation Day is a powerful battleship. The ship was named to commemorate the day when the Revolutionary Army liberated Mars Sera from the tyranny of the Federation. But Octavia could not rest easy. On the battlefield of Tiberius, even the Gorgon could sink. Take the Imperial Navy where Lars served. The sinking of a battlecruiser could mean the death of at least 2,000 or 3,000 people on the battlefield. The chance of survival is not high. Therefore, the Empire has not yet announced all the sunken Imperial battleships. Each battlecruiser is a guardian god that maintains the Empire's rule and protects one side. Their loss is likely to cause an uproar at the Imperial social level. But relatively speaking, this time the Empire also won a huge victory in Tiberius, not only killing tens of billions of Zerg, but also chasing their remaining fleets. At present, the Empire has not only expelled all Zerg within the Empire's territory, but also destroyed dozens of Zerg nest worlds of varying sizes through orbital bombardment. The military even boasted that the Zerg would not be able to revive and invade the Empire world on a large scale within a few years, and the victory of the Tiberius system would win long-term peace. This is why the Freeport was so festive. In fact, it was not only here, but most of the Empire was celebrating the victory, so that the voices of those who questioned that this might be a tragic victory were ignored. In other words, the Terran Empire was far behind in terms of population, military strength and mobilization. Even if it could win many wars against the Zerg, it was a miracle. You know, The power of the second generation of Zerg is even comparable to that of the first generation of Zerg that overturned the Protoss Empire and destroyed Aiur. And even more so. Regardless of power or determination, Emperor Augustus on the throne has done everything to make his tribe invincible in this vast sea of stars. Whether he is the tyrant of the times or Prometheus holding the fire, future generations will comment. Finally, human civilization has survived another period of hardship. If the enemy cannot destroy humans, they will only become stronger and stronger. Thinking of this, Octavia drove faster, hoping to see her brother Lars's funny face when she got home. CYM McCarthy. The young widow was still waiting for Lars. She had already lost a husband in the Battle of Tasha. Chapter 666. Lowering the flag. The Gorgon battlecruiser Liberty Day sailed smoothly into the anchorage of the Sky Shield Orbital Platform number 4 of Korhal, where dozens of giant ships were moored. Her majestic and huge hull was covered with the light of the star of the Korhal system, like a steel city with golden edges. Engine Technical Sergeant Lars Brunn leaned against the cold bulkhead behind the high chair, looking at the brightly lit starport outside the small observation window of the technical soldiers' mess. He worked in the burning heart of the engine room for 12 hours. And now he can finally put on a clean shirt and rest behind the Sky Shield Orbital Platform, which seemed to have no end like a continent. The shining sun of the Korhal system stopped in the sky, and the Viking fighter planes passing by at high speed outside the window seemed to be about to drive into the incandescent light spot. Gradually, the magnificent body of another sister ship of Freedom Day, the Gorgon-class Judgment Day, slowly appeared under the observation window in front of Lars. The Judgment Day was almost exactly the same as the one under Lars' feet. The Gorgon was definitely the greatest warship he had ever seen. Compared with Judgment Day, even the once largest Minotaur class pales in comparison. When the awe-inspiring naval guns unleash a sea of fire, it seems like a divine punishment. She is the queen of the starry sea, the ruler of the world, and the light of order for mankind. Lars grew up in a small town called Freeport in Beaker Row. There are only 2,000 or 3,000 people in the town. And even if you go on a long trip, you may meet acquaintances and neighbors. There are more than 8,000 people on the Freedom Day Gorgon, where Lars is serving as a technical soldier. He dare not say that he has been to a quarter of the cabins on the ship, let alone know everyone. Countless times, Lars Brunn told himself that this is what the human civilized world really looks like. In a small place like Beekaluo, there are only meteors in the sky. The small Beekaluo is just a featureless rocky planet on the edge of the Copperlu sector, a barren and desolate piece of rotten stone, but in stark contrast to his unimaginative neighbors and relatives. Lars never thought that the whole world looks like this. Lars is different from those people in Beekaluo. The adventurous spirit he has had since childhood, and the curiosity that can never be satisfied make him look more like an adventurer and fighter. Perhaps that is the quality possessed by the first humans who looked up at the stars. Lars read the postcards and books left by his grandparents, and knew that countless strange star sights and bizarre interstellar stories are what the world really looks like. Humans were not born to live on the planet Beekaluo. Their ancestors came from the starry sky and from the more distant stars. Humans are the children of the stars, and the stars are their home. The ancestors of Beekaluo were a group of hermits who cut themselves off from human society. They would rather live a hard life with material scarcity than set foot in the starry sky again, living like ascetics pursuing purity and faith. Lars was trapped in such doubts, and the people around him just attributed it to the cruel persecution of the Terran Federation. They had no power to resist, so they could only go into exile to a place unknown to everyone, so as not to be discovered by others. Never contact the outside world has even become a dogma passed down from generation to generation by Beekaluo. Just like an irrefutable dogma, even if the new generation has a vague impression of the federal government. Although it has only gone through 3 generations, Beekaluo's technology has fallen into permanent stagnation and regression with the death of scientists. Lars believed that if Beekaluo could continue for several more generations without being discovered, the planet would most likely degenerate to the level of primitive people. Every new generation of Beekaluo people would be sternly told by their elders that a demonized human government had been established, and that they should never contact the stars, and never respond, no matter what Lars thought. This was really sad, and he did not want himself and his descendants to live this kind of life. It wasn't until the day the Terran fleet arrived at Beaker Row that Lars' life changed. He knew he would never forget the shock brought by the shining armor of the Imperial Marines and the huge Goliath robots. And the pride on the faces of those Imperial soldiers was even more fascinating. What brave and loyal warriors. Each of them was proud of the empire they were defending. When the Imperial Navy established its first interstellar naval port in Bikaro, Lars decided to leave on an Imperial Navy warship. But he was not drafted into the army until the eve of the outbreak of the Second All-Out War. Lars Brun didn't think there was any problem with this. The Terrans had a new government, no longer a corrupt and greedy federation. Lars had never actually met the ruler of the empire, but those who knew him were in awe of him. After all, the emperor's framed portrait was hung in a prominent position where the sailors could see it, and he was a familiar figure on the imperial credit notes. Later, Lars learned that in the history of the Terrans, no one had ever achieved such outstanding achievements as Emperor Augustus. Emperor Augustus enjoyed great prestige in the army and among the people, and even those who hated him could not deny his achievements. Have you heard that many Marines on the ship have been given leave and are going to Augustgrad to have fun? Chief Surgeon Philip held 2 glasses of Mai Tai cocktails. At this time, the honor guard and the military band really don't need to do anything. Lars took a cocktail from Philip and said maliciously, "You can't ask the Marines to always do the same work as us." They had somehow become friends since Lars had a damn rotten tooth pulled out in the medical bay. Philip came from Paragos, a planet with extremely harsh climate, where colonists had to survive in deep swamps of thorns and terrible hurricanes. But in general, the conditions in Paragos were much better than those in Bikaroko, because it had a highly developed sister planet in the same star system. So Philip was fully able to receive a higher level of education and become a military doctor in the Navy. In Lars's opinion, it was a coincidence and a wonderful thing that there were 2 worlds suitable for human habitation in a galaxy, because the people there could look up and see another star inhabited by humans, knowing that they were not alone in this universe. But Philip did not mention his hometown at all, which might be related to the fierce battle between the Empire and the Zerg and Parangs. "Why? Are you busy again recently?" Philip looked at Lars with his blue eyes. "Who says it's not?" After a trip to Tibris, 10 of the 12 condensers on both sides of the ship had problems, and some were still leaking. If it's not solved quickly, the guys on the lower deck will have to sleep in the wastewater. Lars complained. "I still have to watch the ship repairers coming up from the port, and tell them every 5 minutes what to touch and what not to touch." Friends, we always thought that the Freedom Day super battleship was indestructible, but we didn't understand it until we encountered the Zerg on Tibris. Sometimes, even if we are just bumped and bruised, we still have to lose a layer of skin. Philip shook his head. The Battle of Tibris had ended several weeks ago, and Philip could not stop trembling whenever he thought of that terrible war. The heroic spirits, who had always stayed in Tibris, seemed to be sighing in his ears, asking him why he did not save them. The Freedom Day, where Philip and Lars served, was definitely lucky. At least it was evacuated from the Tibris system intact. You know, at that time, they could only watch their friendly ship sink in the vast sea of insects and turn into a terrible orange-red flame. Gorgon was already the highest level warship in the Terran Empire, but 5 of them were lost in the Tibris system. Only about 30 warships of the Warfield fleet sailed out of the Tibris system, and more than 50 warships were severely damaged, and the rest turned into fragments drifting between galaxies. They thought they had been trained to be fearless warriors, but only those who experienced it personally could understand how desperate these warriors, who were at the center of the battlefield at that time, were. Every time you kill an alien Zerg, you have to pay the price of blood. But the alien Zerg seem to be endless. Countless blood and countless sacrifices have brought us today's victory. Don't mention it anymore. Lars drank the cocktail in the glass and signaled Philip not to continue. He thought there were countless mysteries waiting for him to explore above the stars, but he ignored the hidden dangers. Only people like Lars, who have truly experienced it, can know the truth of this war. Lars was not in charge of fighting, but that didn't mean he hadn't seen death. Lars had seen the Zerg destroy an entire planet, razing a settlement much larger than Bika low to the ground, killing millions, and the Protoss fleets burning worlds with terrible fire. The memory of the terrible war in the Tibris system will never fade. It is really a lingering nightmare. Most of the people on the Liberty have been awakened by the cruel reality, and will no longer say without hesitation that a real man should drive a warship. They no longer wanted to fight. The passionate young men had already experienced the horror of war and the suffering of separation. Lars used to think he was already a veteran, but it was not until the end of the Battle of Tibris that he realized that he was far from it. By lying about his age, Lars served in the Imperial Navy for more than 2 years. It was a miracle that he was promoted to a sergeant and served on a flagship battleship like the Freedom Day. Imperial soldiers who have been to Char all think they are superior to others. If they have also participated in the IR expedition, they can brag about it for the rest of their lives. Although Lars had not been to many planets, he had followed the fleet to hell like Blaxis. Lars had been to that endless ice field and watched the violent and ferocious bare-toothed beasts roaming around on it. Originally, he thought that the jagged glaciers and raging blizzards of Blaxis were the most terrifying things in the world. Until he was really close to death this time. During the most difficult time of the Battle of Tibris, the Liberty was separated from the main fleet by a large swarm of Zerg, and the shields and hulls were bitten through by the Zerg. The terrifying Zerg poured into the hull and hunted the humans they saw along the various hatches. Lars followed a team of electrical engineers, mechanics and engine technicians to rush to the most dangerous places to repair facilities. There was blood and death everywhere, and his mind was full of the horrible scene of being dismembered by the Zerg. Many people he knew died, including Fatlar and Jesus Lut, who were once alive. During the boring voyage, these people always sat in the workshop and talked about various stories and their families, until Lars even remembered their family names and interesting stories. Until they had nothing to say, they all failed to return to Korhol. Failed to return to the place where they started. Well, we don't want to talk about it. Philip spread his hands and turned to talk about the interesting things he heard. I know Princess Dorothy is in a port in Sky Shield. She came all the way from Viridia. I don't have time to go. Lars knew that if he wanted, he could apply for a vacation. Wake up. Princess Dorothy will never be interested in you. I already have a beloved girl. Philip never mentioned this. Really? Lars smiled. There is also a girl waiting for me in my hometown. I know. Her name is Xin. Philip said. When are you going back to see her? She must be very worried. Wait for the next holiday. Lars said. What about you? I really want to see her again. Philip said. But she has been dead for 2 years. After that, they were silent. In the distance, the Warmonger battlecruiser was slowly entering the port under the guidance of the signal light. After waiting for a while, Philip spoke again. I think you should take a leave and go with me to the Sky Shield orbital platform. There is a flag-lowering ceremony going on there. I heard that Emperor Augustus is also there. In the Terran Empire, all the flags of the Empire will fall at the end of the day. But it is destined that no one will see it raised again. Can we see the Emperor? Lars asked. Who knows? Philip said. You don't look very interested. Lars looked at him. I don't like him. Philip said. Why? Lars asked. You always ask why for everything. That's why you are the most annoying. Philip shook his head repeatedly. But you still want to be friends with me. Lars shrugged. I feel sorry for you. You don't even have anyone to talk to. Philip snorted. You are not honest. Lars said. I was the first one to talk to you. Can you read minds? Like those ghosts? Have you seen them? No. That's why they are ghosts. Hey, guys. I heard the Emperor is here. In the restaurant, a Navy soldier who was walking and suddenly shouted. Philip rushed out immediately after hearing that. Chapter 667 Sky Shield. Car 4's orbital defense platform Sky Shield is undoubtedly another milestone in the latest technology and aerospace industry of the Terran human regime after entering the Imperial era. It is known as the last barrier of the Imperial capital. It is a giant space building made entirely of steel and as magnificent as a city in the sky. Together with the other 4 orbital platforms, it forms Kar's strict high-altitude orbital defense network. The same architectural miracle is almost impossible to reproduce on the surface of the planet. In order to obtain the crystal minerals smelted to build the Sky Shield, the Bennett Construction Group dug out all the crystal mines in the Kar-Wolf province. As many as 2,000 companies were responsible for providing the required steel and accessories during the construction. If August Grad standing on the irradiated wasteland of Korhol is a cold and majestic throne of the Emperor, then Sky Shield is the largest and most shining gem on the throne. Sky Shield is another masterpiece of the Terran Empire's industry. In the eyes of those who have obtained it for the Empire, it is nothing less than a brilliant wonder. Looking down from the Sentry platform surrounding Sky Shield, the iron-gray metal shell extends like a plane under the brilliance of the stars. The steel structure ceiling supported by huge structural columns and long metal beams forms a continuous and folded magnificent dome. The three-dimensional structural frame makes it look like a steel giant with exposed mechanical structure. In the center of Sky Shield, enclosed skybridges, escalators, and ramps are interspersed between the main buildings with sharp right-angled edges. Pipes connecting the atmosphere stabilization device, EMP frequency scrambler, fusion reactor, cooling tower and reverse turbine power station are like curved snakes winding around the orbital platform, along the square edges at both ends of Sky Shield. The straight interstellar port extends from the solid steel structure crane, with large docks, distribution stations, and flashing signal towers located on it. Several interstellar ports were still under construction and maintenance, with construction workers in engineering uniforms tied together by ropes on scaffolding that rose and fell like the crest of a wave. In the unprecedentedly large dock, dozens of battlecruisers were locked in the anchorage by gravity like black monsters, and the huge ships lined up in the port were endless. Through the raised connecting bridge, thousands of uniformed Imperial soldiers were walking out of their warships, looking like black lines. Many soldiers were walking onto the orbital defense platform for the first time, and those from remote and underdeveloped worlds were all dumbfounded. Sky Shield may be the largest man-made building in the history of the Terran Empire. It is larger than the largest cities in some colonies, and has more people on it than an entire colony. If you look up, you will see the blue-gray Coral 4 hanging low in the sky like a supermoon, as if you can touch it with your hand. Sometimes, rows of Viking fighters are lined up in a V-shaped formation and fly across the sky. Such a magnificent scene is the first impression of this starry sky. Sky Shield is also a space fortress with complete facilities. Everywhere you look, you can see barracks, engineering stations, and armories emitting the blue light of liquid nitrogen cooling towers. Soldiers can find all the services they can provide in the entire Empire's military bases. For example, the soldiers gathered in the Sky Shield public communication station are always the most. All public communication devices here are open to soldiers of all levels for free, after a series of relay points to increase the energy and warp transmission of the signal. They can hear the familiar voices of their loved ones, which are slightly distorted. Now, with the opening of major routes in the Empire, communication relay stations have been laid in the central and peripheral areas of the Copperless sector to ensure that even the most distant Imperial worlds can contact the Throne world in the shortest time when they are invaded or in crisis. The booming interstellar logistics industry has also made the communication and connection between many Imperial worlds closer, allowing more and more people far away from their homeland to receive goods sent by their loved ones. Although the Sky Shield orbital platform has the largest public communication station, the soldiers are always crowded. Sometimes, they had to move their crying comrades away from the microphone. Some called their families immediately, and burst into tears when they heard their parents' ecstatic voices. Some were so excited that they had to hide the news from their neighbors that their sons had died in another warship. It was urgent, and even with the efficiency of the Imperial communication network, it was difficult to notify every Imperial world of the death. Many governors of the Imperial worlds had to send special people to convey the sad news, which was an absolute bolt from the blue for every family, and was unbearable for the people of the entire Empire. Today is a day worth celebrating, because the Imperial military has just recaptured the last Imperial world occupied by the Zerg. But in the eyes of these Imperial soldiers, who have not yet recovered from the war, this seems to be nothing worth celebrating. When they knew that the Empire had finally won, they really sang and danced for a while. But then, they felt an indescribable loss. Fortunately, they survived this war. But what about the next one? In the unprecedented, large-scale, all-out war on the racial level, death has become commonplace. Casualties remain high, and fate will not always favor everyone. The important thing is that the Terran Empire won again this time. But if it loses, it may be the last time. This is great. The news that the Imperial Knight sank in the Alanar system was proved to be just a misreading. In fact, it was just stranded in a small star belt at the edge of the system. Princess Dorothy Minsk, wearing a black dress, was walking in front of her brother Augustus, with fully armed royal guards standing on both sides. They were walking towards a platform. The steps were long and steep, but the Emperor insisted on walking. The platform was originally a training ground, which could accommodate more than 20,000 people, and was surrounded by heavily guarded military camps. Sky Shield was responsible for guarding the high-altitude orbit of Korhal. So in addition to the fortress-like solid buildings, it was full of towering missile towers and railguns. And there were automated sentry towers, military facilities, and drone sentries everywhere. There were only soldiers and people working for the military here, so it was extremely difficult for spies to sneak in. When everyone was about to despair, Fate played a kind joke on us, she said. Now, we can convey this good news to all the people who are concerned about the Imperial Knight. All 5,127 officers and soldiers on the ship are still alive. Very good. The people should know this. Emperor Augustus, who was walking and thinking with his head down, raised his eyes and was obviously quite happy. Losing a ship is not worth making a fuss. But if it can be exchanged for 5,000 Imperial soldiers, I would rather pay more. Dorothy bit her lower lip gently with her teeth, folded her hands on her slender waist, and sighed quietly in her heart. From the perspective of tactical execution and strategy, the Terran Empire's battle in the Tiberius system was quite successful, because from the fundamental strength, the Empire could only barely compete with the Zerg, and there was no hope of winning. Of course, it was inevitable to pay the price of blood. The Zerg were terrible enemies after all. They had devoured countless races in the galaxy, and even the Protoss suffered heavy losses. How could you defeat such a terrible enemy without paying a price? The blow that the war brought to the Empire was expected, and since Augustus decided to deploy a large fleet in Tiberius, he was already prepared to accept the loss. But Dorothy still remembered how ugly Augustus's face was when he received the report on the loss of the warships. The throne room of the palace was filled with oppressive and terrible silence. No matter whether it was the eloquent court officials or the famous imperial generals, they dared not say a word. The good warrior, the bronze knight, the ode, the piton, each of them carried 5,000 or 6,000 people on a large warship, and the battle of the Tiberius system wasted all of them. After this battle, the Empire has lost more than 100 warships, including many meritorious warships and flagships that have been famous for many years. And at least 17 Imperial generals have died. With the production capacity of all the foundries and shipyards in the Terran Empire, it will take 3 months to make up for twice the number of warships lost this time. It is more difficult to replenish personnel, but they can also be recruited and trained. To solve the problem of the lack of crew, the construction of multiple naval military academies can also ensure that each batch of fleets built can be replenished with personnel. But the loss of a large number of outstanding fleet commanders and elite naval forces was also painful, and it was also a big blow to morale. The sword of the Empire can be recast soon, but the sword bearer is not. Soldiers can be trained again, and the numerous imperial colonies can fully afford the loss of population. But high-quality and experienced veterans are really valuable. After all, the Empire does not want newly trained soldiers to harm their own people when they go out to fight like federal soldiers. When Augustus walked down from the throne, everyone thought he was going to be furious. But in the end, he just said one sentence: chase. Many imperial generals understood the emperor's order very well. That is, Hakim, the overlord, who was already frightened, did not care whether the Zelnaga artifact could release another Nova shock. The fleeing swarms abandoned the large territory they occupied in the Copperless sector without hesitation and disappeared. This is a great comfort to the families of the Imperial Knight's crew. Dorothy showed a smile from the bottom of her heart. Even if she was only wearing a long black silk dress and an equally plain black gauze bonnet, her mature female figure was a beautiful sight among the many soldiers. Princess Dorothy Mengsk was very beautiful, and her brother, the Emperor, declared her the most beautiful in the world without hesitation. Princess Dorothy was the king of children in school at the age of 6, and began to read books on art and history at that time. Because she appeared in public more frequently than other royal family members, and had visited refugees and wounded soldiers many times, Dorothy became the dream lover of many young people in the Empire, and her suitors could be ranked from Korhal to Char. Although the brothers no longer guarded their cabbages after adulthood, no one had ever attracted Dorothy's special attention, let alone won her favor. After all, she was surrounded by excellent men like her father and brothers, and she was a distinguished member of the royal family, so she was not in a hurry to get married. For a long time, the people of the Mengsk family were quite excellent, which was quite rare in the elite aristocratic system of the old Federation. In other words, the family members were capable and reliable, and could help Augustus rule this huge empire instead of causing trouble for him. Considering that Valerian Mengsk was half Umoyan, Augustus had considered taking Umoyan and making him a Umoyan prince. However, there was no need for that at the moment. Each of them is a hero. Augustus' words define the identities of these returnees, and no one would dare to spread rumors that they were deserters and traitors. Let the Minister of the Navy arrange a time. I will personally meet with the crew of the Imperial Knight and award the medals. The experience of the Imperial Knight is legendary. She has entered the war many times, and miraculously survived to the end. She was forced to initiate an emergency space jump when she was about to be overwhelmed by the swarm. It is a difficult decision. But it is a decision that many captains have to make. Navigators and pilots spend hours calculating accurately before planning space jumps. The slightest deviation may mean millions of light years. An unprepared blind jump means a life or death situation. Fortunately, the destination of the Imperial Knights was almost at the other end of the copperless sector. But it happened to be the site of the Imperial World Giant Star. The locals were the survivors of the failed colonial movement in the old Federation era, and they joined the new empire by accident. As he was talking, Augustus walked onto the high platform that overlooked the entire training ground. The Royal Guard soldiers holding AGR rifles on the platform immediately marched forward and shouted, "God bless the Emperor." Each Royal Guard was a carefully selected elite warrior. They were already tall and strong, and they looked like giants when wearing special power armor. On one side of the stage, there were a lot of Imperial soldiers looking up at Augustus. And on the other side, there were coffins covered with white cloth, flags and flowers. Those were the first coffins transported back from the Tiberius system, and they had to be cremated before they came back. Augustus looked at the coffins, and instantly looked far away. He knew why he had to fight this war. Time. What the Empire needed most was time. But the Zerg would not give him this opportunity. In short, it was time to develop and replenish troops. If Augustus is given another 4 years, hundreds of Imperial warships will be able to point their swords at the galaxy. And this victory will buy Augustus and his empire this precious time. At this moment, surprisingly, it was not Emperor Augustus who spoke, but Princess Dorothy beside her. Dorothy has grown into a beautiful, confident, self-reliant, and independent woman. Her words and deeds have the unique noble temperament of the Korhal nobles, as well as a calm and approachable smile. She was saying, "Let us miss those who will never come back. Let us pay tribute to the warriors and those who are going to die." Chapter 668, The Golden Age, under the rule of Emperor Augustus. The electronic version of the newspaper Empire, and you founded by the subsidiary of UNN Universe News Network, is one of the most popular reading materials in the Terran Empire. The cover of the first issue of the newspaper in 2503 has the following sentence. People naturally began to compare the era under the rule of Emperor Augustus to the best era in human history, without worrying about being unfair. Max Spear indeed. This sentence shows the growing ambition and arrogance of the people of the Empire in this prosperous era. This is not a good time, with powerful enemies all around and wars continuing. And I just know that the real disaster is far more than this. The Emperor of the Empire, who was riding in an Orion turbo coupe through the streets of Augustgrad, leaned his head on the leather cushion and commented sarcastically on the cover of this issue of the Empire, "And you, tell Spear to be gentle in his boasting, so that no one will say that I control the UNN." At this time, the turbo sports car that Augustus was riding in was driving across a viaduct that crossed the center of Augustgrad like a giant dragon. Its endless ends were hidden in the hazy morning fog, and countless land vehicles seemed to be driving among the clouds. On both sides of the viaduct were skyscrapers of astonishing scale. Their Gothic vertical and towering spires extended to the invisible skyline. The black glass and polished metal exterior walls separated by huge grills were emitting dazzling luster under the sun. The people of Augustgrad seemed to live in a forest of steel and glass where giants live. The human figures on the ground are as small as ants on a hill. Augustgrad is built entirely on incredible, layered steel structures. The huge buildings neatly arranged along the highway are like black Stonehenge, which is jaw-droppingly spectacular. Billions of people live in commercial office buildings, shops, hotels, banks and apartment buildings among these cold and hard metal buildings. And even they are amazed at their achievements, as if this huge city was built overnight. Humans are nothing more than tiny ants on the planet. And even the nests built by ants can be as high as the sun. For 7 years, the borders have never stopped expanding. Augustgrad has become the largest and most magnificent city known to Terran humans. Its brilliant lights at night can be clearly seen, even from high orbit. If a few years ago, people in the Terran Empire still had doubts about whether Korhal was qualified to be the imperial capital, especially the Tarsones, then now all the discordant voices have disappeared in the great achievements of Korhal. It's easy to guess that this Spear must have racked his brains for a long time to write such words. It can't be too explicit, but it must make his emperor feel comfortable. Sarah Kerrigan sat on the other side of Augustus. Even though she was the empress of the empire, she was still as sharp-tongued as before. Of course, If Emperor Augustus didn't run to Lisa Cassidy's palace every day, Kerrigan wouldn't be so weird. Even though Augustus himself didn't have much psychic talent, he could sense the dangerous aura emanating from Kerrigan. What's wrong with letting us have such a beautiful dream? Prince Arcturus sat in the front seat, and next to him was his wife, Juliana Pasteur, the daughter of a famous Umojan diplomat. This day was the day when their son Valerian Minx graduated from the Sterling Military Academy. All the Minx family came to attend his graduation ceremony, but other family members were in another car. Considering the reputation of the royal family, Arcturus finally married Juliana. But the relationship between the couple could never return to the passionate love period of their youth. Not only that, their relationship is not even that harmonious. There have always been conflicts and disputes between the two regarding the training of Valerian. Juliana has always believed that Arcturus is just forcing his son to become a qualified heir without considering his feelings at all, while the latter does not deny this. But since Valerian chose his own future path, his gentle and kind mother can only let it go. However, in public, Arcturus and Juliana always pretend to be in love, because this is a symbol of the harmonious coexistence between the Terran Empire and the Umojan United States. Actors, you are not someone who believes that dreams can come true. Augustus turned his head to look at the scenery outside the window. People change. Actor smiled and was in a good mood. The turbo sports car that Augustus was riding in was not a very new model in Augustgrad. It was really sparse and common on the roads in the city center. In the air, a more gorgeous and fancy flying car was traveling on a route parallel to the viaduct. With the rapid development of the Empire's science and industry, cars using anti-gravity technology have entered thousands of households in the Empire at a lower price. The newly opened resource-based colonies have also made essential fuels such as high-energy gas even cheaper. Therefore, now even ordinary company employees in Augustgrad can afford to take their families on vacation during the holidays. In addition, the prosperous development of interstellar routes has finally made low-cost interstellar travel possible at the beginning of this century. If a person wants to try his luck on another planet far away from home, then he can try it. Nowadays, even in the most remote borders of the Terran Empire, you can see the Imperial fleet cruising. Every star system has built space stations and outposts of all sizes, and Imperial merchant ships can be seen in every starry sky. Developed logistics has given rise to prosperous trade, and even the marginal worlds that were originally unknown due to their geographical location have also been put on the right track. Under the governance of an unprecedented enlightened government, the Terran Empire is indeed entering a golden age of rapid development. Under the threat of powerful foreign enemies, human civilization will either stagnate or burst into infinite possibilities. The turbo sports car was silent for a while, and the mist covering the sky finally dissipated. The bright morning light flickered on the wide river below, and the graceful white high walls on both sides curved into curved arcs as the river bank extended. Looking forward, the solemn main city of Augustgrad is already in sight. The commercial district of Augustgrad is incredibly prosperous, with hundreds of millions of people passing by every day. Here, people can find goods from almost all the worlds of the Empire. In those super department stores as big as the Sky Tower, they can even find high-energy crystal minerals from Marcera, agricultural products from Haven, and high-quality wood from Formica. I found another one about you. Written by Donnie Vermillion. He must have eaten too much peanut butter, and he shamelessly said that you are not good at women. At this time, Kerrigan brought the news section on the personal terminal panel to Augustus again. Donnie is the most truthful host in UNN. Augustus spread his hands. Look at this. He actually said you are magnanimous and never bear grudges. Kerrigan sighed, lamenting that this guy was blind at such a young age. In front of the public, Augustus is naturally perfect. After all, the public cannot know that side of him in his daily life. Well, you probably can't find any news that is unfavorable to me. At least not now. Augustus looked at Kerrigan. The Minx royal family represented by Augustus had almost no scandals. Apart from occasionally inviting local governors to race vulture cars, the emperor himself did not seem to have any indecent hobbies. You said that? Does it prove that you search your name on news websites 100 times every day? Kerrigan glanced at Augustus with her beautiful eyes. How could it be? Augustus shook his head. After all, Augustus was already the most famous person in the Empire. He is not his own royal brainworm. Not only did he shamelessly publish brainworm movies and books with himself as the protagonist at his own expense, but he also always maintained a high intensity of self-searching on the internet. Unfortunately, He could only rage and argue with those who said this brainworm is so cute. After thinking about it, Augustus did not argue anymore, but stood up and hugged Kerrigan, at least blocking her mouth. Kerrigan was not angry. Otherwise, with her incredible psychic power now, she could use her mind to talk non-stop in Augustus's mind, even though she had only completed less than half of the transformation process. After being baptized by the primordial splitting pool, Kerrigan's psychic power had completely gotten rid of the shackles of humans. The primordial catalyst did not leave many traces of Zerg on Kerrigan's body, but her green eyes had completely transformed into gorgeous purple, shining with charming luster like gems. Huh? Louise, who was sitting in the middle, was dozing off, nodding her head, and was smacked by her stupid old father while looking confused. Her pair of cold gray eyes stared around fiercely, because he volunteered to take care of his little sister. Louis didn't sleep well yesterday. For the first time, he realized that children as obedient as himself might not be common, thinking that Aunt Lisa might have another brother or sister in the future. The situation has become increasingly serious. Last year, Augustus and Kerrigan's second daughter was born. After careful consideration by the family, she was finally named Charlotte Catherine Minsk. The little princess also has a strong psychic talent, but compared to her sister, she is much weaker and can only barely reach level 8. Obviously, Augustus' genes must have held him back. Just then, we finally arrived at the Stilling Military Academy. With its tree-lined campus, there is a huge black cross monument in front of the Stilling Military Academy, which was built to commemorate the Battle of Tiberias 3 years ago. Every year, a large number of veterans return here to offer a bouquet of flowers to their deceased comrades. Augustus always hands over flowers every time he passes by here. This is a custom, and his future successor must also maintain this tradition. The main entrance of the academy was heavily guarded. The sentinels in neat uniforms were all new students from the lower grades. Their open-collared coats looked both handsome and fashionable. Everyone here knew Augustus. He and his companions Kerrigan and others were quickly welcomed into the square where the graduation ceremony was to be held. But just as he found Valerian and was about to walk over, he saw Tychus Finley talking to him arm in arm. For a moment, Emperor Augustus's eyes immediately became sharp. Come! Let your Uncle Tychus have a look. Tychus chuckled and put his arm around Valerian's shoulders. Don't ask your nephew for money. Renaud solemnly reminded his old friend who had no manners. Hee. Tychus grinned so hard that his mouth was wide open, and it was obvious that he was in high spirits recently. Boy, I'll take you to have some meat today. These two uncles were the founding generals who followed his uncle Augustus to build the empire. They were like brothers to the emperor. Of course, they were elders to Valerian. Valerian naturally didn't dare to say anything more to Tychus. But if he didn't refuse, this guy would really take the younger generation to have a good time. Tychus! Augustus shouted. Tychus immediately shrank when he heard his voice, and immediately ran away in shame. No one knew what trouble he had caused recently. I still have something to do. You guys talk first. Uncle Augustus, you really came. Although he was already 21 years old, Valerian, with beautiful blonde hair, was still as surprised as a child when he saw Augustus. Congratulations, future heroes of the Empire. Augustus shook hands with several military academy students around Valerian one by one. These young students were all good friends of Valerian. They were all outstanding in the academy because they could be friends with the prince. Augustus remembered the young man named Esther Foss, who came from the countryside and was among the best in the academy full of talented people. Then, Augustus began his speech at the graduation ceremony. Today is a special day for everyone. This academy should be proud because it has always provided the most brilliant and outstanding talents for the empire. He said, this is the most magnificent era in Copperless history. And it is an era of heroes. The threat of the Zerg is still imminent, and the Taldaran Protoss are still harassing our new colonies in the Sigma sector. You will become the spokespersons of the Terran Empire and bring law, prosperity, and peace back to this land. Congratulations, lieutenants of the army. May you serve in glory. I am proud of you. The era belongs to you. Chapter 669, Tychus, the Incompetent. Stand at attention. Look up. After Emperor Augustus finished speaking, Admiral Jim Raynor, the president of the Stilling Military Academy, began his speech. Young lieutenants, I want to say that I am proud of the achievements of each of you. From today on, once you are called, you will set off to where you are most needed in the Terran Empire. He said, no matter where our army is, whether it is in the molten char or the frozen Braxis. Whether your enemy is the greedy Zerg or the evil Taldaran Protoss. Perform your duties. Only by uniting as one can we overcome difficulties. You represent the glorious vision of Emperor Augustus to create an era of peace and prosperity. The great Imperial Marines are waiting for you. Now, congratulations again. Dismissed. At the graduation ceremony, young men and women threw their flat caps into the air, ran and hugged their families, who had been waiting outside for a long time. And many of them couldn't help crying with joy. The cruel elimination rate of the Steel Ling Military Academy is frightening. The Empire established this academy to train outstanding elite soldiers. As top students graduating from the first military academy of the Terran Empire, they will surely be the future stars of the Imperial Marines, with unlimited prospects. For those students who come from ordinary families, or even refugee births, being able to become an Imperial officer is undoubtedly a leap in class and status. From now on, their fate will change dramatically. Some will achieve success and fame, while others will be buried in a foreign land. In this dark age, no one can stay out of it. As Raynor said, after graduation, they will set off for the military bases of the Terran Empire on various worlds. Some of them will also board the fleet of the Empire cruising in the vast star field and lead the Marine Corps detachment on it. The territory of the Empire spans 3 star regions, Copperlu, Sigma and Delta Quadrant, with more than 1,500 planets separated by tens of thousands of light years. These people today will surely be scattered in various distant worlds in the future, just like the stars scattered in the night sky. Frequent wars mean more opportunities for promotion for soldiers. For students graduating from the Steel Ling Military Academy, as long as they get 1 or 2 medals, promotion will become easy. After all, the Empire will not waste precious talents on basic positions. But opportunities and risks coexist. They are facing a terrible enemy that is unique in the entire history of mankind. In order to win the homeland of Terran humans from the vicious enemy, countless people will continue to step onto the battlefield of StarCraft in the future. On that far battlefield, their flesh and blood will turn into mud, and their eyes staring at the sky will become ponds filled with rainwater. 100 years later, no one will remember them. Back then, we also walked out of the Tulisi's No. 2 recruit training camp in the same way. Today, Renault was wearing a blue-black dress uniform of the Imperial Marines, with 5 gold-plated uniform buttons on the front, white gloves and black leather shoes, and a sea blue cape with a red lining and a black velvet collar on the back, looking imposing. When he walked down from the podium, his cape fluttered, looking very majestic. Augustus glanced at Raynor and felt that he was naturally a great general. With his standard Marsala tough guy image, he looked very majestic in this outfit. Tychus also had an Imperial Marine officer's dress uniform, but he couldn't help scratching his butt and crotch after only wearing it for a few minutes. Back then, they were just young boys from a rural planet. In the recruit training camp of Tulisi, there were a lot of such people, and it was not uncommon at all. Renault's father knew that his son would become a hero. He just lacked a leader, but he never thought that he would achieve what he has today. It seems that following the right leader is still very useful. Yes. Augustus began to recall what happened more than 10 years ago, after the graduation ceremony of the recruit camp. We ran to the town to drink a few bottles of beer, but we were involved in a fight between the Marines and the fleet soldiers. In the end, the noise got so bad that the military police were attracted. Come on. Tell these Marines about the rules here. Kerrigan imitated the fleet soldier's favorite saying, and imitated the expression and tone perfectly. We had no choice but to drive the military police's vulture car and escape. And there might be a battalion of military police following behind us. Augustus chuckled and said, "It's a pity that their driving skills are really bad. This may be the talent of the Minsk family. They are kings wherever they go." Augustus went from being the king of kindergarten children to the emperor of the Terrans. Ha ha ha. Renault laughed a few times, and then seemed to think of something and couldn't laugh anymore. Now these young officers who came out of the Steel Ling Officer Academy have much better conditions and starting points than they did at the beginning. But how many of them can live until the war is really over? Many of those who came out of the Tulisi's recruit training camp did not live to this day. The Union War, the Contact War, the Battle of the Brood, and the Second Total War were like the waves washing away too many people. Tom Omo, a childhood friend of Renault's neighbor, is still buried near the old house. Now there is a larger monument there to commemorate the Shiloh people who died for the Terran Empire in various wars. It was cruel. Some died at the beginning of the war, and some survived to the end. As long as they could hold on for another day or two, they could see their loved ones. But they didn't go back in the end. You thought of Tom again? Augustus also thought of him. Yes, Renaud sighed. And he had already let it go the last time I went back there. Tom's parents had already moved away. I heard that they didn't want to stay in this sad place. Tom's death was not their fault. At that time, the federal government had forced the hard-working farmers into a desperate situation. The fields were abandoned, and there were unemployed people everywhere. We had just graduated from high school, and the federal recruiters knocked on the doors of every household. At that time, many people chose to join the army. Tom is just unlucky, and we have seen too many unlucky people. Augustus shook his head and said, "How is Shiloh developing now? Although I often pay attention to it, I have never had time to go there. The changes are really big. I almost thought I got off at the wrong station." Renaud was deeply touched, you know. There are fields everywhere, and green crops grow in the fields. The food produced on the land of Shiloh is enough to feed the people of the entire Tarsones. Things have changed. When Raynor returned to his hometown on the planet Shiloh last time, he could hardly recognize it. Centerville Town, it is better to say that the current Centerville city is well known as the hometown of heroes. The most conspicuous places in the city are the brownstone statues of Imperial Marines fighting side by side with farmers. They were all built by those who left Shiloh with the Corhole Revolutionary Army and returned to their hometown. Raynor can intuitively feel the huge changes in Shiloh. In the old Federation era, the farmers who went bankrupt under the heavy taxes and high-pressure policies could not even afford to buy seeds. They had no choice but to abandon the precious land. Now, there is fertile land everywhere. The people of Shiloh are proud of their firm support for Emperor Augustus from the Civil War until now. Now the planet and its people have been rewarded. As the main agricultural world of the empire, it has made great economic progress. The land that was difficult to develop due to soil quality problems has become fertile land with the help of the empire's earthing plan. With the economic recovery and great progress in food and medicine, Shiloh's population has expanded rapidly and has exceeded its pre-war size. The new generation of Shiloh people has long been ready to fight for the empire and the emperor again, like their ancestors. Just like a dozen years ago, the new generation of Shiloh people are all hard-working farmers, and there is no longer a tyrannical federal government above their heads. Facts have proved that Emperor Augustus will never treat the world loyal to the empire unfairly. At this time, Augustus and Renaud have already walked to the podium, including Valerian, who is also among the graduating students. All the royal family members present have come over, and Renaud's family is among them. Renaud's son John is already 13 years old. Unfortunately, Renaud, who has been leading troops outside for many years, missed most of his only son's childhood. This little slug who used to follow Valerian has grown a lot taller, and looks like Raynor when he was young. But he is a little quieter. John Raynor is extremely talented and has a strong psychic talent. He did not choose to be a ghost agent, but wanted to serve as a psychic examiner in the empire. This is a very special and rare but very important profession in the administrative system of the Terran Empire. It is held by telepaths who have learned to strengthen their telepathic abilities and specialize in mind reading since childhood. As an auxiliary to the Empire's prosecution procedures and counterintelligence agencies, it is said that even the most careful people cannot escape the eyes of the Inquisitor. Your Majesty, General. Valerian saluted Augustus and Raynor with the etiquette of a soldier. This handsome Mengsk has sharp eyes, like his father, and a soft face like his mother. Since Valerian is not the first heir to the Emperor, he is not arrogant, nor does he think his status is so noble, and he is humble and polite. However, in the eyes of these old guys in the Empire, Valerian is sometimes too confident in his abilities, and has never fully estimated the dangers of the world. You grown up, Valerian. When Augustus hugged Valerian, he found that the thin and weak little boy had broad and strong shoulders. Finally, you have chosen the path you want to take. When I was his age, I was already a captain in the Federal Marine Corps. Actors was a strict father, and he didn't want his son to be too proud. Compared with the achievements of his fathers, he was just getting started. What the Empire lacks most is good generals, and they will not look down on Valerian just because of his royal status. Well done, little Valerian. Renaud patted his shoulder and whispered to him, remember, you can trust your Uncle Tychus on the battlefield in the future, and don't believe a word he says at other times. Tychus is also a useless guy. Last time, He didn't know how he got into the stealing military academy and kidnapped Prince Valerian, saying that his uncle would take him to see good things. Then, Tychus went to the largest nightclub in Augustgrad and booked all the beauties to enjoy the night by himself. But he only ordered a soda for Valerian, pointed at the holographic TV and said that the sweet and lovely female host in UNN News was good. You should watch it first. Valerian watched for a while and felt that what Uncle Tychus said made sense. In the end, I don't know why, a group of thugs in suits rushed out and said that Tychus had run away, and asked Valerian to pay the bill. This incident made Princess Juliana cry. Even the well-informed Prince Arcturus was speechless and scolded his son for being hopelessly stupid and even believing Tychus. Oh! Valerian already knew that Tychus was a bad man, so he didn't need anyone to remind him. Compared to him, Jim Raynor was much more honest. Although Uncle Jim always liked to show off his superb shooting skills, boasting that he had never missed the target since he was born with his first piss. Where are you going to serve? Augustus asked Valerian. In the east. Although the Zerg that was defeated in the Tiberius system 3 years ago has not invaded the Empire's borders in large numbers, there are still several small Zerg nests that occasionally invade the Empire's world. Recently, the Zerg have appeared more and more frequently, and there are even reports of large Zerg nests. In the west, the original Zerg have taken root and rested between the Taldaram Protoss and the Terran Empire. Due to their aggressive nature and instinct to pursue powerful essences, they always conflict with the Taldaram and humans. Fortunately, the primitive Zerg do not care about the essence of humans, and do not actively launch large-scale wars, although they still have not given up absorbing the essence of mechas and warships. In the Sigma sector that the Northern Empire has just opened up, the Empire's new colonies are also in constant conflict with the Taldaram Protoss there. Even though the past 3 years are generally considered peaceful, the war has never stopped. Although Valerian is the son of a prince, he refused to be assigned to a leisurely position in the core world after graduating from the military academy, and was determined to go to the front line. Go to where the Empire needs me most. Valerian said, I know where the most people are needed. That is the front line. At this moment, the young man seemed to be shining. You have a heart of gold. Raynor remembered that he had said the same thing to Tychus. But in terms of awareness, 100 Tychus could not compare to the young man in front of him. Go find your friends. Augustus patted Valerian's shoulder and pointed to several young students waiting for him in the distance. In the future, you may not have so many opportunities to meet often. After Valerian left, Kerrigan grabbed Augustus's clothes and whispered, Augustus, I sense Cyrodiil's psychic fluctuations. Cyrodiil is here. And alone? I can feel that he seems to be injured. Chapter 670 I brought the end of the world. Cyrodiil. Augustus looked around and thought that Cyrodiil might be hiding between the rows of tall fir trees on both sides of the academy playground. If Cyrodiil is coming, he must make it very mysterious. In general, the atmosphere is very important. Cyrodiil, 3 years have passed, and you finally appeared again. Cyrodiil is injured. Augustus' heart tightened when he heard this. Cyrodiil is a master of darkness, and there are only a few enemies who can hurt him. Is he seriously injured? Cyrodiil has a group of powerful Dark Templar followers, but he is always used to being alone. In order to find the prophecy of salvation of Xel'Naga and prevent the coming of the Dark Doomsday, this respected Dark Priest has never stopped taking risks. He rushed around the galaxy, traveled through the ruins of temples that had been forgotten for billions of years, survived unimaginable dangers, and killed countless terrible enemies with his own hands. Augustus knew how dangerous what he was doing was even better than Cyrodiil himself. Cyrodiil is badly injured. Kerrigan's eyes, which had been transformed into a gorgeous deep purple, were shimmering with a galactic gold glow. I also sensed a disgusting aura in him, and this familiar power made me shudder. Kerrigan was now not only able to recognize Cyrodiil, who even the sophisticated detection equipment of the Steel Academy could not detect, but also knew his condition clearly, which showed that her current psychic power had once again leapt forward in the past few years. It's hard to say exactly what level of psychic power Kerrigan has reached. Even Angelini, the headmaster of the Imperial Ghost Academy, who is also at level 10, admits that he can't even match one finger of the Queen. Maybe the gap is more than 1 or 2 levels. Hybrid? Augustus saw Kerrigan nod at him, and knew that his guess was right. In the past year, the number of hybrid signals observed by the Terran Empire in and outside the Copperless sector is more than the total of the past 6 years. The terrible omens are increasing. The lost world that has been sealed for endless years has reappeared in the world again. The void rift filled with terrible energy appears from the ancient Xel'Naga temple. Endless anger and malice are vented from it, as if it is a fine hole at the junction of the void and reality. Ordinary people cannot understand what such a phenomenon means. But how can the imperial government under Augustus not pay attention to it? There are various signs that the power of the fallen Xel'Naga Amon, who claims to be the god of darkness and the void, is accelerating in the real world. Augustus knew that this meant that Amon was about to be reborn, and his real purpose after rebirth was only one, which was to destroy all living things in the universe. Faraday mobilized the royal guard to strengthen the guard of the Stilling Military Academy. Augustus ordered Faraday, the captain of the royal guard, beside him. Students of the Stilling Military Academy are not allowed to approach the office building tonight. Jim, let's go to your principal's office now. After that, Augustus ordered the royal guard to escort the royal family and Renault's family home first, and then walk towards the principal's office with Renault. Augustus always puts the safety of his family first. You know, the imperial capital Augustgrad is not as peaceful as it appears on the surface. In addition to the various anti-imperial organizations hidden among the people, the mimics and parasitic humans hidden among the people of Augustgrad are also extremely dangerous and difficult to distinguish, so that the overwhelmed Augustgrad Police Department had to set up a special department to eliminate the Zerg's eyes. What happened? Prince Arcturus also followed. Cyrodiil is here. Augustus looked at Arcturus. It may be related to the recent events. Another prophecy of the Xel'Naga. Arcturus is a core member of the Augustus Empire government. And of course, he knows more inside information. The people only know that the Empire's #1 enemy is the cruel and cunning Zerg, but they know nothing about the more terrible threats. Arcturus Mengs consisted on the mandate of heaven, but he was the person who least believed in the so-called destiny. Even though he had seen the terrible hybrid with his own eyes, he was skeptical about the doomsday prophecy that the Protoss regarded as the truth. The imperial government could not help but take the various events that had happened in recent times seriously. A large number of scientists studying the Xel'Naga ruins had frequent mental problems, or even went crazy. 2 fleets of the Imperial Mobius Legion had disappeared in succession while hunting hybrids in distant star fields. The various Taldaran Protoss worlds suddenly united, and a death fleet of unprecedented scale was taking shape. The Zerg that seemed to be making a comeback during this period seemed to be related to this change. A war that might be much more terrible than the Second Total War was about to come. You'll know when you see Cyrodiil. Augustus just nodded, wondering what Cyrodiil had discovered. Although the Stealing Academy was built in the Imperial era, it was modeled after the Stealing Academy before the destruction of Quarrel. It was lush with vegetation and shaded by tall fir trees, surrounding the white cobblestone paths and gray granite buildings. In the morning sunlight of Augustgrad, the granite and glass buildings of the Stealing Academy, which showed tension and strength, were extremely majestic, and the carefully cut and polished stones reflected dazzling light. The huge French windows standing like sentinels reflected the vigorous faces of the cadets, and hundreds of white corridors led to bright and clean classrooms. In front of the majestic teaching building like a castle, a huge statue of an Imperial Marine was saluting the fluttering Imperial and Marine flags. Next to it stood a relief of the Imperial Marines fighting a desperate battle with the Zerg and the Protoss, recording the great wars of the Empire in the past 20 years. This is the most prestigious military academy in the Terran Empire, the cradle of cultivating the Empire's elites. Augustus walked into the lobby of the office building, and the sentries on both sides, who were both nervous and somewhat excited, immediately stood straight. When they came to their senses, the royal guards had already blocked all the important roads, and it looked like a storm was coming. Renault's principal's office was very clean. He was a nostalgic person, and the decoration here was quite in the style of the Masala bar. There was an old-fashioned record player on the table, and a huge hunter-killer hydralisk skull hung on the wall. This hydralisk skull was the result of them using a crane to lift the monster's huge body weighing several tons, and cutting it off bit by bit with a laser drill. Thinking of this, Augustus sat down on Raynor's chair, dismissed everyone, and left only Arcturus, Raynor and Kerrigan. Then Augustus opened the window again, as if to make it easier for Cyrodiil to enter the house. "Let me see what good wine you have hidden." Augustus took Raynor's seat and took out his wine cabinet with ease. Sure enough, it was full of No. 8 whiskey. It still tasted the same as before. Augustus threw a bottle to Raynor and opened another bottle to drink. "It's a pity that there is nothing here to prepare for Cyrodiil." "He's coming," Kerrigan said suddenly. standing behind Augustus, bringing the coldness of the void. The billowing black smoke appeared in front of Augustus, and the temperature in the principal's office immediately dropped a lot. The dark Archon Zeratul, wearing green crystal armor, appeared in the shadows, and the air suddenly smelled of blood. Arcturus' eyes were stern. Although the two races now have a lot of cooperation, he has never trusted these Protoss. If there is a chance, he doesn't mind killing the Protoss and the Zerg together to eliminate the trouble forever. Telepaths among humans are as dangerous as Protoss. It's not terrible not to be able to see through others' hearts, but it's terrible that they can see through you. Augustus Mengsk Zeratul's injuries looked very serious, so that his slightly bent back became more hunched, and dried blood was clearly visible on the torn cloak and shoulder armor. No one knew how many enemies Zeratul killed in the battle that caused him such a serious injury, so that his battle robe was stained with layers of blood. The situation must be extremely dangerous, so that the Dark Templars, who are used to stealth, had to draw their swords and fight their way out of the siege. These are the blood of the hybrids. Kerrigan raised his head and looked at Zeratul. You are seriously injured, Zeratul. Now you need our help. The hybrids, this terrible monster that combines the DNA of the Protoss and the Zerg, is extremely powerful. It has the powerful strength of the Protoss and the terrifying body of the Zerg. It can easily destroy a human army. For many years, they have never faded out of the vision of the Terran Empire, and the Empire has never let down its guard. In fact, the Terran Empire has formed a special military force called the Mobius Corps since its establishment. The confidentiality level of this army in the Imperial Archives is even higher than that of the Ghost Project. Even during the Total War, the Mobius Corps has been searching for and destroying hybrid factories on distant worlds. During this period, this mysterious Imperial army has been fighting against hybrids, Zerg and Taldaran Protoss. The cruelty of its battlefield is no less than that of the Imperial front in the Second Total War. Hybrids are extremely terrifying and twisted creatures. Fighting such enemies must be physically and mentally tested. The Imperial warriors of the Mobius Legion are a group of true monster hunters, and their sacrifices and achievements have always been unknown. The doctor in the palace is on the way. Although Augustus knew that the medical technology of the Protoss was more advanced than that of humans, he still said, anyway, Zeratul, as I said before, you really should put those adventures aside for a while, and rest for a while. Nerid himself has always been under the close surveillance of the Empire. It is obviously difficult for him to free up his hands to conduct hybrid experiments himself. But even so, hybrids are still appearing in an endless stream. This shows that Nerid is not the only one conducting hybrid experiments now. In other words, either the hybrid factory built by Nerid a long time ago can operate independently, and his incarnation is just a cover-up. Long before humans arrived in this starry sky, Nerid had already been planning. The real large-scale hybrid factory may be hidden under the nose of the Empire, or it may be in the heart of the galaxy where Xeris is. Not only the Taldaran Protoss, but also some humans controlled by the hybrids are helping Amon build new hybrid factories. Apparently, some of those who intend to overthrow the Empire have seen the value of the hybrids and are determined to use them. No, Augustus, it's not time to stop yet. Zeratul walked towards Augustus, his eyes emitting green psychic flames as if they had penetrated the long river of history. I am approaching the last fragment of the ancient prophecy, the last piece of the puzzle of the truth of the destruction of the world. Arcturus frowned when he heard this. If that Zelnaga archaeologist from the Empire told him that, he must have been trying to get funding. What have you been through in these years, Zeratul? Augustus looked at Zeratul with a frown. Ever since the changes in the Copperless sector, Augustus had predicted that Zeratul would appear again. Or, today Augustus finally waited for him. Augustus had basically guessed Zeratul's intentions this time. Or, he had been waiting for him for a long time. At present, both the Protoss of Darum and the Terran Empire can be regarded as the leaders of the Protoss and humans on the side of order. Considering that Darum has already ignored other threats in front of him in order to recover Ire, the Terran Empire ruled by Augustus has suddenly become the light of order. If the truth about the dark future is discovered, Zeratul will definitely come to warn his human friends. This Protoss elder is just like a person holding a flame alone in the dark, lighting the way for others alone. And if necessary, he will not hesitate to burn himself. For a long time, Zeratul has played the role of a guide. He will give you hints and even tell you what to do, but he will never reveal the answer to the puzzle, because he may not even be able to figure it out. Listen to me, Augustus Mengsk. I bring the end of the world. Yes. Augustus nodded immediately, signaling Cyril to continue. Raynor skillfully moved a chair over. Sit. On the other side, Kerrigan showed an expression of listening attentively. Cyril was silent for a moment, perhaps wondering if he should change his words. As the prophecy says, the dark god Amon has resurrected. Cyril said, after clearing away the fog. I witnessed the destruction of everything. The destruction of everything. Arcturus shook his head. Who is the enemy? And how can they destroy this world? What right do they have to destroy a universe? Young Prince Arcturus Minx. The darkness I have come into contact with is beyond your imagination. Cyril looked at Arcturus and said, the dark god worshipped by the Taldarim has returned. The Xel'Naga was once the creator and can certainly destroy their creation. Before coming here, I arrived at an unknown planet on the edge of the Copperless sector, where there is an evil hybrid laboratory where my miserable Templar brothers are imprisoned. Looking at Cyril's appearance, it seems that he destroyed a huge hybrid laboratory single-handedly. Who built that hybrid laboratory? Augustus asked. It was a group of humans and Taldarim Protoss enslaved by the hybrid. Cyril said. That can't be our people. Kerrigan knew that not all Terrans were willing to submit to the rule of the Empire, let alone other humans. Those humans came from various worlds. They were colonists, merchants, refugees and explorers, and their fragile wills had long been twisted and corrupted by the hybrid and the void. Cyril said, behind this, there is a larger mysterious organization supporting them. Actors, I want you to investigate this matter thoroughly. After Augustus gave the order, he said, Cyril, what did you find in that hybrid factory? I know the coordinates of a Xel'Naga temple on the planet Atrias in your human Sigma sector. Those humans and Taldarim believe that is where Amon was reborn. Cyril said, Atrias. Destiny is guiding me to find the last breath of the prophecy. You are right, Queen Sarah Kerrigan. I do need the help of the human empire. Chapter 671 Professional Exorcism. Empire Territory. Kettle 4. Kettle 4 is a huge planet with a gorgeous star ring system. Countless dust and ice debris form a thin ring around it, reflecting the ice blue light that dances like a flame spirit under the light of the stars. This incredible ring is dreamy and charming, just like a gorgeous bridge of flashes. In this vast and empty star field in the Empire Territory, Kettle 4 is like an indigo gem lost in the sand, and no one cares about it. Like most planets in the universe, Keter is too barren for humans, and the ammonia content in the atmosphere is too high, making it unsuitable for survival. The ships that occasionally strayed into the Keter system due to deviation from their routes always turned around and left in a hurry, never noticing that the largest secret weapons laboratory in the Terran Empire was located on this barren planet. The Skigel research station was hidden in the top-secret archives of the Empire, and was only mentioned a few times by code in the highest authority channels. The research station is of great significance to the Terran Empire. It took more than 2 years to build this magnificent building, and mobilized the manpower and material resources of the 3 surrounding Imperial colony worlds. For this purpose, the Empire even established a small colony on another planet in the Keter system to accommodate the construction participants, who signed a confidentiality agreement to further ensure that the Skigel research station would not be discovered by the Empire's enemies. The entire magnificent research station complex was shrouded in a jamming force field to maintain absolute radio silence. Dr. Nerad is truly a pillar of the Empire. Without him, we might have to take many more detours. At this moment, Augustus had just stepped off the special plane when a gust of wind mixed with a faint smell of ammonia came towards him, just outside the protective force field of the apron of the Skygel research station. The terrifying hurricane was screaming and whistling, releasing a sharp hissing sound, as if even the Owlicast docking platform under Augustus' feet was trembling in it. In the dim sky covered with thick clouds at sunset, the fleeting distant flashes of ships can be seen from time to time when they are folded. A majestic and magnificent Imperial Gorgon-class battlecruiser was anchored above the Skegel research station, and the red plasma jets from its main thrusters were miles long. Like a moving sun, the berthing port of the Skegel research station was incredibly large, with many huge Zeus-class landing ships docked on it, looking like a group of giant beasts crawling on the horizon from a distance. The place was heavily guarded, with sentry railgun turrets and patrolling Imperial Marines everywhere. Their black and red power armor and exclusive Mobius ring badges indicated that they belonged to the mysterious Mobius Corps. Even Augustus has only been to the Skygel research station a few times, but that doesn't mean he has neglected his attention. After all, Not all important research projects can be placed in the laboratory of the Augustgrad Palace. The real purpose of the Skyger Research Station is to study hybrids, the Zelnaga civilization, the Void, and all methods and weapons that can deal with them. In other words, from the beginning of the establishment of the Skyger Research Station, the Empire, or Emperor Augustus, foresaw the current situation. Yes. Although he didn't like Nerid very much, Marshal Jim Raynor, who came down after Augustus, agreed with Augustus' words. In any case, Nerid's work attitude is beyond reproach. It is not an exaggeration to say that he works hard and forgets to eat and sleep. Even the real ruler of the empire, Emperor Augustus, is not so diligent. What's the point? Dr. Nerid is extremely self-disciplined and is definitely not a person who covets enjoyment. As for power, he has always been outside the core political circle of the empire and is devoted to scientific research. As for wealth, he wanted money to further his research work, which was essentially for the empire, wasn't it? Nerid has ulterior motives and cannot be trusted. Actors didn't like his subordinates to be too smart, but he was also afraid that they were not smart enough. Idiots like Edmund Duke were just right. Actors had long seen the weirdness of Nerid, but he was the kind of person who was confident that he could use and control others. Augustus nodded, saying nothing, but it seemed like he had said everything. In public, Augustus talked a lot about how much he valued and respected Nerid. He also reminded several of his confidants to be careful of him. In fact, Augustus was more cautious about Nerid than anyone else. They seemed to be playing chess on a chessboard, and Augustus happened to know what Nerid was going to play. But the latter thought he had figured out this ridiculous and ignorant human emperor. Nerid's performance was completely flawless, but Augustus saw flaws everywhere. But Nerid is not here at the moment, but is in charge of the final repair work of the Zelnaga world ship in the Sigma Quadrant. With the help of the Protoss, the world ship that had been abandoned for countless years has resumed operation. Speaking of which, Augustus even suspected that Nerid had been slacking off in the past few years, and only stepped up the repair work after confirming that his master Amon was about to return. And Amon might be using the Imperial battleship built with Imperial resources to deal with the Empire's own master. I feel a familiar power in this research station. Not only the hybrid, but also the coldness and emptiness of the void. Unexpectedly, a Protoss elder, who was hunched but still much taller than most humans present, was walking down the gangway. It was the Dark Archon Zeratul. In the mouth of the Dark Templar, it was the synonym of the void. And in the legend of the Protoss, the Zelnaga came from the void. As he spoke, the tall Protoss elder walked down the gangway with steady steps. After treatment, Zeratul's injuries recovered quickly. Although Zeratul is considered old even among the Protoss, he is still a powerful Dark Templar. Since embarking on the path of the Dark Templar warriors, these Dark Templar warriors dancing on the sword have walked between light and shadow and life and death. As time goes by, knowledge and experience will make them stronger. Yes, Skyger holds a large number of hybrids we have captured over the years. This number may be much more than you know. Zeratul. Augustus looked at Zeratul. You and I both know that this is just a drop in the bucket compared to the real hybrid army. The efforts and sacrifices you humans have made to fight the Doomsday Prophecy are far beyond my imagination. The psychic flames burning in Zeratul's eyes suddenly became more radiant. At this point, Zeratul even bowed to Augustus with human etiquette. Although Zeratul has long been accustomed to the suspicion and distrust of his people, the trust of humans is really precious. Which is why he has to bypass his people and seek help from the Terran Empire. Zeratul knew that Augustus valued the prophecy of the end of the world even more than the Protoss themselves. But he himself was a staunch atheist. In contrast, look at what his compatriots in Shakuras were doing in the precious time before the dark end of the world. They were busy fighting for power and fighting to recover Ire. Zeratul's words might convince some of his fellow Dark Templars, but they could not make the Ire Protoss listen to him. Tassadar has always been on Zeratul's side, but he could not suppress the surging public opinion in the eyes of the Terran Protoss. Although they formed a huge golden fleet to recapture Ire, it was also a preparation for the Doomsday that would come at an unknown time. As long as Shakuras sent out the golden fleet, everything would be fine. When the real Doomsday comes, if even the golden fleet fails, what else can we expect? Since the fall of Ire, more and more Protoss have placed their hopes on the golden fleet to regain the glory of the Protoss Empire. Under such circumstances, the Darem Protoss, who were busy expanding the Golden Fleet, were even more passive than the Terran Empire. On the contrary, the Purifier Protoss had been fighting side by side with the Terran Empire and had forged a deep friendship. If the end of the world really comes, then everyone will be doomed. In the final analysis, we are just saving ourselves. Renault smiled and said, everyone has to do their part. Renault had a strong sense of responsibility. If the sky fell, he would definitely be the first one to stand up. As he was talking, an Imperial officer in black and red uniforms hurried over with several soldiers. Emperor Augustus never informed his itinerary when he went on a private visit, and local governors often saw the Emperor appear in their offices without warning. Lieutenant Colonel Sparks hurriedly apologized to Augustus and led the way for the Emperor. It can be noticed that the clothes of the soldiers behind Sparks are very different from those of the Marines outside. They are wearing lighter light infantry power armor, which looks more like some kind of semi-covered exoskeleton. And the exposed red protective clothing and military coats obviously cannot make them invulnerable. All soldiers carry a power backpack to provide energy for their plasma rifles, and the miniaturized anti-psychic equipment on their helmets is more like some kind of upright antenna, making them look more like communication soldiers. Unsurprisingly, this is a special force specially formed to deal with psychic creatures, and their equipment is more designed to deal with mental rather than physical attacks. We have a special exorcist team responsible for sending these monsters back to the void or the womb if they have a mother, Raynor said to Cyrodiil. The Skydra research station is not only a secret weapons laboratory, but also the main military port of the Mobius Corps. The Imperial fleet that is about to set off for the planet Atrias is also assembled here. The farthest fleet even came from Jaunter 2, where the giant construction plant is also one of the anchorages of the Mobius Corps. The Imperial Cerberus Corps, the Prometheus Corps, and the Mobius Corps are all armies specially formed to fight against alien creatures. They have to face different types of enemies, and are more sophisticated. Your Majesty, I have to ask you to stay away from the high-risk areas in the Skydra research station when you visit, because we cannot guarantee your absolute safety. Lieutenant Colonel Sparks walked in front and turned back to say something to Augustus. Experiments related to hybrids are very risky. This terrible monster can even subtly control humans through the power of the mind, so that the Mobius Corps must monitor the mental state of researchers every day when working. Augustus established the Skydra research station to find a way to fight against the hybrids, and the top priority was to develop anti-psychic equipment that could restrain the hybrids' mental attacks. At the same time, the Skydra research station also brought Augustus many surprises. Augustus once ordered Nerid to find a way to effectively kill the hybrids, and Nerid did his best to help the Empire create many new weapons to deal with outdated hybrid semi-finished products. But on the other hand, weapons that can severely damage or even kill hybrids are already very powerful, which may be something Nerid did not expect. Of course, I believe in the judgment of the exorcists. Augustus's joking words immediately relaxed Lieutenant Colonel Sparks' nervous mood. The Skydra research station was built on 5 Xel'Naga temples standing on the top of the mountain. It was connected by multiple fixed platforms, and was a multi-layered supergiant surface building, with the Xel'Naga temple as the foundation. The current Skydra research station was built with a frame made of countless tons of alloy cast iron, and a full metal covering. The research station is divided into 3 floors, and the hybrid monsters imprisoned on each floor are even more terrifying. After a while, Augustus saw Dr. Egon Stedman, who also hurried over. He was recently transferred here. Stedman was blindfolded when he came, which almost scared him to death. Weapons research expert Regal. He is responsible for the research and testing of Skiggle's latest weapons. Oh! The test subjects are hybrids. As soon as Stedman saw Augustus, he introduced his new partner to Augustus. He was a dark-skinned man, with a shiny bald head and a calm and cool expression. Augustus noticed that Rhaegar's hands had been replaced with mechanical prostheses, and the injuries on his body seemed to have been left when he was a teenager. Hello, Rhaegar. Augustus shook his hand and said, This is also a rare talent. I only care about whether I am doing the right thing. Rhaegar said to Augustus. As long as you do things for the Emperor, you are doing the right thing, Actor said sternly. Don't have any doubts. What are you doing here? Augustus asked Stedman again. Researching hybrids, making hybrids, and repairing my collection robots. Stedman's eyes lit up. My cute collection robots. They are really cute but a little naughty. It's understandable. They are children after all. Dad loves you guys so much. Augustus was very pleased to see that the child was gradually becoming lively and cheerful, but perhaps a little too bold and unrestrained. Augustus knew that when Stedman lacked inspiration, he would take a certain amount of diazine, which had a certain impact on his spirit to a certain extent, so that he had to see a doctor frequently. After a moment of silence, he said, "What does the psychiatrist say?" Chapter 672. I guess I'm on your warp list. I'm not crazy. Hearing Augustus's incoherent question, Stedman was obviously stunned for a moment, as if he was doubting whether he really had mental problems. Dr. Romy also gave me a certificate. Perhaps this was not the first time he was asked a similar question. Romy Hadley is a psychiatrist hired by Dr. Egon Stedman from Tarsones, an authority on modern psychiatry. Lieutenant Colonel Sparks of the Skyger Research Station immediately explained to Augustus, "The diagnosis results show that there is nothing wrong with Dr. Stedman's mental state. He just took too much diazine." Regel, the Imperial weapons expert who Stedman just introduced, sighed. "This dangerous gas can expand the ductility of human thinking and further enhance perception. For scientists engaged in scientific research, diazine is very helpful. But the side effects are also obvious. In severe cases, it can cause hallucinations, causing mental disorder or even madness. The Besher people are such an example." "Yes, just like poisonous mushrooms," Stedman suddenly interrupted, and the words immediately choked Regel. "You must reduce your intake of terrazine." Augustus stared into Stedman's unfocused eyes. "Dr. Egon Stedman, losing a brilliant scientist like you will be an irreparable and huge loss to the Terran Empire. Terrazine is an absolute contraband in the Terran Empire." Augustus allowed top scientists like Stedman to take trace amounts of terrazine to speed up their research, in order to buy precious time before the end of the world. The side effects of terrazine are not limited to this. The more doses you take, the deeper your connection with the void. At the moment, this means getting closer to the current controller of the void, the Dark God Amon, whose boundless rage that fills the entire void is the reason for people's madness. This is the price that must be paid. Those Zelnaga scholars of the Empire must also be prepared to be devoured by madness before they decide to touch the forbidden knowledge. Therefore, they must also be placed in a heavily guarded place, like the Skyger Research Station, for close monitoring. "Ah! Yes. Yes. Your Majesty." In an instant, Stedman's face flushed, blushing at Augustus's praise. On the other side, Zeradal, who was following Augustus, just silently looked at this young human who had already become one of the top scientists in the Terran Empire at a young age. Whether scholars or warriors, they are all worthy of respect from the Dark Templar. Zeradal believes that although Egon Stedman looks timid, he has a brave and strong heart. "Take us in to see the new things you have recently developed." Augustus waved his hand. "I heard that it is a new technology that uses the psychic matrix to directly warp troops?" Prince Arcturus put his hands behind his back and said shockingly, "That is something from the Protoss. We are very optimistic about the prospects of this technology. If it were possible, the Empire could fold Tychus in the face of the enemy. Yes, we just borrowed it for use." Regal was not at all restrained in front of the Emperor. Nor did he show off like those guys who were eager to show off. In the Terran Empire, Mobius technology is synonymous with black technology. "You have developed folding technology?" Zeradal was surprised even with his calmness when he heard this. This is no less than the primitive people in the tribal stage rubbing out hydrogen bombs with their hands. The Protoss warp gate can directly transport Protoss native troops from light years away to the battlefield in just a few seconds. To humans, this is a magical skill. The warp technology itself is the result of the Protoss reverse engineering research on the Zelnaga portal. But to this day, they themselves have not been able to understand the true principle behind this technology. In other words, the model is actually in front of humans, and they can also research similar things through their own reverse engineering. However, so far, the Terran Empire has not been able to analyze the principle of the Protoss portal, let alone its prototype, the Zelnaga portal. Even copying it is not clear. With the current technological level of the Empire, it is nothing short of a pipe dream to want to independently develop warp technology. Almost crazy. Regel said very frankly, "We can directly teleport soldiers, but we still have to use your crystal towers and psychic matrices." Regel's words were not very clear, and he concealed something. But according to him, humans have already made something similar to the Protoss portal. But the energy is not enough, so they can only continue to use the catering crystals and psychic matrices. In the final analysis, whether it is energy or the basic framework of technology, the paths taken by humans and Protoss are very different. But this alone is already quite incredible. It is hard to imagine how much support the Terran Empire has invested in technological research and development. Human folding technology must be very immature now. But given time, they may be able to make breakthroughs. This is enough to surprise me. Cyrodiil said honestly, we originally thought that, at least in this era, it is still impossible for you humans to master this technology. It's amazing. Cyrodiil didn't think that humans had stolen the Protoss technology, but was impressed. As the Dark Doomsday was approaching, the Terran Empire was a staunch force against the Dark One Amon. So why should the Protoss be stingy? At least, the broad-minded Cyrodiil didn't care. And Augustus directly brought Cyrodiil into sea, which meant that he didn't think he would have any grudges. Sometimes, how can you know how amazing you are if you don't try it? Stedman laughed twice. His face flushed, and he felt very proud. Stedman also participated in the reverse engineering research of the Protoss portal, and he almost never slept. When he was tired, he rewarded himself with a shot of Terrazine, and he would not rest until he fell down with green light in his eyes. He had no ulterior motives, and he was stubborn. He worked so hard just because Augustus said that everything he did was for the Empire and for mankind. In his heart, Stedman always wanted to realize his own life value. I am honored to receive your praise. Rager bowed and said. As he spoke, they had already entered the interior of the Skyger Research Station through the elevator. The interior design of the Skyger Research Station can be called stunning. So much so that even Cyrodiil was amazed. The white walls, floors and ceilings looked neat and beautiful under the warm orange light. And the precision experimental equipment was also displayed on the geometric counters in an orderly manner, like a puzzle. The interior design of the research station obviously incorporates a certain Xel'Naga art style. It is not a simple pile of objects. The walls, floors, ramps and domes are naturally connected to form a whole, like a work of art, as if they were carved by a chisel in a huge stone. To support a huge building, a solid high-rise steel frame and concrete support are necessary. But the Skyger Research Station does not seem to use these traditional materials at all. Extremely coordinated, there is no redundant space, and nothing else can be stuffed in, whether in terms of art or technology. The Skyger Research Station has broken through the existing boundaries and reached the extreme. This made Augustus wonder that compared to destroying the world, Nerid might be more suitable for art. Just like an incomparable giant spaceship, the Skyger Research Station is divided into countless small spaces by countless closed corridors and grills. If a person wants to explore every corner of the research station by walking, it may take several years. The research station is full of small buzzing sounds, but it does not seem noisy or chaotic at all. When passing through a closed cabin marked as highly dangerous, even with Augustus's meager perception of psychic energy, he can feel the malice released by hundreds of hybrids. Here, the Imperial scientists at the Skyger Research Station will classify and archive these hybrids according to their origins and genomes to determine their main distribution areas. It can be found that as a distorted product of genetic engineering, hybrids are also evolving like the Zerg, and new, more powerful hybrid species are replacing those that appeared at the beginning. Finally, the vertical elevator that Augustus took arrived at a large laboratory with gray metal panels, and the ice blue light seemed slightly dim and cold. There were control consoles everywhere, flashing blue holographic screens, and Imperial researchers in white uniforms. A large amount of artificial light poured down from the slanted windows cast in the alloy walls. In the middle, a giant crystal tower firmly locked by a metal bracket immediately attracted the attention of visitors. The crystal tower may be 100 feet high, and its carefully carved void crystal conductors are emitting green flashes. With the light and cold air released by the void crystal, a spiritual aura ring is spreading around like ripples, and tiny light dust falls on the floor like sand in an hourglass, disappearing in the blink of an eye. This is a Xel'Naga crystal tower, Rager introduced. These crystal towers are from the Xel'Naga temple under the Skyger Research Station, just like those found on the Xel'Naga world ship. The Xel'Naga crystal towers are priceless treasures. They are rare and extremely precious. Cyrodiil also looked up at the huge crystal tower. These mysterious ancient relics are older than all known civilizations. Even after the passage of time, they still exist today. The Xel'Naga crystal tower looks very similar to the dark crystal tower used by the Protoss Dark Templar. In fact, the energy they use is all void energy. However, the difference can be seen in both the building materials and the artistic style. It is worth mentioning that Cyrodiil then sensed many Protoss psychic reactions in the Skyger Research Station. It seems that there are higher Protoss here. And there are quite a few. No wonder the human race has made such rapid progress. It turns out that this is tacitly approved by Tassadar. He even sent a large number of Protoss scientists to help Augusta study and deal with hybrids. These phase technicians have spent hundreds of years, or even longer, refining their skills. As long as humans can learn a little bit of knowledge from them, they will benefit a lot. Can this technology really warp our troops? Augustus retracted his gaze from the Xel'Naga crystal tower. Is there a risk? It is very safe. Redl said, even if the warp process is forcibly interrupted. The soldiers who have not completed the warp will be temporarily left in the psychic matrix. This safety is even higher than the Taldaram's warp gate. Because although the warp distance of the Taldaram's warp gate is much higher than their cousins, the price is that there is a certain probability of tearing the teleporter apart. Of course, this is nothing to the high-ranking Taldaram lords. Just a matter of eliminating a group of weaklings under his command. If they can't even survive the warp, it would be a disgrace to step onto the battlefield. Let's start the test now without further delay. We can't stay in Skyger for too long. Actor said, Rager, tell us when you are ready. At the moment, they are just waiting for the fleets of the Mobius Corps to arrive at the Skyger research station. After the assembly is completed, they will go to the planet Atrias in the Sigma sector to find the doomsday prophecy mentioned by Xeridol. I can guarantee that it will be absolutely foolproof. Steitman couldn't help but brag again. Oh! Arcturus' smile was cold. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle. How can you guarantee it? But don't worry, Dr. Steitman. The Empire will only punish losers. Uh-huh. Steitman was surprised. And then he remembered that the harsh and strict Prince Arcturus was far less easy to talk to than the Emperor. What was I just saying? Steitman's forehead was sweating. I know. I'm talking. Heh. There may be something wrong with his memory. Lieutenant Colonel Sparks. I've seen it. Renault said sarcastically. It's Alzheimer's disease. At this time, Redl confirmed with several researchers for a while, and then walked to the main control panel to operate it personally. His pair of white mechanical prostheses have hidden secrets, which can act as an interface to connect to the computer to crack the system. Start the warp. As all the researchers evacuated from the vicinity of the Xel'Naga crystal tower, the warp began. Amidst the shining beams of light, a whole Mobius Corps battle squad appeared under the ring of spiritual energy of the crystal tower, including Mobius Marines in black and red power armor, raiders, Bad Mechs, and even a Thor. I have to say Raynor looked strange. He never thought that he would have the day to embrace the glory of battle. This looks a bit weird. This is too weird. Unexpected. Actors also said, when can it be put into actual combat? It depends on how many crystal towers we can transform and deploy them to the battlefield. Not only the Xel'Naga crystal towers. We can also use the Protoss ones. Regal said, besides, the Protoss Empire is rich and powerful, and they almost never recycle and repair damaged crystal towers. For now, it can only be equipped by a few battlecruisers of the Mobius Corps. Your memory of the Protoss Empire is still stuck in the past. Mr. Regal. Xeridol pointed out that the Protoss are not having a good time now. Even if it's just a few elite troops, it can often have miraculous effects. Actors was a little disappointed when he heard Rager's words. From the transport ship to the surface, even the airdrop pod takes several minutes. But with only the crystal tower, it only takes a few seconds to warp an elite troop. Warp technology allows you to assemble troops at a faster speed. Chapter 673 Uncle Zay. You are several versions behind. Skigel Research Station. Lower level. Under the layers of steel coverings of the superstructure of Skigel Research Station, there is actually a different world. 5 towering Xel'Naga temples support the metal dome full of cables and protective pipes like pillars. Thousands of gates, chambers and tunnels are scattered in between, connecting the man-made buildings of the new era with the Xel'Naga ruins from ancient times. It is extremely spectacular. When I set foot on this land, I already sensed the power hidden in it. When the Dark Archon Xeridol came here, he couldn't help but look at the majestic Xel'Naga temple. At this moment, Xeridol was standing in the magnificent hall of the Xel'Naga temple, surrounded by fragments of catering crystals that were inserted into the ground like swords and spears, and green arcs of electricity lingered on the dense obelisks. As far as the eye could see, all the walls, pillars, steps and stone tablets were made of a strange inorganic rock material, as if they contained life and were pulsating in the light of catering crystals. Over the centuries, Xeridol has seen many Xel'Naga temples, some of which are only ruins, while others still stand majestically on the land. However, even if the temples on Ire and Shakuras are included, few can be compared with the scale of the ones below the Skyjar research station. Just as no two leaves are exactly the same, no two Xel'Naga temples are exactly the same, and some are even very different. This is the ultimate aesthetics of the Xel'Naga following the laws of the universe and nature. Cyrodiil soon realized that the Xel'Naga temples here were not only large in scale, but also well preserved. They also had an energy array that was still in operation. Its energy conversion and utilization efficiency was even much higher than that of the Protoss' psychic matrix. It was hard to imagine that this was a creation that had existed since the beginning of the chaos of the universe. And the power of these temples was so strong, and their connection with the void was so close that Cyrodiil seemed to be infinitely close to the boundary between the void and the real world just by standing here. This explains why the Terran Empire had to build the Skyjar research station on the uninhabitable planet of Katir 4. For all races that want to reach the top of the universe, the legacy of the Xel'Naga is a treasure trove of knowledge. They are both the creators of all things and mentors. When we discovered these Xel'Naga temples, we were ecstatic. Regal said to Cyrodiil, not only are they well preserved, but they also have the generators and weapons used by the Xel'Naga. We also found a monolithic weapon that can fire hyperspace beams and another Xel'Naga turret. It is clear that even in the era when the Xel'Naga dominated the universe, they still needed weapons to defend themselves. In the known Xel'Naga ruins, the weapons left behind are rare. But it does not mean that there are none at all. Take the Xel'Naga world ship currently owned by the Empire as an example. It is equipped with a tiered generator that can shatter everything into molecular form in an instant. Given the heights that the Xel'Naga civilization had reached, if they had shifted their focus to developing weapons of war, it would have been a divine punishment if they had started a war. But obviously, they didn't. The Xel'Naga world ship was not a weapon of war, and the tearing field generator was only used for ship defense. Self-defense? Prince Arcturus was very surprised. The Xel'Naga can create even more terrible weapons just for self-defense. So how terrible are their enemies? This was a race that was once worshipped as a god by the Protoss. When they came to the universe, the first life had not yet sprouted. In the dead universe, you are the undisputed ruler. So why bother to dominate the universe? According to Alpha, when the Xel'Naga were still active in the universe, they should have had no rivals, and did not need to develop powerful weapons. They were killed by the rebellious Zerg, who suddenly betrayed them because they were careless. This may be close to the truth. Anyway, the Xel'Naga did disappear. Or, they left, leaving only these ruins. Regal shook his head and said, it's like we built a beautiful castle on the beach with sand. And when the tide slowly rose, the crabs began to study what the castle was. But before they could figure it out, the castle was washed away by the rising seawater. So what does the Xel'Naga want to tell us? Stedman said, archaeology is the key to the progress of civilization. The Xel'Naga left a long time ago. Cyrodiil said, our people believe that the Xel'Naga are drifters from afar, free from all disputes. They are the enlighteners of civilization and the guardians of reincarnation. Their duty is to protect rather than destroy. They came from the void and will return to the void. Before returning to the void, the Xel'Naga left us ruins waiting to be discovered. Cyrodiil used his rough and huge palm to grope for a piece of catering crystal protruding from the wall, and said, we believe that it must contain revelations and clues to reveal the truth. The return of Amon, the fallen dark god among the Xel'Naga, has long been predicted, and now it has come true. What about the other Xel'Naga? Augustus listened for a long time, then looked at Cyrodiil and said, assuming that there is more than one Xel'Naga, what are the other Xel'Naga doing now? Are they on Amon's side? Or ignoring it? Or unable to interfere? The answer to this question is exactly what I'm looking for. Cyrodiil looked at Augustus. The answer can only be found if we can get in touch with other Xel'Naga. But they didn't respond to you. Augustus said. No. It's just that their response was very obscure. The muscles above Cyrodiil's eyes twisted into a ball. As if he was frowning, the Xel'Naga must have their reasons for doing this. Maybe we will find the answer soon, Augustus said. Augustus actually knew that the original bodies of the Xel'Naga in the void were basically dead, and the only enemy of Amon left was the imprisoned Horus. In order to prevent Amon from discovering when he revealed important information to the outside world, Horus could only be a Riddler, and the information could only be sent in several parts, so that Cyrodiil could figure it out by himself. There was no other way. Our uncle Cyrodiil could only be a Riddler. At this moment, A round shadow broke into everyone's sight from the other side. The golden-red technician robe and several servants following him revealed the identity of the visitor. Carix, the phase technician of the Terran Protoss. It must be said that Carix's running posture is quite funny. Most Protoss have slender and light bodies, and walk like elegant cats. The Protoss have long abandoned the indecent way of eating, and they don't overeat. It is rare for Carix to have such a fat body. Hello, phase technician Carix. I didn't expect to see you here. When Zeratul saw Carix, he immediately walked up to him and hugged him like a brother, which made the latter a little flattered. There is no clear class system among the Dark Templar. The phase technicians among them may be both excellent engineers and powerful warriors. Dark Archbishop Zeratul, I am so glad to see you, Kalak said eagerly. It was not surprising that Carix appeared here. He had a close relationship with the Emperor of the Terran Empire, and was a guest of honor of the human monarch. As early as the Terran-Human Civil War, Carix helped Augustus's Korhal Revolutionary Army repair warships and maintain equipment as an external engineer. After the Second Total War, Augustus found Tassadar and hoped that he would send a group of Calais phase technicians to help the Empire build important facilities, such as the Skyger Research Station, that were specially built to deal with hybrids. Carix was the first on the list. At this time, the relationship between the Terran Protoss and the Terran Empire was still in the honeymoon period, and the friendship between the leaders of both sides was beyond discussion. So Tassadar quickly agreed. Although Carix himself was also an outstanding Calais phase technician, he was not indispensable to the talented Terran Protoss. For Carix personally, he was also happy to contribute his own strength to eliminate the hybrids. Your Majesty Augustus, our research on the Xel'Naga artifact has made progress again. After Carix released Zeratul, he turned to Augustus and said, We are hoping you will take a look. I am also involved in this. Stedman added, That is why I am here. Augustus said, Since the assembly of the Xel'Naga artifact, the Terran Empire has never stopped studying it. Phase technician Carix's main research object is the Xel'Naga artifact. Although Carix is not a professional Xel'Naga scholar, he is extremely smart. Every profession has its own specialty. Carix had only one mission, which was to understand how to use the Xel'Naga artifact. And 3 years had passed since Carix devoted himself to this work. Then, Augustus and others were led to the depths of the Xel'Naga temple, and came to the location of the artifact. The Xel'Naga artifact was sealed in a fully enclosed room in the temple, which was full of sophisticated equipment and top Protoss human scientists. At this moment, this magical black triangular prism was suspended high in the air under the traction of psychic power. For many solar cycles, I have been exploring the mystery behind the artifact, trying to figure out why the Xel'Naga made it. Kallax came to the Xel'Naga artifact and couldn't help saying, But I still haven't found the answer. I can't figure it out. And I even doubt that I have the ability to solve the mystery. But you still succeeded, Augustus said. Yes, Your Majesty. But it was Dr. Nerid who reminded me. He deserves great credit. Dr. Emil Nerid said, For the Xel'Naga, genes, energy and information are all one and the same, and can be transformed and replaced with each other. This has benefited me a lot, and opened my eyes. Kallax said that Nerid is really my teacher. What a profound insight. I am really dull. Thanks to him. It is indeed a magical tool. Stedman said excitedly, the Cosmic Cube. The universal key to open the door of all doors. This was actually said by Nerid to Augustus a long time ago. But the latter remembered it all the time. Later, Stedman relayed this to Carix. From beginning to end, Nerid never spoke to Carix. In fact, it was nothing. Even if he didn't say it, Augustus would know it. It was just an additional reasonable excuse. So, what is the answer to the Xel'Naga artifact puzzle? Zeratul also became serious after hearing this. Zeratul knew that there was a great secret hidden in the Xel'Naga artifact. But at this time, he didn't know that it was the key to saving the world. Otherwise, even if the artifact has thousands of fragments, Zeratul must collect them all. Yes, my interpretation of the Xel'Naga artifact is that it will guide us to Una. Carix explained to Augustus, in our mythology, Una is the hometown of the Xel'Naga. I believe that the Xel'Naga artifact can project the coordinates of Una. Guide us to Una? Zeratul suddenly thought of something. The Xel'Naga left the Xel'Naga artifact in the universe, waiting for a race to collect all the fragments and solve the puzzle one day, and then go to Una to find them. All of a sudden, Zeratul thought of many things. I knew you would succeed. Augustus always knew that Carex could solve this puzzle. Carex. As I said before, do not underestimate the work you are doing now. They may save your people on the day when the dark end comes. When that day comes, you will be the savior. Carex. In fact, in the original timeline, this was originally solved by Carex. Since there is still plenty of time now, and there is no sense of oppression and tension when the end of the world comes, Carex's decryption speed is much slower. And he has only found the answer now. This is the result of all of us working together. Not just my own credit. Carex is as humble as ever. Not as complacent as Stedman. Speaking of which, Carex was also full of doubts when he heard Augustus' words. His work is indeed important. But how can he be the savior by himself? After all, he was just a small Kalai phase technician. The savior should also be the leaders of the Templar class. Adon, Tassadar, or even Artanes. But it is impossible to be just a Kalai. Well, now let's see where the so-called Ana is. Augustus just smiled and said to Carex, I've had enough of the endless riddles of the Xel'Naga. Let's go find them, and let them explain it to you face to face. Carex immediately operated the control panel. After a moment, the Xel'Naga artifact in the air broke into pieces again, casting a purple nebula-like light. I'm afraid I was wrong. Carex was very disappointed when he saw all this, and felt that he had failed the trust of the human leader and Cyrodiil. This is impossible. This is impossible. This is, Cyrodiil whispered. O Terran Rift. Chapter 674 Brave New World. In the synchronous orbit of Katir 4, a huge fleet is gathering. From time to time, new Imperial warships jump out of the hyperspace channel and enter the majestic layers of ship shadows. Among the majestic battleships, more smaller escort ships are shuttling at high speed. And the scene is very spectacular. The three rings stacked in series on the towering bows of these warships indicate that they belong to the Terran Empire Mobius core. The black and red paint is significantly different from other Imperial fleets. The Mobius ring symbolizes the endless exploration of knowledge, while black and red represent steel and blood. Even in the military forces of the Terran Empire, the Mobius core has always been little known. All Mobius battlecruisers are cast in undisclosed Imperial shipyards. And the casting process of their warships is also different. The most special thing is that all Mobius warships use the more efficient Mobius reactor technology. As time went by, the number of Mobius warships in the orbit of Katir 4 increased. There were 12 fully staffed naval squadrons alone. And the number of subordinate escort support ships and auxiliary supply ships exceeded 1,000, and was still increasing. Among them, the Imperial flagship White Star's domineering and shocking outline, with its forest of naval guns, was particularly eye-catching. This was a flagship of the Gorgon class. It was known that the Gorgon-class battlecruiser was larger than all previous classes of warships. And the White Star was larger and more powerful than all the Gorgons. The White Star is the pride of the Terran Empire Navy of this era. Its heavy armor and powerful shield force field far surpass those of warships of the same level, enough to ignore most of the enemy's attack methods. Its naval guns and main guns are undoubtedly the largest and most magnificent cannons to date. As a new-level flagship of the Empire, the resources invested by the Empire in building the White Star are enough to build 6 Gorgon battlecruisers of the same level. The bar, medical and living facilities on board are comparable to those of luxury hotels, and even provide luxurious hot showers every week. At this moment, Augustus Mengsk was on the bridge of the world-renowned new Imperial flagship. The coordinates of the Otarian Rift have been uploaded to the White Star's star map console. The voice of the mechanical adjutant broke the silence on the bridge. The base of the star map platform with a wolf-shaped relief on the White Star immediately projected an unpredictable holographic flash. In the background of the nebula projected by the three-dimensional image, a rift between the void and the real world has taken shape. We have never heard of this place. Raynor looked at the star map projection, and then at Cyrodiil. The Otarian Rift is located between the cracks in the universe, and contains a terrible high-energy particle flow. Cyrodiil said to Raynor, the power contained in the Otarian Rift is so ruthless that it is enough to crush any object that enters it. In our cognition, it is a place where life cannot exist. But the Xel'Naga artifact guides us there. Augustus paused, and according to Carex's previous interpretation, that is the place where Ana, the hometown of Xel'Naga in the Protoss legend, is located. Carex did not follow, and continued to study the Xel'Naga artifact in the Skyger research station. And it was obvious that he was very disappointed with the previous answer. So he worked even harder. Before further confirming the authenticity, Even Augustus and Cyril could not convince Carix. If Ulna is indeed in the Oterian Rift, where the Protoss believe that life cannot exist, then all the cosmology of the Protoss no longer exists. Xel'Naga comes from a place where life could not exist. That is, the void. Cyril said in a low voice, Ulna, the cradle of all life, the resting place of the gods, and the home of the Xel'Naga. He said, in the legends of the Protoss, Ulna presents a mythical perfect proportion. It may be an unparalleled planet, or it may be a man-made structure as big as a planet. In other legends, the destined race will seek to ascend in Ulna, and they only need to show up here to open the way forward. If the legend is true, then the Xel'Naga may be sleeping in Ulna, waiting for the later ones to wake them up. The style of the gods cannot be the same as that of mortals. Reno complained, but since it is so dangerous in there, how can we get in? It is precisely such a place that may contain treasures. Actor said lightly. Actors has accumulated many years of experience in prospecting for mineral deposits abroad. Risks and opportunities coexist. Those who achieve great things must be good at calculating and taking every step carefully, and also dare to take risks. Isn't that how the Minsk family got the Terran Empire? So, Augustus looked around and made the final decision. We should go take a look. Well, I got a report that there is a scientific research team nearby. Anyway, let's use the probe to explore first. Reno is a man of action. He doesn't know if he can succeed without trying. If the probe can come back, send people in. That's it for now. Augustus paced a few steps on the spot, to be on the safe side. Mobilize Duke's Alpha Squadron to guard the entrance of the Oterian Rift. Tell him not to enter the rift before receiving orders. In such a dangerous environment as the Oterian Rift, I'm afraid even the information cannot be transmitted to the outside. As he spoke, Augustus' face showed a rare hesitation. Considering the close alliance between the Terran Empire and the Darem Protoss, Augustus couldn't hide such an important matter. After all, the Protoss on Aiur have always claimed to be the eldest son of God, and they must attach great importance to Ulna, and it is safer to have them participate in this matter, because Augustus cannot be sure of the true situation in Ulna now, and it is probably difficult to accept it. On the one hand, Ulna will reveal several important information in advance. One is the truth of endless reincarnation, and the other is the death news of the Xel'Naga. Perhaps, this information may make the Protoss believe that the end of the world is really imminent, and give up the plan to recover Aiur. Even if they give up the expedition to Aiur, the Aiur Protoss's Kara will still be hacked by Amon, and the controlled Golden Fleet may directly capture Shakuras, since it is impossible to confirm the attitude and reaction of the Darem Protoss. Augustus can only take one step at a time. Anyway, he still has some cards in his hand. He is not afraid of no way out, but he is afraid of more variables in the timeline. On the other hand, as the residents of the Xel'Naga, Ulnari may have the inheritance of the Xel'Naga. No matter what, the Xel'Naga's legacy must be divided. Even the corpses of the Xel'Naga are undoubtedly real treasures. Of course, Augustus also admitted that it was tempting to monopolize Ulna, but giving away a part of it would not only help consolidate the alliance between the Terran Empire and the Darem Protoss, but also avoid causing resentment on the other side. If humans were to eat it all, they would inevitably die of bloating. Even if they only got a part of the Xel'Naga's legacy, it would probably take several generations to digest it. And more. He thought for a moment and said, send a separate briefing to Archbishop Tassadar of the Darem Protoss, informing them of the connection between the Oterian Rift and Ulna. No, I will do it myself. Among the Darem Protoss, Augustus truly trusted only Tassadar, Phoenix and Artanis. Communicating directly with a wise leader would undoubtedly save a lot of trouble. Do we still need to go to the Sigma sector now? Raynor nodded and asked again. Since we can go directly to the Xel'Naga, why do we need to look for the prophecy? No hurry. Augustus said, let's go to the Sigma sector first. It's hard to say. After all, Augustus knows that there are only corpses left in Ulna, considering that Amon may have already filled Ulna with hybrids. More Imperial fleets must be summoned and fully prepared before exploring. Just now, I received warnings from many outposts that the Tal'Darim Protoss are approaching our newly opened colony in the Sigma sector. He continued, there are reports that hybrids have appeared among these Tal'Darim Protoss. As if in response to what Augustus said, the holographic image on the star chart was frozen in a vast sea of stars in the changing light and shadow. In it, every tiny speck of light represents one or more dazzling stars. For the Terrans in the Copperless sector, The Sigma sector is a brand new world. A virgin land waiting to be developed. A treasure land like a paradise. If the development is successful, the Sigma sector will become a precious flower blooming on the barren land at the edge of the Milky Way. The star sector is an artificially divided regional concept. And compared with the center of the Milky Way, the Sigma sector appears to be sparsely populated, dark and desolate. But even so, many habitable planets have been discovered during the years of exploration. And the proven mineral reserves are quite amazing. Enough to support the establishment of large colonies. The more colonies you have, the more fleets the Empire can build and support. I have seen the Taldarim in many temple worlds and hybrid factories. Zyrtl said, they worship Amon as a god. If Amon returns to the world, the Taldarim will be the forerunner of darkness. These Protoss are really haunting. Actor said. I think. Augustus looked at Zyrtl and whispered, Zyrtl, this is the omen of the Doomsday War. Outside the bridge of the White Star, the assembled fleet of the Mobius Legion was gathering around the flagship, waiting for the order to set sail again. At this moment, the Mobius Corps has more than 220 main battleships, all of which are Minotaur-class battlecruisers built in the new era, of which there are 29 Gorgons. Thousands of ships of various types gathered, moved, and waited for the order to set sail. After a while, in the Sigma sector, the Atreus system is located in the Sigma sector, and it is known that this is a world belonging to the Taldarim Protoss. At the same time, the system is also one of the main battlefields between the Terran Empire and the Taldarim Protoss in the Sigma sector. At this moment, the situation in the Atreus galaxy suddenly changed. A large number of Imperial fleets appeared at the edge of the galaxy and headed towards Atreus, the only planet in the galaxy. This fleet probably had nearly 100 battlecruisers, more than 400 Vargar frigates and liberators, and a large number of troop transports. The Sigma logo, with a green background and white border on these Imperial warships, indicated that this was a garrison fleet deployed by the Terran Empire in the Sigma Star Zone to defend the Empire's colonies and trade routes in the region. Fleets of this size will only be assembled when a major war is about to break out. Generally speaking, large fleets will be divided into squadron-sized fleets to maintain the safety of various worlds and waterways. In peacetime, the main duties of these remote colony fleets are to eliminate pirates, round up smuggling ships, and combat illegal colonial activities. The Terran Empire's fleet will also take on more responsibilities, such as providing disaster relief assistance to newly established colonies, rescuing stranded colonial ships and merchant ships, drawing accurate nautical charts, etc. But once the war comes, the fleets will regroup under the command of the Imperial Marshal to fight against the foreign enemy. In response to the Imperial fleet arriving at the Atreus system, the Taldarim mothership leaped in. When the Imperial warships opened fire mercilessly, the war between humans and Protoss was about to break out. Atreus was originally the territory of the Taldarim Protoss. Obviously, the Terran Empire was actively attacking rather than passively defending. Since the Terran Empire colonists began to enter the Sigma sector in 2500, large-scale colonization with official organization and endorsement began. In the following 3 years, the footprints of the Terran Empire's human beings soon covered 1/10 of the Sigma sector, and about 100 large and small colonies were established one after another, in the different worlds of the Sigma sector, on the ocean planets with vast oceans, on the lush jungle worlds, on the cold tundra planets, and on the desert worlds with flying sand and gravel. Colonies of different sizes sprang up with the arrival of the Terran human colonists. Since humans first set foot on these lands, the fire of civilization has been rising. In order to compete for land and resources, the conflict between the expanding Terran Empire and the native Taldarim is naturally imminent, and new and old scores are settled together. This is the rule of the uncivilized world. The Terran Empire is by no means a cowardly old federation. They never avoid war, and dare to draw their swords against any powerful enemy. As for the Taldarim Protoss, this branch of the Protoss that believes that peace is just a delusion and only war and pain are the main theme happily accepted the challenge of humans, because they are now convinced that only war can please their gods. Even in the entire Sigma Star Zone, it is not the first time that the two sides have fought. In Atreus, without any negotiations or diplomatic ultimatums, the Terran Empire and the Taldarim Protoss fought. Chapter 675, Attacking Amon. Amidst the huge flash and shocking explosion, the main guns of several warships of the Terran Empire Sigma Sector fleet took the lead in firing at the Taldarim fleet in front of them. The orange flames rushed out of the huge and daunting muzzles, and the death light curtain composed of dense laser cannon barges and missile clusters followed one after another. In the dark deep sky, countless lights lit up at the same time with the warp fluctuations. There were countless warships, and countless roaring muzzles, as if being whipped by a sharp whip. A Tal'Darim aircraft carrier that was just outside the mothership's invisible force field was hit by a Yamato gun salvo, causing its shield to collapse. The broken bow tilted to the side under the unparalleled force, and the spectacular and hot flames gushed out like a welding torch. This scene was both spectacular and terrifying. The flames passed through the bridge and deck in an instant, killing all life along the way. The surrounding Tal'Darim fighters hurriedly drove away to avoid the shock wave caused by the explosion of the warship, with the addition of several Imperial science ships and Crows to the battlefield. The Tal'Darim warships in the mothership's cloaking force field had nowhere to hide from the high-precision detection array. In the blink of an eye, the Imperial wolves had already bared their fangs and fiercely tore off a large piece of bloody flesh from the enemy. For a moment, the cold command of the Tal'Darim warlord, who was sitting high on the Tal'Darim mothership overlooking the entire battlefield, was deafening. Countless Tal'Darim aircraft carrier interceptors swarmed out of the cloaking force field, and the twin plasma cannons welded the shields and decks of the human warships as accurately as a scalpel. The Tal'Darim destroyer warships, transformed from the void rays of the Dallin Protoss, came out in a line, and the scarlet energy beams containing destructive power swept across the Imperial warships in the front, jumping and colliding between adjacent warships like light refracted by different mirrors, forming a desperate light chain symbolizing death. From time to time, frigates and fighters from both sides were destroyed after the bright flashes, and some Imperial fighters melted by the beams of the Tal'Darim motherships did not even leave decent wreckage. A hurricane filled with destructive ripples spread across the Atreus system. The fleets of both sides fought and advanced at high speed, quickly changing from a long-range bombardment to a close-range desperate fight. A large group of Tal'Darim Phoenix aircraft approached the Imperial fleet with excellent maneuverability. These powerful attack aircraft obtained from the Dallin Protoss have always been used by the Tal'Darim fleet commander to disrupt the enemy's formation and attack the weak points. Under the terrible artillery fire, the Viking fighters of the Terran Empire drove out of the hangar one by one and took off from the docks of battlecruisers and large fighter carriers to intercept the incoming Phoenix fighters. Just as the noble Imperial Falcons and the Tal'Darim Blood Phoenix flew into the sky together over the battlefield filled with flames, the brave human and Protoss fighter pilots seemed to be dancing in the few gaps in the beam forest. This is the War of the Brave. Since the 10th minute of the war, many Tal'Darim and Imperial warships have been severely damaged or injured, and the war has spread to the entire galaxy. But this is just the beginning. In the bombardment of the Tal'Darim fleet, the Imperial Gorgon-class battlecruiser Supreme, the Reckoning and Apex Predator broke into the formation of the Tal'Darim fleet with an unshakable attitude. At the same time, more Gorgon warships followed closely, with such momentum that it seemed as if the sky was about to fall and the mountains were about to collapse. There was only one order in the communication channel of the Imperial fleet: attack! Attack! Attack again! When these terrifying Imperial battleships launched the attack, the whole world seemed to be left with only the flashes of the giant cannons. Countless laser beams and missiles burst out, and several Tal'Darim reconnaissance planes that tried to pass through this terrible barrage were immediately riddled with holes. The front and flanks of the Terran Empire were all equipped with powerful Gorgon-class battlecruisers. Hundreds of magnificent Imperial battleships formed an indestructible attack formation. The Tal'Darim warships had advantages in size and firepower, but the number of warships on the Empire side made up for this gap. Another dazzling flash of light flashed, and a compressed fusion explosion beam gushed out from the cold Yamato cannon of the Gorgon of the Final Judgment, ruthlessly bombarding the raised shield of the Tal'Darim mothership. And the rain of fire immediately poured down from the shield like a rain curtain. Then the huge steel battleship was also fiercely counterattacked. At least 3 Tal'Darim carriers locked onto her again, and the carrier-based aircraft swarmed in and pecked at the shield force field on the battleship like birds of prey. However, the first to be damaged was another Gorgon battleship, the Protonic Reversal. This battleship was hit by the main gun of the Tal'Darim mothership. A dazzling fire broke out from the bow and amidships. Thousands of tons of steel and metal were thrown in all directions, and the crew in the area were either killed or injured. But the Proton Subversion was still fighting. Its roaring guns locked onto another Tal'Darim carrier and fired, shattering its portholes and bending its armor. When she turned around, All that was left was burning wreckage. At the same time, in another direction, several Imperial Zeus-class transports had already arrived in the high-altitude orbit of Atreus, sending large numbers of airdrop pods to the surface. On Atreus, the warriors of Taldarim High Lord Marash were already ready. These noisy bugs? On the planet Atreus, in front of the towering entrance of the Zelnaga Temple of Isris, Genera, the second ascended Taldarim, was shouting coldly, and the bright red psychic ripples were rippling from under her blood-red robe. Bugs! 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 The main force of the Taldarim Death Fleet was not in the Sigma sector, but in Slain, which was separated from it by a whole Copperlu sector. It was related to the great plan of the Dark God Amon, and the Death Fleet could not be mobilized at will at this moment. If it were not so, how could we allow these humans to run wild? Just humans. On the other side, seeing the second Ascender so angry, the high-level Ascenders and dead slaves under Genera were also trembling. Genera was originally only the fifth Ascender in the Ascender chain, but after the first Ascender Alarak conspired to kill the former third Ascender Zinish, the second Ascender Guraki, and the first Ascender, she was easily promoted to the second seat. Now, Genera has undoubtedly become the first person under Marash and Alarak. But Genera did not even participate in the Rapture ceremony. But she jumped to the second Ascender without any effort. It was all because of Alarak's killing in the Rapture ceremony. And she got the advantage for no reason. Alarak, the first Ascender, knows every high-level Ascender well, and his mouth is full of humble words. But his heart is full of calculations. Even among the Taldarim Protoss, who are always known for their dark and cunning, Alarak is a leader in playing with people's hearts. Cruel and cunning, good at planning, but also calm and forbearing. This is Alarak. When I enter the temple to meet the Master, Genera, stand here and do not allow anyone to enter. Only one person was indifferent to Genara's rage, and that was the Taldarim High Lord Marash, the cold ruler who was second only to Amon, and the tyrant who dominated the Taldarim with tyranny and cruelty. Anyone who dares to disobey will pay with blood. After saying that, the High Lord in black armor and blood-red robes entered the Temple of Eris, leaving behind a group of trembling Taldarim Protoss. In the years filled with killing and pain, High Lord Marash has killed all the Taldarim who dared to challenge him. Marash is so powerful that the Taldarim believe he is blessed by Amon. Humans call him Amon's Blade. Every Taldarim hopes that someone will finally ascend to the throne of the High Lord. But so far all Taldarim have had to crawl at Marash's feet. For all those who disobey, Inion, who was tortured mad by Marash, was the end. As you command. Genera immediately bowed and said, loyalty to Amon's Blade. Second Ascendant, the humans of the Terran Empire have landed around the Temple of Eris, and they are heading here. A Taldarim Ascendant reported to Genera at this time. At this time, even without the subordinates reporting, Genera could see the human airdrop pods falling from the sky. Some of the airdrop pods were quickly hit by the Taldarim plasma cannons on the ground, but most of them still arrived on the ground safely. You really don't know how to live or die. Genera glanced at the surrounding Taldarim Protoss coldly. This Ascender was slender and light, but no one dared to underestimate her authority. It's not over yet. How dare they? I don't know when. Even these worthless bugs dared to jump on the head of Taldarim. Her master Amon never took humans seriously. This primitive race that came out of nowhere was not worth mentioning at all. Before the ancestors of these humans came to this star region from a dirty little planet in the Milky Way, the Taldarim Protoss was the overlord of this starry sky. In Genara's eyes, humans don't even have the qualifications to be enemies of the Taldarim. And judging from the previous experience of the Taldarim and humans fighting each other, this is indeed the case. However, since the rise of the human regime called the Terran Empire from Korhal, the power of the Terran humans has become increasingly formidable. By now, humans have obviously forgotten the boundless fear that the Taldarim brought to them. Call all the chosen ones. As Genera spoke, she activated the blood-red psychic double blades on her arms and gave a cold order. This is pure energy from Amon's domain, gathered into the shape of a blade. According to the ancient masters, this weapon can cut a planet in two. Since these humans are seeking death, Genera said, if they want to die, then grant them their wish. With Genara's order, the Taldarim army around the Temple of Ares began to move rapidly. The Taldarim blood blades, wearing black armor, formed a legion of thousands of people, and marched towards the outside of the Temple of Ares, under the cover of the Tal'Darim Sentinel Havoc and Vanguard walkers. The huge shadow of the Tal'Darim Giant Retribution walker passed over the hills with the moving parts, sweeping away quickly like a dark cloud. At the same time, Jinera could also feel that the signals of the human forces outside the temple were still increasing. The Protoss had no nose and mouth, but their keen perception of psychic energy and mind made up for this, which was a sign of evolution. As the second Ascender, there were only a few people in the Tal'Darim who could rank above her. Even the first Ascender Alarak and the high-level Lord Marash. She was not afraid. Quick battle. Quick decision. Jinera gave another order while walking towards her army. In fact, the fleet battle situation in the Atreus system is not optimistic for the Tal'Darim. According to observations, there is a larger Tyranid Empire fleet on the way to the Atreus system. As a last resort, the commander of the Tal'Darim mothership even ordered the opening of the galactic vortex, dragging several Imperial warships and their own aircraft carriers into it together to slow down the advance of the Imperial fleet. But after all, this is the Orthodox Slain fleet, not the expeditionary force put together by that fool Nion. When did even the humans that the Tal'Darim always looked down on become a force that cannot be ignored in the Copperloo sector? Jinera knew that the Emperor of the Terran Empire had been strengthening his military power to deal with the threat of the Zerg. And until now, its huge fleet and army were still expanding. She also didn't know that since the end of the Second Total War, the number of the Terran Empire's main battle cruisers has doubled or even doubled every year, until this number reached an astonishing 2,000 ships. And the scale of the Navy, Marines and other military branches must be calculated in units of 100 million. The number of soldiers alone is several times greater than the population of the Tal'Darim Protoss and Slain. Even though the system is inevitably bloated and wasteful, a fleet of this size is the basis for the Terran Empire to gain a foothold in this vast sea of stars. With a huge fleet, it seems that even the terrifying Zerg swarm is not to be feared. At this moment, a dense siege tank artillery fire covered an open space outside the Temple of Eris, destroying a Tal'Darim outpost there in the blink of an eye. Immediately afterwards, accompanied by the test firing of the adjustment landing, another round of terrifying firepower attacked again, and the fierce artillery fire even caused a slight earthquake. Atreus, this planet is on the verge of death. Its underground gas flow is very chaotic and has been in a state of continuous eruption. Large numbers of heavily armored Terran Empire raiders appeared in front of Jinera, and hundreds of siege tanks were deployed behind their high wall-like front. Attack! Jinera pointed the burning red psychic blade straight ahead. For Amon, the Tal'Darim are the chosen ones. These humans are so ignorant and stupid, waiting for the day when the dark god Amon is reborn. The Tal'Darim Protoss completes the ascension, and the burning universe will surrender to their feet. I'm going to fight Amon. An Imperial Marine officer who was coming over spat, Tal'Darim Protoss. The account of Basher and Blacksis will be counted on your heads. Chapter 676 Void Creation. The dark deep sky surrounding the planet Atreus was filled with the remains of starship bombardments. The huge wreckage of large warships was like tombstones marking the battlefield. Countless fragments surrounded them like star rings, shining coldly under the light of the stars. Some of the semi-sunken warships were still spewing bright flashes from their muzzles, while others were quietly heading towards their final destruction. Both sides lost dozens of warships. Some were sunk or could no longer participate in the next battle, but with the same loss ratio. This was obviously in favor of the Terran Empire fleet. The warships of the Terran Empire have been rapidly updated at a rate of 2 to 3 years, and the rapidly expanding military power has caught the Tal'Darim Protoss off guard. And now, the Tal'Darim are about to be defeated, and they are retreating in a panic. Otherwise, they will all be buried on this battlefield under the starry sky. After abandoning more than 50 aircraft carriers and destroyer warships that were severely damaged and could not take off with the flagship, the Tal'Darim mothership took the lead in opening a hyperspace channel rift, and the remaining warships followed closely behind. At this point, all the Imperial fleet commanders, who could accurately and quickly understand the battlefield situation, would order to continue the pursuit. The following war could no longer be called a battle between two fleets of equal strength, but evolved into a stranglehold of a single Tal'Darim warship by the Tyranid Empire warships that had an advantage in multiple local battlefields. The Tal'Darim Protoss who were still fighting also understood that they were just resisting stubbornly. As time went on, the Tal'Darim warships, which were besieged by Imperial warships that were several times or even 10 times their own, were sunk one after another by fierce artillery fire. turning into beautiful metal fragments drifting in the universe. Some Tal'Darim warships were cut in two from the middle by the explosion caused by the crystal core, while others were ignited like flammable haystacks, emitting dazzling light like torches. In the dark sky, these blazing warships were as eye-catching as beacons. When the battle was coming to an end, another larger fleet of the Terran Empire completely destroyed the hopes of the Tal'Darim Protoss. The first to jump into the Atreus system was the Imperial flagship Gorgon battleship White Star. As soon as its iconic T-bow appeared, it caused a cheer in the communication channel of the Imperial Sigma Sector fleet. At the same time, more black warships jumped out of hundreds of unfolding spacetime rifts, followed by countless interstellar fighters. This is the main fleet of the Mobius core of the Terran Empire. They are known for their absolute silence on the radio channels and cold efficiency when carrying out extermination missions. For a long time, the Mobius core has been fighting against all alien enemies that threaten the Empire. The various large fleets of the Empire are now sufficient to launch and win a large-scale war alone. And Augustus no longer needs to concentrate a few main battleships and use the power in his hands cautiously. Report the battle situation. General Harris. On the bridge of the White Star, Augustus only took a few minutes to figure out the situation on the battlefield. From the comparison of the losses of the main battleships, the Imperial fleet had 3 Gorgons and 12 Minotaur battlecruisers sunk in this battle, and the number of ships damaged or even seriously damaged was about twice that number. And because the Tal'Darim flagship abandoned its warships and jumped away from the battlefield, the Tal'Darim fleet's already precarious formation was gradually broken, and the number of lost aircraft carriers and destroyer warships was even more. In addition, 7 battlecruisers and hundreds of escort ships were dragged into the vortex created by the Tal'Darim, and their whereabouts are unknown. It is possible that these warships will reappear in the Atreus system after a period of time, or they may never appear again, as if they were completely wiped out. 5 other Tal'Darim aircraft carriers and a dozen destroyer warships were also dragged into the vortex, and their whereabouts are also unknown. The Protoss usually do not actively use the vortex, because this terrible black hole does not distinguish between friend and foe. Of course, the Tal'Darim may not care at all. Your Majesty, my fleet has occupied the high-altitude orbit of the planet Atreus and is conducting orbital bombardment on the main military facilities of the Tal'Darim on the ground. General Harris is an old-school Imperial soldier with a pipe hanging on his head. He has been born and died countless times and has participated in a terrifying number of battles. I have begun to deploy more airdrop capsules to provide air-fire support for the troops that have landed. Very good. Augustus frowned and looked at General Harris, who had a red face and white ivory beard. Continue to perform your duties, General. Then, Augustus emphasized the merits of the Sigma Sector fleet and ordered additional supply ships and medical ships to search and rescue the stranded Imperial warships. Even though the Imperial fleet had won, its own losses were not small. Just as the White Star was heading 220 degrees, an Imperial Minotaur battlecruiser was still struggling in pain. Its solid battleship armor was covered with terrible scorch marks left by the destruction rays, and the interior was filled with large and small explosions and bright flashes. The raging flames rising from the stern violently burst out from all the portholes, and the hull was covered with bright red dots of fire. Some horrific explosions were throwing the wreckage in all directions, making it hard to bear to watch. Sadly, the other Imperial warships were helpless against this battlecruiser that was irreversibly heading towards self-destruction, and could only send ships to rescue the crew as much as possible. Compared with this tragic situation, the remaining Tal'Darim warships were also cruelly slaughtered by the Imperial warships. As more and more Mobius Legion warships jumped into the Atreus system, the newly joined Imperial warships joined the battlefield, and the Yamato guns fired at the remaining Tal'Darim warships one by one, which was a spectacular scene. At this time, the image of the planet Atreus was projected from the star chart table on the bridge of the White Star. The green flashes that occasionally appeared on its bright brown continental plates were quite eye-catching. Atreus was an uneasy planet. The active continental activities would always frequently spray its underground high-energy gas resources into the sky. On the one hand, the high-energy gas that emerged due to earthquakes was easier to collect, but the high-energy gas extraction facilities built on the surface were also easily destroyed by earthquake activities. This kind of planet is actually more suitable for small-scale mining companies to develop. They only need to capture the high-energy gas scattered on the surface to make a profit at a very low cost. If it is developed into a mining planet, There are many more suitable planets in the Sigma sector than Atreus. If it is developed by force, it may become another new Folsom planet. The Terran Empire does not have to have this planet. But the current activities of the Taldarim on this planet have greatly interfered with the activities of nearby Imperial colonies and nearby shipping routes. The Atreus system was originally an important base of the Taldarim in the Sigma sector, and it must be taken out. The Taldarim have no good temper towards human colonies, and this race has no mercy even for their own kind. On the other hand, the Empire has heard about the bad things the Taldarim did in the Sigma sector. In fact, since Augustus did not give Nereid much resources and support for the production of hybrids, the Taldarim in this timeline replaced the original position of the Terran Empire and focused on the production of hybrids. For this reason, an unimaginable number of Protoss Templars were captured by the Taldarim and taken to their hybrid factories, including a large number of scientists and craftsmen. Occasionally, the Taldarim Protoss, who do not care about meat or vegetables, would attack the colonial fleet of the Terran Empire and plunder slaves. This hatred is deadly. The Terran Empire and the Taldarim fought each other as soon as they met, without mercy, and wished to crush them to ashes. What are the Taldarim doing on this planet? Raynor looked at the rotating planet Atreus and said, there should be no Terrazine on it. Resources, Terrazine, or the temple. Augustus said, you have to choose one of them. Augustus reached out and touched the planet projection on the star table and zoomed in. A towering Xel'Naga temple appeared in front of everyone. Although this Xel'Naga temple is not as good as the temple complex under the Skyger research station, from the perspective of the grandeur of the single building, it seems that only the two temples on Ire and Shakuras can be compared with it. In terms of preservation, the temple is in good condition, and even the huge statues seem to still retain their original grandeur. Moreover, this Xel'Naga building, which the Taldarim call the Temple of Ares, is apparently still in operation today. One of the main functions of the Xel'Naga temple is to store energy and communicate with the void. Obviously, the Taldarim intend to use the Temple of Ares to communicate with their master, the Dark God Amon. Temple of Ares. Augustus looked at the Dark Archbishop Zeratul next to him. Zeratul, what have you found? On this planet, I feel the call of destiny. Zeratul walked to the porthole and looked down at the towering Temple of Ares below. Amon is pulling this temple closer to the void. The void reflects his will. It sounds like we have pissed off Amon. Renault laughed twice, but there was not much warmth in his laughter. The energy level of the void energy on this planet is still increasing. Zeratul said solemnly, that means the boundary between the void and the universe has been blurred, which is unusual. Following Zeratul's gaze at this moment, you can see the surface of the planet Atreus flashing scarlet light outside the bridge porthole. I have only seen this situation on Ire before. Zeratul said worriedly, the Dark Templar believes that the void and the world must be crossed between life and death. In the memory of our clan, the existence of the void has never been as clear as it is now. The Taldarim must be communicating with the void through the Temple of Ares. Air may be the first planet found to be infinitely close to the void. The huge hole formed in the huge remains of the first overmind has become another Otarian rift. The terrible shadow and void corruption are spreading over the once beautiful land of Ire. The situation on the planet Atreus also shows that the power of the Dark God Amon has indeed further revived, and his control over the void is far greater than before. No matter what, we will do whatever Taldarim and Amon want to do. Augustus further unfolded the battle map around the Temple of Iris. Although the position information of each unit was delayed, the landing troops of the Terran Empire were obviously surrounding the Temple of Iris. In this regard, Augustus could only choose to believe that the commander on the ground would definitely be able to take down the Temple of Iris. After all, he was not a master of micromanagement, and he could still stand on the battleship and command the ground troops far away on the planet. From the information we have received so far, the commander of this Taldarim army is none other than the second ascendant Genera. Augustus heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was only Genera. Fortunately, according to Augustus's impression of Genera in the game. However, the Taldarim High Lord Marash may also be in the Temple of Ares. Augustus thought for a moment, and then said, no matter who the Taldarim commander is here, they must be killed. Augustus couldn't help but wonder where Alarak, the first ascendant of the Taldarim, is now. If all the high-ranking lords and second-level ascenders died here, this sinister guy would definitely be happy to see it happen. But I'm afraid that Marash is not so easy to kill. Maybe he really has the blessing of Amon. Marash is a real madman. He knows that Amon's so-called upgrade is just a lie, and he is willing to send the entire Taldarim to an irretrievable place. However, Augustus has his own way to deal with Marash and Taldarim. Wait! Raynor suddenly looked at the battle map on the star map table. The sensor detected a large number of hybrid signals. Satellite images near the Temple of Eris appeared on the main screen, and it was clear that a large number of hybrids were mixed in the Taldarim army. Until now, the Taldarim seemed to regard these hybrids as ascended beings who had completed their ascension, and they worship these evil creatures. It's a hybrid, Cyrodiil shouted, and it seems that it's not just a hybrid. As soon as the voice fell, the green light shining on the Temple of Eris suddenly turned into a dazzling scarlet, and a large amount of surging void energy surged out like a thick fog, quickly covering the entire temple. In these surging void energies, many biological entities composed of dark red void energy continue to emerge, including Zerg, Protoss, and even humans. They are completely composed of distorted void energy, which is different from any life form in the real universe. This is a void creation, a creature transformed by the shadow of the void. In the material universe we live in, they cannot exert their full power, but they are still very terrifying. Cyrodiil looked at Augustus. I must join this battle. You have just been injured. Cyrodiil. Augustus nodded. Be careful. My warriors will provide you with support. Okay. Without further ado, act as soon as possible. Cyrodiil said. The sharp blade in my hand will pave the way for us to move forward. Chapter 677 Augustus. We can't leave this planet to Amon. Let's blow it up. Everything is like a nightmare come true. Jim Raynor stood on the brightly lit wide bridge of the White Star and looked at the slowly rotating planet Atreus under the porthole. The terrible void rift was emerging from the surface of the planet, and the red void energy rushed up to the sky. The area it covered and the height it reached were so amazing that it was clearly visible in the high-altitude orbit. The void energy that gushed out like volcanic magma even triggered the crustal movement of the planet Atreus, creating huge whirlpools in the atmosphere that could swallow dozens of August rads. Such a devastating scene truly illustrates what Amon's wrath is. At this moment, all those who witnessed this horrific scene felt the horror of Amon. No wonder the Taldarim worship Amon as a god. Perhaps only gods can show such supernatural power. What Cyrodiil said is true. When nightmares become reality, the Doomsday War will come. Augustus's face showed no emotion, as if he had already anticipated the scene before him. In fact, even if he was really shocked, he would not show it. He was the emperor of the Terran Empire, the backbone of the Terran people. A king should be as immovable as a mountain, and remain calm even when the mountain collapses in front of him. At this moment, hundreds of pillars made of countless void celestial fragments were rising from the surface of the planet Atreus, supporting the sky like mountains. Surrounding these void fragments, large and small void cracks were still emerging, like springs, with blood from hell flowing in them. Countless void creatures are pouring out of the void cracks. These terrible monsters shrouded in dark red light are the cold reflection of the dark side of the void. Their existence subverts all common sense of the material universe. The void is now no different from the real hell. Amon's anger and resentment have corrupted it. The only good news is that although these void creatures are not ordinary life, they must consume a lot of void energy to exist in the material universe. So their combat effectiveness is greatly reduced. And they are not undead creatures. They can also be killed. And the report from the ground landing troops also proves this. But on the other hand, the number of void creatures is huge. Even if they can be killed, the void rifts generated on the surface of the planet can create more. If it was Korhol who ended up like this, how many people would have lost their lives? Raynor is an optimistic person most of the time. As a leader, his positive side can always infect his followers. But even he has a negative and depressed side. Renault is no longer alone now. He has a big family to take care of. As the Marshal of the Terran Empire, the right-hand man of Emperor Augustus, Renault, who has a heavy responsibility, is no longer the cowboy he used to be. There is an empire waiting for him to protect. I hope my worries are unnecessary. But if I were Amon, as long as I took the capital of the Terran Empire, the morale of mankind would be greatly damaged. Even if it didn't collapse. Raynor's worry is not without reason. On the planet Atreus, Amon has demonstrated his power. Only by seeing it with your own eyes can you know how terrible the doomsday that Cyrodiil said would sweep across the entire copperless sector will be. Before this, Raynor obviously lacked such an understanding. For humans, Amon, the god of the void and darkness, is just a vague concept. They neither understand the void nor what the Zelnada and Amon look like. In the end, it was impossible to confirm whether they really existed before. Imagine that if you pull a planet into the void and turn it into part of the void. Endless void creatures can enter the material universe. These void creatures are made of pure void energy and can never be killed. Any meaning of fighting on the planet will no longer exist. Even if there is such a day. Augustus' words revealed his firm determination. Korhal will be an insurmountable iron wall for Amon. The hardest bone to chew in this universe. Even at the last moment before the fall, the Korhal people would not stop fighting. The Terrans are a young race, but they have never surrendered. It is not so easy to take down Korhal. Renault's mind turned quickly, and he immediately followed Augustus's thoughts. Within a sentence or two, they began to discuss how to fight this doomsday war. What Renault didn't know was that long before he ascended the throne, Augustus had deduced how to fight this doomsday war countless times. But he could see that Augustus had already anticipated the possibility of an attack on Korhal, and Sky Shield was prepared accordingly. All preparations were for the final battle. It would be short-sighted to say that Augustus was frantically expanding his army just to deal with the Zerg. In Korhal, we have the largest fleet and the strongest orbital defenses. Even if the high-altitude orbit and the surface have been completely destroyed, we can use the underground train track system in Augustgrad to switch to the war below the surface. And the supplies stored there are enough to fight for several years. And if we want to take down Korhal, Raynor said, Amon's army must pay a heavy price. Then, we will fight him in the place where he least expects it when Amon is distracted to deal with Korhal and Shakuras. Augustus took over Raynor's words. In Augustus' eyes, Korhal is just a bargaining chip, which is the price of victory. In an interstellar war, a single mistake means the destruction of a planet and the destruction of lives. So there is no room for indecision. If I had a hammer in my hand, I would hit Amon in the face without thinking. Reno thought for a moment, but we don't know where this guy is. The void. Augustus paused. It's in the void. The void? Reno felt that he understood a little, but not completely. But the phase technician Carrick said that the void is a place where life cannot exist. How can we get in? Use the Zelnada spacecraft, Augustus said, before life appeared. The Zelnada used their spacecraft to travel between the void and reality. Moreover, after testing, the energy shields and armor of the newly built warships can fully withstand the tearing of the void power for a period of time. Okay. Then we will warp to Amon's face and hit him twice. Let him see how powerful humans are. At the same time, we must unite the Protoss and Zerg as much as possible, and gather the last strength in the universe to enter the void and kill Amon. This is the key to winning this war. Augustus nodded and said, burn your boats and burn them all. As long as Amon still has health, there is nothing to be afraid of. Previously, in order to prevent Nerid from noticing anything from Raynor and others through telepathy, Augustus never revealed this plan to them. But it doesn't matter now. Soon there will be no need to worry about this. Of course, Augustus also omitted many details, such as how to deal with the evil god host that Amon used to descend into reality, and how to deal with the problem that Kara would be corrupted by Amon, and so on. It would be useless to tell Raynor now. Even if Tassadar announced to all the Terran Protoss that Kala might be corrupted by Amon, and asked them to immediately cut off the nerve bundle and the connection with Kala, he would be immediately regarded as a heretic by the angry Protoss with his prestige. Because there is no evidence. How could the traditions and beliefs of thousands of years be shaken by a few words? It was Kala who saved the ancestors of the Protoss Empire and brought this civilization to another peak in the apocalypse. The Iyer Protoss are fanatics of Kara. They have been in contact with Kara since birth and have never lost contact with her. As for telling Cyrodiil, it is even more useless. His crazy pursuit of the prophecy of doomsday in the universe over the years has caused many people in the Terran Protoss to think that he has become paranoid and almost crazy. If Cyrodiil comes out at this time, it can only prove that he is really a madman. For this kind of thing, only when the Iyer Protoss are about to die will they believe that there is something wrong with Kara and have the courage and determination to cut off Kara. However, as long as the artifact is still in Augustus' hands, the problem of Kara's corruption is not an unsolvable deadlock. Unite with the Zerg? Raynor was stunned. The Protoss and the Terran Empire have long been allied. But what about the Zerg? When the doomsday comes, the Terran Empire must unite all the forces that can be united. And this matter cannot be done by humans alone. This second-generation Little Master is determined to kill humans and Protoss. And there is no sign of cooperation with humans. Of course, this is hard to say. since Amon is determined to destroy all living things in the universe. The will of the swarm will also do its best to seek a way out for survival. Primitive Zerg? Raynor thought of this possibility. Primitive Zerg have always been unruly. But considering that Zerwin, the ancestor of the worm, trembles when he hears the name of Amon, maybe these guys will become the Zerg army when Amon's army arrives, and happily follow behind to harvest the essence. It is certain that the Protoss, except for the Taldaran Protoss, the two branches of the Dallin Protoss, and the Purifier Protoss will stand on the side of the Terran Empire. As for humans themselves, the Comorian Union and Umoyan in the Copperless sector are already considered half-brothers of the Empire. So there is no need to worry. The Earth humans are too far away, almost separated by half of the Milky Way, and no one knows what is going on now. Maybe they are still busy with their own affairs. The Zerg side is mainly divided into the original swarm and the dominant swarm. The former only recognizes the essence and not humans, while the latter does not recognize parents. Don't we still have Alpha? Augustus smiled and said, now it has become a primitive brain worm, and is no longer controlled by the main nest mind. Renault suddenly felt very tired. If they can only rely on the fat brain worm to save the world, then let's destroy it. Ever since Princess Louise raised this brain worm as a pet dog, this guy has been completely useless, living a life of drunkenness and drinking soda and chips all day long. It fights with Duke for no reason, and says that there is no room for two dogs in one mountain. This trick of hurting the enemy by 1,000 and hurting itself by 800 really makes the old man angry. Unless it can really become the master. Renault thought about it, and didn't say it too firmly. This brainworm still has some brains, but it's just too stupid. Then we have to help it. Augustus said, of course. We don't expect it to do anything. Just let it take the position of the master when the time comes. Can we kill the master and all the brainworms? Renault spread his hands. It seems that this is the only way. Augustus shrugged. But what if things don't go according to your plan? Renault asked. I have a plan B. Augustus said. I don't know your plan B. Which is no plan. Renault sighed. This time is different. Augustus said. You said the same thing last time. Renault was helpless, thinking that this conversation seemed familiar, but he just couldn't remember where he had heard it. And there is plan C. Augustus said. Tell me about it. Renault said. Cyrodiil has been gone for a long time. Augustus was silent for a moment and said, I don't know how he is doing over there. Cyrodiil has his own spaceship, and he has always been alone. A few minutes ago, the ground forces of the Terran Empire just reported Cyrodiil's movements to Augustus. A gunner claimed that Cyrodiil led several hunters into the Temple of Eris. And then, there was no news. This is the style of the Dark Templars. In the Shadowrun, they have to fight 10 times or 100 times more enemies alone. This is the road of the brave, and it is also a lonely road to death. After entering the temple, Cyrodiil only sent a message to Augustus, saying that he would go to find the void catalyst used by the Taldaran Protoss in the Temple of Eris to communicate with Amon. My mother said that good things will happen to those who are lucky. Renault laughed dumbly. Don't worry about Cyrodiil. But look, what should we do with this planet now? On the planet Atrias below, the surging void rifts are still increasing. It seems that it won't be long before this planet will be pulled into the void. By then, they can't guarantee whether the void creatures emerging from it will attack the nearby Terran Empire colonies. The ordinary Sigma Sector colonial army can't compete with these terrible enemies. Well, we can't leave this planet to Amon. Augustus looked at the main screen, which was transferring to the picture in the White Star's armory. Swan, tell me your plan. Oh, Your Majesty, I asked my old friend to get the blueprint of the Moser-class Doomsday device from the official map introduction of StarCraft 1. Swan's familiar sturdy figure appeared again. I tested it, and it's very powerful. This thing is much scarier than the Apocalypse-class nuclear bomb. The old Federation militants used this device to detonate the entire Voton 2. The Doomsday device changed the agrarian world to the Ash world. The Doomsday device detonated in the core of Voton 2, triggering a global volcanic eruption, and everything on the planet turned to ash. Now, the surface of the entire Voton 2 looks as ugly as coal slag. Swan said, what a terrible tragedy. The unique geological changes on Atrias have created many strange cracks that can go straight through the Earth's crust. As long as the Moser-class Doomsday device is sent in, the high-energy gas enriched inside the planet can be detonated, sending the entire planet into the sky. Very good. Adjutant, connect to Vane's ground command center. I have orders to issue. Augustus heard this, and paced a few steps and said, Voton 2 is the eternal pain in the heart of the Terran Empire. The crazy federal extremists are willing to destroy an entire world to avenge the Empire. But it was this incident that made the Empire realize this terrible old Federation black technology. The ground commander was Colonel Abraham Vaughn, who was known as the Imperial Ram, and his troops were known for their sledgehammer-like offensive. We're going to blow up this planet, Augustus said. Send them to hell. Chapter 678 Horus. This generation of inheritors is so fast. Recovering the remaining airdrop capsules. All ground personnel have been evacuated. The Doomsday device has been deployed. The voices of the communication sergeants on the bridge deck of the White Star sounded one after another. At the same time, there were almost hundreds of people talking in the communication channel of the entire fleet. But they were still orderly. Where is Cyrodiil? Augustus asked after waiting for a while. At this moment, under the porthole in front of him, was the huge Imperial fleet anchored in the high-altitude orbit of Atreus. Hundreds of warships of different sizes and models were connected end to end. Endlessly arranged. Vast and spectacular. Below the fleet, the planet that was being pulled into the void bit by bit was trembling in Amon's anger. And the huge red spots generated around the void rifts were all over it. And the scene was extremely horrifying. No news yet, Raynor replied, as if a stone had sunk into the sea. Cyrodiil had not heard from him since entering the Temple of Eris. At that time, the Temple of Eris had completely become a medium for Amon to pull the planet Atreus into the void. It was filled with violent void energy and terrifying void creatures. And even the Imperial soldiers wearing heavy raider armor could hardly get close. Then wait a little longer. Augustus warned himself to be patient. After a while, the situation on Atreus became visibly worse. The psychic storm that swept across the planet brought about a dramatic change in the weather. The cyclone that easily covered half of the continent indicated that a terrible catastrophe was taking shape. Augustus stared at this terrible scene, and his heart sank. He would not allow Atreus to fall into the void. Otherwise, the surrounding Imperial colonies would be placed in a very dangerous situation. Atreus must be destroyed. Sir, the Void Seeker has answered our call. Finally, a communication soldier shouted at this time. Connected, Raynor said. Brothers, God bless you. I succeeded. In the other side of the picture, Cyrodiil was personally piloting his Xel'Naga ship Void Seeker through the stormy and thunderous atmosphere of Atreus. Your safe return is more important than anything else. My friend. Augustus breathed a sigh of relief. Cyrodiil, what did you find in the Temple of Eris? Augustus Mengsk. I'm afraid even you can't imagine what I went through in the Temple of Eris. Cyrodiil had just experienced a bloody battle, and his simple and low-key armor and battle robes were stained with the blood of the enemy. He must have escaped with a narrow escape, but seeing the hope of saving the world really made him overjoyed. I can imagine that. I also know that Xel'Naga Horus will definitely communicate with you through the Temple of Eris, and even know what he said to you. Augustus complained in his heart. Have you found the prophecy, Cyrodiil? Raynor asked. Augustus also showed a curious expression. He really wanted to know if Horus would say more this time. Yes. Cyrodiil rarely gave a very affirmative reply. In the void catalyst deep in the Temple of Eris, I heard a friendly prophecy, as if an ancient voice from the other side was calling me. In that voice, I seemed to see the birth and death of the universe, during which countless civilizations rose and countless civilizations died, like the rising and setting of the sun and the moon, eternal and unchanging. That voice. Augustus looked at Cyrodiil and thought to himself, you are still keeping me in suspense even at this time. This is Cyrodiil's usual way of speaking. He always speaks slowly, one thing after another, and pauses from time to time, as if waiting for you to ask. Occasionally, Cyrodiil does have the intention of teasing people, but this is definitely not the case now. That voice told me that the keystone will guide you to find hope, Cyrodiil continued. Keystone? Augustus was very cooperative. In a bright light, I saw that the keystone was the Xel'Naga artifact stored in the Skegel research station of the Terran Empire, Cyrodiil said happily. Cyrodiil should be happy, because humans have already begun to study this magical creation long after the Xel'Naga artifact was discovered and assembled. Recently, Cyrodiil has witnessed a breakthrough in the research of the Xel'Naga artifact, and even found the coordinates of Ana. Obviously, that is the guidance that the voice mentioned. And Cyrodiil still remembered that he blurted out the name of Ulnar, which made the voice in the bright light sigh. I don't know why, but it's probably because Cyrodiil heard it wrong, and he has no ears. It's really a coincidence. Augustus said that it's a good thing that we are studying the Xel'Naga artifact. It's really lucky. What else did the voice say? Raynor urged Cyrodiil. In the final battle, the Xel'Naga will help us fight him on. Cyrodiil added, I believe that is the last part of the prophecy. The most important piece of the puzzle. Xel'Naga. Where can we find Xel'Naga now? It's a miracle. Reno patted his head and suddenly realized Ulna. The hometown of Xel'Naga. I don't believe it. It's impossible that we can't find even one Xel'Naga. But if they could have dealt with him long ago, why did they have to wait for us to find him? He thought of many things in an instant, and felt that this script was familiar. Are these Xel'Naga imprisoned, waiting for us to rescue them? Raynor felt that he understood. If Tychus were here, he would probably say that it was useless to rescue them, and it would be better for them to die. This is good news. Augustus nodded, but only by entering in can we reveal the answer to the mystery. At this time, the advanced sensor array of the White Star had detected the position of the Void Seeker, indicating that it had risen into the high-altitude orbit of the planet Atreus. Swan, it's time to start. Augustus ordered. Start the Doomsday device and end it all. The Moser-class Doomsday device is enough to turn a planet into ashes and destroy all life on it. This is a terrible planetary extinction weapon. More terrible than 1,000 Apocalypse-class nuclear bombs. After Rory Swan's transformation, the power of this old Federal Doomsday device is even more terrible. The Atreus planet, which has a large amount of high-energy gas resources stored inside, is itself a huge barrel of explosives. Once detonated, its terrifying power is enough to throw entire continents into the air. Even during the Second Total War, the Terran Empire had only activated this device a few times. It would rather use nuclear bombs or virus bombs for large-scale orbital bombardment than use this terrible weapon. Soon, Augustus's order was passed down layer by layer. In a certain silent moment, huge and bright spots suddenly flashed on the planet Atreus, and the violent explosion ignited the huge cracks filled with high-energy gas at an extremely terrifying speed. The fissures formed by the flames spread across the surface of the planet like spider webs at an incredible speed. All the volcanoes were erupting violently, and countless lava rivers were flowing everywhere. I hope we won't have to use this weapon again. Augustus ordered, Navigator, send us out of orbit. Suddenly, Augustus found that a war could be so simple. No matter how terrible the Taldarim and Void creatures on Atreus were, they had to finish with this planet. Sometimes, he didn't have to win the game. He just had to flip the table. This felt a bit strange. I hope this won't open a Pandora's box in my heart. With Augustus's order, the huge Imperial fleet, led by the flagship White Star, jumped into the opening hyperspace channel one after another and disappeared. In an instant, Atreus' brightness suddenly increased 1,000 times until it became the second sun in the galaxy. This short-lived sun struggled for a while, and then it turned into a ball of light that was torn into pieces in an extremely shocking manner, and shattered with a bang. As the last of the Imperial warships disappeared, it exploded. Countless pieces of the planet were thrown into the air, some as big as starships, some much larger than Augustgrad. The explosion detonated the second and third moons of Atreus, and flung the largest moon to the edge of the system, until it completely escaped the gravitational pull of the star, and became a dark and cold wandering body. Most of the volume of Atreus was shattered, and the remaining part will slowly darken as the remaining oxygen and high-energy gases are burned out. But it will not cool down. In the next few million years, its crust and most of the mantle may cool down and aggregate again, forming a broken dead planet. This is the trace left by the war between civilizations. The trace left by a human civilization that emerged at the edge of the Milky Way. A few standard Earth days later. Sigma Sector. Imperial Colony Chiron 3. The first person to discover this planet was a Kelmorian explorer, who was lucky enough to find this planet in a star system where it was thought that there was no possibility of a migration zone. This explorer is also a gold digger, an interstellar escort who explores crystal veins for many years, in the core worlds that have long been controlled by the Consortium. Even the unmined resources have been taken as their private property. In the endless starry sky, all resources are ownerless. As long as you explore far enough, opportunities will always come to you. Of course, you have to keep these treasures, and the wisest way is to sell them as soon as you make a fortune. After receiving a considerable amount of credits, the explorer dedicated the planet to the great Emperor Augustus, and returned to his hometown after 13 years to reunite with his wife and children. The landing point of the colonists on the southern subcontinent of Chiron 3 is located near an estuary delta, where the climate is suitable, water resources are abundant, and it is far away from the dangerous native wildlife communities on the main continental plate. It was in autumn, in the dense forest outside West City, the largest settlement of the Chiron colony. Golden fallen leaves covered the ground, and the trees were shining with colorful luster. A white road runs straight through the forest, covered with golden leaves, like a thick blanket. The sky here is very blue, with soft white clouds piled up in clusters. When the wind blows, golden rain falls from the sky again. There are many gorgeous small birds living in the area near the water around the forest. You can pick up many eggs anytime and anywhere. If you want to fish, just sit by the river for an afternoon, and you can catch more Chiron trout than one person can eat in a month. The people of Chiron 3 were lucky. They caught up with the era when the Terran Empire was developing a new colony in the Sigma sector. And this planet was really the paradise that everyone dreamed of. Just as the Imperial Immigration Bureau said, there are nearly 2,000 habitable planets that have been discovered in the Sigma sector. But there are very few that can be developed. Some are either too far away from the mainland or have terrible natural disasters that are difficult to understand and solve. And it is difficult to find a second land as beautiful as Chiron 3 in the Sigma sector. Today, the Chiron 3 colony is basically self-sufficient and no longer needs to be transported from the mainland of the Copperless sector. Within 2 years, more than 20,000 colonists who arrived at Chiron 3 built a city with the materials at hand and water-drawing facilities. As the first pioneers, people reclaimed new land and built convenient automatic irrigation facilities to harvest food from the land promised by Emperor Augustus. Gradually, around the first settlement, the colonists continued to expand outward, building towns and villages around new farmland and new mining areas. As the colony develops, small-scale shops, restaurants, and hospitals also spring up. On the other side of the Milky Way, a small but fully equipped human society naturally takes shape without deliberate guidance. When people no longer have to worry about survival, the population of the colony also begins to grow on a large scale. In the first month of this year, about 800 newborns were born on Chiron 3. These newborns know nothing about their parents' homeland. For them, this is home. The only thing that remains unchanged is the Terran Empire flag flying over every colony. In the imperial colonies in the Sigma sector, every colonial governor is still an official sent from Coral August Grad. And their children will also grow up on this land during their term of office. This is a unique memory of this era of great expansion. It is almost perfect except for the territory close to the Taldaran Protoss. Today, the air in the colony is filled with an atmosphere of uneasiness, because many uniformed Imperial soldiers have appeared among them. Although the huge Imperial fleet was still parked in the planet's orbit, the colonists who were catching wind of the shadows soon realized that the war was approaching. Fortunately, it was just a false alarm. These Imperial soldiers, who came to Chiron 3, were not wounded soldiers, who had to be evacuated to the rear after the war. They were wearing double-breasted dresses, tricorn hats, and tasseled seals. They came here just to receive the Emperor's honors. Chapter 679 Home. The undulating lights of Olympic Avenue ripple in the surging blue water. The aroma of cinnamon and barbecue wafts in the air. And the beer in the tavern and the swaying skirts of the girls attract the cheers of the Imperial sailors, who have just earned a short vacation on shore. There are many vendors selling local specialties on the street. But in fact, it is just a hodgepodge of food culture from the many hometowns of the colonists. And the ingredients rely on local materials. Speaking of the real specialties of Chiron 3, it is probably a thick soup made from Zucker giant eel, which is just cut into small pieces and stewed with chopped parsley, spices and scholar milk for seasoning, and sprinkled with flour to thicken it. It is a rare delicacy. You should try it, Jimmy. At this moment, Augustus was tasting this local delicacy on the streets of Olympic Avenue. Among the local colonists, those smart people from the Imperial world Hermes soon smelled business opportunities in these sailors, realizing that their bulging pockets were filled with credit coins that they had nowhere to spend due to long-term fleet life. Soon, residents from other worlds followed suit. For a while, the people in the colonies were no longer afraid of the coming of war, because these Imperial soldiers were their confidence. Another cup. The eel soup was served in a biodegradable paper cup. With Renault's appetite, he finished it in a few gulps before he could taste it. But in the final analysis, the eel soup is cheap. 1 Imperial credit coin can buy 8 cups. In those marginal colonies far away from the core world, credit coins are still the most important currency in circulation. And there is no exception in any imperial colony. In the Chiron 3 colony, credit coins are more valuable than gold, because local residents still have to rely on merchant ships that travel between the mainland and the Sigma Star Zone every once in a while to provide necessary living supplies. To be truly self-sufficient, this new colony is still far from it. But even if it completely loses contact with the imperial government and other worlds, the people on it no longer have to worry about starving to death. How is it? Augustus took another bite of the Scolari sandwich in his hand, with a very satisfied expression on his face. Augustus felt very relieved when he stepped on the solid ground paved with bricks and stones. And his mood gradually improved when he saw the prosperous scene of the new colony. For Augustus, nothing is more pleasing than seeing his people live and work in peace and contentment. The monarch has ruled the Terran Empire for 7 years. But what he really wants is never the praise of the people. In the initial stage of developing a new colony, these foods are an important source of protein for the colonists. The rapid development of the Chiron 3 colony is partly due to the advantage of abundant resources. The stable supply of fresh meat has largely surpassed the living conditions of these colonists before they came here. Most of those who are willing to go to the remote and unknown world of the Sigma sector to expand the territory of the Terran Empire are those who have difficulty surviving in their hometowns, such as Tarsones and Korhol, which have the highest population density. For these people, being able to join the colonial fleet is a rare opportunity. A new world means a fresh start and more opportunities. If it weren't for the pressure of life, the colonists would not abandon their familiar homes. But fortunately, Chiron 3 is a much better place. So good that they would rather die here than return to their homeland. On Chiron 3, at least survival is not a problem. A hard-working family can even use automated farming equipment to open up hundreds of acres of land. It doesn't look good, but it tastes good, Rainer commented honestly. The appearance of the Zucker giant eel is very scary. But it doesn't seem to be a difficult task for the Tyranids, who dare to try even the Allosaurus chicken wings. This is a great place, Augustus exclaimed. He has been to many planets, probably hundreds of them. And the paradise-like planets are still rare. Each planet gave Augustus a different feeling. Chiron 3. This pale blue planet is the ideal home of mankind. Its axial tilt, gravity, atmospheric oxygen content, average temperature and rotation period are similar to those of the ancient home planet Earth. It even has a satellite of moderate size to provide stable tidal forces. It is so great that it is unbelievable and makes people burst into tears. In the sparsely populated Sigma sector, this is a place that shines like gold. Since humans first left the cradle of the Earth, they have been looking for their dream new home. The vast universe has endless possibilities. Maybe there is really an identical planet in a corner. But it is also possible that the birth of Earth and its life form is just an unrepeatable coincidence. If Chiron 3 is different, it is that a highly intelligent race has appeared on it. This creature can no longer be called primitive, and even convergently evolved language and social forms. Perhaps in a few thousand years this race will enter the civilized era. In the universe, the Protoss have seen hundreds of highly intelligent races, and even fought wars with some of them. This is the first time that humans have encountered highly intelligent races other than the Protoss and the Zerg. And they will not be as kind as the Protoss. This is a really good place, Rainer also admitted. See, this is why we fight. Augustus stopped on the street while walking, and unconsciously sublimated the theme habitually. Next to it is a barbecue shop, where the owner is pouring gravy with a lot of spices on rows of hanging sausages. The sausages are made of scolar meat, which is also native to Umogen. This strange alien creature can adapt to most environments in the Copperloo sector. It can not only produce meat and milk, but also has extremely high value in leather. In front of Augustus, a cooking shop is slaughtering a huge Tarsones turkey, even using a shotgun. In its native place, this giant monster, which is taller than an adult man, is brutal by nature and will try to attack rail trains passing through the wilderness in groups. Although the meat of this turkey is very tough, it has been promoted by the Terran Empire government because of its fast growth rate and high meat. Even such a remote colony has it raised. On the other side is a shop selling smoked Chiron salmon. The expensive glass window imported from Head Star is full of these giant water monsters that can easily reach more than 10 feet in length. Opposite it is another cake shop. The products inside are also very local, using many unheard of local fruits and vegetables. The unique alien style is naturally formed. There are always people willing to sacrifice for this. Renault also said, now it's us. And in the future it will be our descendants' turn. You are not the kind of person who will leave troubles to the new generation. Augustus smiled. Yes, I am not that kind of person, Renault said. At this time, Augustus and Renault were just walking on Olympic Avenue, and the guards of the Royal Guard followed far behind. Many people here have recognized Augustus, but more people are just busy with their work and life. The neatly arranged buildings on this street are a unique symbol of the official colonial period. The central building is the governor's building, which was converted from the bridge of the colonial ship. The fusion engine of the colonial ship is used to power the entire colony. If properly maintained, it can be used for at least another 100 years. Many systems of the Terran Empire are inherited from the old Federation, and the colonial buildings are all modular steel and alloy plates. Modular construction technology is quite mature in this era, and the fact that buildings can be erected anytime and anywhere is also a feature of the Terran human race. The streets were not very wide, and they were crowded with many imperial sailors. There were a lot of people, and shouts everywhere. After a while, when the Marines came down, it would probably be more lively. These soldiers were well trained and disciplined, but to prevent them from causing trouble, military police could be seen everywhere. It was no exaggeration to say that the number of soldiers was much larger than the population of the colony. There was a strong atmosphere of life here, away from death, blood and killing, which was very good for restoring morale. In such a picturesque place, even the most impetuous heart will gradually calm down. Hey, God, I saw Emperor Augustus. Wow, you are so tall. Can I touch him? A group of children ran past Augustus and Renault, with happy expressions on their faces, like a group of fluffy ducklings. As they ran, they boldly looked at the two adults in front of them, until the girl in the lead said, "You must have seen it wrong. He lives in the palace of Car. How could he come here?" Augustus and Rainer couldn't help laughing, and they felt more relaxed. People say that children in Char learn to hold a gun before they are born, and children in the Port of the Dead can steal money from your pocket before they learn to walk. Compared with them, children who grow up in the new colony are much more innocent and kind. They just hope that these children can grow up safely, because the mortality rate of children in the colony is still very high. The colonists themselves are pioneers and explorers, and their children must also face such risks and challenges. In the early days of the Chiron III colony, giving birth also meant greater risks for the Great Mother. Watching these children gradually go away, Augustus couldn't help but think of his two daughters, Louise and Charlotte, thinking that children were the hope for the future. At this time, Augustus noticed the statue in the middle of the street in front of him, which was his bronze statue. It was a man much taller than him, wearing the emperor's red dress and thick cloak, holding a sword symbolizing power in his hand, and a golden giant wolf lying on his side at his feet. The inscription on the statue's base reads Augustus the Pioneer. There was a similar statue in Cornwall in the past, but it was built for his grandfather of the same name. It can be seen that everyone who passes by this statue will salute it. These statues of emperors were voluntarily erected by the colonial people, and were not imposed on them by the imperial government. Whenever Augustus sees these statues, he will remind himself that the people can both build statues for him and tear them down. Why does this wolf look so much like Alpha? Augustus looked at it and commented. He may have forgotten that there are no wolves in Cornwall now. Unconsciously, Augustus has left his mark in this world of StarCraft. Don't mention it. It really looks like it. Rainer did not see any power in the sharp eyes of the giant wolf, but saw a shifty look, and Nala's pointed ears were weak and cowardly. They had a lot of time to walk around here today. After all, Augustus had always wanted to see with his own eyes what the new colony in the Sigma sector looked like now, before setting off for the Temple of Ana in the Otarian Rift. Augustus's huge fleet will stay here for a few days to rest and replenish supplies. In the past few days, many local welders and auto repair workers in Chiron have been summoned to go to the fleet on orbit to repair the warships damaged in the Battle of Atrus. During this time, the fleet quartermaster must also seize the time to purchase enough supplies from the Chiron III colony to ensure the supply of various materials, food and clothing. Take the Gorgon Battlecruiser Bureau as an example. Its 8,000-man crew consumes a lot of food every day, and energy bars and protein paste alone are not enough to meet their needs, due to the large number of materials required. Each battleship has nearly 100 professional soldiers responsible for this work. Most of the vegetables and fruits that can be bought from the new colonies are seasonal. Boxes of broccoli, apples, potatoes, as well as whole slices of squirrel meat, dairy products and butter. At the same time, the high-energy gas resources of Chiron 3 are also quite abundant, enough to provide sufficient fuel for the fleet. Another advantage of having many colonies is that they can provide ports and supplies for the ocean-going fleet, so that no matter where they sail, the Imperial fleet can obtain sufficient supplies and support. After all, it is difficult for a human fleet far away from the human world to survive alone. As for the Imperial soldiers who were injured in this battle but were not sent to the ground, it was because the fleet had enough medical ships with extremely advanced medical technology, which were specially designed for war. Besides, this colony, which was established only 2 or 3 years ago, could not maintain a large and sound medical system at all, and it was still very fragile. People will remember all this. Renault pointed to the statue of Augustus and said, even if the statue decays, even if the memory is blurred, even if all of us are gone, look at what you said. Augustus said half-jokingly, we have to live another 10,000 years. At this moment, the lights on Olympic Avenue became brighter, and it seemed that there were meteors falling from the sky. Standing on Chiron 3 and looking at the sky, even the position of the constellations is completely different from that on Earth. This is the new home. In the future, these colonists will tell their children why they came to this new world, and tell the story of Emperor Augustus and the Terran Empire. Chapter 680. Still thinking about the recovery of Ire. The fleet was originally scheduled to stay in the Chiron 3 colony for 4 days, but it was later extended to a week to further complete the work of ship repair, supply and replenishment. During this period, thousands of shipyard workers such as shipwrights, cutters, and welders were mobilized from the nearest Sigma shipyard to repair the Imperial warships that were damaged in the Atreus system and towed to the Chiron 3 orbital space station by barges. The technical soldiers in the Sigma sector fleet under General Harris also had to work overtime to repair and maintain the engine, electrical and gun weapon systems. The captain and ship officers also had to apply for additional personnel from the friendly Mobius fleet to replace the equipment and accessories damaged in the battle, and fill the huge cracks in the armor torn by the Taldaran warships. They were very busy. Most of the sailors in other positions were allowed to take leave, and they were even allowed to drink a few glasses of local tequila in the taverns of the colony. But after the only stock in the tavern was quickly sold out. The next morning, the military police wearing armbands had to use the flatbed trucks that transported high-energy gas storage tanks to transport truckloads of drunkards and shower them with cold water generated by the reactor liquid nitrogen cooling tower. As for the Mobius Corps fleet soldiers, who had to stay on duty on the warships, they were not so lucky. At most, they played poker and billiards during their breaks, because they were late and did not contribute much in the battle of the Atreus system. In addition to paying attention to the local young girls, the Imperial soldiers on leave certainly have other things to do to entertain themselves. The officers like hunting activities. They either hunt blue-crowned deer and wild buffalo in the wilderness of Chiron 3 colony, or participate in beach volleyball, squash and football games with the soldiers. For this reason, the Imperial Navy and Marine Corps have specially formed their own squash clubs to compete with the locals. Most people choose to spend time in bars or cafes, or walk around the colony and swim at the nearby beach. In this rare leisure and relaxation time, the tense and depressed emotions are well released, and morale is effectively restored. Of course, since there are too many soldiers descending to the Chiron 3 colony, it is inevitable that there will be violations of discipline among such a base. After all, they are all human beings, not machines or resocialized soldiers. Most minor violations are not intentional, but the soldiers who make mistakes must still be punished by the captain of their warship. In principle, this is to prevent them from accumulating small mistakes into big mistakes and killing their comrades in battle. But in general, the strict military discipline still makes the behavior of these soldiers restrained accordingly, and no major chaos occurs. As for Augustus, he stayed on Chiron 3 for only 1 night. At night, he asked Raynor and Cyril to go fishing on the sea in a small boat. They were not interested in fishing, but talked about the mystery of the universe and the simple philosophy hidden in nature. In the second half of the night, Augustus, who had caught nothing, felt very relaxed for the first time in these days. He fell asleep in the lazy waves and quiet sea breeze. Interestingly, Raynor was very lucky that day and caught a giant eyeletfish over 10 feet long. This powerful sea monster almost dragged the ship away, but Cyril jumped off the ship and killed it with a knife. Later, as soon as Raynor returned to the fleet, He asked everyone how he knew I caught a big fish. In short, the pleasant time passed quickly. In the last few days, the sailors on vacation were recalled to the fleet one after another, returning to normal life and order, and they couldn't help sighing. Compared with a leisurely life, the management on the warship is much stricter. When Augustus confirmed that his fleet was ready for battle again, the Chiron 3 colony, which had become lively due to the arrival of the soldiers, once again returned to its former tranquility. But Augustus still did not issue the order to set sail, but only ordered the fleet to remain on standby. The Imperial warships that were sucked into the galaxy vortex by the Terran mothership in the Atreus system never returned, as if they had never existed, and they all disappeared completely. Disappeared? There was no more news. Augustus had been waiting for the warships to return, but there was no news. In the end, he could only accept the fact that they might never come back, and the chances of survival after being sucked into the black hole were slim. Later, Augustus had to tell himself that the things he had to do did not allow him to delay too long. So he ordered the establishment of an observatory in the Atreus system and arranged a group of scientists and soldiers to stay. Scientists told Augustus that because the time in the black hole would pass very slowly, when these warships returned to the universe again, they might find that 1,000 years had passed. But they only knew a few short days. Given the slim hope, Augustus could only choose to put the matter aside, but still instructed the remaining personnel at the Atreus Observatory to report to Korhal regularly. The crew members on the missing warships were temporarily notified of their deaths, and their families were given pensions. These more than 40,000 missing Imperial soldiers are 40,000 families, which is really sad. Finally, Augustus had to devote himself to the expedition to Una, the legendary hometown of the Zelnaga. In the following days, Augustus finally waited for Admiral Tycho Ich's East and West Gemma sector fleet. At this time, Augustus, who had assembled 3 fleets, already had more than 400 battlecruisers, including more than 50 Gorgons. This fleet was equivalent to 1/5 of the apparent naval power of the Terran Empire, considering that the Empire had to mobilize heavy troops to guard against the Taldaran Protoss, Overmind Swarm and Primal Zerg near the border. This was already the largest fleet that Augustus could assemble. Now, rows of battlecruisers with flashing lights were majestically anchored around the orbital space station of Chiron 3, and had been adjusted to the best condition for another voyage. Below the fleet, the emerald green planet was shining with a charming brilliance, as if it was coated with a layer of gold under the shining of the stars. Augustus and Raynor were standing on the bridge deck of the White Star waiting for something, and the radio monitors on the deck were paying close attention to all possible communication channels. Artani should be here too. Raynor occasionally looked up to check the time on the main screen of the bridge. If he is late, he must have been delayed by something important, Augustus said. Warp signal detected. 2 or 3 communication soldiers on the bridge reported loudly at the same time. It's the Dallin Protoss fleet. The multifaceted control panels in front of the star map console lit up at the same time, and 3-dimensional images of multiple Dallin Protoss warships appeared on the holographic radar scan. This golden-blue Protoss fleet is huge, with 4 motherships alone, and the number of aircraft carriers and storm battleships exceeds 700, and the number of attached frigates and small and medium-sized spacecraft is countless. It's the Spear of Adnan, the treasure of the Protoss Empire, Raynor said. In this fleet, the magnificent and majestic hull of the Ark-class battleship Spear of Adnan is particularly eye-catching. Its dozens of miles long hull is much larger than all known Protoss and human warships, and its huge internal space is even rich enough to take off and land aircraft carriers. As the flagship of this huge fleet, the Spear of Adnan itself is equivalent to a fleet. To have such a giant Ark ship, the Protoss Empire in the Golden Age once built 3, and it was not because they could only build 3, but because the Supreme Protector believed that they only needed 3. Even though these Ark ships were built a long time ago, the technology they used is still very advanced in the eyes of today's Protoss. The Terran Empire can't do anything about it, because their ancestors were not rich. The Earthlings have to hide their technology when they fight a war, for fear that the Earthlings will learn it. I'm afraid this is also the strategy of the Earthlings to control their huge colonies. Otherwise, the continuous rebellion alone would be enough for them. Emperor Augustus Minsk. Marshal James Raynor. The Protoss connected to the human communication system through psychic energy and could simulate human communication signals. We came to this galaxy in compliance with the agreement. Darum arrived as promised. As always, the speaker at this moment was Artanis, the senior executive of the Darum Protoss, and a disciple of Archbishop Tassadar. Behind him stood two female executives, Solandes and Taris. Every time they cooperated with the Terran Empire, Tassadar would always send his last disciple Artanis, which was both an expression of his appreciation for the human ally and a way to hone this slightly young executive. At the same time, with a solid friendship forged by fighting side by side. In the long run, Artanis, as his successor, will surely make Darum and the Terran Empire live in harmony. Under the leadership of Augustus Minsk, the Terran Empire is rising at an astonishing speed. The potential and resilience of this race will eventually make them a powerful force that cannot be ignored. Not just a flash in the pan. As a Templar, Tassadar is always ready to fight a war to protect the Celestial Empire and his people. But no one is more eager for peace than him. In the wars, the Protoss have almost died out and need time to recuperate. But their enemies do not give them this opportunity. The broad-minded Tassadar believes that what the Protoss need now is peace, not war, and friends, not enemies. To do this, they must abandon their past arrogance and prejudice. Nice to see you, buddy. Where are the Tassadars? Raynor looked at Artanis and saw Solandes and Taris standing beside him, thinking that from a human perspective, this guy is living a pretty cool life. It seems that the Protoss never talk about love, nor are they troubled by love affairs. It seems that it would be strange to put the word love on them. But what can I say? The Protoss also have parents. My mentor Tassadar is really busy. He must command the Golden Fleet and lead the war to retake Aiur. Artanis replied. Tassadar, and you are not in Shakuras. So who is in charge among the Dallin Protoss now? Raynor asked casually. The Terran Empire had actually heard the news a long time ago. Such a large fleet would definitely not cause any trouble. However, they had not yet received the news that Tassadar had confirmed that he would personally lead the battle. But Tassadar, who was born as an executive officer, would never hand over such an important war to others. Tassadar thought that this expedition would inevitably face numerous difficulties and dangers. If something went wrong, he would take the responsibility and hand over the position of Archbishop to others. Otherwise, the tribesmen would never give up on retaking Aiur. Now the people want to recapture Aiur, and the arrow is on the string and must be shot. Tassadar is so wise that even though he could not guess that there would be problems with Kara, he still keenly realized that Aiur is now in crisis and full of strange things. However, the Golden Fleet still set off. Tassadar could no longer find a better reason to persuade his people to temporarily give up the expedition to Aiur. After 3 years of preparation, when will it end? The Protoss can no longer wait to wash away the shame and regain the glory of this race. The social system of the Aiur Protoss is highly dependent on a unique mental network. This is a vast sea of mind formed by countless emotional fluctuations, connecting all the Protoss. When there is a slight emotional fluctuation in the Kara, it will be noticed by other Protoss. When several streams will converge into ripples, and when the ripples converge into huge waves, the voices of tens of millions of Protoss must not be ignored. In this regard, Augustus, who knows the truth, can do nothing. Zeratil's situation proves that even the prophecy cannot stop the Darum Protoss from retaking Aiur. And he will never jump out and say that your Kara has problems and will be contaminated by Amon. Augustus had no way to prove it. Playing the role of a prophet was not Augustus' style. He was used to ensuring that everything was under his control through controlling the plot and making detailed plans, rather than pinning his hopes on whether others would believe him. In the end, he endured everything alone. The current Darum Protoss is terribly paranoid and fanatical. Even at this time, they are still thinking about reclaiming Aiur. The Freedom Matriarch Razadil is in full charge. Our people are convinced by her kindness and tolerance, Artanis said. Speaking of reclaiming the fallen home planet Aiur, these Protoss have been preparing for 7 or 8 years, which is not a fleeting moment even for the Protoss. Augustus listened for a while and said, I didn't expect Tassadar to let you lead so many warships here. It seems that Anna is really important to you. Yes, Anna, the home of the Xel'Naga, is of great significance to us. Looking back at the history of the Protoss, there are too many mysteries about the Creator that have not been solved. Artanis said, you are so selfless and generous to share such important news with us. In the eyes of the Protoss, Augustus is undoubtedly the upper limit of human morality. Although this is mainly because the Protoss can't help but put on a thick filter when looking at Augustus after the Battle of Aiur. Alna's existence has surpassed all our previous cognition. I still doubt that the number of warships carried by the fleet is not enough to meet the next challenge. Artanis replied sincerely. Do you want to listen to what you are saying? Augustus really believed that even if the Spear of Adon was included, this might only be a small part of the Golden Fleet. But it was still quite large. Augustus was speechless. The next moment, a warp signal of a larger fleet appeared. The streamlined hull color scheme of pure white armor and bright orange lights was undoubtedly a warship from the Purifier Protoss. Purifier. Solandes beside Artanis couldn't help but say, why are they here? Chapter 681. Prepare for both situations. We have also invited a new friend, Raynor said. With the sound of Raynor's whistle, more majestic Purifier warships jumped out of the vortex with blue arc light at the exit of the hyperspace channel. The advanced Cybros plate armor and powerful armaments showed unparalleled deterrence and power. The muzzle of the giant cannon was looming in the golden orange sun matrix flash. The smooth lines and fine craftsmanship are the embodiment of the Purifier Protoss's pinnacle in technology and engineering. In a short period of time, thousands of Purifier carriers, storm warships, and void rays arrived in the outer orbit of Chiron 3. What surprised Augustus and Artanis was that 3 years after the end of the Second Total War, the Purifier Protoss even had a mothership. In fact, since the awakening, the Purifiers have been strengthening their weapons and upgrading war technology. The automated factory of the Cybros operates day and night. The furnace roars, and the lights never go out. As time goes by, a large number of new warships and mechanical warriors that combine traditional Protoss weapons and Purifier assembly line construction technology have been launched. Under the instruction of Executor Corlarian, the Purifiers have integrated the new Protoss arms that emerged after their slumber into the data network, and reprogrammed the program and optimized the protocol. Although they are military technology products created by the Protoss, the Purifiers themselves are not without creative ability. They even developed intelligent mechanical disruptors equipped with solar arsenals. This war weapon designed and built for destruction once impressed the Terran Protoss. From the new generation of mechanical sentinels, apostles and dark templars, to the phoenixes, prophets and void rays in the sky, the Purifiers quickly developed their own mechanical versions, and their efficient replication capabilities are beyond the reach of the Taldaran Protoss. The intelligent programming of these new-age automated combat machines is advanced enough, and they are almost the same as ordinary Protoss warriors in intelligence, and can select the best combat plan from a series of complex combat responses. As the second generation of Purifiers, they are precise and efficient, but let alone the Darran Protoss. Even humans have doubts about these mechanical Protoss warriors. Machines never make mistakes, but they do not understand the value of life and the meaning of fighting. This is the gap. Transmission completed. Calibration protocol. Testing completed. All systems are operational. I am Executive Officer Clolarian. Along with the broadcast of the data network operation, Mechanical Purifier Executive Clolarian appeared on the main screen in front of Augustus. The war will never end, and the Purifiers have answered the call. From behind Clolarian, the shining bridge can be seen, and the light emitted by the solar array is as bright as a star. I have never doubted this. Augustus immediately said, your support is very timely. Executive Clolarian. At this time, Clolarian's Purifier fleet is still arriving at the preset assembly point coordinates in the Chiron system, and the huge ship shadows are shrouded in the sun-like brilliance. It can be seen that the scale of this Purifier fleet is also unusually large, even if the void rays are not counted. The main battleships such as aircraft carriers easily exceed 1,000, which is larger than Artanis' fleet. Since the Purifiers were awakened much earlier, they are now much stronger than when they were sealed on the Cybros. Driven by a sense of crisis, they have never stopped expanding their already powerful fleet since they woke up. By 2503, the Purifiers had occupied several mineral-rich worlds and established their empire on Bellum 4, the huge planet orbiting Edion. Due to the characteristics of the machinery, the Purifiers can adapt to a wide range of planet types. Around the towering solar core matrices on these planets, magnificent Purifier hubs, central control centers, communication towers, Purifier floating temples, and other buildings have sprung up. The Purifier's manufacturing process is highly advanced and efficient. The countless Purifier alloy furnaces that are highly integrated into the data network consume thousands of tons of crystal ore every day, smelting, rolling, cutting, grinding, and forging them into the bodies of Purifier warriors and the plates of warships. The purifiers work with mechanical precision, tirelessly and without stopping. Their war potential is quite terrifying. The unrestricted purifier Protoss is extremely terrifying in terms of expansion speed and strength. If the majority of them are not legendary Protoss heroes with noble character and no ambition to dominate the galaxy, they will most likely turn into terrible mechanical disasters. What makes all races in the Copperless sector feel a little relieved is that the purifier Protoss only occupied hundreds of uninhabited worlds and stopped expanding. The conflict between the purifiers and other races is only about resources. But if the purifiers are sure that the external threat has been resolved and there is no need to start a war, they will not plunder resources endlessly. Otherwise, their neighbor, the Terran Empire, will be furious. In the past period of time, the only two things that the purifiers are interested in are expanding their military strength and burning insects. Just like clocking in at work every day, the purifiers have to go out every once in a while to sweep the mother world of the Zerg and perform purification tasks. The people of the Terran Empire believe that these purifiers are very regular and strict when they go out to clean up the mother world, even accurate to the second. Indeed, the existence of the purifiers has greatly reduced the pressure on the Imperial territory near the purifier world, and indirectly acted as a protective umbrella. If the Terran Empire fleet calls for purifiers for support, the purifiers don't mind helping out. Anyway, they are idle. In short, the Terran Empire has invited a door god. Because of this, Augustus is not so concerned about the mines dug by the purifiers. Probably, he is not a stingy person. The purifiers are always straightforward. When they heard that they were going to fight the Zerg, they came immediately. They said they were going to overthrow Amon. Call me. When I bring my weapons, I will come too. Executor Clolarian. To this day, your deeds are still praised by the Templars, and people yearn for it. Artanis was also in the channel, and he almost said that I grew up listening to your legendary stories. I am Artanis, the senior executive of Darum. It is my honor to fight side by side with the legendary hero thousands of years ago. We have rested for too long. Corellarian said indifferently. This time, the purifiers will dominate their own will, and no one can control us anymore. Thanks to Tacitar's efforts, the relationship between the purifiers and Daram has eased. Otherwise, if it was when Corellarian just woke up, Artanis would have been choked. However, although the relationship on the surface has eased, and the possibility of war between the two sides is not high, Daram and the purifiers are still secretly on guard against each other. They occasionally share scientific and technological achievements, but that's all, and they are always on guard against each other. For the Daram Protoss, the purifier Protoss machine-like body and lifestyle are really a weird existence. Some of them sympathize, some are curious, some are sad, and some are secretly wary. But these emotions will hurt the purifiers without exception. Although the purifiers have a data network that can replace Kara to a certain extent, it is not Kara after all. And if they cannot integrate into Kara and cannot resonate with emotions and thoughts, the purifiers will not be understood and recognized by the Ale Protoss faction. In this respect, the Nerazim Protoss have experienced similar things. This is the gap between Protoss relatives. You are right, Artanis said in a humble tone. The will of the purifier is free, and free will should never be constrained. We hope to make up for our past mistakes. The Supreme Council once guarded against you, but they are no longer there. I know you are true Templars, just like us. He said, we were united in the past, and we will be the same now. We choose to fulfill our duties, and we seek only due respect. Perhaps Clolarian is not a talkative person, or he just doesn't want to talk much with the Templars. In short, he quickly exited the communication channel. Remember this. Time will prove everything. Praise your tolerance. Praise your kindness. Artanis bowed and said, well said, Artanis. After Clolarian's image disappeared, Augustus nodded and said to Artanis, Una may be more dangerous than any place we have been to. Only by unity and solidarity can we defeat the enemy. Hasn't anyone told you that you are eloquent? Raynor blinked. This is called leadership qualities. Don't compliment me, James Raynor. Artanis said, this is an executive officer who was active countless centuries ago. In front of such a great warrior, all the generous speeches seem to be empty talk. You can tell it's a compliment? Raynor saw Artanis say this and teased him. Artanis, I thought you Protoss couldn't hear it at all. After a while, the Otarian Rift. The location of the Otarian Rift is in a chaotic dark deep sky. Humans have always been unaware of its existence and location, and the Terran Rift cannot be found on any nautical chart. But if you really come to the Terran Rift, it will be hard not to be attracted by its astronomically amazing size and breathtaking beauty. At first glance, the Terran Rift seems to be located between a group of dim nebulae. But that is not because the brightness of these interstellar dust itself is too low, but because the band of light pouring out of the rift is too bright. In fact, as long as humans look here, they can easily observe this kaleidoscope-like colorful strange celestial body. The Terran Rift is so huge and so bright that the two Imperial fleets anchored near it seem like small black flies on a white light bulb at night. But in fact, these two fleets are quite large, with more than 200 main battle cruisers in total, and a large number of small and medium-sized warships attached. Looking at the logo and number, these two fleets are obviously the Nova Squadron and Alpha Squadron established in the old Federation era, which belonged to Jackson Hole and Edmund Duke respectively. As one of the few veteran squadrons, the Nova Squadron is about 5 times the size of an ordinary squadron, and the number of warships in the Alpha Squadron is even larger, and the Empire's deployment here is obviously more than that. Where these Imperial warships are parked, you can also see hundreds of Imperial mobile space stations that have been warped here or built on the spot, equipped with destructive air-to-air weapons, orbital defense turrets, heavenly towers, and large starports. These large space facilities are enough to provide large fleets with all the services provided by large military ports, and are fully capable of coping with a large-scale interstellar war. At a certain point in time, after a flash of light, the Imperial flagship White Star was the first to jump into the assembly point. A moment later, more warp signals appeared on a large scale, like stars shining. This is the Terran Rift. Augustus, standing on the bridge of the White Star, scanned the huge crack that occupied the entire porthole, and then looked at the dense Imperial space stations and auxiliary facilities below. Haller and Duke did a good job. The Nova Squadron and Alpha Squadron below had also discovered the Imperial fleet that was jumping in. And when the Purifier and Darham Protoss fleets appeared, the weapon systems of the two fleets immediately locked onto these unmarked warships. Augustus had no doubt that they were really ready to open fire. If they were really not on guard at all, and were lazy and indifferent, then Duke and Haller should be sent to Blaxis to grow potatoes. No, to Char to grow trees. This Terran Rift is much more beautiful than I thought before. Raynor looked out the porthole and said, but it looks like we are about to jump to the center of 1,000 suns. Is this really okay? Now, the cosmic rift marked as a high-risk celestial body on the White Star star chart is shining more and more, and its overflowing terrible void energy has caused the battleship's sensors to frequently sound alarms. The legendary homeland of the Zelnaga, Anna, is in this Terran Rift. Then let me change the question. Augustus looked at Raynor and said, brother, who will jump first? It has to be me. Before Raynor finished speaking, the communication channel on the Spear of Adon, the flagship of Darham, was connected. Emperor Augustus, I am Artanis. Artanis' helmet, shining like a crown, appeared on the main screen. My warriors want to be the first to join the battlefield. Since you said so, Reno spread his hands and said, well, you go first. I have no objection. Augustus also nodded and said, my fleet will follow closely and cover your flanks. In every battle, the Templars will never allow themselves to fall behind others. This is their arrogance. Solandes, assemble the fleet and prepare for the attack. Artanis immediately ordered. Since they have come to the Terran Rift, the Darham Protoss does not intend to delay any longer and is determined to find out what is going on. Then, Artanis' flagship, the Spear of Adon, sailed towards the brilliant light emerging from the Terran Rift, followed by 6 huge Protoss motherships. At this moment, the assembled Imperial fleet and the Purifier fleet were standing on both sides behind the Darham fleet, waiting to enter later. This was just right in Augustus's opinion. With them behind the Darham fleet, they could respond immediately if Artanis' fleet had any problems. All signs indicate that Amon's resurrection time has also been advanced. In Augustus' eyes, this also means that the Ire Protoss' Kara may be corrupted by Amon at any time. Crossing the Terran Rift means being closer to the real void and more susceptible to Amon's influence. Since knowing that Amon's will is resurrecting, Augustus has always been on guard against changes in the Darham Protoss. Calling the Purifiers over is to make 2 preparations. One is to ensure that the team has enough combat power for the trip to Una, and the other is that the Purifiers, as mechanical Protoss, will not be affected by Kara, and can respond immediately once Artani's fleet is corrupted. Chapter 682, The God-Made Star in the Protoss' cognition. The Oterian Rift is a gap between the void and reality. And now, the huge fleet that is passing through it is undoubtedly approaching the void. Let General Edmund Duke come to the channel. Augustus stared at the mighty Protoss fleet under the porthole, waiting for the communication to be connected. After just a few seconds, Duke's iconic diamond-shaped pointed head, like a venomous snake, appeared in front of Augustus. The wrinkles on his forehead have obviously increased, and his face is tanned. In the past 2 years, Duke's Alpha Squadron has been transferred to the Imperial world of Scotia to deal with the invading Zerg and eliminate the Zerg infection in the mines. It is an extremely harsh volcanic world, with steep ash mountains crawling with a kind of poisonous explosive insect variant hunting insect that can jump up and down like fleas. In the words of the soldiers of the Scotia Empire garrison, when you lift the quilt at night, you will see Mr. Big Ass with purple skin. These banlings can even climb over cliffs, which is really unfair. Although Scotia is the world with the worst environment and the most difficult conditions in the Empire, Duke still devotes himself to his work with great enthusiasm. He is not afraid of how dangerous the mission assigned to him by the Emperor is, but he is afraid of being far away from the center of the military high level. As long as the Emperor of the Empire can give Duke a huge fleet and give him enough power, whether the enemy is the rebels, Zerg, Protoss or Zelnata, it is just a merit. Emperor Augustus Minsk. Duke saluted Augustus first, then asked, "What are your instructions?" "Duke, I will take Holler's Nova Squadron into the Oterian Rift." Augustus looked at Duke. "After this, I want your Alpha Squadron to continue to stay at the entrance of the rift. You must guard there in person, and not allow anyone to enter or leave. It's not to prevent someone from breaking in, but to prevent something from coming out." When Duke heard this order, he was obviously not very satisfied, and it could even be said that he was thunderstruck. After receiving the order to garrison the Oterian Rift, Duke had been ready to do something big, but the Emperor still asked him to guard the gate. Although he had already reached the rank of Admiral, Duke's ambitions did not stop there. He was determined to be the Admiral above all admirals, stepping on Renault and others. "Yes, Your Majesty." Duke shook the 42 medals on his general uniform. His thick eyebrows twisted together, and his expression became more tense. "No one can enter the Oterian Rift unless the enemy takes off my head. The military order is as firm as a mountain and cannot be questioned." The Emperor is not discussing with him. Although Duke is barbaric and impulsive, he is not really brainless. At least he knows who has the final say in the Terran Empire. His mortal enemy Raynor called him a venomous snake because he is insidious and vengeful, and called him a mad dog because he is irritable and aggressive. But he is not stupid. Save your head, Duke. Raynor had always been at odds with Duke, and now he couldn't help but say with concern, "No one wants that thing. Watch your tongue, country bumpkin, or I don't mind twisting it off." Duke didn't dare to show his displeasure to the Emperor, but in his eyes, the famous Jim Raynor was nothing. If they were standing on the same deck, they would definitely fight. "Okay, shut up." Augustus frowned, and Raynor and Duke stopped talking. "Jim, tell the fleet that we are about to enter the Oterian Rift and be prepared to fight the enemy." "Duke, remember the mission I gave you. No one can replace you in this matter. Fight for you, my Majesty." Duke was so happy with Augustus' words that Renault was speechless. A moment later, Duke roared to convey Emperor Augustus' order to the officers of the Alpha Squadron in the bridge of Norad 3, and left the communication channel arrogantly, just like a silverback gorilla who had just received a bunch of bananas. At this time, most of the large-scale Terran Protoss fleet had already sailed into the Oterian Rift in front of him. On the other side, the flagship of the Purifier Protoss Executor Corlarian also took the lead and followed by a number of majestic Purifier warships. "It's our turn." Augustus gave an order. With the White Star as the flagship, thousands of Imperial warships pressed towards the Oterian Rift in an overwhelming manner. The closer to the Oterian Rift, the brighter it became. This is not a reflected light, but comes from the celestial body itself. When the White Star jumped into the swaying white light band at the entrance of the Oterian Rift, a strong light that made people unable to open their eyes shone in from the bridge porthole, even under the isolation and filtering of the shield force field. This strong light was so bright that it wiped out the shadow of people. Originally, I could still see the shining stars outside the porthole, but now I can't see anything except a vast expanse of white. The light is brilliant, Fortunately, this strong light only lasted for a short time. As short as Augustus just stepped over a threshold. And the gap between the void and reality was as thin as a piece of paper. In a blink of an eye, the light on the bridge quickly dissipated, and was replaced by a magnificent structure shrouded in a large cloud of glowing gas and bright dust. In the distance, countless void celestial bodies were colliding and exploding in the dark space. And countless stellar-sized celestial bodies were born or destroyed with every flash of light. There are no stars in the universe here. But perhaps this is also the other side of its cold and dark side. Augustus approached the porthole and found that the legendary Una was much larger than he remembered. This was a shot that he could not feel just by watching the game cutscenes. He suddenly realized that the dazzling luster that Una was emitting came from itself. And that light could nourish all things. Ana. It was exaggeratedly large. As large as a huge, pyramid-shaped planet. An epic and magnificent spectacle. Its surface is full of brilliance. Like a work of art on a planetary scale. But everything he saw told Augustus that it was not a planet in the ordinary sense. Its organic rock structure, which seemed to have life, was engraved with exquisite patterns, hieroglyphs and golden ratio spirals, showing the perfect artistic attainments of the Sarnaga and the natural aesthetics that penetrated the truth of the universe. There were no lines that floated on luxury, and everything seemed to return to nature. All beauty came from the universe itself. I should have worn a pair of sunglasses. At this moment, Renaud was still rubbing his eyes that were almost blinded. He had no time to appreciate. And he couldn't appreciate much beauty and art at all. I think most people would close their eyes at that time. Augustus said, "It's instinct. I think I'm blind." Renaud opened his eyes and stared at Ana in the blue and silver waves. As the white star got closer to Ana, the magnificent structure became larger and larger. The huge wall occupied almost every porthole on the bridge, as if a diamond-shaped continent was unfolding before our eyes. In comparison, the two Protoss fleets in front of us seemed as small as stardust. And even the Spear of Adon was just a tiny glittering dot in the distance. This is where the giants of the universe live. Is this Ulna? It's quite impressive, Raynor said, but this place doesn't look like it's habitable. What is this used for? Is it a planet-sized temple? Or an artificial planet transformed into a temple? I can't tell the difference between the two. Augustus looked at Ana outside the porthole, but I know that we have to go in and find out now. I'm good at this. The Marines can handle any battlefield in the universe. Renaud stared at Ana. Already trying to figure out where to get off the airdrop pod, the engineering corps has also made full preparations. Just waiting to see how many treasures we can pry back from this place. I guess the masters here won't mind. Augustus's mouth curled up. His eyes sparkled. They were not Protoss. And they didn't mind taking back some of the legacy from Ana. It was like Zhu Beiji yelling that although the master was lost, the luggage still had to be divided. If there are two races destined to inherit the mantle of the Xel'Naga, why can't it be us humans? I don't think this has anything to do with us. Raynor always felt that the Xel'Naga had little to do with humans. They inspired the Protoss, transformed the Zerg, and never paid any attention to humans. Praise the gods. Ana, the star created by God. At this time, Cyrodiil slowly walked into the bridge deck, his eyes shining with flames and gazing at the shining giant celestial body with excitement, the homeland of the Xel'Naga, the legendary country. Since the battle of the Atreus system, Cyrodiil has been staying in a very quiet cabin in the White Star to recuperate, either meditating or talking with Augustus about the Xel'Naga, mysticism, philosophy, and politics. In short, they are both teachers and friends, and they talk about everything. In the culture of the Protoss, Ulna, the resting place of the gods, holds a pivotal position. Due to its mystery, Ulna has always been considered a place that only exists in myths and legends. In the last period of his life, Cyrodiil was immersed in self-blame and pain, and he was always looking for the prophecy of salvation of the Xel'Naga. But he never went to Ulna, the place he was looking for. In Ulna, the truth that all civilizations are looking for is waiting for us to discover. Cyrodiil said, Augustus Minx. All the secrets are waiting for us to unlock. Incoming signal. In a few seconds, Dar-Ram and the two executors of the Purifier, Artanis and Clolarian, appeared in the channel. I have deployed Alpha Wingman Support Alpha to the surface of Ulna, looking for a way to enter it. Clolarian's face seemed to be shining with white steel. His tone was very calm, and he seemed to be just stating something when he spoke. We see that the path to ascension is unfolding before our eyes. This does not mean that the purifiers have no emotions. In fact, they are close to 100% personality simulation of the Protoss. Augustus has met several other purifier executives. When they speak, they seem to be filled with anger all the time. And their voices are like thunder. Through several exchanges over the years, Augustus has also roughly understood the character of this purifier executive. In that golden age of heroes, Clolarian was also the most outstanding and famous among the Templars. He was noble, resourceful, and possessed extraordinary courage and will, and was admired by thousands of people. Whenever Augustus talked with a great ancient hero like Clolarian, he could benefit a lot from his profound knowledge and insights into strategies and tactics. The fact that this legendary hero was furious when he woke up showed how inhuman the Supreme Council that enslaved and oppressed the ancient purifiers was. Clolarian had told Augustus more than once that if he had known the Supreme Council's attitude towards artificial intelligence machines, he would never have joined the Purifier project. But even such great figures have no choice. As Templars, they are just sword-bearers who obey orders below the arbitrator class, and have no right to question the orders of the Supreme Council. Anna, this is where the Xel'Naga sleep. Rahanna, the supreme protector of our tribe, told me that the past arbitrators had speculated that the Xel'Naga tribe returned here after completing their guidance to us. Artani said, Your Majesty Augustus. As agreed, we now plan to awaken the sleeping Xel'Naga. The Light and Shadow Council believes that they will bring salvation to the Protoss race. Okay. Augustus nodded to Artanis and Clolarian. Perhaps these Xel'Naga can bring us real enlightenment. But to explore Anna, we still need brave warriors to serve as pioneers. I suggest that we each send an army into it to find a way to open the temple. Artani said. The son of Cybros has no objection. Clolarian paused and said, The Purifier's data network is a low-profile version of Kara, which can only communicate data information. And the expression of emotions is much worse. Whenever there is a major event to be decided, all the ancient Purifier personalities in the data network will vote. So when Clolarian speaks, he often represents the will of all Purifiers. At this moment, ships gather around Anna, and the three forces are all drawing their elite forces to explore this place of gods. Tell Jackson Huller that I need a special combat elite from the Nova Squadron. Where is Tychus? Augustus habitually asked. It's time for this old bastard to show up. You forgot that he is still in the White Star's cell for more than half a month. Renault smiled unkindly. Remember? When the fleet stopped in Coral, this guy seriously violated discipline and did not return to the team on time, and was a deserter for several days. Later, the Augustgrad press began to compete to report that the famous imperial hero could not afford the prostitution fee and had to pawn the belt and underwear given by Emperor Augustus. This guy was really drunk. What? Augustus was not really worried that Tychus would cause any big trouble. This guy was lawless and reckless, but also very shrewd and cautious. Although he had low moral quality and bad character, he never did evil things that harmed others or bullied men and women. I remembered it. Augustus couldn't help but cover his head, as if some painful memory had revived. This bastard. Get Tychus out now, and let him go out to work. Not to mention that Augustus would never do the imperial gift. At most, he would give a pistol accessory, and at most a vulture car. If he wanted to give a gift, he would not give a man a belt and underwear with bad taste. What kind of words is that? His reputation was damaged. Chapter 683 Celestial Blockade. As the special forces of the Nova Squadron descended to the surface of Anna in airdrop capsules and transport ships, thousands of high-precision scans were continuously uploaded to the White Star's supercomputer and handed over to the Empire's Xel'Naga scholars in the battleship's laboratory for research and deciphering. However, Augustus did not have much hope for his scientists and archaeologists, and was more waiting for the results of the deciphering from the Protoss. In terms of archaeology, the Protoss are still professional. The Xel'Naga hieroglyphics that the Imperial scientists had been trying their best to decipher were nothing more than children's literacy cards for the Protoss. After all, they had been studying it for at least thousands of years. The way the Protoss read and understand the Xel'Naga script is much more advanced than that of humans. For them, the arrangement of each atom has its own meaning. And it is not just on the surface. This place is really scary. Raynor carefully looked at the scan of the main structure of Anna on the main screen, as if he wanted to understand the mystery of those towering step pyramids and hexagonal platforms. Anna is not a sphere or a regular cube, but an equilateral double cone with a soft blue light. Along its steep surface, Spectacular stairs and huge corridors arranged diagonally reach the sky, and giant patterns large enough to accommodate cities are clearly visible. The largest Xel'Naga temple in the Copperless sector is also insignificant in front of Una. In comparison, it is just a small hill of sand next to the pyramid, which can be flattened by a rain. But this is obviously not all the mysteries of Una. If you want to really explore it, you may have to go inside. Legend has it that Una was the first planet created by the Xel'Naga, and this is where they first spread life. Cyril was also excited when he saw the scene in front of him. He had a hunch that all the mysteries that had puzzled him would be solved soon. If Augustus hadn't stopped him, Cyril would have gone down to find out for himself. Cyril. This means that Una existed before the first life in the universe appeared. Augustus couldn't help but imagine. Before the emergence of human beings, the Xel'Naga had already stood at the top of the universe. But now their tribe has been wiped out, and there are only a few left. In Augustus's view, it is amazing just to move these huge rocks like mountains here, and then polish and carve them into shape. Not to mention that such a huge amount of void energy must be infused into them. With the current level of human technology, this is simply impossible to do. It can be imagined that in many fields such as engineering and genetics, the Xel'Naga have already reached the pinnacle. For the entire universe, the history of the Protoss and humans is just a brief moment. Countless civilizations rise and fall, and only loneliness and death remain forever. But the life of the Xel'Naga is calculated according to the cycle of the universe. In a sense, they are gods. Some Xel'Naga believe that they should play the role of gods and fulfill their duties, while others do not think they are gods and should not interfere with the natural evolution of creation. This is a point of disagreement, and one of the fuses of the Xel'Naga civil war. Boss, the void energy below has blocked the communication signal. The signal here may not be able to reach the outside. You'd better be careful. Swan, who is working in the armory of the White Star, appeared in the communication channel. I have never seen this situation. Hello. Hello. Swan calling the bridge. Can you hear me? Swan raised his voice, as if it could offset the hissing sound of electricity in the channel. I can hear you. Old man. Augustus couldn't help but smile and asked him, Swan, how do you think we should enter the Temple of Una? Oh, this one. Swan thought for a moment. Wait a minute. Hey, great inventor. What do you think? Renault asked. I saw the gate. It's so big that it looks like it was built for giants. Swan sent a set of pictures and said in a loud voice. It was a huge gate built into the organic rock wall. The huge gate was made up of many geometric bodies tightly spliced together. Its size was so huge that the Imperial soldiers standing below looked like a group of small black dots. No matter what method you use to blast the door open, the entrance is right there. Swan waved his hands, to be honest. Damn. This broken door really makes me angry. And all the methods I can think of don't work. It seems that it will take some effort to get in, Reno said, stroking his chin. Go and do your thing. Swan will call you later. Augustus nodded to Swan, not making things difficult for him. After all, he was not omnipotent. Emperor Augustus Minsk. At this time, Artanis entered the communication channel again with good news. My warriors have discovered a Xel'Naga facility called the Sky Lock on the surface of Una. The Supreme Protector Rahana believes that it may be the key to open the temple. As Artanis was speaking, a psychic signal converted into a radio signal sent the image of the Sky Lock he mentioned. It can be seen that the so-called Sky Lock is actually a giant obelisk located in the Xel'Naga altar, with a buzzing bright green void crystal hidden in it. The core of the Sky Lock is an organic monolith carved with superb, miraculous engineering accomplishments. The polished surface of the monolith is inlaid with exquisite void crystal decorations. The complex and beautiful spiral and arc patterns outline the amazing perfect outline, and the green flashes that symbolize life shine on it. This is a poetic explanation of the aesthetics of the Xel'Naga. From these beautiful and fascinating lines, you can see the twinkling stars in the universe, as well as the mountains, rivers, trees, flowers and plants. Just looking at it, you can't help but immerse yourself in the tranquility and elegance. Key. Raynor raised his eyebrows. How to use it? There are 5 Sky Lock facilities like this. Artanis replied, as long as you control all 5 Sky Locks, the road ahead will naturally appear. And everything is as if it is destined and mentioned in the prophecy. Yeah, Cyril responded, indicating that he also thought so. Una is both a temple and a palace. He continued, this is the test site for the successors of the Xel'Naga. and the successors must demonstrate their strength here before they can step onto the steps to godhood. Perhaps this is the first step to gain the recognition of the Xel'Naga. In other words, this is an entrance exam. Reno thought for a moment. I think I know what to do. In short, we have to perform well in front of these Xel'Naga. Contact Purifier Executive Colonel Ion immediately and ask him to come and discuss the next plan. No matter what. Augustus had to drag the Purifier to follow him to feel at ease. Augustus kept one thing in mind. That is, Una is close to the void and is more susceptible to Amon's influence. In other words, compared to the physical universe outside Una, Amon can more easily corrupt Kara here and control all the Ire Protoss in it, with the Purifiers escorting them. Augustus felt relieved. On the other hand, the Golden Fleet led by Tassadar was likely to arrive at Ire soon. And if they were to fail, both sides would fail together. As long as Amon caused a little ripple in Akala, countless Protoss would fall into madness. Only the Protoss with the strongest will could barely resist Amon's corruption. But even so, the time they could maintain themselves without being controlled was very short. I'm afraid Augustus will have to help the Protoss again. And it seems that this is the only way. Since the Battle of Ire, Augustus can be said to have maxed out the Protoss favorability. And this time, it is estimated that he can max it out. Jokingly speaking, maybe he can even be canonized by the Protoss. I am extremely honored to receive the wisdom and guidance of a legendary executor, Artanis said immediately. Corlarian's reputation in the Protoss Empire is already quite large. Otherwise his deeds would not have been widely spread by the Templars until now. When such a person stood in front of Artanis, he had to be humble. I am Corlarian. Corlarian responded quickly. Salute to Executor Corlarian. May your name shine forever. Zeratul said. Dark Archon Zeratul. I have heard of you. Brave Dark Templar. You deserve the respect of the Purifiers, said Corlarian. The Purifiers have a much better attitude towards the Nerazim Protoss than the Ire Protoss. Probably because they have all been suppressed and exiled by the Supreme Council. It can be seen that the Supreme Council has a reason for its current fate. Executive Officer Corlarian. Augustus looked at him and said, Executive Officer Artanis told me that these 5 Skylock facilities may be the key to entering the Temple of Una. Now, we are planning to send troops to control these areas. Corlarian was silent for a moment after hearing this. He was confirming the location of the Skylock sent by Augustus, and distinguishing the authenticity of this information. Artanis has a Supreme Protector, a position that was extremely rare even in ancient times. He is familiar with ancient and modern times, and can be said to be a mobile library. So, there is really nothing to doubt. To this day, the Purifiers still cannot fully trust the Dallin Protoss, because the attitudes of high-level officials such as Tassadar and Artanis cannot determine that ordinary Dallin Protoss will not regard the Purifiers as slaves. It seems that this human actually believed the words of an alien without reservation, as if he knew the function of these Skylocks in advance. Of course, this is impossible, so this trust is really precious. We will occupy the 2 Skylocks in the northeast and northwest, Corlarian said. We will take care of the 2 in the southwest and southeast. Artanis also said immediately. It seems that we can only deal with the one in the middle. Augustus smiled. Wait, Your Majesty. Our Iron Ravens have detected a large number of Tal'Darim and hybrid signals near the Skylock. Suddenly, a warning sounded from the bridge, and the main screen immediately showed the image of the massive advance of the Tal'Darim Protoss army, mixed with a large number of terrifying hybrid monsters. Since they didn't find any fleet coming in with them, these servants of Amon may have come in a long time ago. Hybrid? Raynor's eyes widened. It's quite big. It's the Tal'Darim. How come they are here? Artanis said in surprise. The Tal'Darim? A body forged by the gods. Is for forging. Corlarian muttered a passage of ancient astral language. He was a little surprised, as if he thought it was a very rare thing that the Tal'Darim were still alive. It seems that they have really found their god, and got what they wanted. It's really haunting. Reno cursed. Their god is not a good thing. What are they going to do? If Amon's army takes the lead in occupying the Skylock, they will enter the Temple of Una before us. Artanis said. It may not be that simple. Reno thought for a while and said, I guess they want to blow this place up. Oh! Marshal James Raynor. The tone of Corlarian's speech was closer to the ancient Protoss language, mixed with many Kalani words that the Protoss no longer use today. Why do you think so? This is the intuition of a demolition expert. Reno spread his hands and said, when he followed Augustus to fight the Revolutionary Army. Reno often brought people and explosives to blow up the governor's building and the armory of the Federation colony. And he knew that if he wanted to intercept a Federation train used to transport important materials, he only needed to blow up the tracks. Well, if Amon controls all the skylocks and overloads them, Alna may be at risk of destruction. Artanis also agreed with Raynor. But when Artanis wanted to say something, he was interrupted by Raynor's exclamation. "Oh my God!" Raynor almost groaned. When the Iron Raven's detection system locked and zoomed in on a ground target near a skylock, a large number of Imperial soldiers in black and red power armor appeared in the center of the screen. But they did not send soldiers from the Mobius Legion to the surface of Una. Gods! There are humans in Amon's army. Artanis obviously saw it. They are soldiers from the Mobius Legion. Raynor gritted his teeth and said, "I think I know where the missing Mobius fleets have gone." Amon used the hybrid to corrupt and control these humans, and then used the controlled humans to deal with them. This is Amon's usual evil taste. Letting this race kill each other and fight against each other. Damn it. Looking at these soldiers with bloodshot eyes, a wave of sadness flashed through Augustus' heart. He would settle this account with Amon sooner or later. These respectable human warriors have been corrupted. Cyrodiil also sighed and said, "Their spirits have been tortured. But they were still defeated by the hybrid. Immediately deploy the Legion soldiers and march towards the sky chain." Corlarian knew that this matter could not be delayed any longer. So he said with the coldness of an ancient executive, "All enemies will be killed without mercy." Before the Karish arbitration, the Protoss Empire had fought wars with many races. At that time, the executors played a role similar to that of executioners, and they were merciless when dealing with alien races. As for the Tal'Darim, who were also Protoss, they killed many of their compatriots when they resisted the slavery of the Supreme Council. Deploy all our ground forces and mobilize the fleet. Augustus knew very well that the next battle would be much more dangerous than before. Attack! Chapter 684, The Temple of Unity. I heard someone is looking for old Tychus. When Tychus Finley walked into the bridge, he had already changed into a power armor painted with bright blue paint, holding a Honey Persuader heavy machine gun in his hand, and walking with heavy breathing and a strong step. Reno raised his eyebrows and pointed at Tychus's blue armor. "Why are you wearing this?" Most of the ordinary Imperial Army soldiers wore red armor, and only the Rangers, which were the elite light infantry units, wore blue armor. And the most famous unit among them was the Reno Rangers. Those damn mechanical technicians welded all the joints of this armor shut. "Damn it," Tychus sighed. His spirits were low. "This crappy armor is going to grow on me." "What do you mean?" Raynor looked at Augustus, knowing that this was his handiwork. Considering that Tychus had done a lot of bad things recently and had offended Augustus severely, this was also his own fault. You know, Tychus still has 3 months of accumulated imprisonment. Augustus had prepared this armor for Tychus a long time ago, but he forgot about it later because there were too many things to do before the end of the imprisonment. This armor is his new cage. The corner of Tychus' mouth twitched, and he dared not say more or ask more questions. He was not afraid of anyone in the huge Terran Empire, but he did not dare to provoke the man in front of him. In fact, this problem was not a small matter for Tychus, which meant that he could no longer go out to have affairs before he was allowed to take off his armor. It just so happened that the offense he committed this time was a bit serious, and it was not something that could be fooled by just talking and throwing a tantrum. "Where is this?" Tychus was thick-skinned, and he looked at the star chart table and the purple glow outside the porthole without caring. As soon as he saw Cyrodiil next to Augustus, he knew that nothing good would happen. He had been locked up in the White Star's brig during this period, and was not even released when the fleet docked at the Chiron 3 colony. Now he didn't know where he was or what he was doing. But Tychus only needed to look at the Imperial ships covering the sky and the sun outside the porthole to know that this was another large-scale interstellar war. Following the old boss, there would always be battles to fight. Tychus is a very contradictory person. He is greedy for enjoyment and afraid of death, but he still kills people in the battlefield of blood and fire, as fierce as a lion or a tiger. Otarian Rift. Anna. Reno said and shook his head. "You won't understand even if I tell you. Anyway, we have to take this place now." As they spoke, they could see through the portholes that a large number of Zeus-class landing ships had landed on the surface of Anna, and more large landing ships were descending above them, preparing to land. The sky was filled with huge ships of the Imperial fleet, and the majestic outlines of the Imperial battlecruisers were clearly visible. Hundreds of warships were firing at the same time, and the sound of gunfire was like thunder in the sky, which was terrifying. At the landing site that had been cleaned several times by the fleet's firepower, battalions of Mobius Corps Marines and landing ships packed with combatants filed out one after another. The giant walking mechas that were more than 10 feet high made the landing springboards creak, and the steel torrent of alloy armor and heavy machinery rolled over. In an instant, the sound of plasma torpedoes and rockets being fired and exploded rang out, and countless shells and rockets with tail flames passed over the soldiers' heads, raining down on the fierce enemy, bringing earth-shaking roars and a purgatory like a raging fire. Under the terrifying firepower attack, everything was reduced to ashes. This is the attack method of the Empire Mobius Corps: firepower coverage. Advance. Establish positions. Continue firepower coverage. Continue to advance. And repeat. In addition, the most advanced weapons of the Empire are equipped in the Mobius Corps, some of which are even in the experimental stage. For example, Swan and Regal installed flight stabilizing wings, reverse thrusters and jet packs on the Mobius siege tanks, allowing them to fire while airborne on the surface. Wow, this is a big deal. Tychus was a little surprised, but he didn't ask much. In the years of fighting with Augustus in the Copperless sector, he has seen too many strange things. If you stretch your neck and quack like a duck, it will only make you look ignorant. "Where is my dear Odin?" he asked. "I'm ready to do something. Don't worry. You'll be useful later." Augustus waved his hand and told him to be patient. Jim. Then he turned to Raynor next to him. "How are the Purifiers and Daram doing?" "They're moving fast. Each of them has taken control of a sky lock," Raynor replied. "The armies of Artanes and Corlarian are still advancing, and they're really unstoppable. The Protoss are also holding back their anger." Augustus nodded, "But our progress is not slow." After a hard battle, the Mobius Legion has gained a foothold at the landing site near the central sky lock and built fortifications on the spot. As Raynor said, build a battlefield. Set up turrets. Have siege tanks in front and bunkers in the back. Our defense line will be impregnable. The enemies that appeared in Ulnar were extremely difficult to deal with, mainly composed of fanatical Taldaran Protoss and humans corrupted by hybrids. Among them, huge shadows were moving on the ground. The hybrids led the army of servants loyal to Amon. At the same time, the hybrids also caused a lot of trouble for the landing troops of the Mobius Corps. If the Mobius Corps was not a battle-hardened army specially built to fight against the hybrids, they would certainly be unable to move forward under the attack of the hybrid psychic attacks and mental pollution. But it is precisely because of the need to frequently contact with the hybrids that many Mobius Corps soldiers and even entire warships have been corrupted. What on earth are those disgusting beasts? Tychus's blue eyes, full of hostility, were fixed on the tactical console's holographic screen. The holographic screen was frozen on a very horrifying scene, with a huge hybrid monster at the center of the picture. The monster's sinister and evil face could remind anyone of the worst nightmare he had ever had in his life, and make him vomit out everything he had just eaten. The monster had a heavy body and a black carapace covered with razor-like spikes. On its twisted head was a huge and gorgeous crown and a terrifying red giant eye. And on its bulging back were numerous tentacles. When these tentacles are waved, they are like long, tough whips, with dark red sharp knives tied to the ends, which look shocking and terrifying. It is unusually large, and when it stands upright, it is almost as big as the largest mecha of mankind, like a walking giant, which can easily trample on the positions of mankind. This new hybrid variant is much larger than the early hybrids, and is also more powerful and brutal, and it may not even be the largest one. Imagine that Amon would have many pets like this. But there are always some that are particularly favored, and the giant hybrid on the screen is inserting its flaming red claws into the cockpit of a Mobius Corps Thor mech, as easily as cutting butter with a hot knife. Tychus knows that this is not an ordinary Thor mech, but the Empire's elite Black Hammer. Compared to ordinary Thors, the Black Hammer has upgraded armor and more powerful cannons. Only elite and ace pilots are qualified to drive it. This is a new hybrid variant that appeared for the first time in Una. Reno explained, "We call it a hybrid behemoth. It is the largest hybrid species we have recorded so far, but I bet that bigger ones will appear sooner or later. I have never seen such a monster." Cyrodiil also said, "They are like stronger variants based on hybrid predators, and their physical functions have been further enhanced. Fortunately, it is not immortal." Augustus took over Rayner's words and said, "Our heavy firepower is fully capable of dealing with this monster." Thinking of the soldiers of the Mobius Legion, who were controlled by the hybrids, Augustus hated these twisted monsters even more. This is a warning. There may be more terrible monsters hidden in the depths of Ulna. Zeratl's excitement when he first arrived in Ulna has faded by half. Such a sacred place actually had so many evil hybrids, which made him even more worried about the situation of the Xel'Naga in Ulna. At this time, Renault received a report. "Augustus, look at this. Reports from the front line show that the enemy's offensive is weakening. General Riley has ordered a counterattack." At this time, more than 2 hours had passed since the landing operation, and the bloodiest and most brutal stage of the battle had ended. As more follow-up troops arrived at the landing point, the Mobius Corps finally firmly controlled the central sky lock and cleared the enemy forces that tried to compete with them for control. The medics were shuttling between the wounded, using laser nail guns and nanomedical kits to treat their wounds, waiting for the arrival of the follow-up medical transport ship. "Very good." Augustus nodded. "Hurry up and build fortifications and rescue the wounded." "Your Majesty, there is a communication request from the executive officer of Clolarian." A communication soldier said. "Come in," Augustus said. "Emperor Augustus Minsk, we have occupied 2 sky locks." Clolarian said, "If the Terran Empire needs help, we can deploy Phoenix Archon mechas to your position. The Purifiers are still used to calling Talander by his original name Phoenix. Perhaps this name has left a deep impression on them, and they can't change it for a while. How can you say it like deploying nuclear weapons?" Tychus on the side couldn't help but complain. Then, Artanis also got on the communication channel. "We have also completed the scheduled goal and are recalling the ground troops." Since the Empire, Daram and the Purifiers all sent a large number of troops to the 5 sky locks at the same time. The roads between the sky locks were soon opened. "Boss, the sensor shows that the void energy below is increasing." After a while, Swan's voice appeared again in this channel. "I marked a coordinate where there is a door opening. You can send someone to take a look. I suspect that is the entrance. A void door is opening." Zeratl's eyes, burning with psychic flames, became brighter. "Yes," Artanis also said, "we also noticed it. We have to go in and find out," Clolarian said. "But given the intricate corridors in the temple, it will be difficult for a large-scale army to deploy." Artanis expressed his opinion. "So we have to send a group of elite soldiers," Rayner said. "This is not difficult to do. The important thing is to find out the situation inside first." "Swan, how much do you know about the situation in there?" Augustus said to Swan. "Not much. I'm still sending out drones to investigate." Swan scratched his head. "But the void energy below is too strong, and our drones have become headless flies. The situation is very bad now. I wish I could break a person in half." "Continue your work." Augustus didn't embarrass him anymore. "But there's no need to break a person in half. Your work is crucial, Engineer Swan." Artanis is always used to encouraging his subordinates. That is, sprinkling chicken soup or something, which is very effective for the Protoss. "Look, great hero," Swan said happily. "Great hero?" Artanis didn't know how to respond. "So, Emperor Augustus, what is your decision?" Clolarian asked Augustus at this time. For a moment, Artanis also looked at Augustus. The leaders of the 2 major Protoss camps actually sought the opinion of a human at the same time. "Of course we have to go in," Augustus said in a firm tone, "and hurry up. Otherwise the hybrid will get there before us." 10 minutes later, Augustus, Rayner, Zeratl and others took a spaceship down to the surface of Una and came to the door of the temple that was opening. The Emperor of the Empire rarely went to the front line in person. In fact, even if he just sat in the Augustgrad Palace to let the soldiers know that he was still safe, it would definitely be much more useful than firing a shot on the battlefield. But this time, Augustus decided to go in person. Rayner and others wanted to stop him, but it didn't work. If the Temple of Ana really involved the issue of the successor of the Xel'Naga, as the leader of a race, Augustus still had to go in person. "Zeratl, you were injured before. You shouldn't have come." Augustus knew that he could never convince Zeratl to stay on the White Star and not explore the temple in this situation. At this moment, they were standing in front of the suddenly open gate of the Temple of Ana, and the shining light shone through it, as if it came from the light of heaven. The humming sound of the void crystal echoed in the winding corridor, like a beautiful movement that was created by nature. "Don't worry, Augustus," standing in front of the temple gate. Cyril laughed from the bottom of his heart. If it's too dangerous, I will definitely avoid it. It is precisely because of this alertness that I have been able to escape death countless times. In fact, Cyril couldn't quite understand why Augustus said this, but he realized that he was very worried about his safety. This made Cyril feel that Augustus was a noble person, because as a human with little psychic power, he was much more fragile than himself. After a while, Artanes arrived with a team of Templars and Dark Templars, ready to enter the temple with Augustus. But when Purifier Executor Crolarian personally led a group of Legion soldiers to arrive, Artanes was really surprised. Mechanical High Templar Adon, I must have made a mistake. Artanes was rarely able to control his emotions. The Purifier Protoss did not have psychic powers, because they were pure mechanical warriors. But what he saw had obviously overturned Artanes' cognition. Then, the Purifiers must have achieved this in another way. Augustus suspected that Artanes was even a little jealous. I was as surprised as you when I saw those Purifier Dark Templars. Artanes, Cyril said. In contrast, the mechanical warriors loaded with the stealth template were not unacceptable. Tychus muttered to himself that these ancestors of the Protoss were quite fashionable, and insisted on keeping up with the times. Chapter 685 Artanes. Let me see who killed Cyril. After entering the Temple of Ana, the Darran troops led by Artanes took the lead and walked in front. There were 200 or 300 people in the troops, of which the number of Templars and Dark Templars each accounted for half. Following behind were Augustus' elite royal guards, including 2 additional Theta Battlefield Emergency Medical Soldiers Field Response Theta, and the Goliath Robot Bulwark Company. The Purifiers, led by the Colonial Ion Intelligent Personality Carrier, walked at the end of the team. They were more numerous, with about 1,000 mechanical warriors and large mechas. Colonial Ion Executive had promised Augustus that he would bring in more elite warriors. Keep your distance from each other. Be alert. And move forward. Renault, wearing a commander power armor painted with the Heavenly Devil, walked in front, with a Colt revolver hanging on his waist. And the magazine was filled with hollow bullets with amazing lethality. And Augustus behind him was also dressed in a similar outfit. At Rayner's command, a company of royal guards ran past him quickly, followed closely by a medic holding a Red Cross shoulder shield. They were standing thousands of yards away from the open door of the Ana temple. But the long corridor seemed to have no end. The road here was very wide, and the ceiling was probably several hundred feet from the ground. Enough for the Odin mecha to easily perform its fists and feet inside. The walls on both sides were clearly outlined with lifelike carvings and murals, vividly depicting the universe and the stars. Spiral patterns and shining emerald crystals can be seen everywhere on the road, which is spectacular and fascinating. There are thousands of such corridors in the Temple of Ana, connecting countless magnificent stairs and porches. How weird, Tychus muttered. His eyes kept turning, and he still couldn't figure out what Ana was. But if it was said that he was here to dig up some alien artifacts, he was familiar with this matter. This ground seems to be alive. I don't like this feeling. The rock floor in the Ana temple is extremely hard, yet as flexible as a sponge. Even running all the way with alloy boots doesn't make much noise. We've seen something similar in the Zelnaga temple in the Copperloo sector, but it feels different. Augustus was standing in front of a huge statue, wondering what might be hidden in it. The statue was deeply embedded in the wall on the right. The carvings and details were magnificent and delicate, like an ancient ghost. There is a statue like this standing every other time in this corridor, like a mummy warrior guarding the pharaoh's coffin in a pyramid tomb. Augustus tried to find traces of corruption by Amon on the statue, but found nothing. Have you seen it, Cyril? He asked Cyril. No, Cyril admitted. I guess the Zelnaga built Ana together and divided the work to perfect every detail in it, which is a manifestation of their different views on art and aesthetics. Your Majesty, we found an exit ahead. At this time, the report from Virgil Kane, the captain of the Royal Guard, came from Augustus's command channel. The Protoss of Darum has entered. Keep moving forward and keep the communication open. Augustus withdrew his gaze from the statue in front of him, raised his legs, and the power armor servo transmission device began to operate. He hadn't worn this armor for a while, but he was still familiar with it when he used it. Augustus deliberately slowed down his pace as he said this, until the Purifier Executor Clolarian caught up with him. Clolarian's intelligent personality carrier was a mechanical fanatic who was taller than the ordinary Purifier Legion soldiers. He wore a white executor ceremonial armor that was as dazzling as the sun, and had a solar halo like a corona on his back. At this time, it can be seen that the artistic style of the ancient purifier's armor is different from that of Talander next to him, with sharper edges and a more oppressive feeling, since the era when they were active is very long ago. The purifiers are still using technologies that the Protoss Empire has long abandoned. Generally speaking, these technologies mean more powerful and more dangerous. Behind Clolarian, the purifiers marched forward like a wall and a forest with unstoppable momentum. Each legionnaire can load the intelligent personality of an ancient Templar, as if their noble and great heroic spirits have returned to the battlefield again after thousands of years. There are many ways for us Protoss to survive the disaster, but only the purifiers survive forever. As if he had read Augustus's inner thoughts, Clolarian said to him, "Whenever we need these great warriors to join the battle, we will visit their personalities sleeping in the Purifier Council." The purifiers still regard themselves as Protoss and Templars. Otherwise, they would not consider Tacidar's feelings. "Executor, thank you for your support." Augustus walked with Clolarian, followed by Cyrodiil and Raynor. Only Tychus looked at Clolarian's purifiers suspiciously. Tychus always disliked Protoss, let alone mechanical Protoss. So of course no one here would care about his opinion. His Emperor was really good at making friends. He could get along with ordinary Protoss, and even mechanical Protoss was not spared. "Seeing you again, Augustus Minsk. Your words still make me feel like spring breeze." As soon as the purifier Talander came up, he greeted Augustus and others enthusiastically. "Cyrodiil, old friend, I am so happy to see you." "James Raynor, my good friend." He walked up to Raynor and hugged him, but accidentally lifted him up, and both of them were embarrassed. Talander is more humane than the ancient purifiers, but that may be because the ancient purifiers lacked trust in the outside world and rarely communicated with others. Strictly speaking, the purifier Protoss can be divided into three groups: ancient purifiers, glacious purifiers, and AI machines that lack independent personalities. Glacious purifiers come from the Purifier Project after the restart of the Protoss Empire, and this group of purifiers calls themselves the Sons of Glacius. Phoenix was not the only one who was ordered by the Supreme Council to go to Glacius to record personalities, but many personalities have never been awakened. As for the third category, it is mass-produced mechanical warriors. Although they do not have independent personalities, the level of their AI simulation is still jaw-dropping. When they reached Colonial Island, Augustus continued to move forward under the protection of the royal guards and purifiers. They walked down a wide staircase and passed through an elegant giant archway, and the view in front of them suddenly opened up. Rather than a huge cave, it was more like the entrance hall and atrium of a giant's residence. The stacked geometric columns supported the magnificent dome, which was covered with amazing and exquisite scroll carvings and artistic hieroglyphs, and the ancient walls were dotted with clusters of sparkling blue crystals. It is like an art exhibition hall. The large obelisks, statues, shrines, altars and magnificent murals carved on the dome walls indisputably show the glory of the Xel'Naga era. The only problem is that the Xel'Naga may not have considered the lighting when building this place, so it is quite dim inside, and only the crystals on the ground can be used as light sources. It is also possible that this place was once bright and transparent, but since the ancient times, the Xel'Naga gods fought cruelly in Una, and the glory of the past is no longer there. Artanis and his Terran Protoss troops were exploring not far ahead, using their crackling psychic blades to illuminate the way. "Oh my god!" Tychus opened his helmet visor and looked around with wide eyes. "It looks like this is just one of the halls." Augustus turned on the searchlight on his power armor. "Ulna looks like a planet. I can't imagine how big it is inside. There is a temple ahead. Artanis and his men are on that side." Renault pointed to the front. "Let's go and have a look too." "Let's go and have a look." Augustus was surrounded by Renault, Tychus, Clolarian and Talander, and the elite royal guards, so he was naturally not afraid. Walking in this hall, all you can see are ceremonial grand buildings, full of majesty, accompanied by a group of purifiers and heroes of the Terran Empire. Augustus came to the temple in the hall and climbed up the stairs. This temple is not big, but it is magnificent. There is a long scroll carved under the ornately carved eaves and in the canopy shrine. The psychic blades of the Templars and Dark Templars illuminated the huge murals carved on them, like a bonfire in the dark. The prophecy of the Xel'Naga. Cyrodiil walked in front, examining the murals. One prophecy connects to another prophecy. This is fate. It's quite stylish. Tychus said. Tychus, they should put up a statue of you here. Augustus said. There is a prophecy here about Cyrodiil. At this time, Artanes' lieutenant, Executor Celendes, shouted in a low voice, attracting everyone's attention. Celendes was standing in front of the first mural, interpreting the meaning of the carving, revealing her unspeakable surprise and horror in her mind language. Cyrodiil will be killed here. Here in Anna? Everyone was shocked when they heard the voice. And Augustus also hurriedly led people over. Is this you, Cyrodiil? Looking at the scene depicted on the mural, Rainer's pupils slightly dilated. Is this the prophecy? Augustus looked over and found the murals were very blurry, and very different from the famous and exquisite Xel'Naga golden curve. He couldn't make out anything, but he could recognize the scenes depicted there. Artanes held Cyrodiil, who had already returned to the void, in his arms, and bowed his head in silence. Celendes! Upon hearing this, Artanes hurried over. Who killed Cyrodiil? This is not true. Celendes looked at Artanes, and without any words. The sadness in Kara had proved everything. This Artanes looked at the mural, turned to look at his executor robes, and looked at the mural again, and finally shouted in shock, Is it me? I killed Cyrodiil with my own hands? Why? No! This is impossible. Artanes stepped back repeatedly because of extreme shock while speaking, staring at his hands in disbelief and despair, as if they were stained with Cyrodiil's blood. Xel'Naga, Ulna and the prophecy are of great significance to the Protoss. So what they saw this time touched them much more than humans. After all, although Augustus and Rainer seem to be friendly on the surface, they are actually ruthless people who say they want to fight the gods as a matter of course. Cyrodiil was also stunned when he saw it, and then suddenly realized, if this is my fate, it is hard to tell anything from just looking at this mural. But for the Protoss who have studied the Xel'Naga prophecy in depth, it still has other interpretations. The final fate of Cyrodiil in the prophecy seems to have been determined, and the one who killed him was none other than Artanes. His life will be ended by Artanes himself. But no one knows what happened before that, and what they have experienced. Cyrodiil looked at other murals and muttered to himself, the hybrids are coming. The stars are dimming, and endless darkness will eventually come. Cyrodiil, this is not your destiny, and it should never be yours. Augustus didn't know what Cyrodiil understood. Yeah. How could Artanes do something to Cyrodiil? They are good. Rainer wanted to say that they were good brothers, but somehow he couldn't say it anymore. Only his good brother Tychus looked at it for a long time, and felt that he seemed to understand something, and silently stopped Cyrodiil behind him. Does this mean that the Dallin Protoss may split? Celendes gave her own interpretation. Anyway, she really couldn't imagine the day when Artanes and Cyrodiil would fight each other. Cyrodiil and Artanes' mentor Tassadar were as close as brothers, and the relationship between the three of them was quite good. Hearing what Celendes said, the Templars and Dark Templars under Artanes looked at each other with strange eyes. I don't believe this is true. Don't say it anymore, Celendes. Artanes turned to look at his warriors. It must be Amon who is causing trouble. Celendes, are you speaking without considering the situation? Artanes is right. Augustus calmed everyone with a firm voice. Perhaps Amon asked the hybrid to be sculpted as a mockery. It turns out that in the timeline, when Artanes came to Ulna and saw this mural, Kara had already been corrupted by Amon, and Cyrodiil also paid his life in ire to cut off his nerve bundle and sever his connection with Kara. And now, all this has not happened yet. The prophecies in Ulnar have indeed all come true. But upon closer inspection, it can be found that whether it is the death of Cyrodiil or the destruction of Shakuras, the events depicted in it were secretly intervened by Amon. Well, according to Amon's character, the Axemen ambushed on both sides are ready to jump out and take Cyrodiil's life to confirm the prophecy. Amon predicted all this and then realized it himself. Isn't it just a painting? Tychus said. What's the big deal? I don't believe they are really that powerful. Otherwise, I will immediately convert to Xel'Naga and ask him to help me pay off the money I owe to the strip club. Tychus is an honest man, and he always remembers to pay his debts, unless he really forgets. As he spoke, as if he felt that Tychus's presence had desecrated this place, a thunderous roar rang out in the temple of Anna. The twisted monsters roared, like snakes and scorpions in the shadows of the porch. Chapter 686 Hall of Revelation. All things will eventually surrender. In the darkness, Hideous hybrids stretched out huge black claws from their armored limbs. They raised their broad crowns, cracked rows of jagged teeth, and let out terrifying roars and grotesque screams. Hybrid predators, a mass-produced variant that is closer to the Zerg in form, are absurd and evil, and are the perfect product of genetic engineering. They either move quickly in the shadows of shrines and pillars, or use their flexible and strong appendages on their backs to climb pilasters and steep walls. Their hard black shells glowed in the dim light of the crystal clusters, like snakes swimming quickly along the walls and ceilings. Many years ago, even before Augustus Mengs founded his empire, Emil Nerid, or Samir Duran, was secretly developing, producing and improving hybrid monsters. These monsters will be used to meet the final battle. Beware. It's a hybrid. Raynor shouted loudly on the communication channel, ready to fire. The hybrid has appeared. Amon's minions are everywhere. Artanis also ordered. The enemy is coming. Templar, show your shining blades. Nerazim, draw your swords. Purifiers, destroy these hybrids blocking the way. At a command from Chlorarian, the Iron-Forged Purifiers formed a solid battle formation and advanced forward. The first to attack were the Terran Protoss warriors. High-ranking Executor Artanis followed Kara's guidance and correctly directed his anger to the psychic double blades in his hands. After a few flashes, Artanis flashed in front of a hybrid predator running on all fours, dodged its fierce claws with poetic grace, and wielded the psychic blade filled with anger to slash off a section of its raised claws, causing the giant to scream. Without exception, the executors of the Protoss Empire are also powerful warriors, and Artanis is even more proficient in the ways of Kala and the Void, which few can match. With the executors leading the way, the Dallin Protoss also bravely moved forward. As always, they chose to face the enemy head-on, igniting the psychic energy-focused blades in their hands that looked like glowing leaves, and after a run-up, they charged at the enemies attacking from the darkness. In an instant, the blades burned long and the swords danced. The steps of the Protoss were swift and elegant, with both agility and strength. The posture of jumping high even reminded Augustus behind them of a big cat jumping up to prey on birds. Amon! With the help of several Templars, Artanis killed a hybrid predator with his own hands. Wherever you are watching this, face me. The prophecy about Zeratil's death was really unacceptable to Artanis. He had never been so angry since Ire fell and Shakura's was attacked by Arega. Artanis felt that he was insulted by Amon. But at the same time, he was actually doubting in his heart. What if this was true? The more absurd, the more likely it is to be true. If he really killed Zeratil, he would never forgive himself. Perhaps this is the fate that must be born to save the Protoss, whether it is Zeratil or Artanis. At this moment, the Dragon Knights, Stalkers and Immortals opened fire immediately. The terrible phase weapons emitted dazzling flashes. The terrifying scorching plasma instantly lit up the entire hull, and the hissing sound of burning flesh and the roar of monsters resounded in the dancing flames. When the Purifiers join the battle, the offensive is like a storm. Their seemingly heavy mechanical bodies move on the ground like the wind and fall like a hammer. For the Purifiers, the carriers of intelligent personalities are just consumables. Even if they are seriously injured, they can be repaired in time by replacing the parts of the assembly line process. These bastards are so ugly. Tychus held the heavy machine gun in one hand and closed the drum filled with Comorian armor-piercing bullets with the other hand. Tychus has been locked up in the confinement room for a long time. It's so hard to endure. Now he urgently needs a blood-pumping battle to regain his passion for life. But the battle has not yet reached this side. The Protoss are charging in the front, and the elite Royal Guards are guarding the Emperor and others in the back. The Royal Guards are well equipped, and the firepower of a guard company is enough to suppress the battlefield. As the main ground support firepower, the Goliath Bivouac Company is additionally equipped with anti-aircraft locking bullets and Moby's M34 Fear bullets. With strong firepower, in the deafening roar, various Gauss rifle bullets swept across the area, and there were explosions of grenades, rockets, incendiary bombs and grenades everywhere, hitting the mixed group and knocking people and horses to the ground. These hybrid predators seem to be more difficult to deal with than a few years ago. Augustus took a deep breath. I hope this is just an illusion. There are many hybrid specimens soaked in solution in the Empire's Skyger Research Station and other similar laboratories. The hybrids that appeared in Una seem to be larger and more powerful. Hybrids. Even these predators that lean towards the Zerg. can affect the human mind. The first thing that scientists who are engaged in hybrid research for the first time are told is that they must never stare into the eyes of the hybrids for a long time, because they can control the human mind and imprint their thoughts. From then on, they served the hybrids of Amon's chosen people and became the messengers who implemented their will in the battlefield in front of them. Whether it was the Templar or their Dark Templar relatives from Shakuras, every Protoss warrior who had been tempered for hundreds of years was a master of swordsmanship who had already honed his combat skills to perfection. In comparison, the hybrids with only power were as clumsy as poor dancers who could not keep up with the elegant steps. But even so, the battle was extremely dangerous. The hybrid predator in front of them was fighting with a Templar in close combat, while raising his hand to drag another Dark Templar out of the twisted shadows, pinching his shoulders and throwing him out fiercely. The ferocious savagery of the Zerg and the agility and strength of the Protoss. The few are fighting against the many, and they are not at a disadvantage. If the hybrid predator rushes into the human battle line, the destructive power will not be inferior to that of a thunder beast with King's Blade. Generally speaking, without the support of large combat mechas or other heavy firepower, an Imperial Marine Corps can only rely on solid fortifications and powerful firepower to fight against such a terrible enemy. The Empire is not afraid of hybrids, but that does not mean that every battle with hybrids is easy. If you are alone on the battlefield and encounter a hybrid, with only your Gauss rifle to rely on, then if your commander happens not to be a fool, he will definitely tell you to run as far as possible. I sense more hybrids approaching. Zeratul warned. They are coming with bad intentions. Renault always keeps a close eye on the life support system status of each Imperial unit on the HUD display screen on his helmet to ensure that one of the severely damaged units can be retreated at the most necessary moment, and another unit can be ordered to fill the front line. It seems that this is just a small appetizer before the main meal. The real terrible enemy is still behind. Augustus grabbed Tychus, who was about to rush out. Once Tychus got too excited in the battle, it would not be so easy to find him. This kind of thing happened a lot when Tychus was sent to fight in the Imperial colonies. This bastard drove recklessly on the battlefield of Odin. When he was excited, he disappeared. He only remembered to call the command center when he needed someone to repair the damaged mecha. With bursts of cold laughter, more hybrids appeared as Zeratul said. Why bother to resist? They are hybrid destroyers. A kind of Protoss hybrid with slender limbs. But even with the twisted elegance of the Protoss, these monsters still look grotesque and twisted. Just stare at the creepy evil head, and you can even see the brain tissue hidden under the translucent skull. The fighting style of the hybrid destroyer is more like that of the Protoss, and it even has a similar plasma shield. Its terrible mental attack has caused thousands of Mobius Legion soldiers to go crazy. At this moment, even though the armor was equipped with equipment to shield the mind from mental attacks, some of the Imperial Royal Guards had blood oozing out of their noses. Even Augustus, who was under heavy protection, felt a surge of blood and a tightness in his chest. Damn psychic power. Damn mental attacks. Tychus yelled. This is fucking unfair. Covered action team. Suppress these hybrids with EMP bombs. Raynor ordered in the channel. The Empire's elite forces are naturally indispensable to Ghost agents, and the covert action forces of the Führer Ghost and the Empire's chief Ghost agent Nova Terra are the most elite. These elite Ghost agents have been hiding in the crowd waiting for orders. At Raynor's command, powerful EMP shock waves were launched between the hybrid destroyers, clearing their shields. For a moment, war cries, roars, and explosions were heard. The combat power of the hybrids was quite amazing, and they were fearless. For a while, two predators almost rushed to Augustus with their seriously injured bodies, but they were killed by the Royal Guards not long after. The battle lasted for more than 20 minutes, and ended when the last hybrid was killed by several Purifier Legion soldiers. The attack of the hybrid did cause a lot of chaos, but the three forces were the elite of the elite. The Protoss, especially Artanis, were full of anger, and their fighting power soared, forcing the hybrids to retreat step by step. Augustus also fired a few shots with the advancing Protoss troops, but they were all aimed at the hybrids on the ground that were seriously injured but not dead. At his current level, he would never rush up like Tychus and prepare to fight the hybrids in a melee. At this time, the ground was already full of the bodies of the hybrid predators, most of which were torn apart and dead. The Protoss fought very cleanly and neatly, and always struck with a single blow. However, the hybrids still caused some casualties to the Protoss and humans. Raynor immediately ordered the CETA emergency team to treat the wounded and send the seriously injured out of the temple. The medical soldiers of the CETA emergency team were equipped with advanced Umogen nano-repair robots, Prozion serum, and Prozion double-barreled healing ray gauntlets, which could even help the Protoss heal their wounds. Soon, the troops gathered again and prepared to move forward to explore this mysterious and dangerous temple. Augustus walked towards Artanis, who was standing in front of several huge hybrid predator corpses. His white executor robe was not stained with blood, and his eyes were as bright as a god of war. He stared at the bloody corpses of these hybrids in silence, as if to say that this was the fate of fighting against the Templars. Keep going. Augustus confirmed that Clolarian and the Purifiers were still following him. Walked to Artanis and said, "It is foreseeable that there are definitely more hybrids in Una than the ones now." Artanis fully agreed with Augustus. Be alert, warriors. There are greater challenges waiting for us ahead. At this time, Cyrodiil, Raynor and others also came over. But Artanis, who had previously killed gods and Buddhas, actually avoided Cyrodiil's eyes for a moment and did not dare to look him in the eye. Artanis, your noble qualities are so precious. It reminds me of Adon and Tassadar. Cyrodiil also noticed Artanis' reaction. You don't have to feel guilty about a prophecy. My brother Arcturus will tell you that he never believed in any prophecy. Augustus said, destiny is created by one's own hands. Correct logic and correct choices determine a person's life. Let's move on and solve this damn truth. Raynor said. He is so stupid and cute. Tychus teased Artanis and said to Cyrodiil, Cyrodiil, it seems that we can only strike first. Tychus is a wise man and knows how to add fuel to the fire. Chop off his head with a knife, and you will be the Archbishop of Darum. Someone has to save the Protoss. Why can't it be you? This move made Selendis glare at him. But Cyrodiil and Artanis both laughed out loud, inspired by the rich emotions of the Protoss. Keep going. Artanis hesitated for only a moment. Although the prophecy had given him a big shock, it was far from enough to shake the firm will of an executive officer. Templars, clear the way ahead. Augustus, Artanis, Clolarian, Cyrodiil and others walked side by side under the protection of the troops. Soon, they passed through the halls of a different world, and were stunned by the magnificent scene before them. He realized that if Una even contained artificial continents and mountains, it was undoubtedly the largest temple in the universe. It seemed that a 1,000-foot wall rose from the horizon, and the shining square-step pyramids and giant obelisks that stood like high-rise buildings extended infinitely along the diagonal line and widened infinitely. Golden light sprinkled from the dome, shining with the light of myth. These altars show that this place is called the Temple of Unity. The Xel'Naga is somewhere inside. Artanis said, according to the prophecy, the two chosen races need to work together to find the Hall of Revelation in the temple. Only when the two chosen races appear together will the altar reveal the way to awaken the sleeping Xel'Naga. Chapter 687 I Will Never Betray. The space here is so vast and huge that the ceiling seems as far away from the sky. It is dotted with artificial light sources that look like the sun and stars, casting an awe-inspiring halo over the pyramid-shaped temple complex that stretches like towering mountains in the distance. There are many huge obelisks, huge columns, sarcophagus, and giant stone-simulated star systems floating in the air, and even ancient walls that occupy most of the sky, as if the mountains are rising from the ground and hanging upside down above the clouds. In the Temple of Unity in Ana, every inch of land and every landscape is a man-made landscape that is ingeniously crafted. The temple is like a mountain, and the dome is like the blue sky, which is as incredible as a miracle. Walking in it is like being in a vibrant natural landscape. The black organic walls are outlined with green lines that symbolize life. Every texture that resembles leaf veins and petals contains vitality, like an endless net woven by flower buds. The implication is self-evident. Xel'Naga is the creator, and the one who brought the first life. Without waiting for a break, Augustus, Artanis, and Clolarian immediately ordered to continue moving forward, since a large number of hybrids have been found at the entrance. I'm afraid Amon's minions have already taken the lead, although this place is ridiculously large. The road in front of Augustus seems to be only this wide road that twists and turns at the end and appears between the temples. There, the distinctive triangular dome of the first Hall of Revelation was already faintly visible. On the side of the road stood a high wall like a cliff, a lighthouse emitting a bright copper-blue light, and a huge column wall, and groups of columns carved with golden ratio spirals. Vortices and geometric lines were arranged on both sides. This was just the interior of a temple. But Augustus found himself climbing up along a winding mountain road between towering mountains. Every time he walked a distance, he could see a bottomless steep cliff blocking the way forward. The inner walls of these cliffs are carved with amazing giant consoles, so large that it seems that only giants can use them. If you want to move forward, you can only find other ways. Sometimes a door hidden in the wall, and sometimes a suspended bridge made of geometric columns and rocks. This process is more like deciphering in a maze. If it weren't for the guidance of Cyrodiil and Artanes, humans alone would probably not be able to find the way for a while. However, in the first half of the journey, the Protoss and human forces cooperated closely, divided the work in an orderly manner, and advanced faster and faster. Augustus only encountered multiple raids by small and medium-sized hybrid forces, but these attacks were resolved and repelled in time, but still delayed the advancement of the army. The Empire, the Purifiers, and the Darram all sent their most elite troops. And even the human medical soldiers were all veterans, who had experienced famous battles such as Ire, Char, and Tarsones. Although these hybrids in front of them were also very difficult, they were not enough to make them fail. At this moment, Augustus was once again blocked by a magnificent wall that occupied the entire horizon. It seemed that there was only a tightly closed giant door to pass through. The giant door was very large and very high, and it was carefully carved with interlocking triangles, hexagons, and circles. There were two huge triangular columns in front of the door, one of which was surrounded by bright blue light and humming, while the other was much dimmer. Farther away from the gate, there is a majestic giant stone statue. The light in the stone statue flickers from time to time, which is quite strange. A team of Durham Templars is going to check it out. Get started. Use explosives. Renault pointed at the gate and said familiarly, use large G7 cluster explosives. Wait. The explosives you carry won't have much effect on this door. Colorion said, use solar light cannon. Just as Augustus was about to speak out to stop the two explosive maniacs, the giant stone statue in the distance suddenly made a loud noise, and stood up with a bang under the traction of powerful energy. And then a terrible shock wave swept away, shaking the earth. What is that? Taika shouted, a moving stone statue. It's a Xel'Naga construct. It's Xel'Naga technology that gave these organic rocks life. Artanes, be careful. It seems to have entered a defensive posture. As soon as the words fell, the Xel'Naga monolithic structure called the construct attacked several Protoss Templar warriors around it. Two terrifying energy rays shone from its eye ridges filled with green flames, tearing and burning the ground under their feet. Pure form. Pure essence. Show your power. This construct should be the gatekeeper. Augustus said in a deep voice, I am afraid the way to open this door lies in it. Since Xel'Naga wants us to show our power, let's do as he wishes. Soldiers, kill it! The construct was very large, but it was also a more obvious target. Soon, all kinds of long-range firepower from humans and Protoss were concentrated on it. Artillery shells, phase weapons, and solar-powered weapons, with bright tracks everywhere in the sky, only to shatter its body and retreat again and again. Augustus was standing less than 1,000 yards away from the construct. The muzzles of hundreds of Goliath robots and royal predators were flashing around him, and explosions were heard one after another. The scene was very spectacular. He could notice that the construction material of the construct was very hard. Even weapons that were strong enough to tear through heavy armor could only leave a shallow scar on its surface. If the construct could be taken back for research, a lot of technology should be obtained from it, which would help the development of material science and engineering in the Terran Empire. If you want to get the help of the Purifier and Darram, you will eventually overdraw your debts of favor. So Augustus also cleverly promised to share part of the Xel'Naga heritage to win people's hearts. But as the original discoverer and initiator of the exploration, the Terran Empire can still give most of it. And even if it is just a doorway on a construct, it is enough for humans to study for decades. Be careful. The radiation emitted by that thing is very destructive and can easily disintegrate our armor, Raynor said in the communication channel. As soon as Raynor finished speaking, the Xel'Naga construct began to guide a powerful shock wave, and the terrifying entropy explosion swept away the Protoss below it in the blink of an eye. Along with this shock wave, several Xel'Naga charging crystals that looked like smaller constructs appeared out of thin air. Once they appeared, they used the terrible rays projected from their eyes to attack the surrounding humans and Protoss. Since these Xel'Naga technologies are so powerful, how did they lose to the Zerg back then? Tychus widened his eyes. Is it because of their large numbers that they are amazing? I'm afraid so. Augustus nodded, and I heard that they attacked by surprise back then. At this time, the giant structure had already shown signs of decline, and the wounds on its body were increasing. Considering that it was blocking hundreds of elite human and Protoss warriors, it was quite amazing that it could hold out for so long. The Xel'Naga structure seemed to lack intelligence, and only attacked according to the fixed procedures set by the Xel'Naga countless years ago. Therefore, it had powerful strength, but seemed clumsy and rigid, and it was soon caught by the loopholes in its attack mode. Even so, after more than 10 minutes of bombardment, the Xel'Naga construct finally fell down, turning into a pile of gray-black boulders. A huge four-sided pyramid emerged from the broken incarnation of the construct and joined with a dim pillar in front of the gate, thus opening the tightly closed gate. Augustus asked Raynor to mark the vicinity of the wreckage of the construct so that the troops entering it could further recover it, and then continued to order the troops to move forward. They continued to move forward at a very fast speed, and soon passed through another gate guarded by constructs. And the Hall of Revelation seemed to be right in front of them. There was a large square in front of the Hall of Revelation, with exquisite carvings emitting green flashes on the ground. The mysterious giant obelisks and magnificent statues surrounded the pyramid-shaped Hall of Revelation, and several supergiant suspended towers. The scouts reported that the corrupted Mobius Legion and Tal'Darim troops were found ahead, and there were a large number of them. Now our vanguard troops have already engaged them. Under a huge ancient wall, Raynor and Augustus stood facing the altar of the Hall of Revelation in the distance. Several Royal Guard Marines in golden red power armor were on guard, and a giant Goliath armed robot equipped with amber alloy armor was striding forward. As Raynor said, there were signs of fierce fighting near the Hall of Revelation. Less than a mile away from here, there were even some defensive buildings from the Tal'Darim Protoss and the Mobius Legion, and the huge and corrupted body of the hybrid could be vaguely seen among them. There are several siege tanks with billowing black smoke nearby, which are left by the Mobius Legion, and the bodies of the Mobius Legion soldiers are all around them. There are still subtle traces of void corruption on the armor of these soldiers, and it is obvious that they may have entered the void before. For these human soldiers whose consciousness has completely succumbed to the hybrid, Augustus has no choice but to order them to be killed. Otherwise, more soldiers, who are still loyal to the Terran Empire, will lose their lives. No matter what. They were marked as traitors the moment they pulled the trigger on their compatriots. There are also many traitorous Mobius Legion soldiers outside the Inner Temple, and according to the number of known missing Mobius warships and elite teams, there may be at least hundreds of thousands of them. Some of them were not originally Mobius Legion soldiers, but members of other Imperial forces, anti-Imperial organizations, or miscellaneous local armed forces. Compared with well-trained professional soldiers, ordinary people are obviously easier to control for hybrids. At this time, Artanes, the senior executive of Darum, and Clolarian, the executive of the Purifier, were leading their troops to fight against these enemies, while Augustus's Tyranid Empire provided fire support from the flank. After all, Augustus was not a Protoss hero who could fight against hundreds of enemies alone, and now he couldn't charge into battle by himself. It seems that Amon's minions came earlier than us. But how did they get past those constructs? Raynor looked at Augustus and said, "Maybe these bastards took a shortcut." Tychus pointed to the top of his head. Maybe they found another way in. At this time, a team of SETA emergency medical soldiers carried a wounded rebel Mobius Legion soldier, who was a survivor of the previous battle. There were many bullet holes on his armor left by the Goliath robot cannon, and he was almost shot into a sieve. But he was finally rescued. At this moment, the soldier had been removed from his power armor and was lying on an emergency medical stretcher, covered in blood. The nameplate on his uniform showed that he was a Marine sergeant stationed on the Sumer of the Mobius 2nd Fleet, named Max Redius. Records showed that Max had been serving in the rebuilt Imperial Black Sis colony. It can be clearly noticed that there were many scab scars on the face of this sergeant, and it seemed that they were all scratches from himself. Augustus had seen many Mobius Legion soldiers who were controlled and corrupted by the hybrids. He had seen the terrible scars left by their self-mutilation and mutual attacks when they struggled painfully under the distortion of the powerful mental power of the hybrids. Some of them dug out their eyes, and some had all their teeth pulled out. "Poor fellow," Tychus said, looking at the soldier. "If I kick those hybrid bastards in the ass, they'll have to run for an hour to find that piece of rotten meat." "What is this?" Augustus took a bloody booklet from a lieutenant of the SETA emergency team named Amanda Haley. "Your Majesty, This was found on Corporal Max Radius, and it records his condition before he was controlled by the hybrid, Lieutenant Amanda said. Augustus slowly flipped through the booklet after hearing this, and roughly found what happened on Max's warship. Their original mission was to go to a lost Xel'Naga ruins world to find the holy objects mentioned by the locals. But they did not realize that there was a huge hybrid manufacturing factory there. When the hybrid followed the ship returning to the mothership and entered the warship, the disaster began. He flipped quickly at the beginning, but it became slower and slower until he stopped at the last page. There were more than a dozen lines of words written on it, and each sentence from top to bottom was increasingly difficult to recognize, as if the person who wrote these words at the time was already infinitely close to madness. That sentence was "I will never betray." Augustus sighed deeply, put him in the hibernation chamber of the White Star, and take him back. It is hard to imagine what desperate struggles these soldiers went through before being completely controlled. But they all failed in the end. Now, they have become slaves of the hybrid. Augustus could only hope that once Amon was killed, the influence of the hybrid on these warriors would dissipate on its own. Not long after the Mobius Legion soldier was sent away, Augustus received another call from Artanes. At this time, Artanes and Clolarian's troops had defeated the Tal'Darim and Mobius Legion troops around the Hall of Revelation and were ready to open it. Artanes said that they can't open the Hall of Revelation? Augustus frowned after receiving Artanes' communication. It's broken after years of neglect? Raynor asked. But since even the Protoss don't know what to do, what's the point of asking us? Why don't we dismantle it and take it back for careful study? Although Tychus has been promoted, he is still a thief at heart. You can only know by going and seeing it, Augustus said. Chapter 688: The Chosen Race. The Hall of Revelation is a huge pyramid-shaped stone structure with a towering spire. It is poetically located in the center of the rectangular square of the temple. It is engraved with grand cosmic images and vivid murals. Mysterious and inspiring. Can't open it? When Augustus crossed the distinct Darim Protoss and Purifier Protoss warriors under the Hall of Revelation and stood between Artanes and Clorarian, his subtle height was obvious. How can it not be opened? Long before going to the Otarian Rift to find Ulna, Augustus had already gone through the relevant battle plots in his mind many times, commonly known as mental cloud clearance. Remember when Kerrigan and Artanes in the form of the Queen of Blades came here? The Hall of Revelation was immediately opened. Control variable elimination method. Could it be that the problem lies in the fact that Kerrigan is not here? But Augustus did not let Kerrigan come with him this time. First, the Queen had to stay in Korhol to stabilize the people's hearts. And second, she was now one step away from completely absorbing the essence of the original cleavage pool. Artanes, you said before that only when two chosen races appear together, the altar will reveal the way to awaken the sleeping Xel'Naga. Augustus turned to Artanes and said bluntly, does this also mean that if the two chosen races do not arrive here, then there will be no way to open the Hall of Revelation? I hate solving puzzles. Tychus, who was standing aside, stared for a long time and felt dizzy, as if there were two little people fighting above his head. Tychus has never been good at dealing with antiques. But as long as there is money to be made, his intelligence is enough to teach himself to become a top archaeologist. But with Augustus and Raynor making plans over the years, this guy has been using his brain to make decisions less and less. Only Raynor looked at Artanes after hearing this, and then looked at Augustus. The eldest son of God. A chosen person. What is going on? Your interpretation makes sense. Artanes also thought of this possibility. This is a bit subtle. There are only two races here. Humans and Protoss. There must be one that is not among the chosen ones. Then who is it? To put it more hurtfully, it is possible that neither of us was chosen. This is even more difficult to say. The Xel'Naga never interfered with the civilization process of mankind, and humans never thought that they could become the successors of the Creator. Only the Protoss have always regarded themselves as the eldest sons, for their status as the eldest son of God. They, the Protoss, naturally feel honored and proud. As the first race promoted by the Creator, the Protoss claim to be the guardian of order and justice in the universe, and meticulously fulfill the duty of helping the weak and the poor in accordance with the tradition of the Xel'Naga. If there are two races that will eventually be promoted to the Xel'Naga, as the eldest son, they should at least be ranked first. At least that's what Artanes thought in his heart. But the truth may not be so. History tells Artanes that before the Great Disaster, the Xel'Naga left Ire because they were too disappointed with the Protoss, and then created the Zerg. As for why the Xel'Naga were disappointed with the Protoss, The truth of history has long been lost or deliberately blurred. Maybe the Protoss had already been abandoned by the Xel'Naga. Zeratul, what do you think about this? Artanis asked this question to Zeratul, who came with Augustus. As for the Purifier Protoss of Clolarian, they also couldn't come up with any ideas. The main Purifier's intelligent personalities all came from the warrior class of the ancient Protoss Empire. And they knew nothing about research. The ancestors were better at fighting. I learned that the Xel'Naga had come before the Protoss and the Zerg to teach or transform them. Zeratul said, these are the two races known to be most closely connected to the Xel'Naga. The Xel'Naga once had high hopes for the Protoss. And perhaps the same is true for the Zerg. He looked around and saw that everyone was looking at him. A respectable protector named Zamara told me that they believe that both us and the Zerg are the products of the Creator's experiments. In fact, the Xel'Naga did not create us, but transformed us. Anyway, Zeratul seemed to like the atmosphere of everyone listening to his story quietly. Zamara believes that the Xel'Naga also have a life cycle, but their life form is simply incomprehensible to us, almost equivalent to eternity. But after all, the Xel'Naga will also age and die. He talked eloquently. But before that, they will choose two races, slowly guide and transform these races. Let them merge into a carrier and become them. Become Xel'Naga? When Artanis and the others were speechless, Augustus took over Zeratul's words. That is to say, Xel'Naga chose the Protoss and the Zerg, not being possessed and becoming a body that accommodates the will of Xel'Naga, but evolving into them. In Augustus's view, this is close to the truth. The only difference is that Xel'Naga will never actively transform these races, but let nature take its course. They will wait for these races to complete their self-development and self-exploration, until they find enough through the Xel'Naga artifacts left in the universe. Accept the guidance of Xel'Naga, and become one of the creators. The Protoss who transformed the Zerg were always the Xel'Naga who followed him on. From this point of view, they have violated the Xel'Naga's principle of never interfering with the development of creation. It seems that the Xel'Naga also gave the Protoss a lot of information during the period when Ire was playing tricks. But they definitely deliberately concealed the part that broke the rules. The information that will be revealed in the Hall of Revelation will guide Artanis and others to find the truth. And then, they can be indirectly made aware of how big a trap Amon has buried in Kala. But I guess there's nothing human about this. Right? Raynor complained. The Protoss and Zerg are just the two races that are considered to have the most potential. Zeratul chuckled kindly. That's all. In fact, the Protoss and Zerg were the two races favored by the Xel'Naga. And humans were far from prospering at that time. But humans don't really care about this. They didn't really know a little about the Xel'Naga until this generation. And they lacked knowledge of these creators, let alone the slightest respect. Zerg? Artanis' lieutenant, Selendes, was the first to get impatient. Why would the Xel'Naga choose them? A bunch of bugs. Tychus originally agreed, but suddenly remembered that Augustus also raised a lot of bugs in the palace. The Xel'Naga may not have the same concept of good and evil as us, Augustus added in his mind. But Amon and Nerid are definitely bad guys. The Protoss and the Zerg are indeed the first races to be chosen. But Augustus knows that Kerrigan, the Queen of Blades who became the Xel'Naga in the original storyline, is a human plus Zerg, and has nothing to do with the Protoss. That is to say, among the three races of humans, Protoss and Zerg, only the Protoss, the eldest son of God, was excluded from the ranks of upgrading. You mean, we still have to find Zerg now? Raynor looked at Zeratul and said, but how can there be Zerg here? Artanis was silent for a while, but still accepted it calmly. If there are, how can we find them? I'm afraid so. Zeratul looked at Augustus and blinked. We happen to have a few here. Augustus cleared his throat, to be on the safe side. I will immediately order Swan to send them all in here. Is it still in time? Tychus was about to say that it took us so long to get here, and by the time they arrive, the hybrids will have smashed everything in the temple to pieces. Anyway, we can try it first. Augustus looked at Artanis and Clorarian and pointed to the sky. Maybe we can call for support. Spear of Adon. Locate the coordinates immediately. Preheat the main gun, and prepare to penetrate the temple. Artanis immediately understood Augustus's intention. There is actually this trick. Tychus thought about it. They really didn't know the structure of the temple at the beginning. After a while, the dome in the sky that was shining with bright light suddenly emitted a deafening roar. The shining purification beam fell from the sky, violently shaking the temple of Ana. and a large amount of building debris fell one after another, landing heavily on the ground. A dazzling warp matrix light curtain descended from the sky, and hundreds of Golden Age Templar warriors holding solar battle axes landed on the battlefield. Then, the Purifier's transmission beacon was also launched nearby, and hundreds of Purifier sentinels and legionnaires also arrived at the temple. A few minutes later, the airdrop pod launched from the Terran Empire fleet finally arrived. But it was not a fully armed Imperial Marine, but a primitive Zerg covered with heavy shells and a semi-mechanically modified Cerberus engineer war dog Zerg. The most eye-catching one was a huge primitive worm that looked like a theropod dinosaur. It was taller than an ordinary Goliath-armed robot, and its eyes emitted a dim light. It is worth noting that a miniature green brain worm, shaped like a green caterpillar, was lying on the huge head of this primitive worm. When this primitive worm walked towards Augustus, he also spent a lot of time explaining that these worms were allies of the Terran Empire, and then let the Protoss put down their psychic blades. This was not unacceptable to Artanis. Emperor Augustus Minsk's allies were spread throughout the Copperloo sector, from humans, Protoss to Zerg. If Artanis was told that an ancient Xel'Naga was working for Augustus, it would not seem to be necessarily unacceptable. This is Dihaka, a patriarch of the original Zerg. Augustus introduced Artanis and others. This is Alpha the Cerebrate, my capable general. The brainworm on Dihaka's head nodded rather reservedly, without saying anything, and continued to maintain his dignity and mystery. In front of the Protoss, this guy was still quite decent. A cigarette? Tychus took out a cigar from inside. Light it up. The brainworm held the cigar in its mouth, signaled Tychus to light it with his eyes, and exhaled a puff of smoke heavily. The protagonist always appears at the end. Dihaka, you are a guy who doesn't get up early without essence. Raynor naturally knew Dihaka. This primitive Zerg has always left a clone in the Augustgrad Palace for many years, and he is also very familiar with humans. The Emperor of the Terran Empire said there is essence here. Dihaka retracted his claws and folded them around his waist. He deceived Dihaka. I dare say that there is the most powerful essence in the universe here. I am not deceiving you. Augustus naturally painted a big rosy picture for Dihaka. But this guy doesn't look very smart. But he is actually very cunning and difficult to deceive. What Augustus cares most about is the remains of the Xel'Naga in the depths of the Temple of Una. And those remains may still be able to extract a little bit of the remaining Xel'Naga essence. The key to ordinary races being upgraded to Xel'Naga. A little bit of Xel'Naga essence can revive everything on a planet that has been completely destroyed. With just one drop of Xel'Naga essence, Dihaka might be able to evolve into Godzilla right on the spot. But this good thing can't be given for free. A dirty brainworm. On the other side, Selendes did not hide his contempt for the Zerg. Nonsense. I take a shower every day, the brainworm argued. Artanis was silent for a long time before he said to Augustus, is this the brainworm you raised? I feel a powerful energy in it that far exceeds that of ordinary brainworms. You Protoss are not blind sometimes. The brainworm laughed. Yes, that's me. Luckily, Augustus was well prepared. He brought the royal brainworm Alpha just in case and locked it in the cell next to Tychus. This guy is a homebody anyway, playing video games at home every day. And in order to eliminate Amon's influence on the Zerg, Augustus also transformed it into a primitive brainworm early. No matter what, Augustus is used to making preparations early. Prepare more means you may not need them, but you can't do without them. This is his style. Go over. Augustus ignored the bully brainworm, pointed his finger, and asked it to stand in front of the Hall of Revelation. What are you going to do? The brainworm glanced at Augustus, a little doubtful, and it didn't know what it was doing. I won't go. Dog Emperor. I know it's not a good thing. Unfortunately, it couldn't do it, since Augustus promised to pay him with essence. Dihaka, who loves essence like his life, naturally obeyed him. Dihaka stretched out his claws and pressed the restless brainworm back, and came to the gorgeous columns of the Hall of Revelation, standing side by side with Artanis. In the blink of an eye, a strange change occurred. The vortex and geometric loops on the surface of the Hall of Revelation suddenly appeared, and the magnificent stone building slowly rose. In the dazzling flash, the first Hall of Revelation was activated. It seems that in order to gain the recognition of the Hall of Revelation, the key Zerg is still missing. But in the eyes of humans like Augustus and Raynor, the Hall of Revelation did not seem to have any obvious changes except that it became brighter. Do you understand? Augustus asked the brainworm. Ah, my brain is itchy. The brainworm thought for a while, and said, this light is really bright. I see it. Only Artanis spoke slowly. Zelnaga is the original existence. They were born in the void. They have a sacred mission, to create life and escort the endless reincarnation. When a new universe is born, they will use an avatar to enter this universe. Once the avatar is destroyed, they will be forced to return to the void. All this time, they have been waiting for us to assemble the Zelnaga keystone and come here according to the guidance. So, Amon should not have his own avatar. Augustus then said, otherwise he would not have to fabricate his own rebirth. Chapter 689 The Joker is Me. Once Amon reshapes his incarnation in the universe, he will return again and bring the ultimate darkness. After hearing this, Artanis thought of many things in an instant. Cyrodiil is right. The plan to expedition Ire has made us ignore the real threat in front of us. The Darim Protoss is not completely unaware of the changes in the void. But even so they still decided to liberate Ire first. Because they have the Golden Fleet. I hope it won't be too late. Augustus said in his heart. You finally understand. My baby? The Golden Fleet might have already arrived at Ire when they said this. And was now preparing to drop the hero probe Probus to light a crystal tower. It can also be said that as long as Amon's incarnation is killed, he will have to return to the void again. Renault held his chin and thought, but how can we determine the location of the incarnation? It is not easy to create an incarnation that can accommodate the will of the Zelnaga. And it will be fragile before it is completed. Cyrodiil guessed, Amon will definitely hide it under the fog. Selendes, I must tell my mentor Tassadar about this. Artanis thought that they would probably find more truths that would shock the Protoss in the next 2 halls of revelation. And he began to get anxious. There is no way to communicate with the outside world in the Otarian Rift. And in this remote world, if there is no psychic connection to the Spire, the transmission of news will be delayed for many days. Don't worry. Maybe Amon will tell us himself. Augustus couldn't help but laugh. Now Augustus is really not sure where Amon's incarnation of the evil god is. Because it was originally a super hybrid created by the huge remains of the Overlord after Ire's death, and the flesh and blood of countless stars. In this timeline, the Overlord's body has long been evaporated by the powerful twilight energy. But since all signs indicate that Amon's will is returning to the real universe, he must have used other methods to shape his incarnation. Amon, who regarded himself as a god, was so arrogant that the avatar he wanted to create must be the most powerful body in the entire universe. And he would not allow himself to settle for second best. Amon will tell us himself? Then he is either an arrogant egomaniac or an idiot. Tychus listened for a long time. Maybe he is both an egomaniac and an idiot, Reno complained. But anyway, at least we have learned how to deal with Amon. Augustus concluded, as long as we can find and destroy Amon's avatar, he will be forced to return to the void. On the other side, Artanis, Cyrodiil and Clolarian also agreed. Yes, but I knew it a long time ago. The yawning brainworm squatting on Dhaka's head interjected at the right time to maintain his image as the great swarm master. You can know this kind of thing even if you don't see it. This is only the first hall of revelation. And there are more secrets waiting for us to uncover. I suspect that Amon's minions came to destroy the hall of revelation to cover up the truth. We must act as soon as possible. Augustus glanced at the arrogant brainworm and said nothing. It really understands. As he became more and more worried that Cyrodiil's doomsday prophecy would come true. Artanis led the Dalim Protoss as the vanguard and walked in front of the second hall of revelation. Augustus and Clolarian exchanged opinions separately. The forces of the Terran Empire and the Purifiers joined forces, following the Dalim forces while keeping a certain distance. At the same time, Dhaka's Primal Zerg and Cerberus Zerg forces of Alpha, the Brainworm, also joined the Imperial forces to serve as reconnaissance forces or support the flanks. As they approached the depths of the Temple of Unity, the road became wider and wider, with countless magnificent walls and temples reaching the sky and extending infinitely on both sides. Augustus realized that they were climbing up along the sloping road, which was undoubtedly the stairs to the gods. In the depths of the Temple of Unity, their battles with Amon's minions became more frequent, and rare hybrid beasts also appeared in pairs, with terrifying momentum. But in general, the wide terrain was quite advantageous for the Protoss and human coalition forces, so they would not be dragged into a narrow and closed battlefield. Amon's army also had a fierce conflict with the constructs guarding the temple. It was obvious that the Dark God could not control the divine mechanism in Inna. Even so, The vanguard of the Terran Protoss troops, led by Artanis, did not slow down their advancement. The news from the first Hall of Revelation gave them a sense of mission to save their people from danger. So they were full of fighting spirit and fighting spirit. Augustus also followed his troops and advanced quickly. And from time to time, he had to confirm the status of each unit with Raynor. At this time, they had been walking in the winding corridors of the Temple of Unity for more than 2 hours. Even with the assistance of the power armor servo system, Augustus was really tired. Fortunately, during the years when August Grad was in power, he did not indulge in sensual pleasures and relax his requirements for himself. Under the guidance of Glory and Fury, Artanis' Terran Protoss almost cleared most of the enemies on the way forward, and the remaining remnants were not enough to pose a threat to the elite Royal Guards. But there were still 2 times when the enemy almost broke through the Royal Guards' defense line. Once it was a huge hybrid, and once it was a powerful Tal'Darim Ascendant. They both caused some casualties to Augustus's guards, but were still killed by the determined Imperial soldiers. The situation at that time was quite critical. When the Goliath-armed robot standing behind Augustus fired at the incoming enemies, the shells almost rumbled over his head. The original Zerg and Cerberus Zerg also proved their combat effectiveness and obedience, which was almost unimaginable before, which should be attributed to Queen Kerrigan's patient training. By the time Augustus saw the triangular spire of the Second Hall of Revelation, the Protoss of Darum had already engaged in a battle with the Tal'Darim Protoss army that met them on a narrow road. But when the Human and Purifier armies arrived, the Tal'Darim Protoss had basically been defeated, and the arrival of reinforcements only accelerated their defeat. This is understandable. After all, Artanis led the Protoss Empire warriors from the Golden Age on the Spear of Adon. They were all Templars among Templars, 1 in a million among 10,000. As for this Tal'Darim Protoss army, it looks more like a weak brigade selected for the purpose of I want to eliminate the weakest of my warriors. The strongest Tal'Darim have gathered in the slain Death Fleet, ready to bring destruction in the name of the Dark God. In any case, whether Amon wants to destroy the Hall of Revelation before Augustus and others know the truth, or to occupy Ulnar, he may not be able to do so. In the 3rd hour of entering the Temple of Unity, the road to the Second Hall of Revelation was completely cleared, and the wreckage of Tal'Darim and Darum war machines was full under this magnificent pyramid-shaped megalithic building. As Augustus crossed the huge plaza in front of the Hall of Revelation, the Purifiers and the Royal Guards were still clearing out the remaining hybrids and Tal'Darim. In front of him was a severely damaged Tal'Darim Vanguard mech, its walking legs completely destroyed, its cockpit pierced, and the battered body of the pilot still lingered. Vanguard mechs are the Tal'Darim Protoss version of the Immortal mechs. But unlike the latter, the pilots of the Tal'Darim Vanguard are not glorious warriors, but sinners who have experienced failure and humiliation, and are at the bottom of the Tal'Darim strict chain of ascension. The Death Fleet will destroy you. The Tal'Darim Protoss in the Vanguard mech cursed, and the hoarse and harsh mental language sounded as if it came from a throat coughing up blood. Marash, witness my redemption. As he wished, a Royal Guard soldier holding a CP-07 Salamander flamethrower purified him with flames expressionlessly, and the nutrient solution in the cockpit turned into a ball of blue steam. Amon should really send some decent characters over. Otherwise, I will defeat its minions here. Royal Mindworm Alpha laughed twice, and several Zerglings with neon lights on their heads tore a Tal'Darim dead acolyte apart in no time. It looks like you didn't do anything at all. Tychus looked at the Mindworm on Dhaka's head, wondering when these 2 bugs became so friendly. Bullshit. My contribution is definitely worth the food I eat in the palace. The Mindworm cursed. You trained these Zerg well. As a commander, Raynor had been paying attention to the battle situation, and only then did he have the energy to talk to the Brainworm. With the first domesticated Brainworm, the Terran Empire can use it to recycle those ownerless insect nests in a wild state, which is a very profitable business. Now, this Brainworm has become a powerful primitive Brainworm, which can evolve in time without genetic modification. It can control a large swarm of insects and strengthen itself by absorbing essence. It can be regarded as a mini version of the original Blade Queen, compared to other Brainworms. Even though it is still weak, its body is not fragile. Of course, the Brainworm showed an expression that said, I won't be proud even if you praise me, and called a huge devourer worm. Show him your skills. Turn around. Sit down. Pee. Somehow, the worm actually did it, acting loyal and obedient. You really treat the worm like a dog. Hey, let go. You stinky worm. Tychus laughed and waved at the happy worm, but was bitten hard, and the armor on his butt was dented. Let's go to the second hall of revelation. Artanes is waiting for us to open it. Augustus waved his hand, and Tychus and the Cerebrate had to obey. The second hall of revelation was exactly the same as the first one. Under its majestic temple stood huge suspended columns, engraved with vivid swirling patterns and murals. When it opened, a gorgeous scene emerged in front of Augustus' eyes, as if the stars were shining and flowers were blooming. However, Augustus still couldn't understand the picture shown in the hall of revelation. What did you see? Augustus noticed that the blue psychic flames burning in Artanes' eyes suddenly surged at this moment, which was a manifestation of the violent fluctuations in the emotions of the Protoss. Of course, this was also within Augustus's expectations. It was here, in Una, that the Xel'Naga began to sow the life of this universe. They created us, just as they brought life to other endless universes. Every time, they would observe and select the potential races in their offspring, but never interfere. Artanes read the revelation above. In the endless reincarnation, 2 races will appear each time. One has pure essence, that is, an unyielding spirit that can adapt to change. The other has pure form, which can carry huge psychic energy, enough to accommodate the essence of the Xel'Naga. At this point, the truth is already clear. Perhaps only when 2 races with pure essence and pure form come to Ulna at the same time can the Hall of Revelation be opened. And that should have been pointing to the Zerg and the Protoss. In a sense, both humans and Protoss can be regarded as pure forms. That is, races with powerful psychic powers. But the former has very few powerful psychic individuals. The pure essence should refer to the Zerg, referring to the unyielding spirit that can adapt to changes. Adon. Extremely rarely. Zeratul on the other side also showed a violent emotional fluctuation. Old friend. Augustus knew why Zeratul was so excited. This is different from what you said before. Although Zeratul had mentioned before that the Xel'Naga would select 2 races as their successors. His words clearly stated that the Xel'Naga would come to guide and transform the races they selected. But in fact, the Xel'Naga would never do that. Then, what were the Xel'Naga who came to Ire and Xeris? Since the Xel'Naga never interfered, Zeratul muttered to himself. Then it must be Amon who evolved our people. Artanes took over Zeratul's words and said, "We always thought it was the Xel'Naga. But it was all a lie." No. Poor Artanes. He had suffered a series of heavy blows along the way, and now his faith had collapsed, and he was almost doubting his life. God's eldest son? How ironic. Tychus smacked his lips. Ha ha ha, the brainworm was stunned for a moment, and then its terrifying giant mouth stretched to the back of the non-existent neck. You two should stop gloating over other people's misfortunes. Raynor scolded the fun lovers and the funworms in a low voice. Stop talking. If the Xel'Naga has always been Amon, then it means that the catering crystal is also left by him. Augustus knew that if he wanted to do it for Artanes' sake, he should add fuel to the fire at this time. He meant to remind Artanes not to forget what your current civilization is built on. Catering crystals, psionic matrix, Kara. The energy source used by the cities and warships of the Protoss Empire is the catering crystal, and their self-developed solar fragment energy has long been eliminated because it is not as stable as the former. Most importantly, it was based on a catering crystal that the Great Cast connected the emotions and thoughts of all the Protoss and created the mind network Kara. The cornerstone of the Protoss creation of this universal empire was left by the Dark God Amon. Do you dare to use it? Chapter 690. You have to get rid of F2 to become stronger. If it was Amon who left those catering crystals in Ire, it would be horrifying. Artanes' eyes, shining with blue flames, suddenly enlarged, and spots appeared on his skin under his white robe. This was a sign of extreme horror in the Protoss hearts. So much so that they had goosebumps. The Protoss civilization was built on the understanding and use of catering crystals. In terms of the degree of understanding of catering crystals, how could they compare to the Xel'Naga who left these crystals? If the Xel'Naga who once promoted the Protoss was Amon, then he must know better than the Protoss how to use these catering crystals. In this era, the influence of catering crystals has spread to all aspects of Protoss civilization. Protoss buildings, machinery and a considerable number of spacecraft also rely on the energy provided by the psychic matrix, which is based on catering crystals. But catering crystals were not created by the Protoss. Kara, the executive officer next to Artanes, Solandes, seemed to scream. And the scream was so strange that it seemed to her that it was not made by herself. The significance of catering crystals to the Protoss Empire goes deeper into the social structure, and is by no means the cornerstone of technology. Speaking of catering crystals, we have to mention the birth of Kara. Catering crystals mean mind amplification in the Protoss Kalani language, because this magical crystal can strengthen psychic energy, awaken and amplify the innate mind connection of the Protoss. It is with the help of catering crystals that Cass created the present Kara, a great connection connecting all the emotions and thoughts of the Protoss, ending the eternal age of disasters in which tribes fought each other endlessly, and the beginning of the universal age of the Protoss Empire. Kala makes all the Protoss feel as one, so that there is no more disagreement, conflict and war between them, because they are each other. Unity, union, unification. Without Kala, there would be no prosperous Protoss Empire. The Protoss in the Protoss Empire can never imagine life without Kala, because since they were born, the fusion and collision of countless emotional currents in the mind network have always been with them. This is a direct communication from the mind, far better than the clumsy expression of language or body movements. Losing the Kara would mean eternal loneliness, and loneliness was something they could not endure. History tells us that it was the great Cass who discovered and named the catering crystals, and then used them to create the Kara. Artanis admitted that even after reading the Revelation voice in the second hall of Revelation over and over again, without Augustus's reminder, it was difficult, or even unwilling, for him to think about the possible hidden dangers in the Kara. Both the brilliant civilization of the Protoss and the Kara itself seem to be built on a dangerous wall. But Kala is pure and flawless, sacred and inviolable. How could it go wrong? How could it go wrong? It absolutely cannot go wrong. The ancestors of the Dark Templar were brutally suppressed and purged as heretics and apostates simply because they were unwilling to join Kala. This shows the status of Kala in the Protoss Empire. It is precisely because the Supreme Council believes that losing Kala will inevitably lead to the Protoss splitting again. Artanis did not realize that there was a dryness in his mental language at this time, even in the most critical moments of the Protoss Empire. Kala has never abandoned our people. In other words, if even Kara betrayed the first son of God, what else do they have? This information is too explosive. If Augustus had said that Kara had a huge hidden danger before opening this hall of revelation, but could not provide any substantial evidence, this friendship of many years might not have stood the test. This would be regarded as an insult. Making fun of Kara would naturally be regarded as disrespecting the Protoss, or at least being ignorant of the seriousness of the matter. Among the Protoss present, not only Artanis and Selendis were extremely shocked, but even Zeratul was silent for a moment. The Dark Templar refused to join Kala only because they were worried about losing themselves, not because they found any problems with Kala. You are too naive, Artanis. Unexpectedly, the first person to speak was not Augustus or Zeratul, but a strictly teenage Cerebrate, since Amon used the hive mind and the telepathic link to control the original Zerg. Why can't he use something similar to control the Protoss? Augustus gave the Cerebrate a thumbs up in his heart. Even a Cerebrate understands this. The brainworm opened its mouth, and seeing Augustus staring at it, it could only hold back the words, "You look down on me." Augustus, this news is too shocking for us. It is really hard to calm down. Artanis felt a painful emotional turbulence coming from Kala. The Templars who witnessed all this were unwilling to accept this fact, and even felt that this was a mistaken interpretation. At this time, Artanis, who was dizzy, couldn't help but think that if Tassadar was here, he would know what to do. Maybe the Kara was not originally a tool used by Amon to control the first son of God, but since the catering crystal was left by Amon, even if he had tampered with it, wouldn't the Protoss have obviously not noticed it until now? So far, this is still just speculation. The vast spiritual ocean of the Kara is still pure and flawless, and even the Supreme Protector Rahana has not found anything unusual. But no one dares to say that they understand every detail of the Kara, which contains too many thoughts of the Protoss, and those with weak wills may even get lost in it. As powerful as Amon is, he may be able to twist Kala just like he twisted the Void. Do they really know Kala well enough? But it is absolutely impossible to abandon Kala just because of this. If you want to sever the connection between Kala and Kala forever, there is usually only one way to go. That is to cut off the nerve bundles behind the head, like hair bundles, like the Dark Templars of the Nerazim Protoss. But let's not talk about whether Artanis and others can accept this unorthodox practice. The nerve bundles are innate organs for the Protoss, just as important as the nose and ears of humans. To put it seriously, It is no less than cutting off one's own foot. If we talk about your race without Kara, it would be like boiling water to make ice. Cyrodiil whispered, now it seems that this may be both a blessing and a curse. Cyrodiil's words were not very clear. He actually wanted to say that your race was just too dependent on Kara. In fact, even without Kara, you can still touch and feel each other. But considering his identity as a Dark Templar, it is not easy to say this. In the Terran Protoss, perhaps the Templars will naturally and objectively talk about Kara with the Dark Templar, but they will never allow the other party to insult it. It seems that your creator still owes us a lot of answers. Augustus didn't expect that Artanis and his men would cut off their connection with Kara by themselves. But at least, he reminded them, and left them with enough psychological preparation. At this time, Augustus didn't need to persuade Artanis to cut off his connection with Kara, because the possibility of success was not great. Even if Artanis was willing to believe Augustus, his subordinates would not accept it. If the Supreme Council was still there, this would be a complete heresy, and he would be sent to see Aden. The last Hall of Revelation is waiting for us. After that, maybe we can see the Xel'Naga. It is precisely because Kara connects the thoughts and emotions of all the Protoss together that once something goes wrong, it will definitely be an unprecedented disaster. This is also a complete collapse of faith. And the blow to the Protoss may be greater than the fall of Ire. In other words, even if there is only a suspicion that Kara may have defects, it must not be made public. Otherwise it will inevitably bring unprecedented panic. Unless Amon really showed the ability to control Kara, the Protoss would rather die than give up Kara. Okay. Artanis had a lot of thoughts, and nothing to say. He could completely lie to himself, and say that this was just groundless worry. But his heart was still numb. No problem. Corellarian also immediately expressed his position, and said that we will listen to you. At this moment, Augustus also took on the responsibility of leadership, and wanted to unite these people. Darum and the Purifier Protoss were at odds with each other, and were wary of each other. Only his words were what they were willing to listen to. Then, Artanis once again led the Dalam Protoss to the last Hall of Revelation, while the Terran Empire and the Purifier army followed behind. At this time, the mentality of the three parties had changed to a certain extent. Artanis was eager to find the truth, while Augustus was always on guard against them being controlled by Amon. If Artanis found that there was a problem in Kara, Amon might control Kara in advance. As for the Purifier Protoss, except Augustus, perhaps no one knew what they were thinking. Artanis' Terran Protoss may still want to build a good relationship with the Purifiers, but they will basically be met with a cold shoulder, with each of them thinking about their own things. The speed of advancement did not slow down. As they went deeper and deeper, the magnificent and gorgeous buildings in the Temple of Unity gathered more and more, and the graceful vortex patterns were spread all over the giant stone pillars like towering trees, as natural and beautiful as the veins on the leaves. Sometimes they had to cross the majestic stone bridge that spanned the two lost cities of Xel'Naga, and under the stone bridge was a deep abyss. Giant statues stood on both sides of the road, and giant spear-like crystals of various colors were inserted diagonally on both sides of the road, as if they were spears of light falling from the sky. Una is the beginning of life, the starting point of the universe, and everything seems to contain life. On the way forward, Augustus encountered more hybrids than before. At this time, the intention of Amon's minions was obvious. That is, to destroy the third Hall of Revelation before Augustus arrived. The battle was particularly fierce around the huge courtyard and corridor outside the third Hall of Revelation, the Tyranid Empire, which occupied the high-altitude orbit of Una. The Purifiers and the Darum fleet directly penetrated the Temple of Unity and sent a large number of reinforcements directly to the place, with an absolute disadvantage in numbers and firepower. The hybrid troops were quickly repelled. The ground was full of tragic traces left by the battle, and black smoke covered the sky. Thousands of human and Protoss troops had already controlled most of the area of the Temple of Unity. However, Artanis noticed that no matter how many troops Darum sent, the Terran Empire and the Purifiers tripled their troops. But if the humans and the Purifiers were going to compete with Darum for the control of Ulna, Artanis believed that Augustus and Clolarian would never do that given their character. If that were the case, Augustus would not have to tell Darum the coordinates of the Protoss Ulna, the third Hall of Revelation. When Augustus arrived in front of this huge altar, the Terran Empire and the Purifiers had deployed at least 9 legions of more than 10,000 people to the area. When the third Hall of Revelation opened, Zeratul read the revelation of the Xel'Naga on behalf of the depressed Terran Protoss. The Xel'Naga are ahead of us. In the Hall of Ascension. They will wake up when the two destined races arrive. And the elders among them will sacrifice their lives to inject their essence into the newborns. And the pure essence and pure form will be reborn as the Xel'Naga. The escort of endless reincarnation. Essence. Dehaka couldn't understand the murals on the Hall of Revelation, but still keenly grasped the key words in Zeratul's words. Where is the essence? Perhaps this is how the Xel'Naga continue their race. Augustus looked at Artanis and Zeratul and said, that is to say, there must be two races among us who will inherit the power of the Xel'Naga and become the new creator. But after that, what should they do? Restart the universe again and enter the next reincarnation? Raynor said. But what is going on? Can't we continue to live? So, we are just tools for the Xel'Naga to reproduce life. Tychus cursed. Fuck. Live or die. What's my business? So, I will become the new god. The brainworm said a few words, his eyes shining. I'm afraid even if that's the case, you can't do whatever you want. Augustus looked at the brainworm. You see? There are many rules for the Xel'Naga to abide by. Even if you become the new Xel'Naga, I'm afraid you will be the second Amon. If a naughty child becomes the creator, it will be a mess. And it doesn't say that you want to become a Xel'Naga. Augustus has the final say on this matter. Aur's presence is useless. Neither Augustus nor Tassadar will allow people who are a threat to humans and Protoss to become new Xel'Naga. If possible, it is best not to even give birth to new Xel'Naga. They all know that Xel'Naga is not a truly omniscient and omnipotent god. Nor is it an omnipotent god. Otherwise Amon would not be so crazy. No. I will create a better world. The brainworm vowed, a world where even humans, Protoss and Zerg can live in harmony. This may have been taught by the Empress of the Empire. Artanis. Did you see that? Augustus ignored it. The Ascension Hall is opening. Behind the third Hall of Revelation. An extremely magnificent temple has risen from the abyss. And dazzling light is pouring down on the gorgeous high ceiling that perfectly follows the golden ratio. The space seems to be overflowing and flowing. And the forms of light and shadow have become blurred. Sometimes shining brightly, and sometimes shining against each other. Filled with a mysterious, crystal and extraordinary beauty. Artanis put away the many questions in his mind, and walked towards the broad road full of glory leading to the Ascension Palace. This is an opportunity that the Protoss has been waiting for thousands of years. An opportunity to see the creator Xel'Naga again. Before the Aeon of the Ages. The gods walked on ire. Artanis must ask them why they sat back and watched Amon do evil. Chapter 691 Cut off your connection with Kara. This is a temple so huge and magnificent that it is breathtaking. The majestic dome is supported by magnificent hexagonal columns. The perfect lines that reach the sky radiate soft green light, creating a supernatural sense of mystery and power. Passing through the forest of stone pillars and across the continuous corridors, magnificent altars extend forward along the ancient walls on both sides. And the open huge stone stairs are dotted with gorgeous carvings. Every detail is the result of perfect tailoring, flawless and natural, as if all the beauty in the world is a deliberate imitation of it. Looking up, the towering dome is like a giant net supported by slender beams and giant crystals emitting bright blue light. But when he actually stepped into the Ascension Hall, Augustus could clearly feel the gray and dead air spreading in it. In sharp contrast to this beauty, there are traces of destruction all over the Ascension Hall. At Augustus's feet, the collapsed pillars broke into jagged boulders, and crystal fragments scattered in the huge corridors, glittering like sand in the sun. Countless shrines and sacred objects that could be called works of art were broken and discarded. This was no less than setting a fire in the greatest art hall of mankind and burning all the treasures. Xel'Naga no. Even Augustus, who was not very sensitive to psychic power, could realize that something was wrong. Not to mention Artanis and Zeratul. Because of extreme shock, Artanis even left the crowd and walked alone among the collapsed stone statues and pillars of the Ascension Hall with the light of the psychic blade in his hand, looking for evidence that the Xel'Naga had existed here. Zeratul also wanted to follow, but Augustus stretched out his hand and held him firmly beside him. Guys, this is very strange. Raynor looked around and noticed that the traces of destruction in the Ascension Hall were not left recently, and there was no sign of hybrids entering it before. It seems that there has been a fierce battle here. Zeratul's eyes passed over the load-bearing beam walls that rose like flames, and looked at the staggered three-dimensional vaults, What kind of enemy can invade Ulna and fight against the Xel'Naga? Suddenly, Zeratul said, "This is the war of the gods." The Hall of Ascension. The Purifier Executor Corlarian stood on the spiral staircase, his bright orange eyes shining like torches. The war has spread here. Even the gods cannot stay out of it. At this time, several hundred people had entered the Ascension Hall. A small number of them were the elite Darram led by Artanis, and the rest were Augustus's royal guards and purifiers. They were exploring the temple, and the flashes of psychic blades and searchlights were faintly visible in the darkness. Compared with the Darram Protoss, who really went deep into the Ascension Hall, the troops of the Terran Empire and the purifiers had actually been occupying the position close to the entrance and had never left. If a war broke out at this time, at least they would be guarding the key road and be able to block the Darram Protoss inside. Through the light falling from the dome, huge corpses could be seen among the collapsed walls and broken crystals. From Augustus's perspective as a human, these creatures lacked beauty. Their corpses were huge and bloated, with ugly heads covered with tumor-like lumps and giant squid-like tendrils. Presumably, in the imagination of Artanis and others, the Ascension Hall should be like this. It was as if the gods forged by the sun were bathed in glory, solemnly waiting for the audience of the two destined races. Just as they were walking among the Protoss on Ire, and just as Augustus had known, the gods are dead. Not sleeping, but really dead. Rather than calling it a sacred temple of ascension, it is more like a morgue of the gods. Augustus stepped over a collapsed column carved with plant patterns, and observed the Xel'Naga in front of him, which was buried under the ruins, with only the huge head exposed through the light of the searchlight on the power armor. Once you see the true appearance of the legendary creator, the Xel'Naga, who is regarded as a god by the Protoss, the mystery shrouded in countless myths and legends and temple totems will disappear. So ugly. Tychus stood behind Augustus, looking at him with those weird eyes, and said mercilessly, "Are there any living people?" Raynor's voice echoed in the silent Ascension Hall, but there was no response. "Your gods are dead." Tychus added another blow. "They are all dead, and they have been dead for a long time." Zeratul sighed deeply. If that was the case, who had given him the revelation in the Temple of Ares before? But Zeratul then thought that there might still be surviving Xel'Naga who survived the War of Gods in Una. Who do you think did it? Augustus looked around. "It must be Amon," Raynor said. "Now it seems that he is the winner of this war, because the losers have already died. Amon is also a Xel'Naga, and this does not need further proof. He betrayed the gods," Zeratul said. "Perhaps he just thinks that it is your gods who betrayed him." Augustus just shook his head and said nothing more. At this time, Augustus noticed a spiritual whale that seemed to be crying and crying from the distant location of the Darram Protoss. Such a strong mental fluctuation was enough to affect a human like Augustus, so that he also felt a sour nose and heartache. Compared with humans, the reaction of the Darram Protoss was much greater. Both the Templar and the Dark Templar knelt on one knee in front of the remains of Xel'Naga to express their condolences, and some even uttered a sob from the spiritual level from time to time. These Protoss warriors with hearts as strong as steel and firm wills may have fought on the battlefield for hundreds of years. It is hard to imagine that such warriors would utter such a weak spiritual wail, which shows how much of a blow this tragic scene had on them. Whether it is the Ire Protoss or the Shakura's Protoss, they all have a devout respect and admiration for the creator Xel'Naga. This is a collapse of faith. On the contrary, an old god like Zeratul looks much calmer, and his eyes, that are hard to see through, are full of wisdom that can see through the philosophy of the world. In any case, Zeratul can always predict more things than ordinary people, and he is always on the second level, or even the third or fourth level. Are they crying? Tychus couldn't understand. For someone like him who is indifferent to emotions, those are just crocodile tears. This is so rare. Raynor had no good feelings towards the Xel'Naga, but was sad about the fate of the Protoss. Who could have imagined that the gods he had believed in for thousands of years were dead, and only a half-crazy evil god was left in the void? The Protoss had rich emotions just like humans, which is why they were regarded as a highly intelligent race equal to humans, rather than monsters like the Zerg. And Augustus sighed deeply. "My friends, don't cry yet. There will be more times to cry harder in the future." What a powerful essence! Before Augustus could say anything else, a huge black shadow flashed past him. It was Dhaka and Alpha, the brainworm. "I wonder how this old bacon that has been sealed for billions of years tastes." The brainworm smacked its lips. "It looks quite greasy." I have to pack it up for the queen and princesses to take back. Thinking of being praised, the brainworm was so happy that it wanted to wag its tail. Dihaka's movements were even faster. He pounced on the corpse of the Xel'Naga, tore open a large piece of flesh and blood with one claw, and stuffed it into his mouth without hesitation, eating it with a mouthful of fragrance. After just a few bites, Dihaka's body was transformed at an astonishing speed. Not only did his body grow more than 10 inches in a few seconds, but his gray-green skin was also permeated with cracks that reflected golden light like spider webs. And he looked more and more like Red Lotus Godzilla. The brainworm on Dihaka's head even drilled directly into the body of Xel'Naga and disappeared in an instant. However, when Dihaka was desperately digging the body of LS Xel'Naga, the scene was extremely terrifying. As primitive Zerg, it is their instinct to absorb powerful essence. Even though the Xel'Naga here have been dead for countless years, they are still a great tonic for primitive Zerg. Hold it, Raynor shouted. Dihaka is also one of us, so it's okay to give it a few bites. But you have to consider the current situation. Seeing that the gods have died, the Protoss are all grieving. But you want to eat their gods in front of them. What a blasphemy. The humans couldn't stand it anymore. Upon hearing this, several heavily armored Royal Guard Marines immediately grabbed Dihaka's tail and pulled him out. But they couldn't pull out the primitive Zerg with red eyes. Dihaka desperately used his strong hind legs and claws to scratch the ground, fighting against the Royal Guards, who kept pulling behind him. And he wanted to scratch out sparks. In such a heavy atmosphere, only this scene seemed too funny, and Augustus couldn't help but cover his face with his hands. Except for the Protoss. No one here would have offered the dead creator. Dihaka wanted to lick the corpse in public. To be precise, it was already licking it. Let's eat on the spot. Fortunately, Augustus had foresight and did not let more primitive Zerg in. Otherwise, there would be a feast that would make the Protoss furious. For a while, the scene seemed chaotic, but fortunately it did not attract the attention of the Terran Protoss. And Augustus turned a blind eye. Just as Augustus abducted Dihaka, following him would give him a powerful essence. For Augustus, the stronger Dihaka is, the more chances he has to defeat Zerwin, the ancestor of the Zerg, and become the new generation of supreme overlord of the original Zerg. In this way, the threat to the border of the Terran Empire can be solved once and for all, and the original Zerg can be used as a great help to deal with Amon. The same is true for this brainworm. Bringing them all here is also in Augustus's calculation. Amon! At this moment, Artanis' thunderous mental roar could be heard from the depths of the temple. He must have been extremely angry at this time, and he had already thought that this might be the work of Amon, the dark god of the Tal'Darim. Did you do this? Amon! I know you are here. Artanis looked at the dome with interlaced ribs on the top of the Ascension Temple. Face me, you coward. Augustus rarely saw Artanis furious, but since entering Ulnar, he had been greatly stimulated more times than in the past years of knowing Augustus. Presumably, his mentality at this time is very different from that of Archbishop Artanis of Darum, who was responsible for saving the Protoss in the original timeline. This kid is furious. Hearing Artanis' words, Tychus smiled. Amon is not a fool. How could he really answer him? Unexpectedly, the next moment, the huge rock in the direction Artanis was looking at shook, casting a gray-red light. Not good. Zirda looked at the ominous red light. A void gate is opening. Anna, the cradle of life. It is your beginning and your end. In the abyss, only the figure of the eternal extends forward. Across the realm of oblivion, a mocking voice emerged from it. Do you want to seek salvation in this empty temple? You will find nothing. Here is only the historical truth that the Xel'Naga have long failed. Come, Artanis. I will end this cycle of corruption. I will grant you liberation in oblivion. Instantly, all the Templars, including Artanis, uttered a series of spiritual cries under the influence of the red light, holding their heads in pain, and the blue psychic flames in their eyes were filled with blood red. The surrounding Dark Templars were also stunned, and had no idea what was going on. Some Dark Templars tried to help their Templar friends, but were immediately attacked mercilessly. In this instant, their minds seemed to be completely filled with terrible mutterings and angry roars. Endless hatred. A Templar cried out, endless pain. Amon. He took over Kara. What's going on? What are these Protoss going crazy again? Tychus was also confused. Why did these Protoss go completely crazy just because of Amon's howl? All these changes came too fast and too fast. Just now Artanis was still scolding Amon. And in the blink of an eye he appeared and corrupted Kara. Kara! With the reminder of the second hall of revelation. Zeratul immediately understood what was going on and said, Amon corrupted the Templar through Kara. Just like he corrupted the Void. Artanis, cut off your connection with Kara. Augustus had wanted to say this for a long time. It's finally here. I didn't expect Amon to move so quickly. At this time, some of the Wailing Durham Templars had completely lost their minds and began to attack their compatriots and friendly forces. Clolarian and Raynor had to order the troops to fight back. Only powerful Templars, like Artanis and Salandis, who are strong and determined, can temporarily compete with Amon's will. But it seems that they can't hold on for too long. Executor Clolarian. There is only one way to help them get rid of Amon's control. In the shortest time. Augustus had figured out what was going on. He immediately looked at Purifier Executor Clolarian. I'll go save Artanis. Zeratul stepped out of the crowd, but was stopped by Clolarian. Back off. Clolarian stepped forward. His huge mechanical body was extremely majestic and said, Let's meet this generation of executors. As Clolarian strode forward, dozens of Purifier Legion soldiers behind him were also undergoing amazing changes. The influx of a large amount of intelligent personality data streams caused their orange-white bodies to emit dazzling golden light. Accessing the personality of the Purifier Council. Loading the intelligent personality of Executive Andinun. Loading the intelligent personality of Executive Damiarch. Executor Illyria. Executor Ashreter. Executor Damius. Executor Scipion. Executor Geridian. Executor Aldrian. Chapter 692, Ancestors. Please come. Augustus and the others were only shocked by the titles of these executive officers. But if Artanis could still stay awake in the mental torrent filled with Amon's anger and Kala, he would be able to weigh the heavy weight of them. Each of these names is deafening in the history of the Protoss Empire. Each of them is the most famous great warrior in the era of exploration and strife. With outstanding achievements. The so-called embodiment of loyalty, bravery, honor, and all good virtues is nothing more than this. Their legends, stories and legends still echo among the Templars of this era. If scholars today want to mention the history of that era of heroes, it would be incomplete and biased if they don't mention any of the great figures. In any case, this is a bit bullying. At this moment in the Ascension Hall, the number of Terran Protoss under Artanis is not large. Less than 100, and nearly half of them are Shakura's Dark Templars, who have not joined the Kala. Among the Templars who were suffering from the crazy whispers and monstrous hatred in Kala, there were many warriors of the Golden Age, who had been sleeping in the Spear of Adon until now. However, even in that era, these great warriors were still legends passed down by word of mouth. When these great executives led the army of the Protoss Empire, some of them were not yet born. While Augustus was dispatching troops in the command channel, the Purifier Executive Clolarian had already led dozens of Legion soldiers under his command, who were loaded with the intelligent personalities of ancient heroes and charged into the enemy camp. And almost no one could stop them. This is not an artificial intelligence machine that fights with combat protocols, but an ancient hero that has almost 100% reproduced his superior personality. Just like the legendary years engraved in the memory network. The ancient hero of the Protoss Empire has once again awakened in a new body. Invincible and unstoppable. At this time, the Terran Protoss inside the Ascension Hall have begun to attack each other. Even if the Dark Templars are unwilling to hurt their Templar friends, words are not enough to awaken the will of these Protoss Templars, who are occupied by madness. Nor can they protect themselves from their sharp blades that do not recognize enemies or friends. In just a few minutes, Artanis had already fallen around many Templars and Dark Templars, and he himself knelt on one knee under the invasion of Amon's will, supporting his head that was about to be torn apart in pain. Even the most powerful warriors were just fireflies in front of Amon. The huge mechanical bodies of Clolarian and the Purifier heroes were like majestic giants in the dust, and their shining armor was as bright as neatly cut silver, like people walking out of the sun. On the way to Artanis, one after another, the Templars wearing golden blue armor and golden faceplates attacked Clolarian, but they were defeated without mercy and without suspense. Even though they were only controlling a mechanical body made of alloy, the Purifier's movements were still as elegant and swift as before, and the deformable advantage of the body also allowed them to attack in a way that ordinary Protoss could not do. At this time, although the corruption in Kala made these Protoss Templars crazy, to a certain extent, It also made them no longer able to fight based on rational thinking. In the eyes of Clolarian's outstanding executives, this was full of loopholes. These are all ancient executors, leaders of the Templars, and heroes who have made their mark in history. In every generation, the executors are the most talented, the model of the model. Aten is also an executor. Your Majesty, this is the bridge of the White Star. The situation is urgent. We have detected that the Dallin Protoss ships are attacking each other. Soon, Augustus received a report from the Imperial fleet outside Ulna. As he guessed, it was not only the Dallin Protoss in Ulna who were affected. There is also chaos on the Spear of Aten. It seems that the Protoss there are fighting for control of the bridge. The incident happened suddenly. Although the generals of the Empire knew that there were constant conflicts within Terran, it was unimaginable that such a large-scale turmoil could occur within the fleet at this time. This is a fleet that determines interstellar hegemony, not a scattered interstellar armed caravan. Besides, don't they have the proud Kara? Admiral Francis Macaulay, your mission is to blockade Ulna and maintain fire suppression on the Terran fleet. Augustus' calm voice immediately gave the completely confused Imperial Navy generals a backbone. Then leave the battlefield to the purifiers. They know what to do. Augustus did not tell the fleet outside Ulna what happened, and it was impossible to explain it clearly in just a few words. As always, the Emperor only needs to give orders, and they will be executed, which is enough. On the other hand, the Temple of Unity, outside the Temple of Ascension, and even the Terran Protoss troops on the surface of Ulna were also in great chaos. Some of the Terran troops had even exchanged fire with the surrounding Terran Empire and Purifier troops. The scene was extremely chaotic, with fighting everywhere, and it was hard to tell who was friend or foe. On the Terran Empire side alone, from the Marines on the ground to the fleets in the sky, the channels were all asking what the Terran Protoss were going crazy about, and requesting firing orders. The Purifier Protoss moved much faster, because the existence of the data network allowed them to exchange information with each other at a very fast speed. The Purifier Corps received a clear order, which was to cut off the nerve bundles of the Templars as much as possible to save them. Even though this would cost them more than an ordinary war, this can only save part of the Terran Protoss army, but cannot change the overall situation. To completely save the entire God's firstborn clan that has fallen into darkness, other methods are needed. From a colder rational perspective, removing the nerve bundle can not only eliminate an enemy, but also bring a loyal ally, while the Purifier can be resurrected, and the loss is only the body, which will be counted on Daram's account in the future. In the end, the ancestors have to clean up the mess. After all, the Purifier's executive officers and consuls are not only noble in character, but also have a long-term vision. Although the Templars do not understand politics, they all know the secrets of war. Augustus is much more relaxed communicating with these people than with the old stubborn people in the arbitrator class. In Augustus's opinion, these Purifiers are still a little bit reluctant. People who have died once. I think they understand the preciousness of life. But it is undeniable that the Purifiers have the intention to deal with the useless younger generation. Beat Artanis up, and he will thank us afterwards and reimburse us for the money. The Purifiers should be angry, although they still hate the Protoss Empire and the Supreme Council. After all this time, the Templars are almost ruining their ancestors' foundation. They don't care about their face. I heard that there are many Dark Templars in the Terran fleet. They should be taking action, Raynor said. Once again, the enemy is outnumbered. Cyrodiil's mood was not as calm as he appeared. He had tried to save Artanis with the intention of sacrificing himself before. But since there was Clolarian, he didn't need to sacrifice himself. He couldn't help but respect the Dark Templars who were trapped in the Daram fleet and had to fight against enemies that were 10 or 100 times their own, fighting alone. If this is the only way to become a Dark Templar. In the Golden Fleet, the Ire Protoss still accounted for the majority, and these Dark Templars alone were not enough to turn the situation around. If they could not escape from this fleet that was falling into madness, they would surely face a tragic fate. Fortunately, at the same time, the Purifier fleet had already prepared to forcibly land on the out-of-control Daram Protoss warship. The most important thing is the Ark ship Spear of Aten and several other motherships, which must be in their hands. It is simply a fantasy to completely rescue the corrupted Ire Protoss in the Daram fleet. But it is still possible to seize control of these warships and the chaos inside to prevent them from falling into Amon's control. They are really crazy. Raynor's eyelids twitched as he watched a mad Templar in the distance. furiously holding a sharp blade and rushing towards an ancient purifier hero. But he was knocked to the ground before 2 moves. Like a child who couldn't even walk steadily. The duel between masters was full of murderous intent. And the outcome could be decided with just 1 move or 2. Far away, a Templar was even dragged out of the battlefield by the neck. And his humiliated appearance was like a kitten being held by the back of the neck by its mother. A high-ranking Templar, who was suffering from corruption, was being pressed to the ground by another purifier, who used a sharp blade to cut off the nerve bundle behind his brain. At that moment, he only heard a scream that would make humans shudder. Extremely miserable and heartbreaking. Neural bundles are not human hair, but organs growing from the back of the Protoss's head. The Dark Templar of Shakuras would cut off their own neural bundles to prove their determination to break away from Kala, while the neural bundles of the Taldaran Protoss had already died due to inhaling too much terrazine. For the Iyer Protoss, neural bundles are an important medium for them to connect to Kala and communicate with other Protoss. The pain of cutting off neural bundles is like being cut by 1,000 knives and being eaten by thousands of ants. It is said that the Templars who lost their neural bundles in the war would become depressed, withdrawn, and difficult to approach. Egon Stedman would compare this to castrating a cat. But he would never dare say this in front of the Protoss, as this would not only result in a beating. I bet they've been wanting to do this for a long time, Tychus said teasingly. Old Tychus had long wanted to take the opportunity to beat up these boastful Protoss. And judging by himself, he bet the purifiers thought the same. Augustus did not order his royal guards to intervene in the battle, but instead ordered them to guard the entrance to the Ascension Palace. If it was just to kill these corrupted Templars, it wouldn't be that difficult. But the Terran Empire army couldn't cut off the nerve bundles without hurting them, because guns don't recognize people, and they lack soldiers who could cut into the battlefield like a scalpel. In such a pressing situation, only Dihaka and the brain worms were still feasting on the corpses of the Xel'Naga, and they were not affected at all. The royal guards next to them were too lazy to care. Even Artanis is going to be controlled. This thing is really weird. Although Raynor wanted to return to the fleet, he could only stay here and keep a close eye on the status of his old friend. Since Amon had corrupted Kara, Tassadar must be in danger. Phoenix, Yurlin, Caldalis, Mojo, Taldaran. These famous old friends were not immune. This guy is going to get his ass kicked. Tychus gloated over the misfortune and wished he could kick him too. This guy is a character who doesn't mind making trouble for others. Even if the sky falls, he will first mock Swan for being short and unable to reach the sky. At this moment, Clolarian was walking towards Artanis with an unstoppable pace, followed by more than a dozen ancient executive personalities. Artanis was only a dozen steps away. A spear of Adden fanatic holding a solar axe and a plasma shield was blocking Clolarian and Artanis. In an instant, this fanatic who had been corrupted by Amon swung the solar axe in his hand at Clolarian with the force of thunder, which even ordinary Templars need to hold with both hands. Such a sharp slash was enough to cut the head of the hunter-killer Hydralisk. But the opponent dodged it lightly. Then, Clolarian's punch, powerful enough to cut through steel, slammed into the zealot's visor, causing him to fall to the ground. If he missed this blow, there would be no chance for the next one. In the blink of an eye, the outcome was decided. Great Clolarian. Artanis was still able to maintain a certain level of clarity at this time, and the psychic flames in his eyes sometimes turned from blue to red, sometimes returned to normal, and sometimes roared. In the Kara, billions of Protoss were trembling in Amon's rage. Kara, am angry and furious. He seemed to be screaming and crying. Oh! Amon! I can hear his voice. In a trance, Artanis seemed to be able to see the glorious figures of those ancient heroes from Clolarian and the purifiers behind him. And he was immediately ashamed. Even in the era of Adden, these great executors were great figures who could be compared with him. Artanis thought that he was not worthy of being compared with these great heroes. In front of the elders and mentors, the apprentice was always an apprentice. Restrain your anger and calm your resentment, Corollario said calmly. Amon corrupted Kara. Even without the Xel'Naga, we still have each other. This is the holy word of Cass. At the same time, several high-level Templars led by Salandis tried to rush towards Cororio, but they were all knocked aside by the purifier heroes beside him. Unconsciously, Artanis was surrounded by purifier heroes loaded with ancient executors. Chapter 693. Without Kara, what do we have left? Adden is above. At this moment, Artanis thought he was hallucinating. And he actually saw the saints and sages in history. As if every generation of executives was looking at him. And their existence spanned 3,000 years. Looking around, there were tall warriors in white armor. And the armor was filled with dazzling light from the solar matrix. Like gods walking out of golden flames. If they were human, they would be great figures who could be listed in the Hall of Fame. Have books written and statues erected. And now, they seemed to have crossed time. Crossed the insurmountable life and death, and stood in front of Artanis again. Artanis even had an illusion that he had returned to Kara and met the immortal souls of generations of executives in Kara. It was too much of a face. Under this stimulation, he became much more sober, and even found some of his own reason from Amon's crazy ravings. Great Clolarian. What should I do? Artanis looked in Clolarian's direction. But he seemed not to see him. Still muttering to himself, this voice whispers of annihilation, salvation, destruction. At this time, the burning blue psychic flames in Artanis' eyes had turned blood red. Just like the void distorted by Amon's endless hatred. Amon corrupted Kara and controlled the first son of God. Clolarian just stared at Artanis, as if to see if he could get rid of Amon's control by his own will. The neural bundles once closely linked the first son's emotions and consciousness. But now they have become a tool to tie your will to the corrupted Kara. Artanis stood up while enduring the madness and brain-tearing pain of Kala. He understood what was happening in Kala better than Clolarian. You can defeat him. Clolarian's voice was still calm and resolute, as if he was a mentor encouraging a young apprentice. Under the witness of the ancient heroes, Artanis seemed to have countless courage in his heart, which made him find himself again in the confrontation with Amon's will. With a strong will, Artanis regained control of his body. He held back the nerve bundle decorated with golden ornaments behind his head with one hand, and ignited the psychic blade in his hand with the other hand, wanting to cut it off in one fell swoop. But when Artanis was about to swing the blade, he still hesitated for a moment. Self-cutting would mean cutting off his people, and from then on he would be like a rootless duckweed in the water, with no one to rely on. No! It was during this moment of hesitation that Amon once again took control of Artanis' body, and forcibly pulled back the psychic blade in his hand. Reason once again faded from Artanis' eyes, and the blue that represented the pure Kala's purified psychic energy was almost completely occupied by red. An uncontrollable red lightning surged on his gorgeous armor. This made him look like a Taldarim. You cannot defy your fate. When Artanis spoke again, his voice had turned into a majestic and deep male voice. Let me grant you liberation. End this cycle of corruption and embrace a new era. Kneel down. This is your savior. At this time, Amon seemed to say something extraordinary to the old predecessors of the Protoss Empire with Artanis' body. Amon. Clolarian took a step forward, pointing the sharp blade in his hand at Artanis, whose eyes were bloodshot. The Purifier heroes, who had been waiting for a long time, also showed their sharp blades. Let's do it. The battle just now was not enough for me. It really made my blood boil. It's been dragging on for long enough. Then let's fight quickly and decisively. In the name of the Purifiers. When Artanis, who was controlled by Amon, opened his eyes and looked around, he suddenly found that he was surrounded by Purifiers covered in golden flames. And it seemed that they were eager to take action. Even the Dark God was surprised. What on earth were these people doing? Watching? What's the difference between this and a new gym-goer being cornered by the old-timers in the gym to show off his muscles? End his suffering. Clolarian looked around at the ancient Purifier heroes around him, and said, Artanis had such a strong will, and he had been recognized by them, as if he still had the same telepathy as when he was with Kara. The first Purifier hero leaped towards Artanis, like a golden orange lightning. In a moment, the swords of both sides had crossed and retreated at once. In a breath, the next Purifier followed closely. Their speed was so fast. Their power was like thunder, and their speed was like lightning, so that Augustus and others in the distance could only see Artanis fighting with the golden lightning that crossed each other. Artanis wanted to dodge a Purifier's sharp attack, but found that his retreat had been completely blocked. He had to swing his blade upward to block, but was knocked back a few steps by the heavy force. The next moment, a wind-breaking blade came from the left, and Artanis had to turn around to avoid it. Then, another Purifier came to the other side. This was not like an ordinary battle, but a training and competition between the Templars and the ancient training grounds to test each other's combat memory. The Purifier's attack was not full of murderous intent, but to weaken Artanis' power and expose his flaws. It was more like a test. What is the duty of the Templar? To protect, not to destroy. What is an executor? The model of the Templar. The sharp blade of the Protoss Empire. How do you fulfill your duty? With passion. Artanis had to deal with the continuous attacks in a hurry. He had to keep turning to deal with the attacks from all directions. Spinning and swinging the blade. Dodging. Slashing. Stabbing. Spinning. And so on. This is a test of combat memory and will. In terms of combat skills and experience, everyone here can be Artanis' teacher. In comparison, they just lack the powerful psychic power like Artanis. At the same time, he can even answer the questions raised by the ancient heroes by instinct under Amon's control. But from Augustus's perspective, Artanis' movements were not so graceful, but rather like a spinning top that was whipped and spun non-stop. It seemed that the old man would not talk about one-on-one chivalry with Artanis, who was controlled by Amon. This was a righteous group fight. After several rounds of fighting, like a wheel battle, many deep and shallow scratches appeared on Artanis' armor. He fought non-stop without any breathing time. But this seemed to be a feeding move over and over again. In a sense, this is similar to the shadow run of the Dark Templar. The trial takers must defeat every enemy they encounter alone and gain their recognition. But the purifiers seemed to just want to beat Artanis, and they were afraid to hit him too hard, so as to ensure that everyone would not be left without a slap. As a result, Amon, who was controlling Artanis through Kara, was also furious. Amon controlled Artanis to draw on the powerful psychic power to create a blood-red psychic cyclone under his feet, and jumped high to create a gap between the surrounding purifiers. But he was ruthlessly stopped every time, as if it was an insurmountable wall of steel. As a result, Artanis' armor was covered with more and more scars. If the purifiers had attacked together, he would have died long ago. Seeing that he could not break through, Artanis, who was controlled by Amon, decided to fight to the death. He was suspended in the air, once again activating the powerful psychic power in his body, preparing to create a psychic storm that could destroy everything here. A large amount of red violent psychic lightning was pouring out of the psychic amplifier behind Artanis. Gathering around him, the terrifying supernatural power even triggered a violent cyclone and set off a gust of wind. This time, Clolarian made his move. Like thunder from the blue sky, Clolarian leaped up and landed like a swooping eagle, kicking Artanis hard on his gauntlets as he tried to block the blow. Clolarian caught Artanis on the ground and forced him to fight with him with his sharp sword. Each of their movements was not superfluous, but absolutely perfect and precise, without any sluggishness. Artanis was indeed Tassidar's favorite student, the future star of Darum, and he had fought more than 10 rounds in the hands of Clolarian, a powerful executor who had already become famous in ancient times. They wielded their double blades, as if they were driving the flames to fight. It was undisputed that these powerful warriors could destroy a siege tank or repel a terrible thunder beast alone. In such a dangerous fight, a single mistake could lead to eternal damnation, and the victory or defeat was often decided in just a moment. At one moment, Clolarian raised his right hand and slashed at Artanis' head. However, even though this blow was still as fast as lightning, it was too slow for Artanis. He lowered his head to avoid it and rushed forward. At this moment, Clolarian seemed to have revealed a fatal flaw, so that his chest was exposed to the opponent's other sharp blade. Any outstanding warrior should seize this mistake, and Artanis under Amon's control did the same. Without hesitation, Artanis accurately stabbed Clolarian's right chest with his left-hand blade, and the indestructible psychic blade immediately burned a huge hole on it. But then, Clolarian retracted the blade in his right hand, grabbed Artanis' head from top to bottom with his huge mechanical palm, and lifted him up alive. Without waiting for Artanis to struggle, Clolarian had already raised another psychic blade. With a slash of the blade, Artanis' nerve bundle was cut off at the root, and he responded with a sound. Along with Artanis' heart-wrenching scream, a stream of blood-red energy dissipated from the cut nerve bundle into the air. This meant that Artanis had been separated from Kara, and Amon's influence no longer existed. The great pain made Artanis almost completely think about other things. He only remembered that he fell to the ground and watched Clolarian and others leave. After the battle, the purifiers looked up at the sky, and streams of data left the bodies of the Legion soldiers and returned to the huge purifier fleet. Artanis, An ancient purifier hero seemed very satisfied with Artani's performance, and said to him in a friendly manner before leaving, "We welcome you to go to the Cybros to record your personality." Artanis wanted to say something, but found that the pain of losing the neural bundle and Kara was almost drowning him. But getting the approval of the purifiers may not be a good thing. If you are not careful, your intelligent personality may be merged into the data network. Remember, if Artanis has ever done anything stupid, it is that he tried to pierce the heart of a mechanical Protoss. When Artanis slowly woke up, he found that Augustus and Raynor had come to his side. I guess Artanis will not be able to sleep for a while. Watching the old predecessors of the Protoss Empire talking and laughing while beating Artanis, the tasteless Tychus almost laughed out loud. Compared to Phoenix, the master of social death, Artanis, who was jointly educated by the seniors, was not so embarrassing. Who is next? If I had listened to Augustus and Cyril earlier, I wouldn't have been so embarrassed. Artanis was extremely sad and felt that he had failed Augustus' trust. Cyril, I can't feel Kara anymore. Without Kara, the language of the mind also seems clumsy, often not expressing the meaning, or not being able to fully express their ideas, which will inevitably lead to misunderstandings and estrangements between the tribesmen. They can no longer share their pain and comfort each other, and they have to face all their sorrow and pain by themselves. Before this was almost unimaginable for their people. Loneliness can kill the Protoss. Artanis felt all of this. Artanis, welcome back. Cyril came to Artanis and said, "It is said that when we are no longer connected to the glory of Kala, we will suffer. But we are not really fighting alone, because honor and heritage closely connect our warriors. Generation after generation of brave warriors have chosen the path of the Dark Templar. What do we have after losing Kara?" Artanis looked at Cyril, then turned to Augustus. "You ask me." Augustus thought for a long time. He took 2 steps, raised his chin slightly, and looked far away for a moment, as if there was endless determination. Freedom. Good question. Corollario was too lazy to enlighten the younger generation. As a senior executive, if Artanis himself could not even get out of the shadow of losing Kara, he would not be qualified to lead the remaining Protoss. Freedom, Artanis murmured to himself and looked at Augustus. At this moment, there seemed to be light in his gray eyes. This is absolutely right. Yes, although we lost Kara, we gained freedom. Well, kid, now is not the time to feel sorry for yourself. Raynor looked at Artanis and said, "It's a mess outside, and there are a lot of troubles waiting for us to clean up. The most urgent task is to take back your fleet from Amon and save your compatriots. You are always so positive." "Old friend," Artanis said after a long silence. "Trouble is as sticky as a louse on the butt." Tychus said. "It's common." Raynor said. "Think about happy things. If Tassadar and the Golden Fleet are controlled by Amon, the position of the next Archbishop of Durham will definitely belong to you." Tychus comforted the depressed Artanis. "Mr. Tychus Finley, I will not feel any joy about this matter." Artanis felt offended again. Before leaving the Ascension Hall, Tychus walked behind Dihaka and Alpha, who were still feasting on the remains of the Zelnaga, and kicked them twice. "Leave." "Huh?" The outsider brainworm raised his head and asked, "What happened?" Chapter 694, Reliable Terrans. When Augustus walked out of the Ascension Hall, there was already a war outside. Multiple corrupted Darm legions took the lead in attacking their allies without declaring war, and the Purifier Protoss and the Terran Empire army immediately fought back. A large number of medium and large war weapons were thrown into this unexpected war, including Colossi, Thors, Immortals, and War Wolves. The sky was dominated by hissing particle weapons, plasma weapons, beam weapons, and missiles. Deadly explosions and terrible flashes were clearly visible, and pale flames swept across the land, like a violent summer storm. The Purifiers had deployed a particularly large number of war machines, which were optimized by the protocol and were specially designed for war, loaded with more dangerous and terrifying weapons. How bad is the situation now? A team of 10 Royal Guards firepower teams was spreading in front of Augustus, and his eyes swept across the broad shoulder armor of a Royal Marine and fell on the battlefield filled with smoke. The traces of horrific battles were scattered across the vast courtyard outside the Ascension Palace. Incredible pillars and hanging walls fell from the sky, as if mountains were collapsing and falling. In an instant, countless art treasures were destroyed. The Durham Templars corrupted by Amon were attacking the lines of the Terran Empire and the Purifiers, even though their numbers were less than 1/10 of the latter two combined. There were shouts and cries of killing everywhere, and the troops of all parties were mixed together. The Templars and Purifiers fought with swords, and the terrible war weapons could turn the warriors on the battlefield into charcoal in an instant. These respected and honorable Templars have been twisted beyond recognition by hatred and rage, so much so that they did not hesitate to draw their swords against their former brothers and allies. The effects of corruption on them are obvious. The purifying psychic energy from Kara has been completely converted into the red color that symbolizes the corrupt void, and is reflected in the color of their eyes and psychic blades. Even the gorgeous and bright golden armor has shown signs of great decay. The worst situation that can be expected will not be worse than today. 99% of the Darem Protoss have lost their minds, and are crazier than Mainhoff's Zerg zombies. Raynor's eyebrows were knitted together. Our troops can't do anything to them. We can only suppress them with fierce artillery fire. The steps of the Ascension Hall are far above the ground. From this position, you can see the jagged battle lines at a glance, and you can witness the spectacular scene of tens of thousands of Templars and Purifiers charging at the same time. Go! 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 Just at this time, the original Zerg Dhaka had already crossed the stone steps and rushed to the battlefield with the Cerebrate Alpha. After devouring the essence of the entire Xel'Naga, the size of this primitive Zerg leader has increased by more than 10 times, and can even be compared with the two Purifier mammoths moving in the distance. It is hard to imagine what benefits Dhaka has gained from this feast, but the golden light overflowing from the rows of sword-shaped sails on his back can show how extraordinary he is. The enemy is the fallen leaves, and we are the strong wind. The fleet of the Darem Protoss in the orbit of Ulna is also in chaos. Our Iron Ravens observed the battle on the Spear of Aden and the bridge deck of the mothership from a close distance. Raynor pretended not to see it and continued. The crystal matrix engines of several Protoss aircraft carriers, Terran, malfunctioned for unknown reasons, causing large-scale explosions, and the most serious ones even led to the destruction of the entire warship. It is obvious that some of the Dark Templars and the Sane Templars in the fleet are clearly aware of the changes in Nakala, and are determined to destroy these great warships rather than let them fall into Amon's hands. Crazy. All crazy. Tychus muttered. They asked for it. Artanis, brother, we are all sorry for what happened. Raynor said to Artanis. We must face this catastrophe together. Artanis walked from behind Augustus, followed by Celendes and other Templars who had their nerve bundles removed. The Protoss have really suffered a lot. First, their homes fell, and the noble people became refugees. Now the only remaining Templars have become tools for Amon to destroy the world. Emperor Augustus, I must return to my fleet as soon as possible. The scene before him made Artanis feel an indescribable grief, and at this moment, no one could share this unforgettable sorrow with him. Thousands of selfless and fearless Templars were corrupted and controlled by Amon, becoming slaves of the Dark God. How could this not make Artanis feel heartbroken? In a war of this scale, it was impossible to show mercy to the Templars just because they were controlled and enslaved by Amon, and did not do what they wanted. And there was no time to cut off their nerve bundles. This is undoubtedly a war. If you are soft-hearted, you will die. The corrupted Templars have completely lost their minds. They must be eliminated. At this time, you can't just yell at them to stop fighting. This is really a tragedy. Whether it is the Templars, the Purifiers, or the warriors of the Terran Empire, they were originally fighting together on the battlefield to resist Amon's invasion. But now they have died in a meaningless civil war. Jimmy, the troops of Ulnari are under your command. Augustus nodded at Artanis. We must ensure that the Temple of Unity and the Temple of Ascension are under our control. A special operations transport ship loaded with stealth modules was landing on the altar in front of the Temple of Ascension, slowly lowering the gangway to wait for Augustus to board. Artanis was right. The most important thing now was to recapture the Darem fleet in the orbit of Ana, especially the Ark flagship Spear of Aden. Augustus could fully imagine that the Copperless sector was probably already in chaos. The Golden Fleet, which was corrupted and controlled by Amon, would soon turn around and cleanse every star system in the Copperless sector. The colonies of the Terran Empire and the Darem Protoss were within the attack range. Only Amon doesn't think much of humans, and the main forces of the destruction of the world are still the Protoss and the Zerg. In comparison, the war in Ana is just a small scene. The Doomsday War has just begun. Leave this to me, Raynor said to Augustus. I'm afraid it's already a mess outside. And you can't do it without me. They took great pains to find this place. Of course they can't return empty-handed. For example, the Xel'Naga constructs and Xel'Naga remains in Ina must be moved back. The war had to be fought. And the Xel'Naga's legacy had to be recovered. At least these would enhance the strength of the Terran Empire in the future. At this time, the overwhelmed Protoss of Daram had no time to deal with this matter. Augustus said nothing more. And after handing the task over to Raynor, he boarded the transport ship, followed by Tychus, Cyrodiil, Artanis and others. Since the time of the new recruits, Augustus and Raynor have been together day and night, fighting side by side, and they can understand what the other wants to do with just a glance. Soon, the transport ship rose into the air and sailed out of the Ina temple through the cracks pierced by the main guns of the Protoss mothership. In the pale white light covering Ina, the majestic and formidable Tyranid Empire fleet was clearly visible. The black deep space shining with stars set off the giant battlecruisers, the menacing Valkyrie frigates, and the nimble destroyers, led by the White Star. The Gorgon-class battlecruisers such as the Death Mark, the Hellgate, and the Death Domain were lined up in a row, firing intensively at the multiple Durham aircraft carriers on the opposite side. The rumbling roar of artillery fire accompanied by the full flames of the laser gun group swept across the sky. Some of the Dalam warships were mercilessly firing back at the Imperial warships, while the other part was dumbfounded and exposed to the firepower of the fleet that destroyed the world. The Dalam fleet that Augustus saw at this time had long lost its former unstoppable momentum, becoming loose and obviously lacking strong command. If Augustus was on the other side of the battlefield at this time, he would see that the huge Purifier Protoss fleet was also mercilessly attacking from the other side of the Dalam fleet, and the number of Purifier warships was obviously several times more than that of Dalam. After Artanis in the Ascension Hall was controlled by Amon, Augustus and Clolarian immediately ordered a joint attack on the Dalam fleet. If any Dalam warship showed signs of corruption, it would be immediately hit hard and hit head-on, even if it was destroyed. What a lively scene! Tychus sat in front of Augustus and saw the overwhelming firepower net of the Terran Empire fleet passing through the sky like a large net. Tychus had never commanded a fleet in battle and was a well-known layman. But this did not prevent him from seeing that the Dalam fleet was at a clear disadvantage. Under normal circumstances, the Spear of Aden with its onboard central control system and all subsystems activated is enough to fight against an entire Tyranid Empire fleet. But this is when Amon has corrupted the Kara and the Daram Protoss is in chaos. Not to mention the larger Purifier fleet. All warships have been put into battle, and no one can stay out of it. At this moment, as the transport ship Augustus was riding on was rapidly approaching the flagship of the Mobius Corps, the Monarch's Will, the huge ship shadow of the Spear of Aden, which was in the center of the battle line, had appeared in the HUD imaging of Augustus's power armor helmet. At the same time, the Purifiers and Tyranid Empire fleets surrounding the Spear of Aden were pouring terrible firepower on it from all directions. After the shield of the Spear of Aden was obviously weakened, large numbers of Mobius Legion soldiers and Purifier mechanical soldiers were teleported to the decks of the Arkansas. Fierce battles broke out on each deck, and a large number of ship facilities were seriously damaged in this battle for the warship, compared with hundreds of Tyranid Empire and Purifier warships. It can be seen that the Spear of Aden is really huge. Augustus had not forgotten that in addition to this ark, there was another ark of salvation, the Pride of Odalise, which was in the hands of the remaining Supreme Council of the Protoss Empire. Now those old stubborn people were probably also hacked by Amon. Spear of Aden. Augustus looked at Artanis, who was sitting next to him, and said calmly, "I'm afraid it will take us a while to recapture your flagship. But it's only a matter of time." Artanis on the other side was staring at Augustus in silence, and Selendis and others around him looked lost, as if they had really lost their souls. The incisions where their nerve bundles were cut off at the back of their brains still transmitted the pain as if burned by a blazing fire. But this could not be compared with the pain in their hearts. The more this happened, the more they admired the Dark Templars' decisiveness and determination to cut off their own nerve bundles, which had always been regarded as a backward traditional custom by the first Son of God. For them, the lack of nerve bundles was as ugly and terrible as physical defects, and it was difficult to accept. In Kara, everyone shared weal and woe, and their hearts were connected. With just a flash of thought, others could easily understand what he was thinking at the moment, and they could empathize with him. But now, even through tedious and lengthy questions supplemented by body movements, It is difficult for others to understand all the meanings that Artanis wants to express. After all, what is communicated in Kala is not only information, but also emotions. Cheer up, Artanis. You still have a Protoss Empire to save. And we still have a world to save. Since the day Augustus ascended the throne and became emperor, he has been preparing for this real doomsday. Augustus had long anticipated the dire situation at this time. The Terran Empire is far more united and powerful than the Empire in the original timeline. The Purifiers have also awakened in advance and expanded their forces to prepare for war. But the challenge is 10 or 100 times greater than before. First of all, the strength of the Golden Fleet is also stronger than before. Secondly, in terms of the Zerg, the second generation of the Overmind is still alive. I am afraid that once Amons will return to the real universe, he can control the entire Zerg through the Overmind through the Hive Mind. This is a real doomsday difficulty. If it goes wrong, it will become the ultimate dark timeline where everything is dead. But from the moment Augustus decided to change Kerrigan's fate and prevent her from becoming the Queen of Blades, it was destined that the dominant Cerebrate class would not be replaced by the Queen and the Queen. You are right, Emperor Augustus. Artanis knew that Darum was in a desperate situation. And he and the Protoss he led might be the last hope of their civilization. The blow brought by the corruption of Kara to the first son of God was even greater than the Battle of Ire. If the Darum reorganized in Shakuras after the war could still be regarded as the afterglow of the glory of the Protoss Empire, now they can be said to have nothing. Apart from the dozen or so Templars around him, Artanis had almost no soldiers to use. Artanis thought that they had lost all hope after losing Kara. But the Terran Empire and the Purifiers still stood on their side. Now thinking about it, how many times have the Terran humans led by Augustus lent a hand to the Protoss at critical moments? It's like he was a prophet. Too reliable, no matter when. As long as Augustus and his army are still fighting, the situation will not be too bad. No matter when. It seems that nothing can shake Augustus. Could it be that he had already predicted that Kara would be corrupted? Chapter 695. Do you think I'm a fool? At the entrance of the Otarian Rift, on the Alpha Squadron flagship NORAD 3, Admiral Edmund Duke, the Imperial Marshal, was wearing a neatly ironed ivory uniform, with dozens of eye-catching golden medals and awards hanging on his chest to show his outstanding achievements in all the Total Wars. As always, Duke was standing on the bridge of his flagship, overlooking his majestic fleet, imagining the magnificent scene of the fleet's gunfire and the mighty display of its power. The lights in the starport and fleet cluster below were flashing, and the propeller wakes of the warships and ships converged into a series of blue and red scorching torrents, which looked magnificent and imposing. Undoubtedly, this was the greatest fleet of the Terran Empire. The gleaming white decks, the shocking gun muzzles, and the shining golden eagle logo were enough to make every enemy of the Empire tremble. In the Terran Empire Navy, the warships of the Alpha Squadron looked larger than those of the same model. In a sense, this may be true, because Duke always ordered his precious warships to be painted over and over again when the fleet was resting, so that they could always be inspected in a clean and new state. It is estimated that the paint on the Alpha Squadron warships may be at least several inches thick. In short, under Duke's strict requirements, the Alpha Squadron can join a grand war anytime and anywhere. Blood Eagle Alpha will prove that it is still the most powerful military force in the Terran Empire. And he is still the general most trusted by Emperor Augustus in the Terran Empire. I really don't know what the Terran Empire will do if Duke leaves him one day. Jim Raynor's group of country bumpkins, clowns and idiots will sooner or later turn the palace into a circus. Edmund Duke has no interest in political power, but he is intoxicated by commanding a huge army. He is keen on fighting and never gets tired of it. So Duke's objects of power struggle naturally become Raynor, Lundstein, Harnack and other officers of the Heavenly Demon Party. Generally speaking, Emperor Augustus will not show excessive favor to any minister. This is the way of being a monarch. But in his heart, brothers who have been through life and death with him are different from former generals who joined the group halfway like Duke. The Emperor has no new orders yet? Duke turned his gaze from his great fleet and slowly turned to his adjutant. Colonel Scott, the fleet has been in for more than 40 hours, and we are just standing at the entrance of the treasure land in a daze, because the chaotic and powerful high-energy particle flow in the Otarian Rift cut off the communication. The communication inside and outside has been completely cut off, and only ships can be sent to shuttle between the rifts to communicate. The last order came from 4 hours ago. His Majesty ordered us to continue to guard the entrance of the Otarian Rift and not let any ships or creatures out of it go. Scott is a young man with a slightly pale face. Tall, handsome, and well-spoken, which is very different from the barbaric and rude Duke. Since the old Federation era, Scott has been Duke's right-hand man. To be frank, Scott is the one who uses his brain most often, and even the arbitrary Duke will listen to his opinions. This person is also very interesting. He was once a staunch supporter of the Federation, but later he was inspired by the personal charm of Emperor Augustus and his grand vision of creating the Terran Empire, and unsurprisingly became a staunch supporter of the new empire. I see. Duke nodded. Duke couldn't understand why Emperor Augustus let Alpha Squadron stay away from the battlefield and do nothing. But he quickly convinced himself with the saying that good steel should be used on the blade. Once again, Duke turned his head to look at the Otarian Rift outside the porthole, which was emitting a little light, but still couldn't see any trace of the enemy. Even if it was just an explosion, he was eager for some noise to come out there, so that the Alpha Squadron, which had been waiting for a long time, could immediately go into battle. Some people say Duke is very old, but he feels that he is stronger than those young guys, and his passion is unleashed. Edmund Duke has never been afraid of challenges, but he is afraid that it is not thrilling enough. In fact, Duke doesn't care who he fights with, as long as he can command the army, whether the enemy is human, Protoss, Zerg, or some messed up god. It doesn't matter. At this moment, Duke suddenly felt a burst of hair stand on end. This unnatural feeling can only point to a hateful creature, the Protoss. The hateful blood-red eyes further indicated his identity as a Taldaran Protoss. There was no other sign. A man in black armor and blood-red robes suddenly appeared on the bridge of NORAD 3. This guy seemed to have teleported indirectly, completely ignoring the barriers of the battlecruiser's solid bulkheads, and even passing through the dense sensor array. This is exactly the style of the Protoss. I heard that many of their buildings, such as the Forge, don't even have doors, and entry and exit all rely on warping. But what exactly is going on here? Kill him! Duke didn't waste any time asking who he was, and what he was doing here. The most likely scenario is that this is an assassination attempt on a high-ranking commander of the Empire. Call the guards. The bridge has been invaded by the enemy. Without any hesitation, Duke pulled out the P45 pistol from his waist and started shooting at the uninvited guest. This pistol of amazing caliber is enough to open the skull of a Zergling and cut the person in two. There were many officers and soldiers on the bridge, and people like Duke were of course protected by high-level ghost agents. But all the shots were distorted by the powerful psychic power of this Taldaran Protoss. In the blink of an eye, a wave of annihilation swept across the entire bridge, sweeping from the Taldaran's body, knocking everyone, including him, to the ground. The electronic equipment on the bridge sparked and fell into darkness. The difference between your ridiculous weapons and the sharp blade in my hand is as big as a branch and a spear. The Taldaran Protoss sneered and said sarcastically, "Only you humans are still using primitive and backward live ammunition projectile weapons. And you have no other strengths. I am Alarak, the first person to be promoted in the Taldaran." Accompanied by the echoes of psychic energy, he raised the sharp blade in his hand, as if to show his authority. "Put down your weapons. What suspense is there in this battle?" As he spoke, Alarak stretched out his hand and twisted his body in the void on his right side, pulling out an invisible Imperial ghost agent. The sharp blade on his nails scratched the combat uniform on the neck of the ghost agent, and drops of blood flowed out from the cut. Alarak casually threw the ghost agent, who had fainted due to the psychic shock, to the ground, and rarely killed him. Such a short life, but each of them is eager to die. If this is all you can do, how can you deal with them on? Alarak used the same trick again and knocked out the remaining ghost agents on the bridge, which really took him some time. "You damn Taldaran." When Duke got up from the ground, he felt a dull pain all over his body. At the moment, dozens of Imperial officers and soldiers were lying on the bridge, their lives or deaths unknown, and the alarms were flashing non-stop. "What did you do to them?" Alarak, the first ascendant of the Taldaran, was a figure standing at the pinnacle of power and slain. As an important figure in the hostile forces, Duke could not have been unaware of this. In fact, the more famous these figures were, the greater the merit Duke would gain by killing them. According to the unreliable Imperial Intelligence Department, Alarak, the first ascendant, was a ruthless, insidious character who was good at plotting and scheming. and was good at playing with people's hearts and manipulating power. If High Lord Marash ruled the Tal'Darim with great power and cruel means, then Alarak relied more on his superb skills to move between various forces and control everyone. Of course, as the first Ascender today, Alarak's power is also very strong. They can't die yet. The tall Tal'Darim star looked down at Duke's angry eyes. Instead of caring about the life and death of others, you might as well care more about yourself. Alarak noticed that the human in front of him was not afraid at all. No, he did feel timid, which was human nature. But soon, he would be controlled by a series of hormones secreted in his body, and become irritable and reckless. In other words, his butt took over his brain. When Alarak slowly walked towards Duke, and was only a few steps away from him, the old general pounced on the first man of the Tal'Darim like a tiger, and swung his fist fiercely at his gray and sick face. But then, Alarak dodged the blow easily, and knocked Duke to the ground with a harder and faster punch. Alarak still held back on this punch. Otherwise Duke's face would have more than just a black eye. Your fists are as soft as a kitten, and your mind is as slow as a pug. Oh, even the weakest Tal'Darim dead apostle is much stronger than you. I racked my brains, but couldn't figure out what's so good about your ridiculous salamander head. As Alarak walked, he ran the sharp blade on his finger across the screen on the console. And there was always a hint of sarcasm in his words. Is your emperor really out of people to use? You should learn from the Tal'Darim. Bah! Duke spat. Listen to me. You bunch of trash are not worth my personal effort. Alarak certainly knew what Duke was thinking. No time for small talk. Your pathetic emperor is trapped in Ulnar. He is such a complete fool that he didn't even know he had fallen into Amon's trap. He sneered and said, if you want to save him, you must trust me and send a fleet to Ulnar immediately. Humph. I thought he was a valuable character. But I was wrong. Do you think I'm a fool? Duke couldn't believe the enemy's words. In a few words, he couldn't figure out what Alarak was talking about. And he couldn't understand why this Tal'Darim would betray his dark god and tip off humans. Yes, but it doesn't matter. Alarak smiled coldly. Or do you think you are so smart? If I wanted you dead, I would have torn your head off long ago. Why waste time with you? Ask yourself, what value do you have that is worth my use? And worth my lowering my status to deceive you? Isn't it sincere enough for the first Ascender to appear in person? Alarak said, you really disappoint me. If Marash and Genera had died in Atria's last time, I would be the new High Lord now. And I could command all the Tal'Darim. And I wouldn't have to go there in person. In just a few words, Duke was convinced that this damned Protoss was more hateful than Jim Raynor. These crazy Protoss who had taken Terrazine and were crazy. Their brains were abnormal. And their words were infuriating. While there is still a chance, you'd better kill me quickly. Otherwise, I will throw you into the garbage dump like a dead dog. Duke was stalling for time. It wouldn't be long before the elite guards of Alpha Squadron arrived at the flagship. It seemed that this Tal'Darim didn't intend to kill him. Otherwise, he would have done it long ago. I don't know what you're talking about. But if you want me to betray the Emperor, you'd better give up this idea as soon as possible. Really loyal Alarak stared at Duke and said, but I am sure that your Emperor is now trapped in Ulna. His biggest mistake was to bring a group of Templars into Ulna. And now they are all corrupted by Amon. In order to save your leader's life, I don't mind reminding you again and again to send a fleet into Ulna immediately. Otherwise it will be too late. The only way to win is to do better than your enemy. General, if you want to die, then my method will make your death more valuable. No one. Duke said word by word. No one can mobilize his army without the Emperor. No one. TSK. Poor coward. It's better for you to die than live in fear. Alarak saw that persuasion was fruitless. So he could only throw out this sentence coldly. Just when Alarak decided to say something else, several Durham aircraft carriers suddenly jumped out on the 3D map of the tactical platform of NORAD 3, which was still lit. These aircraft carriers looked very strange. Not only was there a strange red light lingering on the golden and blue armor, but there were many Purifier Protoss warships following closely behind them. Firing. All Imperial warships. Stop those Daram warships. The communication stream of the Purifier warships suddenly flashed on the bridge. And the sentences were still as concise as ever. I saw it. Which is enough to prove that what I said is true. The beasts are out of the cage. They are the evil dogs of the void. Alarak said, each one is 1,000 times more terrible than your most powerful human warriors. Amon corrupted the Kara and turned the Templar into his lackeys. But there is no Kara in the Tal'Darim. And we don't need such weak and ridiculous things. Although Alarak had realized at this time that the Emperor of the Terran Empire might not need to be saved by himself. It didn't matter at all. Alarak was not really in a hurry to save him. But it was just a means to gain the trust of humans. It was enough to just remind them. What are you waiting for? Smash those Templar ships. Their ridiculous warships are as fragile as beautiful shells and can't withstand a single blow. Alarak's tone was as if he was the commander of this human fleet. He stared at the menacing Dalam warship, and his bright red eyes flashed with hatred and hatred. They are now Amon's lackeys. A group of poor people who can't control their own destiny. He shouted to Duke, "Don't you understand? This universe is about to end. Amon wants all of us dead. Hurry up, before they strangle your neck. Next time, I won't remind you kindly. You don't need to give me orders." Duke straightened his face. "Damn it. But you have to fix my ship." Chapter 696, Tal'Darim. After a while. On the Spear of Adnan. The Ark of Daram. Spear of Adnan. This ship is too bright. It hurts my eyes. After watching the human fleet encircle and annihilate the remaining warships of Daram on Duke's flagship, Alarak was escorted to the Spear of Adnan. The warships of the Tal'Darim are the epitome of the art of war. Walking on the wide front deck of the Spear of Adnan, Alarak would occasionally complain about the miles-long corridors and shiny decks. Above his head, colorful lights were pouring down from the ceiling formed by the energy of the Spear of Adnan, as if countless falling diamonds were shining under the sun. And the scattered light and shadows showed the majesty and beauty of a glorious giant ship. The Spear of Adnan was broad and bright, and every corner seemed to be shining, which was completely different from the depressing atmosphere of the Tal'Darim warship. The Templars obviously took care of the Spear of Adnan as if it were an ancient holy relic like a mothership. But the Tal'Darim never went to great lengths to do such things. And combat effectiveness was the guarantee of everything. That's all. Alarak entered the Spear of Adnan as a prisoner of war rather than an invited visitor. And he couldn't figure out for a moment whether the leader who wanted to see him was the Protoss or the human leader. The current situation was very strange. The Spear of Adnan was obviously a rare Super Protoss flagship in the world. But the figures of the Terran Empire and the Purifier soldiers could be seen everywhere in it. And huge human and Purifier war weapons were also common. It was really a strange sight. In addition, the escort of Alarak was actually the Terran Empire Alpha Squadron Elite Guard under Edmund Duke. Could it be that the Spear of Adnan has now become the flagship of the Terran Empire? She has to change her name to Mengsk. Alarak is now very curious about who has the final say on this ship. Alarak is a little envious and jealous. If he gets the Spear of Adnan, he can use it by just painting it black and make up a name for it. The Ark of Death. And then he can go to Slain to show off. Isn't it wonderful? You finally said something human. This ship is actually nothing special. Our ship is much better than this. General Edmund Duke, wearing white power armor, followed behind Alarak, followed by more than 20 fully armed Alpha Squadron Marines. Based on Duke's past style, he would not even take Alarak to see Augustus even if he was ordered to do so. Even if he was not willing to listen to Alarak's nonsense. If it were in the past, Duke would not care whether Alarak was really sincere in cooperating with the Empire, and would have shot him in a corner out of revenge for personal gain. But even Duke is not completely arbitrary and arbitrarily acting now. Having followed Augustus for a long time, Duke was used to considering the overall situation rather than the gains and losses of a battle or a place. A living first-level Tal'Darim upgrader. At least, he could get 2 more medals. Not a loss. If you say so, then so, Alarak said after a moment of silence. He was even too lazy to compliment the broken copper and iron warships of humans, which was against his Tal'Darim conscience. You are my prisoner now. Be honest. Duke heard Alarak's sarcasm, and said to Alarak in front of him with a glare. Alarak voluntarily took off his armor and blade, wearing only a blood-red robe, and his hands behind his back were bound by a shackle made of catalytic alloy. This could not trap a powerful ascender at all. But the hidden Dark Templar masters behind him were a bit tricky. But since he dared to go deep into the enemy camp alone, Alarak did not think of retreating unscathed. Even if he was a meticulous and calculating gambler, he was still a gambler. Alarak has achieved his current position in part by taking risks. Edmund Duke, you say that without blushing. I admire your audacity. Alarak reminded Duke. I would assume that all aliens have fully developed brains. Otherwise, how would I converse with these disgusting bastards? Duke said. Me too. I should sew your mouth shut. Alarak shot back. Duke said viciously, "You stinking shit. If you have the guts, come at me." The saddest thing about humans is that they only have a mouth. Alarak has no mouth. But his language output level is far above Duke's. You rely on a pair of ears. But you are deaf. You have a pair of eyes. But you can't see. You haven't been shot by me yet. But my emperor wants me to execute you immediately on behalf of the Tyranids killed by the Tal'Darim. I will drown you like a real dead dog. And then stuff my boot into your stinky mouth. Duke's face changed. Humph. Whatever you want. Alarak snorted coldly and stopped provoking Duke. He was anxious. Soon, after several jump platforms, Alarak came to the upper deck of the Spear of Adin under Duke's escort. The closer to the bridge of the Spear of Adin, the more traces of fierce fighting there were. Many combat machines that had not been cleaned up and recycled could even be seen on the road. It was obvious that a big battle had just taken place inside the Spear of Adin, and the Terran Protoss almost lost this flagship. If Amon had obtained an Ark, he would have used it for cruel destruction. The Ark of Salvation became the flagship of destruction of the Dark Fleet. It was really ironic. When the mobile platform came to the bridge of the Spear of Adin, the magnificent deck control console and the vast starry sky were unfolding in front of Alarak. The bridge was almost destroyed beyond recognition, with huge crystals and polished golden metal fragments scattered all over the ground. Hundreds of servants were hovering over their heads like swimming fish, using tractor beams to clean the devastated deck. What is going on? When Alarak arrived at the bridge of the Spear of Adin, he saw Augustus's royal guard saluting Duke. Your Majesty, endless void energy is pouring out of the void gate of the Temple of Ana. We must close this void gate. Otherwise the terrible shadow tentacles will tear our fleet and Ana apart sooner or later. The sensor shows that this void gate is drawing energy from those void crystals. If you want to seal it, you must destroy these crystals. Now that you have an idea, do it immediately. Locate the coordinates of these void crystals and send out troops. Augustus Minsk, the emperor of the Terran humans, is worthy of his name. Alarak walked to the center of the bridge of the Spear of Adin, but saw Augustus surrounded by people. Your men are not very efficient. Damn it. I should have shot this beast in the back if I had known. Duke came to Augustus with a dark face. Don't bother with a Tal'Darim Protoss. If I can't kill you, I can at least piss you off to death. Raynor was standing beside him, and couldn't help but complain to Duke. I can't imagine there's a bigger jerk than you in this world. When Duke looked at Raynor, he actually felt that the other's hateful face had become friendly. After all, he's not a human being. Raynor spread his hands. Duke, why didn't you die outside? You piece of shit. I can still live another 200 years. Duke said. Tal'Darim, do not be disrespectful to Emperor Augustus. Before Augustus could say anything, an unexpected voice appeared. It was Artanis, who had just removed the nerve bundle and was preparing to restore the glory of Darum. Artanis, first disciple of Tassadar, senior executive of Darum. I haven't seen you for a while. How come you are like this now? Alarak said, and the blood pressure of the Templars began to rise. What a mess, he said to Artanis. First you lost Ire, and now it's the Golden Fleet. Can't you make some progress? Artanis, you always waste most of your time on gathering troops. That's why you failed. How dare you? Selendis does not allow others to insult Artanis in front of her. Alarak is also dissatisfied with Artanis. If Artanis can fight back, Alarak will not have to ask for help from humans, which is a development that even he himself could not have expected. Although humans are not worth mentioning, they are not dispensable. Not to mention that they have now gained the trust of the mechanical Protoss. Artanis, look at what you have become. You have only 2 or 3 kittens, and you still need humans and purifiers to help you clean up the mess. Tue! Shame! Tue! But Artanis ignored Alarak, probably because he thought it was embarrassing to quarrel with him in front of so many people. Are you Alarak? Augustus pretended to be unfamiliar with Alarak. Alarak the conspirator. Alarak is used to maneuvering between the powerful, pretending to be good and bad, and then turning against them at the right time to become the final winner. This is the key to Alarak's advancement to the top of the chain of ascension, commonly known as a traitor. Yes, Alarak is the first person to be promoted to the Tal'Darim. Alarak showed a mischievous expression and added, I remember that the account of Braxis should be attributed to the Tal'Darim. Augustus waved his hand. Drag him away and shoot him. The Tal'Darim and the Terrans have a deep hatred. Today you raised one of my colonies. And tomorrow I will double it back. The Tal'Darim is the most warlike and aggressive faction among the Protoss. But the Terrans are also a tough nut to crack among the human race. Anyway, they were both stained with each other's blood. Wait. It would be much better for you to keep me alive than to kill me. When the royal guards were about to take him away, Alarak was really surprised. There were so many people here, and the one who had the final say was a human. And Artanis and Zeratul had no objection. Alarak winked at Artanis. But the other party was blind, and could not see. But Alarak was not worried that Augustus would really execute him. Otherwise, he should have executed Alarak directly instead of pretending to do so after meeting him in person. Such a big shot doesn't have time to scare people. Compared to Artanis, Alarak prefers Augustus, who is in line with the values of the Tal'Darim and doesn't talk much. But the disadvantage is that he is not easy to fool. Tell me, what can you do for me? Augustus's cold gray eyes stared at Alarak with an imposing manner. Augustus didn't mind killing Alarak right now and making him pay for his blood debt with blood. But it was indeed as the Tal'Darim said. He was now of great use value. Although Augustus did not expect that Alarak would look for him instead of Artanis. He could guess what Alarak wanted to say. You must have known that our dark god Amon has returned. For the creatures of this universe, the end has come. Alarak shook off the two royal guards, who were kicking him, and said confidently, What I know is far more terrible than you believe. Countless void gates will be opened in the universe. And the dark army loyal to Amon will destroy one galaxy after another, including your empire, and hundreds of billions of people. Speak only of the useful things. Augustus confronted Alarak, who dared not retort. You talk too much nonsense. Tal'Darim? Augustus' attitude was also within Alarak's expectations. The Terran's favorability towards Tal'Darim has always been negative. And Alarak knew what he had done before. Our god. That is, Amon. He said to Augustus. He went back on his word and deprived us of our privileges. Ascension is just a lie. Because he believes that death is the most perfect ascension. After helping Amon destroy the universe, the Tal'Darim will also perish. He deceived me and my people. So, I vowed to take revenge on him. But no one in the Tal'Darim will believe my one-sided words. Their blind loyalty to Amon will only make them regard me as a heretic. Alarak continued. Now, all the Tal'Darim are still deceived by Amon. Now, the Tal'Darim's death fleet is gathering and slain, preparing to launch a full-scale invasion. And the Terran Empire is also under the Tal'Darim's attack. It won't be long before the war will sweep across the entire galaxy, and countless humans will be slaughtered. Do you think we will believe you? Raynor interrupted, and he and Duke looked at each other and laughed maliciously. Alarak wanted to say something back, but he held back. Augustus Minsk, I want to propose a deal. High Lord Marash knew Amon's lies long ago, but chose to conceal them and deliberately led the Tal'Darim to destruction. You helped me create an opportunity to challenge the ruling power, and help me defeat Marash and become the new high-ranking lord. In return, I will make my people no longer regard you as enemies. In other words, you want me to help you? Augustus looked at Alarak, paused, and said, This is a request. No, this is a deal. Alarak narrowed his eyes slightly and said, Then I refuse this deal. Augustus said, Alarak took 2 steps forward in an instant, wanting to overwhelm the weak human emperor with his powerful momentum, but found that the other party was not moved at all. It's inexplicable. This is just an ordinary human. Speaking of which, Tassadar and Razigal, the 2 real leaders of the race, are not here. From the perspective of the Alliance, Augustus is indeed more important. Whether it is Zeratul, the senior priest of the Dark Templar, or the senior executive of Dar-Ram, they all have a vague attitude of Augustus as the leader. This is a human. If he had known this, he would not have bothered to provoke humans in the first place. He could have just let his subordinates handle the destruction of human colonies, and then he could have put the blame on Marash. But now that things have come to this, there is no point in regretting. No matter which Tal'Darim comes, they will not take human lives seriously. Anyway, they are more cruel to their compatriots in the chain of ascension. Tal'Darim have no morals at all, so they cannot be bound by this. Didn't you also massacre the Tal'Darim of Nine before us? This is a tit for tat. Alarak said without giving in. As long as I become a High Lord, I will not only order the Death Fleet to withdraw from the war, but also help you fight against Amon and protect your colonies in the far end of the galaxy. I don't mind reminding you that the help of the Tal'Darim has saved you humans from losing tens of thousands of people. Alarak paused and added emphatically. Of course. I don't care about their lives at all. Humans always like to destroy themselves, he said. Even if you leave them alone for a few hundred years, you will be finished. I don't need to go against humans. Alarak knew that Augustus valued his people just like Artanis. And this was a weakness. As long as more lives can be saved, Augustus does not mind temporarily putting aside hatred. And for Alarak, this is enough. On the contrary, the Taldaran Protoss who love the people like their own children do not have such a weakness that can be exploited by the enemy. Well said. But I refuse. Augustus's face showed no expression. Alarak took a few steps and continued, very good. This is a request. In exchange, the Taldaran will also withdraw from your Copperloo sector after the war. And from now on we will not interfere with each other. If you're here to ask for help, don't be so arrogant. Raynor said, people with different ideals cannot work together. This is not a condition. Augustus said, you have been driven out by us anyway. I have made it very clear. As long as you help me win the position of High Lord, not only Slane's Death Fleet, but all the Taldaran Protoss will join your alliance to fight against Amon. As long as you don't go too far, I am willing to listen to your advice. But it's definitely not an order. Alarak knew that his bargaining chips were no less than getting something for nothing. So he had already made all the concessions he could. Otherwise, Alarak would have said arrogantly, as long as you submit to my absolute rule, I will let you join me with reluctance. When working with a person like Augustus Mengsk, you can't have the intention of playing tricks on him. Otherwise he will make you know his tricks. For a moment, Augustus seemed to be thinking about something, and didn't say anything. Alarak had no doubt that if the other party refused this deal, they would kill him at any time, and wipe out the roots. Taldaram, it is not wise to believe their lies. On the other side, the Purifier Protoss Executor Clolarian, who had been observing, suddenly said, lies? What else do you have except lies? Mechanical Protoss. Alarak sneered. I will remember you. Taldaram. Clolarian changed his words so that humans could understand. I hope your blade is as hard as your mouth. You'd better remember that we will live longer than you. And the memories we store will not be lost. Well, only Taldaram and villains are hard to raise. What Alarak didn't know was that the Purifiers really wanted revenge. And it was never too late to do so in 10 years. Even if it had been 1,000 years, they would wake up and seriously settle old scores with you. Taldaram, whether you can gain our trust depends not on words, but on actions. Zyrtl said so. Dark Templar. I never talk to cowards, who dare not even show their faces. Alarak said immediately. Zyrtl didn't say anything. If he really got into a fight with Alarak, it would be embarrassing. Besides, Augustus would say that a gentleman would rather use his hands than his mouth. However, Alarak made his attitude clear. He didn't care about angering everyone, proving to Augustus that he had no intention of forming a private alliance with anyone to divide the multi-ethnic alliance that Augustus had worked hard to promote. Augustus Mengsk. Believe it or not, Alarak glanced at Artanis next to him and said, anyway, you seem to be the one in charge here, and I'm waiting for your answer. Alarak didn't want to shake Augustus' authority, but just wanted to determine who among these people was the one who made the decision and gave the order. Remember what you said today? Augustus made the final decision. Time will tell everything. Don't try to deceive me. Alarak, I know you better than you know yourself. Daram has no objection. Artanis said. We do too. Clolarian said. Very wise. Alarak said. For now, supporting Alarak to take over the Taldaram, making the powerful Death Fleet withdraw from Amon's camp, and even expanding the strength of his own camp. Apart from Alarak, Augustus really can't find a suitable candidate who can shake the high-level Lord Marash. As for the second person to be promoted, Genera, this kind of character who can be beaten by the Amon champion who came out of nowhere and ran away in panic. Let's not mention it. Although Augustus still decided to accept Alarak's request temporarily, the hatred between them must not be let go. But now that Alarak is here, who will be the next to turn from darkness to light? A wise choice. I was right about you. Alarak resisted the urge to laugh. Now we should go to Slane immediately. Hold a rapture ceremony according to our tradition. And challenge Marash. You don't need to remind me what I should do. Understand? Augustus stared at Alarak coldly and said, the only thing you should do is prepare your damn ceremony and wait. The most important thing for Augustus now is to block the Void Gate of Ana. Recover all the Xel'Naga heritage in it. and then summon the army to return to the Copperless sector to rescue Shakuras and bring the Dark Templar forces under his command. Things should be prioritized. But if the Tal'Darim can withdraw from this war in advance, it can also effectively reduce losses and reduce the scale of the battlefield. It feels like the leader of the Copperlu martial arts world. The legacy of Tyranid? Artanis. Keep an eye on Alaric. And make sure he is always in your sight. Augustus said to Artanis, I don't trust this guy. I don't know if he won't do something else. Okay. Alaric. Artanis walked towards Alaric. I will keep a close eye on you during the time on the Spear of Adon. As you wish. Alaric raised his defiant head high and said, I won't allow you to leave my sight. Oh, follow me wherever you want. I have no objection. Chapter 697 The Legacy of Anna. A few hours later, Augustus rewarded Duke with a golden medal and sent him back, and then returned to his flagship White Star, accompanied by Raynor and Cyrodiil. The surrender of Alaric, the first ascender of the Tal'Darim, was just a small episode, and Augustus did not want to show too much of his attention to him, lest he not understand his position. Alaric was known for his cruelty and cunning, and his personal combat power was also unparalleled. It was not appropriate for Augustus to keep him by his side. He might stab him in the back one day, and use the Emperor to control the princes. Augustus then left Alaric to Artanis, who seemed the only one who could control him. By this time, the epic fleet battle in the Ortarian Rift had come to an end, and the fleets of all parties began to gather their warships and recover the fleets of carrier-based aircraft that had been sent out. The Terran Empire and the Purifiers worked together to defeat the corrupted Dallin Protoss fleet. They tried their best to save some of the Dallin warships, but had to destroy most of the rest because the Templars on them had completely fallen into darkness. In this civil war with the other two allies, the Protoss of Darum suffered the greatest losses, with more than a third of their warships sunk in the war, and the rest also suffered heavy damage, including the arc ship Spear of Adon and several motherships. Only less than 20 warships did not need major repairs, and could be immediately put into the next stage of the battle. The Protoss are always accustomed to directly warping fleets and buildings from the distant Ire and other Protoss Empire colonies, rather than building new warships like humans. This is the foundation of a universal interstellar civilization. But sadly, since Amon corrupted Kara, these warships are now the last strength Artanis can gather. If it weren't for the Terran Empire and the Purifiers helping Artanis to take back his warships, there would be almost nothing left, and he would almost be left alone. In comparison, the Terran Empire fleet under Augustus only lost a few dozen battlecruisers and some fighters. This is mainly because the Imperial fleet only assumed the role of fire support and joint efforts to complete the encirclement, while the Purifiers fleet under Crolarian was the one that carried out the offensive mission. The Purifiers can withstand far more casualties than the human army can bear, and those AI-programmed warriors who follow the combat protocol can withstand 100% casualties without affecting morale. This allows these warriors to be deployed on those doomed Dallin warships in this battle, and save as many Templars as possible by cutting off their neural bundles in battle while ignoring their own casualties. And only the Purifiers can do this. For the Purifiers, death is a glorious sacrifice, not the end. To put it in a proper way, they are all heroes who have died once. These ancient Protoss heroes still regard themselves as Templars. They have a high sense of honor, are used to charging into battle, and regard falling behind in battle as a shame. In the final analysis, even if the descendants are unfilial, they still have to beat them themselves. The so-called family disgrace should not be made public, which is probably the reason. If it weren't for the Purifier Protoss, who could exchange their lives for others, all Augustus could do was order the destruction of all the Darum warships instead of trying to save some of them. To deal with the corrupted Kara, Augustus still has the Zelnada artifact as a trump card, but it can't be used now. Amon's plan to destroy the world is not without flaws. His biggest flaw is his arrogance and underestimation of everyone. Among the three races, he despises humans the most. But coincidentally, Augustus knew the whole process of dealing with Amon. However, Amon had just corrupted Kara, and it was too much to expect Carix to work out a solution now like in the original timeline. Augustus could only remind Carix indirectly that the Zelnada artifact could be used to temporarily imprison Amon's consciousness, so as to extract it from Kara. But this obviously took time. With this trump card, Augustus was not worried about the problem of the Golden Fleet. At present, he was more worried about the various Terran Empire territories, and the people there outside the Otarian Rift. now that Amon has corrupted Kala. As time goes by, the only forces in the Terran Protoss that can still resist him are the Nerazim Protoss Dark Templar of Shakuras. When Shakuras falls, the only humans in the Copperless sector that can still fight back are Augustus's humans. Alarak brought some Tal'Darim troops. According to him, they are the most powerful warriors under his command. Raynor's voice brought Augustus back to reality. At this moment, the two of them were walking along the gangway in the middle of the bridge into the interior of the steel behemoth of the White Star. The lines of the bulkheads on both sides were neat and tidy, as if they were shining like pure silver. In their spare time, the crew and sailors would repeatedly clean the alloy steel floors and other exposed metal parts of the battleship's decks at the request of the captain, cleaning them up to make them shiny and new. As the flagship of the new generation of the Terran Empire, the White Star can be seen everywhere with gorgeous golden wolf ornaments and emblems symbolizing imperial power. And the soldiers on board are all elite royal guards. This huge ship has countless identical corridors and heavy steel doors. And the roar of the engine and the hum of the fan are always there, never far away. Like a precision running machine, this battleship, along with every component and crew inside it, is running in an orderly manner. There are always various strange noises deep inside the battlecruiser, some of which even the most experienced engineers on the battleship cannot identify where they come from. The warship is so huge, with thousands of different compartments, some of which have never been visited since they were built. Even if what he said is true, we can't count on the loyalty of the Tal'Darim Protoss. Raynor continued, Talander said that even if these Tal'Darim glare at you from behind, you should knock him down immediately. We are not in the chain of ascension, and it will not do him any good to defeat him with an underdog. Augustus acted very relaxed and joked, with Artanis watching him. I can rest assured for the time being. Artanis? Raynor couldn't figure out which part of Augustus' words was a joke. I'm worried that he will be fooled by Alarak and have nothing left. You underestimate Artanis. Although the Templars are not as good at gossiping and scheming as the Tal'Darim, they are not stupid. Augustus shook his head, and Artanis is not a stubborn person who can't adapt. If Alarak can really persuade the Tal'Darim to leave Amon's camp as he said, then it will be a pleasant surprise. Since arriving in Ulnar, Cyrodiil has never left Augustus' sight. In this final battle, we must unite all the forces that can be united as much as possible. This respected elder has always been pessimistic about the crisis of world destruction. But he has never given up hope. Since the Xel'Naga are hopeless, they must now gather all the forces determined to resist Amon. You are right. Augustus has already made plans for this, and has already decided who is worth winning over, and who must be dealt with first. Amon's arrival changed a lot of things. When there is a final boss who is more powerful than anyone else and does not hide his intention to overthrow everyone, those forces that would never ally with the Terran Empire will be shaken. Take the primitive Zerg of Zerwin as an example. Although they are afraid of Amon to the bone, they may not be desperate if they are pushed to the limit. Amon does not need individuals with free will, but only slaves who can be fully controlled by him. Cyrodiil, you have traveled in the universe for many years, and you have seen much more than us, and you should have a wide network of contacts. Raynor looked at Cyrodiil and said, before this, an ancient Protoss empire responded to my call for help. Cyrodiil thought for a moment and said, I learned that they were a branch of the ancient Protoss that followed the Xel'Naga out of Ire. But they did not evolve into the Tal'Darim. These Protoss call themselves the Hanli, meaning great teachers in the Protoss language, and are the only descendants of the Xel'Naga. The Hanli Protoss are as arrogant as the powerful power they possess. They regard the Xel'Naga as gods, and are far more fanatical than we are. An ancient Protoss empire? Raynor asked casually, not expecting Cyrodiil to have connections. Yes, but we have never heard of or seen the Hanli Protoss. Cyrodiil said, we know less about them than we do about the Tal'Darim Protoss. It sounds like they suddenly appeared. Ogus was very surprised, which he had never expected. The Hanli Protoss is known to be a branch of Protoss that worships the Xel'Naga extremely. This faction of Protoss took a different path of development, using Xel'Naga technology to embellish their civilization. Augustus optimistically estimated that if they were allowed to see the Xel'Naga morgue in Arnari, they would probably explode on the spot. Different culture, different traditions, different positions. This branch of Protoss may also be very powerful. But just like the Purifiers, they have long since withdrawn from the stage of history, and have been in a deep state of dormancy. In the original timeline, the Hanli Protoss did not appear. If you insist, it is Cyrodiil's troops in the cooperative mode timeline. But that is not actually the official history. However, the current timeline has long been messed up by Augustus and Tassadar. Phoenix, Cyrodiil, Arcturus, and Tychus have all survived. In a sense, it really looks like a parallel world timeline in the cooperative mode. But it is not quite the same. Augustus speculated that perhaps the glorious history of the Ahanli Empire was completely different from the rise of the Iyer-Protoss Empire, because they may have left Iyer before the Great Disaster. Before the Protoss Empire entered its golden age of expansion, the Empire had already fallen into a deep sleep, so that they did not know each other. In other words, the Ahanli Protoss were extremely secretive, and had always avoided communicating with other Protoss branches. But they were still watching them in secret. If this awakened Protoss Empire could become a helper for the Terran Empire, that would be fine. However, Augustus remembered that the former home planet of the Ahanli Protoss Empire was the planet Teledor 9, which is now located in the territory of the Terran Empire. This is a hidden danger of territorial disputes, and it is truly a territory that has existed since ancient times. One of the original intentions of the return of the Ahanli Protoss was to restore the glory of their ancient empire, which was enough to give Augustus a headache. Cyrodiil, can you still contact these Protoss? Augustus thought to himself that no matter how to recruit them, let them come first. And don't waste the thugs who come for free. It's not enough to rely on humans alone. This is still good news, considering that the second generation of the Overmind is still alive. It is not enough to rely on Artanis' original team to fight against Amon. My trip to Ona interrupted my contact with them. Once I leave the Otarian Rift, I will try to contact the Ahanli Council again, Cyrodiil said to Augustus. As they talked, they had already walked into a fast-moving internal elevator, and soon boarded the bridge deck of the White Star along the running ramp. Your Majesty, there is a new communication request waiting for your review. As soon as Augustus walked into the bridge, the mechanical adjutant of the White Star called him. It's Artanis. Augustus took a look and said, Please bring it in. Artanis, wearing platinum armor, appeared on the main screen. Emperor Augustus, we are working on closing the Void Gate in the Ascension Temple and expelling the Shadow Invasion from the Void. A portion of the footage shot in the Inner Temple of Unity was connected to the screen. Scarlet Void energy was pouring out from the majestic walls of the temple, tearing the towering walls apart. It's really spectacular, Raider said. This gate leads directly to the Void. Maybe we can throw some nuclear bombs in to give Amon a little surprise. If we really want to do this, my suggestion is to throw something more explosive in. Augustus nodded to Artanis, but now, we can't just leave this thing alone. Augustus is still waiting to take over the Xel'Naga legacy in Ana, and he can't just sit back and watch it being eroded by the Void. At the same time, in the magnificent temples of Ana, alloy forged trusses rose from the ground, and huge steel cranes were lifting huge Xel'Naga structures, sending countless precious Xel'Naga artifacts, document slabs that preserved ancient knowledge, Xel'Naga kinetic machinery that stored powerful void energy, and other extremely precious ancient relics into the interior of the Hercules transport ship that was rising and falling. The ground was full of large space engineering vehicles and busy figures, and the roar of machinery was deafening. In time, these precious Xel'Naga will be used by the Terran Empire. For example, by studying Xel'Naga spacetime technology, the warp speed of the Empire's warships will be significantly improved. After Augustus led the fleet to leave the Otarian Rift and return to the Copperless sector, the excavation work of Ana will not stop until it is hollowed out. Chapter 698 Ahanli Protoss. Looking out of the porthole on the White Star's front bridge deck, the dazzling white flash of the Otarian Rift was rapidly receding, and one magnificent Imperial battlecruiser after another was lined up in a long column behind, with bows connected as turns, and there was no end in sight. The entire fleet was brightly lit, and the lights along the outlines of the warships made the emblems and hull numbers of each warship particularly eye-catching and spectacular. Below the Imperial fleet, the huge fleet of the Purifier fleet with flashing orange lights could be seen, like a torrent of flashing white and orange flames. Looking out the porthole on the other side, the huge hull of the Spear of Adon occupied the entire field of vision, and the gorgeous bow alone was like an incomparable, brilliantly lit golden city. The fleet of void lightships glittering with golden light passed through the fluorescent blue matrix curtain around the arc, like golden blue swords piercing the sky. An ancient Protoss empire that is awakening? Artanis' eyes widened a little, as if he had never heard of it. The leaders of the Terran Empire, Daram and the Purifiers gathered on the White Star to attend the pre-war meeting held by Augustus to discuss the next battle plan. Many people stood on the wide bridge, and the tall figures of the Protoss were very conspicuous. Basically, all the leaders of the races that could be present were present, and this grand occasion was very rare. The Ahanli Protoss may have separated from our race millions of years ago, and followed the Xel'Naga without hesitation and left Ire. But no matter what, the Ahanli must not have found the Xel'Naga, so they had to stop at the edge of our known world and establish their empire. Zeratul said, "There is only one thing that can be confirmed. That is, they are Protoss. Our relatives. There may be quite a few relatives scattered among the stars before and after the Aeon War. That sad catastrophe forced our people to leave their home planet and scatter to places far away from sight. Perhaps the arbitrators of the Supreme Council know of their existence, but for the sake of the internal stability of the Protoss Empire, they have not made it public." Artanis hesitated to speak. In the eyes of the Supreme Council, Protoss who do not believe in Kala are heretics. But on the contrary, I am afraid that in the eyes of the Ahanli Protoss, they are the unforgivable pagans. Ahanli Empire. From the information we have obtained so far, this is an ancient Protoss Empire that is equally arrogant and powerful, which is exactly the same as the consistent temperament of the Protoss. It sounds very similar to the experience of the Tal'Darim. Raynor thought of something. It's just that the Tal'Darim found their god Amon, but the Ahanli didn't. Alarak, have you Tal'Darim heard of the Ahanli Protoss? Augustus looked at the first person among the Tal'Darim who was promoted. No. Hearing Augustus' question, Alarak mocked several forces in one breath. Now, no matter what level, they dare to call themselves an empire. Of course, no one here cares about his opinion. The pale gray face of this first ascender was full of dissatisfaction. His previous verbal attack almost offended everyone. So, when they were on the Spear of Aden, the executive officers of the Purifiers asked Alarak for a few tricks in the name of exchanging skills, and they were almost beaten into pig heads. Alarak believes that pain and suffering are the true meaning of life. But that doesn't mean he is the one who suffers pain and suffering. This is really unpleasant. Staying on the Spear of Aden, Artanis' rules are really too many. Not to mention that Artanis, that idiot, also pointed fingers at him about taking Terrazine. It's really annoying. We haven't seen them either. Corellalian spoke on behalf of all the Purifiers. The attitude of the Ahanli Protoss is crucial. There are more strange Protoss. Zeratul, didn't you say that the elders of the Ahanli Protoss would contact us? It should be now. Raynor mentioned at this time. Your Majesty, the communication with the unknown signal has been connected. They claim to be a fleet of the Ahanli Protoss. A communication sergeant reminded Augustus at this time. The main body of the Ahanli Protoss ships and constructs is a very special deformable organic meteorite, powered by the Void Crystal Array, the Xel'Naga Kinetic Energy Machine, and the Xel'Naga Artifact Well of Nebula, with battlements and clear corners. Therefore, the Ahanli fleet is like a meteorite fleet composed of countless meteorites. Everyone, let's listen to what the Ahanli Protoss have to say. Augustus nodded and turned to Artanis and others. A few seconds later, the communication screen was transferred to the main screen of the White Star Bridge. What Augustus saw was the huge bridge of the Ahanli Protoss mothership dotted with many green void crystals. Its wide deck was made of some kind of ancient black stone slabs, engraved with runes as fine as blood vessels and mysterious geometric patterns. The bridge wall at the far end was inlaid with an ancient reliquary, and a thick darkness spread from the shadows radiating from below. The Ahanli claimed to be the last descendants of the Xel'Naga, and their ships and clothing styles were almost identical to the Xel'Naga creations in Erner. Along the long black stone table decorated with spirals and vortices, the elders of the Ahanli sat high on the huge stone chairs dotted with gems and crystals, and their emerald green eyes seemed to look down on all living things. Gods above, we are talking to you from afar. The spokesperson of the Xel'Naga. Augustus said nothing and looked at Zeratul. The spokesperson of the Xel'Naga was referring to Zeratul. Zeratul once told Augustus that it seemed that the Ahanli Protoss believed that he was the Dawnbringer of the Xel'Naga and the one closest to their gods. Although in a sense, it was true. At least the corpse. The Ahanli Protoss were fanatical believers of the Xel'Naga, and they firmly believed that the gods would give them wise guidance. It's no wonder that Zeratul is worshipped as a god by the Ahanli Protoss, the charlatans and the fanatics. This is called professional match. Great Ahanli elders, I am extremely honored by your arrival, Zeratul said respectfully. And Zagator Nas gods bless you. Zeratul. And a Hanley elder said in a gentle tone, we have just woken up from a deep state of stasis and don't know much about this era. Those detectors that are still working have brought deeply disturbing news. A large number of hideous alien creatures are wreaking havoc on the ruins of our ancient homeland, slaughtering the creatures there wantonly. It is indeed as you said. This is a dark age. At the same time, the elders of a Hanley looked at Augustus, Raynor and others calmly. They had no ill intentions, but they just thought that human noses and mouths were very strange. For Zeratul to call them elders, these Hanley Protoss must be quite old. In the era when they were sleeping, humans may not have arrived in the Copperloo sector. The Hanley elders wore heavy robes of the same color as their meteorite battleships, with green sacred runes painted on them. He wears a crown of perfect proportions, and the ends of his hair, which is a bundle of nerves, are decorated with many beautiful stone ornaments. The Hanley Protoss are proud of their status as the descendants of the Creator, and for this reason, they will do their best to decorate themselves and their warships with Xel'Naga relics. Although the first sons of Ire also worship the Xel'Naga as gods and regard the Xel'Naga as their mentors, their fanaticism is far less than that of the Hanley. If the first sons of God and the Tal'Darim have more or less gone astray, then the Hanley Protoss seem to be the true successors of the Xel'Naga. At least, a Hanley is a Protoss civilization that is developed completely based on Xel'Naga technology. Their emblem is a Xel'Naga with a Protoss face, which shows this. Elders, this is indeed a dark age. Zeratul looked at them and said, the fallen among the gods, Xel'Naga Amon, has returned with endless hatred for the endless cycle and all things in the universe. The Doomsday War has come, and Amon's wrath will eventually engulf the entire galaxy. He said, everything in the universe is looking forward to our victory. Hearing what Zeratul said, the elders of a Hanley did not show too much surprise. For thousands of years, the detectors of the Hanley Empire have been monitoring other Protoss tribes in Zerg, and they also know something about the beliefs of the Tal'Darim. However, the Dark God and the Xel'Naga that a Hanley believe in are obviously not the same thing. Even if it was Amon who came to Ire to teach and promote the ancient Protoss, the Hanley would only choose what they are willing to believe, and naturally separate the positive image of Xel'Naga from Amon. In the early days, Amon and his followers came to Ire and taught the ancient Protoss. They really walked among the Protoss as the Xel'Naga, the Creator and the true God. This is why the Protoss regarded the Xel'Naga as a god. The army of the Dark God is extremely terrible. Another elder Hanley, who is shrouded in shadows, said, only gods can fight against gods. How can mortals who are destined to die disobey gods? This is the truth. Zeratul, have the gods given any revelation? From here, we can see the difference. The Xel'Naga prophecy mentioned by Zeratul is sometimes too crazy even for his compatriots. But a Hanley believes it unconditionally. Wow! This is an oracle. We must worship it. The gods no longer exist. Zeratul still told the truth. A Hanley will know what happened in Una sooner or later anyway. So it is better to tell the truth. Otherwise there may be a gap. The elders of the Hanley were silent after hearing this, waiting for Zeratul to continue. They have never found the Xel'Naga, so they are inevitably discouraged, thinking that since the gods have left, they will never return. Zeratul sighed, and told the prophecies in the Hall of Revelation in Una, and the scenes in the Hall of Ascension one by one. It was not known whether it was an illusion, but Augustus felt that the eyes of the Hanley Protoss were all wide open when they heard about Una. And when Zeratul talked about the death of Xel'Naga, there was another sound of people sucking in air out of extreme shock and pain. But the Protoss seemed to have neither eyeballs nor the need to breathe. Impossible. The eternity of the gods. What a blasphemy. The reaction of the Hanley Protoss could be described as furious. TSK. How pitiful. Alarak laughed out loud. Let them feel the pain of the Tal'Darim being betrayed by their gods. Ha ha ha. How vicious. Tal'Darim? Raynor thought to himself. You should be a man. Shut up. Alarak. Artanis is a leader with extraordinary bearing. But if you are gentle to Alarak, he will only regard you as weak and can be bullied. But we still have a glimmer of hope. After seeing the tragic situation in the Ulnar Ascension Hall, Zeratul thought that even he would feel discouraged. But after Augustus's reminder, Zeratul realized that since the Xel'Naga in Una had long died, the kind voice that had given him enlightenment before was obviously still alive in some form. Augustus even firmly believed that it must be a living Xel'Naga. I don't know where he got the confidence from, The prophecy I received before was most likely from a Xel'Naga who was imprisoned in the void by Amon, the last god who still had good intentions towards creation. Cyrodiil said, the last god. Cyrodiil, you have brought us too many surprises. After a long silence, the oldest elder Hanley finally said, even if we believe you, we must go to Anna, the abode of the gods, to confirm that this is true. After that, we will summon the fleet sleeping in various parts of the universe, exile Amon, and rescue our gods. Judgment is coming. Augustus was jealous of the Protoss always being like this, as if they could create a fleet from some forgotten and unknown corner as long as they built a beacon. This is the heritage of an ancient civilization. Look at you, Earthlings. The communication with the Hanley Protoss was interrupted. It was obvious that they needed some time to digest this information. Can the Hanley Protoss really be trusted? Augustus asked Cyrodiil after the communication ended. Augustus knew what the Hanley were planning to do when they went to Unna to find out. But anyway, they had already dug up most of the treasures in Unna, and there was not much left. They are trustworthy, Cyrodiil replied. Augustus. Next, I will meet with the Hanley Protoss and further gather the forces I can muster. Cyrodiil's network of contacts is indeed very wide. In addition to the Hanley Protoss, he has also contacted many famous legions or fleets commanded by famous Protoss heroes. Yes. Be careful on the way, Cyrodiil. Augustus nodded. Since Cyrodiil said that the Hanley is trustworthy, that's it. What kind of combat power can a fleet made of stones have? At this time, Alarak, who had long disliked the Hanley, couldn't help but speak wildly. I think their fleet is cool, Augustus commented dryly. The color scheme of this Protoss faction looks supermodel. Even the fleet was stolen by the Taldaran Protoss. So they are qualified to say so? Raynor asked back. Creation is meaningless. Even the most brainless creatures can create. Alarak narrowed his eyes. I don't need to remind you twice about this. Enough, Alarak. Those who benefit from it have no right to blame those who work hard. Artanis couldn't sit still. Wow. Artanis. Alarak snorted. Have you Templars only learned to reflect in your life? Can't you say something I'd like to hear? Artanis was speechless for a moment. If Tychus were here, he would at least say, who are you? Now is not the time to argue. Augustus controlled the situation skillfully. Continue our combat meeting just now. I will lead Alpha Squadron and Artanis to Shakuras first to rescue the Terran Protoss there. He looked at everyone. Jim, you lead the remaining fleet and Executive Colonel to return to the Imperial world to eliminate the Mobius Legion rebels entrenched in the Scar of Vengeance, and the massive invading Hybrid Legion and Overlord Swarm army. You may also have to face Tacidar's corrupted Golden Fleet. Try to avoid direct confrontation with it, but you must delay the Golden Fleet's advance as much as possible. Augustus deployed it in an orderly manner, as if it was already in his plan. Tacidar has turned the tide countless times in desperate situations, and I believe this time will be no exception. Artanis trusted Tacidar much more than he trusted himself. We cannot rely on Tacidar's ability to take back the Golden Fleet from Amon on his own. Augustus looked at Artanis. Now, Artanis, you are the last hope of the Dallin Protoss. You will eventually become the leader that Tacidar expected. And this era should end with your name. Artanis, we have always believed that your potential is far greater than you think. Cyrodiil also encouraged. Do you have any other suggestions? Finally, Augustus asked again. I have no problem. Alarak said, it seems to have nothing to do with me. Chapter 699 Madness. While serving as the deputy captain of the Fury in the Imperial Northern Fleet, Captain Roberto Lamas was not popular with many people because of his strong personality. He always pointed out the omissions of his colleagues and subordinates in their work and asked them to correct them immediately. But no one could deny that he was outstanding in warship management. Since Roberto was transferred to the new Minotaur warship Mobius Ring built in 2502 and officially served as the captain of the ship, his outstanding judgment and amazing courage made his superiors in the August Grad Navy Department confirm that this was a wonderful appointment and that he was outstanding and of excellent character. The Mobius Ring is a well-designed new warship equipped with a shield force field, missile launch bays, and wide Yamato cannons, and equipped with a nuclear arsenal to launch planet-level extinction wars. The Empire has completed the construction and launched thousands of warships like this. From the Korhal Uprising to the establishment of the Terran Empire, from the ascension of Emperor Augustus to the 8 consecutive years of territorial expansion of the Empire, The span of more than 10 years has forged a large number of officers and soldiers with excellent qualities for the Empire. And many excellent commanders have also been selected from the large-scale total wars. Before that, they were probably just farmers and miners in some remote areas. Although there are many famous figures in the army of the Terran Empire in the old Federation era. Most of them are new generation generals, who have grown up slowly. Before becoming meritorious commanders, they were as unknown as Jim Raynor, who grew up on the Shiloh farm. And the same is true for Roberto. In the era of the Terran Empire created by Emperor Augustus, the dangers faced by mankind are far greater than ever before. But for capable people, this also means more opportunities. At present, the Terran Empire needs more warships and warriors to deal with the threats from the Protoss, Zerg, and even more terrible enemies. This means that those who are too young and lack qualifications can also be promoted. After the end of the Second Total War, the Mobius Ring was assigned to the Mobius Corps under construction, and the name of the ship was determined at that time. The Mobius Ring is considered to be an infinite cycle, a symbol of never-ending. Its existence is both incomparably wonderful and implies the fear that those who are trapped in it will never be able to step out of the endless cycle. During its service, the Mobius Ring has traveled through the distant and dangerous regions of the Copperloo sector, and has been tempered to be capable of any task assigned by Corporal August Grad. Roberto Lamas and his naval officers are as proud of their magnificent warship as all Imperial warriors who fight for Emperor Augustus, and believe that they are engaged in a greater cause. That is, defending the people of the Terran Empire from internal rebels and alien forces. As always, at this moment, under the command of Roberto Lamas, the Mobius Ring has once again prepared for battle. Today, before the Mobius Ring left the hyperspace jump state as scheduled, Roberto inspected his warship as usual. Walking in the crisscrossing corridors of the warship, Roberto passed through several airlock doors in turn, inspecting the cabin behind the turret deck of the Mobius Ring laser gun group, the ammunition depot, and the engine compartment on the bottom deck. Roberto felt a great sense of responsibility at every moment, since he was appointed as the captain of the Mobius Ring. It meant that Emperor Augustus had handed this meritorious warship to him. A captain is the head of a warship. The Imperial Navy regulations stipulate that he must do his best to lead his warship into battle and personally encourage his junior officers and soldiers to bravely join the battle. As long as he gives an order, the huge weapon system of a battlecruiser and the many officers and soldiers serving him will respond immediately. The deputy captain's main responsibility is to manage all aspects of the warship and ensure that it can be handed over to the captain in the best condition in any form of war. Roberto could clearly feel that the Mobius Ring was a little deserted, because the number of crew members in the warship was less than half of the required number, and many positions, such as engineers, ordnance technicians, and engine technicians, were much less than before. This made the Mobius Ring appear to be lacking in maintenance, both inside and outside, dirty and messy, and the paint on the deck was stained with dried blood and other unspeakable stains. There were a lot of weapon boxes and parts boxes piled up in the armory, but only a few people were sorting them. A cold wind blew through the soldiers' resting cabins with 3-layer beds on the lower level, and Roberto instinctively felt a chill that went straight to his head. At some point, Roberto almost got angry. His sharp eyes were enough to count every speck of dust on the dial, and he could tell at a glance that a sailor was careless and untidy. An efficient warship should be ready to mobilize at any time and join the battle immediately. She should be an elegant lady, not a drunkard. How could Roberto allow such a serious problem to occur on his warship? However, Roberto's anger was fleeting, because this scene was normal. There was nothing wrong with it. In general, the Mobius Ring was now short of people everywhere, and some systems required one person to perform multiple duties. But Roberto still had enough confidence in this warship. Even though the number of crew members was insufficient, Roberto's crew still maintained the normal operation of the warship with 10 times the enthusiasm of the previous work. Just like the parts that never stopped working, a large battlecruiser rarely suffers large-scale non-combat casualties unless they encounter a terrible infectious disease or an unknown disaster in the interstellar space. Although Roberto and his crew did not understand what happened on the Mobius Ring, it was obviously a trivial matter that was not worth worrying about. Even in this case, the Mobius Ring would continue its duties. When Roberto approached the engine room, a bloody smell came to his face, causing him to frown slightly. Rows of corpses were neatly stacked on the rear deck of the Mobius Ring, like bundles of firewood piled high, as if they could be ignited by a fire. The deaths of these corpses were extremely miserable and chilling. Almost none of them were intact. Some were unrecognizable or had broken bodies. Something had peeled off their skin, so that the muscles, tendons, and blood vessels were clearly visible. Blood flowed from under these corpses, gathering on the cold floor to form an evil pattern with many limbs and slender bodies. The scene in front of him looked like a place where a cult sacrificed life and blood to the evil gods. And the sacrifices were hundreds of crew members of the Mobius ring. There were many twisted words written in blood on the ground. Ceiling and walls, send them to the endless purgatory. We will be reborn in blood and flames. Everyone will worship or remain silent. Where did the missing crew go? There was already an answer. And most of them died by suicide rather than internal armed conflicts. Roberto frowned, but didn't think there was anything wrong. If someone told him that there wouldn't be so many bodies piled up in the engine room, it would be abnormal. There were no living people here except him. Roberto withdrew his gaze from the miserable corpses and turned to the door of the engine room. Suddenly, a giant monster with a hideous face stood there, staring at Roberto coldly with its extremely deep and dark eyes. It had the characteristics of both Protoss and Zerg, tall and burly, with an armor-like carapace crown on its head, carrying the aura of a ruler. And its image was strange and unique. In those dark eyes, Roberto seemed to see his blue and white face, like a ghost, while his skin became transparent and thin, and he could see the fine and dense blood vessels underneath. As he stared at the monster, Roberto felt a severe headache, as if a voice inside him was roaring at him to draw his gun and shoot the monster, to rebel against this cruel tyrant. But Roberto couldn't do it. Roberto had rebelled against the monster's will, but he overestimated himself and missed the opportunity to kill himself at the last moment. Just like the other crew members of the Mobius ring, they should not have brought that evil alien relic on board the ship. However, Roberto did not feel any regret now. He bowed his head to the monster, brushed past it, walked out of the engine room, and continued his work of inspecting the warship. In the various cabins of the Mobius ring, those who were still alive still lived and worked as before, and even had normal conversations. In their cognition, they were still loyal to the Terran Empire. So in the initial stage of the fall, the Imperial Navy headquarters could not even discover the changes on the warship. I am willing to obey, he said. Today, the Mobius ring will continue to fight as always and fulfill its mission. For this, they are willing to destroy everyone, including themselves. This moment is coming soon. An hour later, Roberto returned to the bridge of the Mobius ring again. At this time, this huge warship had completed the jump. Not only this warship, but also more than a dozen Mobius Legion warships with some strange black symbols around it. Under the highlight of the cosmic starlight, these battlecruisers lined up behind the Mobius ring flashed with cold iron-black light, setting off these shocking huge starships. Below the Mobius ring is a pure green planet without any natural satellites. Jlar. This is a jungle planet with a peaceful climate, with few extreme weather and terrible natural disasters, compared with Char, where terrible lava flows in the sky and underground. Jlar is simply a paradise for human survival and development. Among the many worlds of the Terran Empire, such a paradise on Earth is rare. The only planets that can be compared with it are probably Agria and Haven. Jera's fertile land can easily feed colonists from all over the Terran Empire, and its stable continental plate also reserves a large amount of crystal ore and gas resources, enough to support its development. Soon, within 10 years of the world, Jera quickly rose as an important fulcrum world for the Terran Empire's outward expansion. Now, this rich world has a population of more than 15 million, and the largest city, Maya, is the commercial and cultural center of the 7 nearby colonized galaxies. In Emperor Augustus's plan, Jera will become an important core world of the Terran Empire in the future, serving as a fulcrum for the Empire to continue to expand to the center of the Milky Way. Most of its population comes from colonization, but due to the advancement of food production technology and medical technology, and the opening of cloning technology in recent years, Jera's population growth rate is exploding like many emerging imperial worlds that are in rapid development. This planet is still as peaceful as before, with no signs of being infected by Zerg or invaded by Protoss. And there has been no large-scale interstellar pirate fleet in this area. In fact, since Emperor Augustus vigorously eradicated the pirate forces in the Copperless sector, even at the edge of the galaxy, the pirates, who used to be rampant, have become difficult to gain power. If it were in the past, Roberto would never have imagined what they were doing to this important world of the Terran Empire. because they were identified as their own forces by Jera's space defense platform. The Mobius Core fleet with the Mobius Ring as its flagship quickly occupied the high-altitude orbit of the planet without any effort. Then, these Mobius Core warships launched orbital strikes on the main settlements of Jera. Flames fell from the sky, and a huge fire quickly engulfed the cities and fields on the surface of Jera like the wind. The blazing sky screamed in the tearing of the hurricane. After that, the Mobius Core fleet sent a large number of airdrop capsules to the coordinates of the towns that survived because they were outside the main settlements, in order to eliminate all life on the planet. After entering the atmosphere, these airdrop capsules scattered like a rain of fire were making devilish screams. Roberto knew that there should be an Imperial fleet stationed here. Even if there wasn't, once the world was attacked, the surrounding fleets would come immediately, considering that the Overmind, the Golden Fleet, the Mobius Legion, and the Taldaram fleet were invading the Copperloo sector from all directions. The limited Imperial fleet was really unable to cope with it. However, Emperor Augustus' plan to build a large number of warships proved to be an absolutely wise choice. Even if Amon took away part of the Mobius Legion fleet, he still had a fleet. They would soon be surrounded, and the angry Imperial fleet would crush the rebels without hesitation. But Roberto didn't care, because his master didn't care. However, as he watched Jera melt into flames and millions of people die, Roberto's eyes became moist. Roberto still remembered the planet called Jera, the gentle wind and rain there, because it was his hometown. When he was a child, Roberto was afraid of the dark starry sky, thinking that those shining stars were just a pair of scary and weird eyes. As for why he became a captain of an interstellar battleship, it was really fate. At that time, the main city of Maya was just a small town built by colonists with scraps of materials, and Roberto lived with his parents in a modified simple RV. At first, their life was very hard, and they even had to receive relief from the imperial government. But Roberto remembered that his childhood was still very happy because his parents gave him selfless love. One year, a Terran Empire battleship docked here, and Roberto saw for the first time a well-dressed and medal-wearing imperial general. "What are we doing? Why did it become like this?" Like Roberto, some people on the Mobius Ring also began to burst into tears. At this moment, some people noticed the crazy jumping of the Terran Empire warship warp signal on the radar skin map, but they acted very calmly. In the surging space fluctuations, the first to jump out were the flagship of the Imperial Marshal Jim Raynor, the Hyperion, and the Gorgon-class battlecruiser Judgment Day, followed by the Solar Storm and Absolute Domination. With thunderous fury, the Gorgon battlecruiser Stormcaller fired at a Mobius Minotaur warship on the left side of the Mobius Ring, and the flames instantly engulfed the entire deck. Chapter 700 Mental Collapse. The earth-shaking flames gushed out from the terrifying gun muzzles, and the tremors of the full main gun broadside salvos could be felt from the bow to the stern, accompanied by huge vibrations and dazzling flashes. The shock of the Imperial fleet's artillery fire was indescribable, like pairs of giant steel birds with flames on their tails. A large number of Viking fighters shuttled between dense orange-red laser barrages, space fish and high-speed missiles, pressing forward step by step against those huge warships. They circled around the severely damaged ships and pursued them relentlessly, like a flock of vultures hovering over a rotting corpse. The rebel fleet led by the Mobius Ring was obviously at an absolute disadvantage, and was defeated in the first contact of the naval battle. Compared with the Imperial fleet with many Gorgons, the strength of the two sides was not proportional at all. Jim Raynor could hardly see any hope of Roberto Lamas' comeback. Similarly, he could not see the strategic significance of this Mobius Legion fleet corrupted by the hybrid attacking Jera. Jera is an important world in the expansion of the Terran Empire into the inner galaxy, but there are no large military ports and surface military facilities here. It was originally a colony established for scientific research and humanistic purposes. Compared with Jera, Grissom 4 is a better choice. The Apollo shipyard there has become the most important large orbital shipyard of the Terran Empire in this star field. Occupy the port, seize the warships, and burn the rest. An old trick, but effective. This fleet of the Mobius Core had not been corrupted for long, and could have successfully infiltrated the Apollo shipyard without being discovered. Even so, Roberto Lamas chose Jera. Destroying Jera might have a devastating effect on the morale of the people of the Empire, but it would not be enough to threaten the still huge Imperial fleet, and would only make those warriors, who were still loyal to Augustus Mengsk, even more angry. They did not seem to want to destroy or severely injure the Terran Empire, but purely to carry out destruction and killing, turning worlds into scorched earth. I don't know what kind of mood they were in when they fired at their own homes. This really makes me feel bad, Renault said. Maybe they are all crazy, but some people are still awake. If that's the case, it's really sad. Looking out of the golden portholes decorated with wolf pattern reliefs on the Hyperion, you can clearly see the extremely deterrent outline of the Mobius Legion warships and the dazzling fire from the muzzles. The gushing flames are like man-eating demons. Roberto Lama's flagship Mobius ring was blocked between the other Mobius Legion warships by 3 Gorgon-class battlecruisers: Stormcaller, Annihilator, and Hero of the Storm. At such a distance, it was like a black high wall with turrets colliding with another wall. Like the rising sun, a dazzling flash emerged from the muzzle of the Stormcaller's Yamato cannon, and the compressed nuclear explosion particle beam rushed straight to the towering and majestic bow of the Mobius ring. The red-orange flames penetrated the solid armored deck and punched countless holes made of molten metal between the layers of armored cabin walls. When Renault came to his senses, the bow of the Mobius ring was shattered like a head crushed by a sledgehammer, and the flames produced by the explosion were hot and dazzling. They didn't activate their shields, Renault said gloomily. But even if the Mobius ring activated its shield field normally, the shield of the Minotaur-class battlecruiser would hardly withstand a direct attack from the Gorgon, not to mention that it had already withstood several rounds of fatal fleet salvos. In contrast, Renault's Hyperion, which was only a Behemoth-class ship, could even compete with the latest Gorgon and not lose out for a while. In this era, the Behemoth-class battlecruiser has become a thing of the past, old and outdated, and needs further large-scale renovation to keep up with the higher intensity of war. As an old warship that has been in service for more than 10 years, the Hyperion was almost torn apart by Emperor Augustus. However, Rory Swan, the chief engineer of the Imperial Engineering Corps, still restored this legendary warship with magical skills and further updated the equipment, successfully making the old ship keep up with the new era. Of course, this requires a lot of money, which is enough to build more, better and newer warships. But considering that the Hyperion is almost the spiritual totem of the Imperial Navy, the huge empire can still afford this money. If Raynor relied on himself, he could only get by on credit at best. I can already smell the disgusting stench of their charred bodies. Raynor was already a burly tough guy, but Tychus Finley, wearing a special power armor, looked like a giant when he stood next to him. Tychus said with a dark face, "Look at what these beasts have done. I have traveled so far, and I just need to feel the ground. Then take a shower, hug 1 or 2 women, drink a few cold beers, and sit at the gambling table for a night. It's all over now. Except for drugs. It seems that there is nothing that old Tychus doesn't touch." Tychus once said that he didn't want to be controlled by anyone or anything, including women and drugs. But how to say it? Now he is completely played in the hands of the Dog Emperor. As he spoke, the Yamato cannon of the Annihilation Messenger also opened fire, and the flames penetrated most of the hull of the Mobius ring, pouring out from every porthole. And even the keel and skeleton exposed under the cracked deck could be seen. The flames came and went quickly. After burning all the oxygen, the flames in some cabins quickly went out. But at this time, the entire warship was almost on fire. The sensors of the Hyperion did not detect the lifeboat that escaped from the Mobius ring, which meant that the crew of the ship would follow the huge warship to destruction. The Templars would say that these human warriors died without honor. But Raynor only felt sad. Raynor knew many young sailors who were still serving in the Navy, and their fathers might be the veterans of the Korhal revolutionaries. There are many military families in Augustgrad, all of whom were once Korhal people, and 2 or even 3 generations have served the Minsk family. Many of Raynor's colleagues sent their children to the Imperial fleet. They all knew the fate that their children might encounter. Being burned to death on a burning warship was the most tragic way to die. He couldn't imagine that his son John might have encountered all this. But the soldiers on the Mobius ring were also the children of other parents. If they were merciful, more Imperial soldiers and civilians would die. At this time, a series of explosions occurred from the midship of the Mobius ring, and the majestic warship broke silently, with broken limbs and blood all over the hot deck section. At the same time, more Imperial battleships appeared from the open jump force field, and more terrible artillery fire poured out, destroying the remaining Mobius Legion warships and other escort ships one after another. This scene made Renault very sad. It was a helpless move to destroy these Mobius Legion warships. No one knew how many hybrids were on the corrupted warships. Rashly sending troops to board and seize the ships might pay a very heavy price. There were precedents. Renault would not order more people to be sacrificed to rescue these destroyed warships and the soldiers on them. Although this was not a decision he would have made in his early years. He was very sad and angry. But he could do nothing about it. Except for those resocialized soldiers. Most of the soldiers of the Mobius Legion joined the army to defend the Terran Empire. But what they were doing was contrary to their wishes. The Emperor's fleet actually fired at the colonies. Since the matter was so serious that a whole fleet was in rebellion. It was impossible to hide it. For those Mobius Legion soldiers who died in Anna, the Empire would record them as martyred heroes according to the actual situation. But those fleets that fired at the Empire's territory would inevitably face the darkest and craziest ending. Whether this was unintentional or not. They were actually traitors. And this could not be concealed. The people of the Empire may not need an explanation. But they must give it. People like Roberto Lamas are heroes. But they have also brought irreparable trauma to their hometown. If it were me, Tychus frowned and stared out the porthole of the Hyperion like Renault. I would choose a quick death before being controlled by the hybrid. A naval battle of this scale will undoubtedly magnify the insignificance and powerlessness of human beings. From a distance, hundreds of people are just a small black dot standing on the deck, which can be easily swallowed by the flames and torn into pieces by the terrifying explosion. Most of the time, they have no choice. The mental power of the hybrids is much stronger than that of ordinary people. And even the two of us are not much better. Raynor said, the Mobius Legion soldiers are equipped with anti-psychic equipment. But they are still vulnerable to the hybrids and can't last long. Sarah Kerrigan's psychic power may be extremely powerful. Even the Protoss can't match it. But humans only have one Kerrigan. Some people think that their will is strong enough. Stronger than most people. And this is indeed the case in many cases. But in front of the hybrid, this is really not enough. The hybrid is a deformed Xel'Naga. A twisted freak. A product of evil genetic engineering. And humans are too weak in front of him. As Amons will further revived in the real universe. His influence on this world was further strengthened, which enabled him to influence ordinary people who had contact with them through some Xel'Naga temples, sacred objects, altars, etc. The corrupted Mobius core was caught when they investigated the Xel'Naga ruins and hybrid manufacturing factories in the distant world. The powerful spirit of the hybrids is enough to disintegrate the will of humans and make them slaves of fear. Their method of controlling humans is very strange. But the resocialized soldiers with modified brains are immune to this influence to a certain extent. Just like an infection. The Mobius combat team ordered to investigate was controlled before returning to the mothership and the port. And they brought back something even more terrible. Only with enough luck, enough wisdom, and enough determination can an Imperial commander escape danger before the hybrids control everyone. But the hybrids are monsters that are stronger, more cunning and more cruel than humans. In addition, some humans who have been taking Terrazine for a long time are also affected by Amon. Because the inexplicable whispers and terrible illusions may oppress their spirits, which has caused considerable unrest on some Imperial planets. In Basial, due to the long-term intake of Terrazine, the proportion of newly born children in Basial with telepathic potential is higher than that of other planets, making them excellent reserve forces for the new generation of ghost agents. But there is a price to pay. Terrazine contains the power of the void. The more you take, the closer you are to Amon's will. About 3.5 million locals were affected. Many of them went crazy. And some even claimed that they saw the Dark God's plan of destruction in a vision. So that riots broke out in every settlement. And the local garrison had to send out the Marines. However, the proportion of people who remained sober among the Basial was higher than expected. And they believed that it was the glory of Basial that was protecting them. This is the real doomsday. Tychus. Raynor said to Tychus, Amon wants us to kill each other and perish in our own stupidity and weakness. He could have killed us all. But he chose to kill his own people with our own hands. Tychus smiled. His face ferocious like a butcher licking blood. Eamon thinks he is very smart. Huh? He thinks he is the man in the stands. And we are just lions in the ring of fire. No. Maybe he is the one playing the clown. He may have forgotten that lions can also eat people. Even if it was Duke, he would have walked up to Eamon and slapped him twice when he saw him. Renault habitually denigrated his colleagues. He is nothing more than a donkey, Tychus said. Tychus was very smart. His brain was as developed as his muscles. But his thinking mode was very different from Renault's. More vulgar, uncultured and immoral. But it was precisely this difference in personality that made the two complement each other. Remember to tell him in person. Renault looked at the report on the main screen of the Hyperion. It was obvious that the rebel fleet led by Roberto Lamas had been completely destroyed, and a large number of warship wreckages were scattered on the battlefield. So, he came down the command channel and said, "Send all medical transport ships and medical troops to Jera, and provide all the help we can. The situation down there is not optimistic." "What are you doing?" Raynor saw Tychus turn around and walk away. "I'm going down there to put out the fire." Tychus left the bridge with these words. "Why do you think I went to that little green glass ball?" The orbital bombardment of the Mobius Core fleet caused a raging fire on the surface of Jera, igniting the dry jungle. The fire spread along the coast with the wind, and the thick smoke that covered the sky drifted inland. Everywhere was burning, as if 1,000 volcanoes were erupting at the same time. Government officials in Jera's colony had received early warnings before the orbital bombardment and began to evacuate civilians in advance. But the casualties would not be small. Renault nodded. "The Mobius Core has sent a number of landing troops to the surface of Jera. They are slaughtering civilians wantonly. What you have to do is lead the troops to deal with them." In the eyes of Raynor and Augustus, Tychus had nothing to do with saving the dying and healing the wounded. He was lucky as long as he didn't break anything. After saying that, Raynor turned his gaze back to the vast star map on the star map table. A three-dimensional map of an asteroid belt called the Scar of Vengeance appeared in front of him. There used to be a Mobius Legion base in it, but now it has become Amon's hybrid manufacturing factory. Raynor's mission is to destroy it and put an end to the rebellious Mobius Legion. This hatred is too big. The territory of the Terran Empire is now in flames. The final battle is more terrible than all the previous total wars combined. Soldiers and people of the Empire die every minute and every second. This is the Empire that Renault and Augustus built together. He will not forget how much his subordinates and people trust him.